Chapter 1. My name is Guxinga, the Melody of the Night. In the Tiando Empire lies Haoyang City, one of the imperial capitals, renowned for its beauty as the Southern Water City. It stands majestically in the midst of the Tianlan River, its prosperity rivaling that of Tiando City, surrounded by emerald waters and thriving trade. The Tianlan River traverses the Tiando Empire from north to south, stretching over 7,000 kilometers, with an abundance of tributaries enriching the land. This river is teeming with resources, harboring countless fish species, aquatic soul beasts, and even those of 10,000 years of age. Not even the Title Douluo dare to venture deep into its waters. A small tributary of the Tianlan River flows less than 100 miles from Haoyang City, beside which stands a Grand Soul Master Academy, known as the Tianshui Advanced Soul Master Academy. Built alongside the water, Tianshui Academy features a massive artificial lake within its grounds, sprawling across an area equivalent to 4 football fields, fed by the waters of the Tianlan tributary, aptly named Qinglan Lake. The lake glimmers with a crystal-clear azure, resembling a flawless sapphire embedded in the earth. When sunlight breaks through the clouds and spills onto the lake, the refraction creates a kaleidoscope of colors upon its surface, dazzling and enchanting, captivating numerous young maidens who pause to admire the splendid scenery. As one of the Empire's elite Soul Master Academies, Tianshui Academy boasts a unique teaching methodology and learning environment. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy imposes the most stringent admission criteria, accepting only female water attribute soul masters, and they must possess beauty. However, there exists a humane aspect. It is the only academy among the 5 elemental institutions that is open to commoners. Not only students, but even the faculty is comprised entirely of females, necessitating a balance of yin and yang for harmony in the pursuit of the Tao. Regrettably, despite its establishment for several centuries, the academy has never enrolled male students or teachers until today, when everything is destined to change. At this moment, outside Tianshui Academy, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, and a golden-haired figure materialized at the entrance. Enveloped in a resplendent solar radiance, he exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to a deity of the sun, the flames of the sun swirling around him as the very space seemed to warp under his intensity. As the luminous figure stepped forward, the golden light receded to reveal a youth who appeared to be in his early 20s. With cascading golden locks that fell to his shoulders, the tips were entwined with flickering golden flames that refused to be extinguished. His strikingly handsome features were complemented by a golden sun motif on his forehead, seemingly alive, and his radiant golden eyes shimmered with a fervent glow, perpetually graced by a warm smile that easily endeared him to others. With a physique that epitomized the golden ratio, and clad in a simple yet fitting outfit, he could not conceal his extraordinary poise. He gazed up at the towering 9-meter entrance arch, crafted from jadeite, its azure hue reminiscent of water, exuding a gentle elegance rather than ostentation. The plaque above the entrance bore the Academy's name in characters that resonated with a sense of fluidity. Tianshui Advanced Soul Master Academy. Tianshui Academy, I have come to fulfill our agreement, he murmured to himself. His name is Guxinga, a reincarnated individual, much like others of his kind, possessing a unique system. However, unlike others, his system had abruptly gone offline after bestowing upon him a novice gift pack at the tender age of 6. From this gift pack, he had drawn a twin martial soul selection card, allowing him to choose 2 martial souls of his desire. Guxinga selected the Solar Martial Soul and the Lunar Martial Soul. He recalled a phrase from the novel Shrouding the Heavens: which is weaker, which is stronger, the lunar or the solar? Harmony of yin and yang, and one reigns supreme. With the characteristics of the solar and lunar martial souls, he absorbed sunlight to convert into soul power by day and moonlight by night, ultimately breaking through to the 90th level a year prior. After spending nearly a year in the far west, he successfully vanquished a 10,000-year-old 3-legged golden crow, becoming the 9th soul ring of his solar martial soul. Only when he achieved the rank of Title Douluo did his dormant system finally reactivate. Now, Guxinga had come to Tianshui Academy not only to honor a commitment made 3 years prior, but also to complete a task assigned by his system. His golden figure flickered and danced, disappearing in an instant, and within moments he had traversed several dozen meters into the academy grounds. Not even the staff at the entrance noticed his arrival. The overall architecture of Tianshui Academy favored shades of blue, centered around the Qinglan Lake, built alongside the tributaries of the Tianlan River, providing an optimal environment for water attribute soul masters to train. As he stepped into the academy, he felt an immediate shift in the air's temperature and humidity compared to the outside world. Before him lay the vast Qinglan Lake, resembling a giant sapphire. Along its banks, several well-developed young maidens donned in blue uniforms sat cross-legged in designated spots, meditating and cultivating, shrouded in a mist that lent them an ethereal beauty, akin to fairies from the lake, evoking a sense of dreamy allure. A few students had manifested their martial souls, resembling mermaids, as they leaped and dove into the Qinglan Lake, sending ripples across the surface and splashing water into the air. Under the sunlight, their graceful forms were even more captivating, reminiscent of beauties emerging from a bath, rendering it difficult for onlookers to avert their gaze. Guxinga paused, glancing around, his handsome face betraying a hint of helplessness. He seemed to have lost his way. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the dean's office?" Resigned, he approached a charming young lady, well-developed in stature, to inquire about the way to the dean's office. Initially taken aback by his interruption, the young lady felt a flicker of displeasure, but as she beheld the youth's strikingly handsome visage, her annoyance melted away, replaced by warmth. She acknowledged her inclination towards attractive individuals. Though Tianshui Academy did not permit male students or teachers, it did not prohibit men from entering, provided they had a pass. "The dean's office? Just head that way." She pointed towards the tallest building, which housed the dean's office, along with those of the vice dean and the director of studies. "Thank you." The youth noted the directions and expressed his gratitude in a gentle tone. The young lady, taken aback by his appreciation, felt a flush of warmth color her fair cheeks. Gathering her courage, she introduced herself and inquired about his name. My name is Shui Yuer. May I ask for your name?" Guxinga, the unrestrained Gu, the melody of the night, Shunga. Upon hearing the young lattice name, Guxinga was momentarily stunned, but did not conceal his identity, warmly introducing himself. "Guxinga," Shui Yuer silently echoed, her curiosity piqued. Just as she wished to delve deeper into conversation, the golden light flickered, and the youth vanished from her sight, leaving her feeling a pang of regret. Why had he departed so swiftly? Would it have been so difficult to chat a little longer? Unrestrained, the melody of the night. Chapter 2. Offending the Director of Studies before even starting work. The office building of the dean stood 12 meters tall, predominantly in shades of aquamarine, spanning 3 levels. The top floor housed the dean's office, while the second floor contained the offices of the vice dean and the director of studies. At that moment, within the dean's office, a tumult of voices echoed as 2 women engaged in a heated debate. "No, I absolutely refuse. The academy has never had a male student since its inception, let alone male teachers. Director Lon, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, the character of that individual is beyond reproach. Had it not been for my serendipitous assistance years ago, with his strength, he would not have even glanced at our Tianshui Academy, let alone the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, you are well aware that Tianshui Academy has been on a downward trajectory in recent years. Among the 5 elemental academies, others boast Solar and Lunar as their pillars, while we remain stuck at the rank of Soul Sage, lagging in resources and faculty. If we do not implement changes soon, Tianshui Academy is destined for decline. But we cannot violate the traditions established for centuries. What would the old dean think if she knew? Enough. My decision is made. Even if the old dean were present, I would not waver. Do not forget, I am the dean." With that final statement, the argument in the office ceased. The door swung open, revealing a mature and stern blue-haired beauty, her exquisite face tinged with lingering anger. Just as Guxinga approached to knock. Sensing the displeased gaze of the blue-haired beauty, Gu Xingge maintained his composure, his warm smile unwavering, exuding an approachable charm akin to that of a friendly older brother. He lowered his hand, softly inquiring, "Excuse me, is Dean Lung Qishuang available?" After his question, his radiant golden eyes scanned the blue-haired beauty, taking in her features with appreciation, as if admiring a work of art, missing no detail of her beauty. The beautiful mature woman had wavy blue hair cascading elegantly, her features strikingly symmetrical, with an aura of seriousness and intensity. Her fair, oval face was smooth and full, adorned with light makeup, now tinged with a hint of anger. Time had not left many marks upon her visage, only the corners of her almond-shaped eyes bore faint traces of crow's feet, which, instead of aging her, added a layer of charm acquired through the passage of time. She was clad in a pale blue, high-slit gown that accentuated her voluptuous, mature figure, full and enticing, her waist not as slender as a young maiden's, but perfectly proportioned, exuding a sense of lushness. Her ample hips surpassed her shoulders, and her fair legs were encased in gossamer, semi-transparent stockings, complemented by a pair of blue high heels. After a thorough observation, Gu Xingge has gained a preliminary understanding of the blue-haired, alluring woman before him. She is a serious individual, and given her presence in the dean's office, it is evident that she holds a significant position within Tianshui Academy. Feeling the unabashed scrutiny of his gaze, Lan Xingyan became quite displeased. Having just lost a heated argument with Lung Qishuang, she was seething with frustration and immediately coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "Gu Xingge, here is per our appointment," he replied, retracting his gaze, aware that his earlier scrutiny might have been somewhat impolite. He introduced himself softly, explaining his purpose. Upon hearing this, Lan Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes beginning to assess him as well. A hint of surprise appeared on her fair, oval face. This was Gu Xingge, and he appeared remarkably youthful. However, her expression quickly shifted to a cold smirk, her tone becoming even more brusque, imbued with a trace of hostility. "So you're Gu Xingge? Truly, seeing you in person is far more striking than merely hearing about you." Noticing the shift in the beautiful woman's tone, Gu Xingge felt puzzled. Had he inadvertently offended her? Was it merely due to his lingering gaze? "And you are?" he inquired. "Lan Xingyan, Director of Instruction at Tianshui Academy." "Gu Xingge, I warn you, as long as I am at Tianshui Academy, you shall not engage in any reckless behavior here." With that admonition, Lan Xingyan shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing, her ample figure swaying as she walked away. This left Gu Xingge momentarily dumbfounded. What a predicament he had offended the Director of Instruction even before his enrollment. At that moment, another exquisite beauty emerged from the office. The woman possessed a delicately shaped diamond face, radiating beauty and elegance. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, flowing smoothly. Her phoenix eyes gleamed with intelligence, and her skin was fair and rosy. Her full, soft lips, tinted with icy blue gloss, parted slightly, revealing a countenance filled with delight and excitement as she caught sight of Gu Xingge. Adorning her snowy, delicate neck was a string of exquisite light blue pearls, perfectly complementing her fair complexion and enhancing her beauty. She wore a magnificent ice blue gown that clung tightly to her proud figure, complemented by sheer blue gloves. Her ample bosom stood proudly, her waist slender like a willow, and her rounded hips resembled a ripe peach, accentuating the gown's silhouette. It was evident that she wore high heels, which elevated her impressive stature. With an air of cool grace, she exuded an aura of nobility and dignity, clearly someone accustomed to high status. It was none other than Lung Qishuang, the Dean of Tianshui Academy, a formidable soul saint of level 79. Hearing the commotion outside, Lung Qishuang had intentionally stepped out to investigate. Upon seeing Gu Xingge, a look of joy illuminated her mature and beautiful features. Her lips, adorned with icy blue gloss, parted in a smile, her voice tinged with happiness and excitement. "Xingge, you have finally arrived." Gu Xingge diverted his gaze from Lan Qingyan's retreating figure and turned to Lung Chi-shuang, his eyes softening as he nodded slightly. Dean Lung, it has been a long time you have become even more beautiful than before. You flatterer, she replied, casting him a playful glare, though her heart was undeniably pleased. Gu Xingge merely smiled. After more than 3 years apart, he felt a sense of joy at reuniting with an old acquaintance. The beautiful Dean promptly invited Gu Xingge into her office, pouring him a cup of floral tea, her gaze never leaving him. Her phoenix eyes brimmed with unspoken affection and deep longing. How have you been over the past 3 years? Lung Chi-shuang suddenly inquired. After sipping the floral tea, Gu Xingge gently set the cup down, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. 3 years prior, he had been ambushed by 4 evil soul masters of the Solar Douluo level. While he ultimately defeated them, he sustained severe injuries from their self-detonation as they perished. At that time, he relied on the formidable, self-healing abilities granted by his solar martial soul to recover, but without Lung Chi-shuang's timely intervention, rescuing him from the explosion pit while he lay incapacitated, he might have languished there for a considerable time, enduring exposure to the elements. Upon learning that Lung Chi-shuang was the dean of Tianshui Academy, Gu Xingge made a promise to her. Once he became a Title Douluo, he would return to Tianshui Academy as a teacher, providing protection for the institution. The dean had joyfully accepted his promise, never anticipating that in just 3 short years, Gu Xingge would ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. Recently, when Lung Chi-shuang received his letter, she was utterly astonished. She had thought it would take him over a decade to achieve such a feat, yet here he was, having accomplished it in a mere 3 years. It is worth noting that the youngest Title Douluo on the continent, Tang Hao, achieved his title at the age of 44. And Gu Xingge? He was merely 23 years old, 21 years younger than Tang Hao. Alas, having offended the director of instruction, I fear I am bound to face difficulties ahead. Chapter 3. I was born before you, yet you have age while I remain young. At merely 23 years of age, Gu Sheng's achievement as a Title Douluo is unprecedented in the history known to Lung Chi-shuang, as no one had reached such heights at this tender age. Even Soul Kings are a rare occurrence. However, Gu Sheng's rise to Title Douluo stands to benefit Tianshui Academy immensely, for he is soon to become a teacher there, effectively positioning the academy under the protection of a Title Douluo. This advancement would elevate Tianshui Academy to the status of one of the 5 elemental academies, indeed the strongest institution within the Tiando Empire. Even the Tiando Royal Academy can only boast 3 Solar Douluos, rendering it incapable of competing with Tianshui Academy, fortified by the presence of a Title Douluo. This implies a greater allocation of resources and an influx of talent, as the Title Douluo serves as a prominent symbol. Even if Gu Xingge does nothing but maintain his name at the Tianshui Academy, he would undoubtedly attract countless aspiring soul masters to join. Xingge, what level of soul power have you achieved now? Lung Chi-shuang inquired as she poured tea for Gu Xingge, noticing his cup had run dry. Sipping the freshly brewed floral tea, Gu Xingge did not conceal his true cultivation level. Level 93. Level 93. A look of astonishment crossed Lung Chi-shuang's beautiful face, her gaze reflecting shock and disbelief as she regarded Gu Xingge. She had initially thought he had just recently broken through to Title Douluo, not realizing he had already reached level 93. As far as she knew, the guest elder of the Tiando royal family, Poison de the Gabo, was only at level 91, making Gu Xingge stronger than him at this moment. Gu Xingge's attainment of level 93 was due not only to the soul power contained within a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year external soul bone, but also to a golden fruit he discovered on the Fusang tree, where the 100,000-year 3-legged golden crow resided. This golden fruit, resembling a miniature sun, hung from the highest and thickest branch of the Fusang tree, brimming with immense fiery energy. After consuming the fruit, he ascended to level 93, yet a portion of that energy remained within him, not fully refined. Gu Xingge anticipated that upon complete refinement of the fruit's energy, he could potentially reach level 94 or even 95. Upon reflection, that fruit was likely akin to celestial herbs or rare treasures, explaining why the 3-legged golden crow had kept its distance during their battle, likely to avoid damaging the fruit. Unfortunately, it ultimately served as a wedding garment for him. Unable to contain her excitement, Lung Chi-shuang expressed her greatest aspiration to establish Tianshui Academy as the premier soul master institution in the Tiando Empire. Regrettably, due to the Academy's regulations. It had been on a downward trajectory for years, and now, at last, she glimpsed a turning point. Xinge, given your prowess as a Title Douluo, I am prepared to offer you the honorary position of Vice President and Senior Consultant, with a monthly stipend of 50,000 gold soul coins. The Academy will cover any of your expenses, and should any special circumstances arise, the Academy will provide assistance. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, she presented Gu Xinge with the highest benefits she could offer. Beyond this, she would have to relinquish her position as president. Though 50,000 gold soul coins may not seem substantial, it was noteworthy that even Leng Qishuang, as president, received only 20,000 a month. In the original narrative, the Tindo Royal Academy compensated Flinder, a soul sage, with merely 3,000 gold soul coins per month for his teaching services. Very well. Gu Xinge accepted without hesitation. Recognizing it as his due, his affirmation brought a brighter smile to Leng Qishuang's face, as she felt a sense of relief within. Times had changed. A Title Douluo would be treated as a guest of honor wherever they went. 50,000, let alone 500,000, would be considered a trivial matter. Gu Xinge's desire to remain at Tianshui Academy is not solely driven by the completion of her system tasks, but rather by a deeper commitment to the promise she made to Leng Qishuang years ago. The beautiful matron, the principal, gazes at the striking visage of the man before her, her phoenix eyes betraying an unmistakable affection. Yet, this emotion swiftly dims, and she sighs softly within. The chasm between them is far too vast, not merely in power but also in age. While I was born before you, you have since blossomed, and I have aged. The following day, Leng Qishuang convenes a faculty meeting, summoning all active teachers to attend. In the conference room, over 60 female educators sit in neat rows, each exuding a distinct charm. Whether mature and dignified, gentle and amiable, or proud and alluring, they represent a diverse array of feminine grace, even including a legitimate Lolita. Director Lan. Do you know why the principal has suddenly called this faculty meeting? A sultry woman with a delicate oval face and an alluring figure whispers to Lan Qingyan. Curious if there is some significant matter at hand, for such a gathering would not be called without reason. However, the stern and formidable director merely cast her a cold glance without a word, inciting the displeasure of the sultry teacher, who internally scoffs, "Humph. What a pretentious display of seriousness from a discarded old woman." The other teachers exchange glances, pondering the unexpected assembly. Some begin to exhibit signs of unease, wondering if layoffs are imminent. In recent years, Tianshui Academy has faced declining fortunes, with dwindling revenues leading to a growing deficit. Had it not been for the principal's decisive measures to amend enrollment criteria, allowing commoners to enroll, the Academy's finances would have worsened. However, the strict policy of only admitting beautiful students has resulted in a steadily declining student body. Currently, there are just over 500 students enrolled, while the number of teachers remains unchanged, creating an imbalance that would make layoffs inevitable. The sound of high heels clicking crisply draws the attention of the teachers, who turn their gazes toward the entrance as Leng Qishuang makes her appearance, followed closely by a smiling Gu Xinge. Upon seeing Gu Xinge, Lan Qingyan emits a cold huff, her almond-shaped eyes glinting with hostility. She also notes a change in Leng Qishuang, who appears revitalized, akin to parched earth rejuvenated by rain, which raises her suspicions. All the female educators notice Gu Xinge's presence, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as a flurry of speculations arises. Standing before the main seat of the meeting, Leng Qishuang, adorned with striking blue-eye makeup, surveys the room and finds that aside from a few teachers out hunting soul beasts with students, everyone else is present. Dear colleagues, I have gathered you here rather unexpectedly today to announce an important matter. The teachers focus intently, a hint of worry in their eyes, hoping it is not news of layoffs or salary reductions. Leng Qishuang gestures towards Gu Xinge, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority, as she declares, from this day forth, Mr. Gu Xinge shall serve as the honorary vice principal and senior advisor of Tianshui Academy. The room erupts in shock, the female educators staring incredulously at Leng Qishuang. What? A man appointed as honorary vice principal and senior advisor? This violates centuries of tradition at Tianshui Academy. I cannot agree. Lan Qingyan is the first to voice her dissent, her pale oval face reflecting outright rejection, her gaze towards Gu Xinge filled with disdain and animosity. Previously, she had assumed Gu Xinge was a venerable elder of great wisdom and skill, only to discover he is a mere youth in his 20s. Although handsome, His very attractiveness incites her aversion. Should this man remain at the academy, leveraging his looks with ulterior motives, countless students could fall prey to his deception. Such a scenario is unacceptable. Confronted with Lan Qingyin's public opposition, Lang Qishuang's expression darkens, revealing her displeasure. Director Lan, I am not seeking your approval. I am informing you. I still refuse. What merit does he possess to become the honorary vice principal of Tianshui Academy? Lan Qingyin challenges, undeterred by the principal's displeasure. Her tone sharp and unfriendly as she shifts her focus towards the silent Guxinga. As the other female teachers observe the escalating conflict between the principal and the director, they wear expressions of anticipation. Such confrontations have become a monthly occurrence, often ending with the principal conceding, which has emboldened Lan Qingyin to become increasingly assertive in her defiance. Seeing Lan Qingyin dare to question Guxinga, Lang Qishuang's irritation grows, yet she glances at Guxinga, relieved to find him calm and composed, unaffected by Lan Qingyin's provocations. Should Guxinga become enraged, the wrath of a Title Douluo would be beyond Tianshui Academy's capacity to withstand. She then directs her gaze towards her former confidant, a flicker of anger igniting in her phoenix eyes. In the past, she had chosen to yield to Lan Qingyin out of respect for their friendship, but this time, she would not retreat. Director Lan, I am the principal. Do not overstep your bounds. Despite the forceful declaration, Lan Qingyin remains unfazed, her resistance only intensifying. What of the principal? If not for that incident years ago, this position should rightfully belong to me. Witnessing the principal's confrontation with the director, the assembly of female educators displays a myriad of expressions, some astonished, others incredulous, but most are merely intrigued by the unfolding drama. The typically gentle principal has transformed into a formidable figure over a man, suggesting that there is much more beneath the surface. Indeed, even if you're the principal, Tianshui Academy is not a dictatorship. I do not oppose hiring male teachers, but any applicant must possess strength. Every vice principal present is a soul saint. If he possesses the same power, then I shall consent. Otherwise, it is out of the question. Lan Qingyin points at Guxinga, her face displaying barely concealed anger as she questions Lang Qishuang, her voice rising, yet not excessively harsh, as she stipulates her conditions. The other female educators' gazes converge upon Guxinga, appraising him critically. He is undeniably handsome, his striking features accentuated by a sun-like pattern on his skin, bestowing an extraordinary aura upon him. Yet, his youth, appearing barely over 20, raises doubts about his status as a soul saint. Achieving the rank of Soul King at such an age is already a remarkable feat. Lan Qingyin has calculated Guxinga's youth, surmising that his cultivation is likely limited, which is why she makes her final stipulation. Upon hearing this, Lang Qishuang smiles, her phoenix eyes glinting with an inscrutable meaning, leaving Lan Qingyin with an unsettling premonition. Could it be that this young man truly is a soul saint? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Director Lan's intention was clear. As long as Mr. Gu is a soul saint, you would not oppose his becoming the honorary vice president and senior advisor of the academy? Lang Qishuang retorted to the charming female director. Indeed, Lan Qingyin replied, bracing herself, the ominous feeling in her heart intensifying. Seeing her acquiescence, Lang Qishuang's smile grew broader, and the other female teachers, witnessing the dean's delight, were even more astonished. Could it be that this person is truly a soul saint? But he looks to be in his 20s. Or perhaps he merely possesses the art of maintaining youth, while his true age surpasses theirs. Mr. Gu, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Lang Qishuang turned to Guxinga, expressing regret for her mishandling of the situation, which had necessitated him to showcase his prowess to silence Lan Qingyin. Guxinga offered a faint smile, not holding the beautiful matron director accountable for her rudeness. His radiant golden eyes turned toward Lan Qingyin, unperturbed by her impoliteness. For the sun does not extinguish due to the inquiries of mere ants. His voice retained its customary gentleness as he spoke with a hint of regret. Director Lan, according to your stipulations, one must be a soul saint to assume the role of vice president at Tianshui Academy. Regrettably, I am not a soul saint. Upon hearing this, Lan Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Guxinga might unexpectedly declare himself a soul saint, which would have left her in an awkward position. However, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire conference room, leaving everyone with a heavy chest, struggling to breathe, their bodies feeling unbearably burdensome, as though a colossal stone weighed upon their shoulders, making it difficult to stand upright. Some of the less powerful female teachers were even compelled to bow before the conference table. Simultaneously, Guxinga's gentle voice resonated once more in their ears. albeit this time imbued with a playful tone. For I am merely a Title Douluo. I wonder if the strength of a Title Douluo will suffice to satisfy you. Director Lon? Before their eyes, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings materialized and hovered around Guxinga, each radiating magnificent purple, profound black, and enchanting red hues, emanating a tremendous wave of soul power that seemed to solidify the very air, plunging the conference room into an eerie silence. I am not a soul saint, but I am a Title Douluo. Lan Xingyin was left in a daze, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, her curvaceous form trembling, uncertain whether from fear or astonishment. The other female teachers were equally stunned. What they witnessed was extraordinary, 9 soul rings. A Title Douluo. The man before them was indeed a Title Douluo. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Cold Qi Shuang, having been given special consideration, felt no pressure and observed the exaggerated expressions of her colleagues with considerable satisfaction. See, I have brought back a Title Douluo. The delight intensified as she noted Lan Xingyin's incredulous gaze, relishing the moment, thinking to herself, how arrogant you were just now. Now you appear utterly flabbergasted. Yet, a tinge of worry crept in. Given Lan Xingyin's earlier insolence, she feared the consequences should Guxinga decide to retaliate. Although Lan Xingyin had indeed been somewhat disrespectful, Cold Qi Shuang understood her motivations were rooted in concern for the Academy students, a noble intention, albeit executed with excessive fervor. Reflecting on their past rapport, she resolved to whisper a few words in Guxinga's ear, hoping to persuade him to show some leniency toward Lan Xingyin. Chapter 5. Joining Tianshui, please call me Teacher Gu. 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul ring spiraled around Guxinga, their tricolored radiance illuminating his perfectly proportioned physique. The overwhelming aura of his soul power enveloped the conference room, the air thick with a weight akin to mountains pressing down upon the female teachers, rendering them unable to straighten their backs. Director Lan, might my strength as a Title Douluo grant me the honor of serving as the Honorary Vice President of Tianshui Academy? Guxinga's smile remained ever radiant, her golden-hued eyes sparkling with a playful glint as she observed the beleaguered head of the beautiful faculty. She chose not to impose her formidable presence upon her. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted, allowing the assembled female teachers to exhale in relief. Inhaling the refreshing air anew, their gazes filled with astonishment and reverence towards Guxinga. They could hardly fathom that she was a Title Douluo, a formidable strength manifesting in one who appeared to be merely in her 20s, undoubtedly an elder with secrets to eternal youth. Lan Xingyin regarded the 9 soul rings encircling Guxinga, a sight far more powerful than the typical configuration of a Title Douluo, leaving her utterly astounded. Although she was unaware of how Lung Qishuang had summoned this formidable figure, she comprehended the gravity of having offended her. Offending a Title Douluo meant that Lan Xingyin understood she would face dire repercussions in the future. However, this did not instill fear within her. On the contrary, as long as she drew breath, she would not allow the man before her to wreak havoc within the academy. I beg your pardon, esteemed Title Douluo, she conceded. It was my impudence to question your prowess. You are more than capable of fulfilling the role of Honorary Vice President of the Academy. Should you wish to impose punishment upon me, I am willing to accept it, even with the revelation of Guxinga's status as a Title Douluo. Aside from her initial trepidation, Lan Xingyin refrained from displaying further fear or panic. Instead, with dignity, she offered her apologies, acknowledging her rudeness and her readiness to bear the consequences. Guxinga regarded the alluring and mature director with interest, offering a gentle smile as he spoke, choosing to extend his forgiveness. I can empathize with Director Lan's feelings. Concern can lead to confusion. Moreover, ignorance is not a crime. I merely hope that Director Lan can set aside her preconceived notions and refrain from viewing me through a narrow lens. If we were to consider the situation from her perspective, if he were Lan Xingyin, she would surely not wish for her cherished garden to be suddenly invaded by a boar, uprooting all her precious cabbage. Yet, he is no mere boar. He is the sun, destined to bring warmth and care to every student and teacher within Tianshui Academy. Upon hearing this, Lan Xingyin was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated reprimand, but to her surprise, this individual exhibited an unexpectedly amiable temperament. Had she been overly malicious in her assumptions? A flicker of shame ignited within her, only to dissipate swiftly. She refused to believe that any man could possess true integrity. Men were inherently duplicitous, presenting a facade of gentleness while harboring ulterior motives beneath the surface. Seeing Lan Xingyin bow her head, Lang Qishuang wore a satisfied smile before speaking. Since Director Lan has no objections to Mr. Gu's capabilities, from this day forth, Mr. Gu Shao assumed the esteemed position of Honorary Vice President and Senior Advisor of the Academy. With the conclusion of the charming director's words, applause erupted among the female teachers present, their faces alight with joy. The inclusion of a Title Douluo would undoubtedly elevate Tianshui Academy's status, attracting an influx of students and enhancing their own benefits. Most importantly, proximity to such a figure would yield a multitude of advantages. In Gu Xingge's mind, the system's notification echoed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The task of being the only male teacher at Tianshui Academy has been completed. Rewards have been issued, and a new task has been initiated. Please check, host." As the meeting concluded, Lan Xinyan swiftly rose and departed. The female teachers who bore animosity towards her exchanged glances, their faces betraying smirks and a sense of schadenfreude. In their eyes, Lan Xinyan had offended Gu Xingge, and her future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Dean Lung Qishuang began to speak, but Gu Xingge interjected with a gentle shake of his head, requesting to address her as teacher instead of dean. "Teacher Gu, allow me to escort you to your residence," she offered. "Very well," he replied with a slight nod, following the elegant dean to his quarters. As they traversed the cobblestone path, trees lined either side, and a gentle, slightly moist breeze caressed them. The serene environment was occasionally punctuated by the cheerful chirping of birds. During their stroll, Gu Xingge noted the scarcity of students within the academy. Lung Qishuang explained that most students were on break, with only a select few remaining for their cultivation needs, clustered around the Qingshan Lake area. The official start of the school year was a month away, at which point the academy would buzz with activity. "I see," he acknowledged. Gu Xingge recalled the young maidens he had observed practicing and swimming by the lakeside yesterday. Commendable indeed, a diligent group of children. As they traversed the shaded path, the two arrived at the residential area designated for the academy's leadership. "Teacher Gu, you shall reside in this building henceforth," pointed out Lung Qishuang, directing him to the central of the three quaint villas. It was a structure of antiquity and elegance, formerly the residence of the previous dean. The flanking villas were occupied by her and Lan Qinyan, while the other two vice deans of the academy resided in Tianlan City instead. Gu Xingge had little expectation regarding his dwelling. The charming dean handed him the key to the villa, elucidating certain points of consideration, and assured him that should he require anything, he could always seek her in the adjacent villa at any hour. She would be willing to accommodate him for anything. He nodded in acceptance of her kindness. Watching as Lung Qishuang departed, settling onto the sofa in the living room, Gu Xingge activated the system. Although he had transcended to the rank of Title Douluo, allowing the system to unlock, the majority of its functionalities remained inaccessible, with only a handful available for use: sign-in, lottery, and quests, the trifecta of standard system features. Sign-in. Upon arriving at a new map, one could sign in, with rewards varying across different locations. Lottery, categorized into 9 tiers: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, divine, sacred, Tao, and chaos. Each month, the system would automatically grant a mortal-level lottery ticket, and accumulating 10 tickets below the divine tier would enable the synthesis of a higher-level lottery draw. Quests. Tasks would be issued by the system, which one could choose to accept or decline, without any repercussions. Gu Xingge opened the task panel and accepted the unique mission reward from the only male teacher at Tianshui Academy. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chance for Xian level lottery and a vial of minor creation pills." As this was the system's first mission release, it was categorized as a novice task, thus offering a significantly generous reward. The protagonist primarily follows the path of Tianshui Academy, diverging from the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy. However, Bibi Dong remains a target, allowing Her Holiness the Pope to experience the warmth of the sun and dispel the darkness that lingers deep within her heart. Chapter 6. A temporary farewell to Tianshui. Journeying to Spirit City. Signing in at Tianshui Academy. The communication system of Gu Xingge activated the check-in feature, and a notification resonated in his mind. "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired Cold Ice True Qi." A martial arts technique known as Cold Ice True Qi surged into his consciousness, etched deeply within Gu Xingge's mind, ensuring it would never be forgotten. Having delved into numerous martial arts dramas and novels, he quickly recalled the origins of this technique. It originated from the smiling, proud wanderer, practiced by Zhuo Chan, the leader of the Songhan sect. With mastery, it allows the practitioner to transform the formless true energy within into an essence of profound coldness and extreme yin. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Guxinga's eyes. Indeed, it was an admirable internal skill that could be imparted to the students of Tianshui Academy in the future, especially since it was acquired here. As the saying goes, what is derived from the people should be utilized for the people. Just as Tang San thrived in the Douluo continent with his Xiantian skill and established the Tang sect, Tianshui Academy too could rise through the mastery of Ai's true qi. In his hand, a jade-green vial materialized. Upon uncorking it, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted forth, revealing 9 milky white pills, each approximately the size of a fingernail, resting quietly inside. According to the system's description, the minor creation pill was a simplified version of the Qian Kuan creation pill. Even a soul Douluo could benefit from its consumption, enhancing their soul power by 1 level. Albeit with notable limitations, each individual could consume a maximum of 3. Of course, a level 90 soul Douluo remained a soul Douluo. Yet relying solely on a single minor creation pill to advance from level 89 to level 90 was far from sufficient. Perhaps 3 would suffice. If utilized wisely, these 9 minor creation pills could potentially enable those on the verge of a breakthrough among the soul saints to ascend, thereby creating 9 soul Douluos. At the first instance, Guxinga thought of Lang Qishuang, who had now reached the illustrious level of 79. With the consumption of a small creation pill, she could undoubtedly ascend to level 80, thereby adding another soul Douluo powerhouse to the ranks of Tianshui Academy. After carefully stowing away the creation pill, he focused his thoughts and utilized the monthly gift of a mortal level lottery, along with the profound level lottery obtained from tasks. Ding! Mortal level lottery completed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Xin Shui Dan. Ding! Profound level lottery completed. Congratulations, host. You have received the 8 Scenery Spirit Gathering Array Disc. Without the need for the system to elaborate, Guxinga was already well aware of the efficacy of the Xian Shui Dan, which could purify the body of impurities and enhance innate soul power. As for the 8 Scenery Spirit Gathering Array Disc, it materialized in his hand as a palm-sized jade disc, resembling a sculpture crafted from mutton-fat white jade. 8 small flags stood erect upon it, intricately engraved with a multitude of different runes, emanating an inexplicable aura, surrounded by a blue glow, exuding an extraordinary presence. The system's introduction promptly followed. Name: 8 Scenery Spirit Gathering Array Disc. Description: originating from a powerful realm of cultivation. This high-grade array treasure can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 500 miles, transforming it into a small spiritual land. Furthermore, it creates a barrier that separates the interior from the exterior, ensuring peace from disturbances. Even a soul beast from 10,000 years past would find it impossible to breach the defenses of the array disc. The concentration of spiritual energy can be adjusted freely, with the potential to reach tenfold. What a marvelous treasure! With the 8 Scenery Spirit Gathering Array Disc, his cultivation speed would see a significant enhancement, and the training environment would be greatly improved, free from the fear of unwarranted disruptions. Guxinga eagerly activated the array disc, infusing it with his soul energy. Instantly, the exquisite jade disc radiated a brilliant blue light, and the runes inscribed upon its surface came to life. A layer of spirit-gathering barrier emanated from the disc, enveloping only the small villa where Guxinga resided, under his meticulous control. Concurrently, the spiritual essence from a radius of 500 miles seemed to be drawn in, flooding into the spirit-gathering barrier. The concentration of spiritual energy within the villa surged dramatically. If it was previously at a level of 5, it now soared to 50. A tenfold increase. The air inside the villa became humid and viscous, as the spiritual energy nearly liquefied. The potted plants adorning the residence underwent a remarkable transformation, their branches and leaves flourishing with vivid greenery, and their flowers blooming in vibrant splendor, a truly delightful sight. Guxinga also sensed the depletion of his soul energy. Activating the 8 Scenery Spirit Gathering Array consumed 1/5 of his internal soul power, a toll comparable to that of using the 9th soul skill. After a single infusion of soul energy, the spirit gathering barrier endured for 2 hours, and he swiftly replenished the consumed energy, establishing a solid sustainability. However, spiritual energy is not an inexhaustible resource. Once the essence within the 500-mile radius was exhausted, no matter how formidable the spirit gathering array, it would be rendered ineffective due to the lack of available energy. Positioning the 8 Scenery Spirit Gathering Array before him, Guxinga settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. The following day dawned clear and bright, with the sun suspended in the azure sky, casting its vast rays and bestowing vitality upon the world. Early in the morning, after concluding his practice, Gu Xingge visited Lung Qishuang's residence. After sharing breakfast with her, he bid her farewell. "Where are you headed?" Lang Qishuang inquired, dabbing her crimson lips, feeling a twinge of reluctance at his departure so soon after his arrival. "Wuhun City, to receive my title." Gu Xingge boldly embraced the beautiful matron, Lang Qishuang. Rather than resisting, she responded with an unexpected acquiescence, tenderly caressing her voluptuous form. Leaning down close to her ear, she gently whispered an explanation, her breath warm and slightly moist, enveloping Lang Qishuang's ear. Instantly, a shiver coursed through her delicate body, and a vibrant blush crept up her neck, rendering her skin exceptionally warm. The Spirit Hall, as the official and orthodox organization for soul masters, required every individual who had broken through to the Title Douluo level to journey to Spirit City, where they would be conferred honors in the Douluo Hall, subsequently announcing to the world the emergence of a new Title Douluo. However, Gu Xingge's visit to the Spirit Hall was not merely for the sake of receiving accolades. The multitude of opportunities for rewards at the Spirit Hall was certainly enticing. With one arm wrapped around the matron's curvaceous waist, he produced a small creation pill in his other hand, presenting it before Lung Qishuang. This creation pill, imbued with potent medicinal properties, could elevate even a Soul Douluo's strength by 1 level. With her current rank at 79, consuming it would enable her to break through to the 80th level. As for the soul rings, they could embark on a hunt together after his conferral. Upon gazing at the milky white pill in Gu Xingge's palm, a flicker of astonishment gleamed in Lung Qishuang's eyes. Such a diminutive item could indeed assist her in transcending to Soul Douluo. Nevertheless, she harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of Gu Xingge's claims. He had no motive to deceive her. "Thank you," she said, securing the creation pill and expressing her gratitude. Gu Xingge stood guard for her, and the matron promptly consumed the pill. Instantly, a surge of robust medicinal energy erupted within her, prompting her to refine it hastily. After a considerable duration, once the medicinal power was fully assimilated, Lung Qishuang, having ascended to the 80th level, slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, only to find Gu Xingge had already departed, leaving her with a sense of profound disappointment. On the balcony of another small villa, Lan Qingyan observed Gu Xingge emerging from Lung Qishuang's residence, her exquisite and frosty visage shifting slightly, her brows knitting together as she let out a cold huff. "Humph, there is indeed an affair afoot." Chapter 7. The Forces of Evil Soul Masters, the Demon Soul Sect. Under the vast expanse of a cloudless sky, a brilliant golden light streaked across the horizon, soaring freely through the heavens and leaving behind a trail of searing brilliance. As the focus drew closer, it became evident that the golden light was the embodiment of Gu Xingge, his golden wings ablaze with fervent flames propelling him at astonishing speeds, covering thousands of meters in an instant as he flew towards Spirit City. These golden wings were the result of a 100,000-year soul bone he obtained from slaying a legendary 3-legged golden crow, which he aptly named the wings of the sun god. Utilizing these wings, Gu Xingge experienced a remarkable enhancement of his fire attribute by 200%, a 200% increase in speed, and a 100% boost to all other attributes, rendering him immune to all fire-based attacks. This was merely the foundational enhancement, accompanied by 2 unique soulbone techniques. Golden Crow's Rainbow. The Golden Crow commands the utmost speed in existence, transforming into a radiant arc, amplifying speed tenfold while incorporating burning and incineration properties, incinerating all who stand in his path. The 3,000 Divine Fire Crows. By wielding this soul technique, he unleashes an infinite barrage of divine fire feathers, penetrating, scorching, and obliterating all matter. Suddenly, in the midst of his rapid flight, Gu Xingge came to an abrupt halt, his gaze fixated on the ground below. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the grim tableau unfolding beneath him, his expression transforming into one of profound distress, even contorted with rage. As fury surged within his radiant golden eyes, he plummeted toward the earth, and with each descending moment, a harrowing scene unfolded before him. A village lay shrouded in death, its remnants reduced to rubble, with corpses strewn across the ground, young and old alike, the youngest no more than an infant. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood, yet the bodies exhibited an eerily grotesque posture, forcibly affixed to the ground, desiccated like kindling, as if their very lifeblood had been siphoned away, leaving only skeletal remains and a thin layer of skin. Witnessing such a horrific spectacle, even Gu Xingge, typically gentle in temperament, was consumed by an unbridled fury, roaring in outrage. "Demon Soul Sect, you wretched beasts." This scene was all too familiar. The only organization that sprang to his mind was the Demon Soul sect, the very force that had annihilated the village that had once nurtured him. Employing the same blood ritual method, Guxinga entered the village that had fallen victim to a blood sacrifice. Sensing the lingering aura left by the malevolent soul masters of the Demon Soul sect, the massacre had occurred not long ago, and it seemed that those wicked soul masters had not lingered, likely hastening to their next target. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his sun god wings once more. Following the trail of the residual energy left by the nefarious soul masters, a blazing sunfire descended from the heavens, engulfing the sacrificial village in its purifying flames. The sacred and resplendent fire swiftly consumed the entire settlement, reducing everything to ashes, allowing those unjustly slain villagers to return to the earth. In the sky, Guxinga, guided by the lingering energy, pursued the whereabouts of the Demon Soul sect's malevolent practitioners, his brilliant golden eyes ablaze with fury. 3 years prior, he had been ambushed by 4 Title Douluo, who were guardians of the Demon Soul sect. Ever since Guxinga ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, he had relentlessly hunted the nefarious soul masters across the continent, making him a thorn in the side of the Demon Soul sect, prompting them to send 4 guardians to ambush him. The Demon Soul sect, established for less than a century, was rumored to be connected to the city of Slaughter, founded by a legendary killer who emerged from its depths. The sect's leader was suspected to be a peerless Soul Douluo of the 99th level. However, he harbored deeper suspicions regarding the true mastermind behind the Demon Soul sect, believing it to be the King of Slaughter. The crimson bat emblem embroidered on the robes of the sect's followers hinted at this connection, for a river of blood flowed through the city of Slaughter. To ensure that this blood river remained unyielding, merely relying on the inhabitants of the city of Slaughter was insufficient. External sources must be sought. Beneath the leader, there were 2 vice leaders, 8 esteemed elders, and a multitude of elders and guardians, creating a vast and formidable force comprising numerous wicked soul masters. Yet, under the suppression of the Spirit Hall, despite the Demon Soul sect's considerable power, it could only cower in the shadows, daring not to emerge boldly, instead resorting to clandestine machinations. While every city on the continent housed a branch of the Spirit Hall, it ultimately lacked omniscience, incapable of foreseeing the future. It could only strive to contain the evil deeds of the Demon Soul sect. Unfortunately, certain regions were too remote for the Spirit Hall to reach. And with the 2 great empires neglecting their duties, favoring the nobility over the common folk, it appeared they sought to use the Demon Soul sect to counterbalance the Spirit Hall. As a result, the Demon Soul sect remained unvanquished, only growing in strength. Guxinga discovered that certain nobles were in collusion with the Demon Soul sect, having even taken action to slay some aristocrats, subsequently appearing on several kingdoms' wanted lists. He understood why, during the latter stages of Douluo, when the Spirit Hall established the Spirit Empire, it faced no opposition and garnered the support of numerous citizens across the continent. They were indeed accomplishing tangible deeds, following the aura of the evil soul masters. Guxinga flew for over 10 minutes, during which he stumbled upon 2 villages that had been subjected to blood sacrifices, causing his eyes to burn with fury. These brutes. At last, he spotted the figures of that group of evil soul masters in the 4th village. A once peaceful and serene village was invaded by a horde of evil soul masters clad in black and red robes, adorned with crimson bats. Upon entering the village, they indiscriminately slaughtered anyone in sight. The unarmed villagers could hardly withstand their onslaught, and the only soul master in the village was effortlessly dispatched by his soul king. Father, save me, you beasts. May you meet a dreadful end. In an instant, chaos erupted within the village, with cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and curses echoing in the air, unbearable for any listener, and a source of deep sorrow for onlookers. My child, a villager shouted, run, son. Father will take care of you. Amidst this turmoil, 2 figures among the evil soul masters stood motionless, observing the carnage. One seemed unable to endure the sight and turned away, while the other followed closely behind. Yet, scarcely had those 2 figures departed when a blazing sun descended. Witnessing this scene, Guxinga's handsome visage radiated anger. His golden hair billowed as the sun pattern on his forehead emitted layers of golden light, enveloping his form. Surrounding him were 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, exuding immense pressure that swept over the village, suppressing the ongoing slaughter by the Demon Soul sect. Behind him, a brilliant sun slowly ascended, its boundless flames blazing fiercely, illuminating the world and incinerating all in its path. The intense heat warped the very space around it, embodying the essence of the sun itself, descending to earth like a solar deity, filled with uncontainable wrath. Without unnecessary words or actions, The first soul ring erupted in resplendent purple light as Goxinga raised his hand, conjuring a scorching golden sun that would consume all. His dazzling golden eyes were icy cold as he pronounced the death of the demon soul sect members. Sun extinction. The intense golden sun shot forth, instantaneously splitting into numerous golden rays, remaining unchanged in size yet reaching extraordinary speeds, resembling golden meteors streaking through the sky, leaving behind scorching black trails. Denying the evil soul masters any chance to react, they were consumed, reduced to nothingness. Chapter 8. Demon Soul Saintus? All shall perish. The several demon soul sect members rampaging through the village were effortlessly incinerated by Goxinga, reduced to ashes. However, he was ultimately too late, as many villagers had already fallen to the butcher's blade of the evil soul masters. The village floor was littered with bodies, both young and old, male and female, most succumbing to a single fatal blow due to the demands of the blood sacrifices. Blood pooled together, forming a small pond. The air thick with the overwhelming stench of blood. Their eyes remained open, reflecting confusion, shock, and profound incomprehension of the calamity that had befallen them. Only a handful of villagers survived, gazing in disbelief at the lifeless forms of their loved ones, friends, and neighbors, unable to bear such a heavy blow. They collapsed onto the ground, eyes filled with sorrow, while some villagers wept openly over the bodies, their faces streaked with tears. "Father, wake up. Please, don't sleep. I promise I'll be good and won't wander off anymore. Please wake up." A child dressed in rags shook the lifeless body of his father, weeping bitterly, pleading for him to awaken, yet only met with the chilling reality of his cold corpse. A burly farmer held his daughter, now devoid of life, his eyes red with grief as he clasped her gradually cooling hand to his chest, desperately trying to warm it, knowing he could not. "My child, your hands are so cold. Father wishes to warm you, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot. I am useless. I cannot protect you." His anguished cries pierced the air, a rugged man weeping for his daughter as if he were a child himself, lost and heartbroken. An elderly woman, past her years, gazed upon the lifeless body of her companion of a lifetime. She neither cried nor screamed, her cloudy eyes softening as she reached out her frail, aged hand to touch the bloodstained face, caressing it gently. She closed his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with reproach. "Old man, why did you leave so quickly? You didn't even wait for me. Slow down, I'll catch up with you soon." She lifted her gaze to Goxinga in the sky, offering him a gentle, warm smile, as if to thank him, before crossing over to join her beloved. Having loved for a lifetime, how could she allow him to depart alone? This poignant scene deeply stirred Goxinga's soul, igniting his hatred for the demon soul sect to new heights. Trying to flee? He turned abruptly, spotting two figures hastily retreating, and with a cold snort, transformed into a golden streak, intercepting them in an instant. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power bore down mercilessly upon the fleeing demon soul sect members, forcing them to kneel, struggling to breathe, as they gazed up in fear at Goxinga, who stood like a radiant sun, his icy golden eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Given your attire, you must hold considerable status within the demon soul sect." The robes of the recently slain cultist bore only a simple crimson bat, signifying a mere common member, while the two before him featured a three-headed crimson bat, indicating one was the sect's leader, at least a soul emperor. The other, as Goxinga's eyes narrowed, bore a seven-headed crimson bat embellished with golden threads, ranking above the protectors yet below the elders. This was a sight he had not encountered before. Sensing Goxinga's scrutinizing gaze, the two figures withdrew their hoods, revealing their true identities: a seductive woman and a strikingly beautiful girl of about 15 or 16. The woman, realizing escape from a Title Douluo was futile, immediately knelt and begged for mercy, revealing their identities. "Esteemed Lord, please show us mercy. I and the Saintess did not slay those villagers. We were merely dispatched to escort Her Highness for observation." Upon hearing the word observation, Goxinga's eyes turned even colder. What a convenient excuse. Have you ever heard of complicity in crime? Saintess, ha! It seems your demon soul sect has adopted the same tactics as the spirit hall. As he spoke, Goxinga's gaze fixed upon the demon soul saintess, his brow furrowing as he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from her. Yet he dismissed his curiosity. Whether she was a saintess or a son of the sect mattered little. Since she belonged to the demon soul sect, she was destined to meet her end. Goxinga once again concentrated a sphere of blazing golden sunlight in her palm, incinerating all in its path and extinguishing the lives of countless beings. Even the soul saint would not dare to confront it head-on. The emergence of the golden sunlight caused the beautiful woman-esque complexion to change dramatically. Yet the demon soul saintess remained remarkably composed, slowly speaking with a somewhat heavy tone. Your Majesty, we have not harmed a single soul. Must you truly strike us down? Indeed, Guxinga replied with a slight nod, observing her calmness in the face of mortal peril. A flicker of admiration and a hint of regret danced in her brilliant golden eyes. What a pity that you belong to the demon soul sect. Why is that? The demon soul saintess retorted. Is it simply because I am a member of the demon soul sect? Though I am their saintess, I have never harmed anyone. My joining was forced upon me. She gazed intently into Guxinga's eyes, seeking a sign of wavering. Yet all she found was unwavering resolve and a vanishing trace of regret. The beautiful woman continued to plead for mercy. Indeed, my lady was coerced into joining the demon soul sect and has never harmed anyone. I implore you, spare us. Do you see those people? Guxinga replied. They too have never harmed anyone, yet they met an unjust demise at the hands of your demon soul sect. What, then, is the reasoning behind this? Guxinga pointed towards the distant village, where the echoes of sorrowful cries lingered in the air. An indelible pain wrought by the demon soul sect that would forever haunt the place. Before he finished speaking, he continued. The moment you chose to join the demon soul sect, your fate was sealed. Perhaps at present, you harbor no intent to harm. Yet it is unwise to presume this will remain unchanged in the future. As the saying goes, one who associates with the red will become red, and one who associates with the black will become black. Sooner or later, you will find yourselves inflicting pain upon others, nurturing thoughts of violence. Therefore, rather than waiting for you to commit acts of violence before extinguishing your existence, it is prudent to address the matter now, preventing the calamity before it arises. While you may be innocent at this moment, the future holds the potential for error. This is not merely a matter of right or wrong. Even if the saintess of the demon soul has never harmed anyone, it is of little consequence. From the moment she aligned herself with the demon soul sect, she bore its mark. Even if she were to never inflict harm, her association with the sect implicates her in its transgressions. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed towards the demon soul sect. Young lady, in your next life, open your eyes and refrain from straying into the wrong path again. Guxinga cast a lingering glance at the demon soul saintess as the golden sun in her palm erupted with a blazing radiance, aimed to obliterate her. Chapter 9. The fleeing demon soul saintess arrives at Spirit Soul City. The golden sun blazed fiercely, incinerating all in its path, warping the very fabric of space and leaving behind charred scars. Miss, flee quickly, as the golden sun threatened to descend upon the demon soul saintess. A captivating woman nearby forcibly broke free from the oppressive grip of soul power. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black rings of soul emerged, with the 7th ring illuminating, directly activating her martial soul, transforming her into a colossal ice fox, standing protectively in front of the demon soul saintess. Gathering a vast amount of icy energy in her mouth, she unleashed a torrent in an attempt to counter the golden sun. Alas, how could a mere soul saint contend against the Title Douluo? Ice could not stand against the sun. The searing golden sun collided with the icy energy, melting it instantly and generating a thick cloud of white mist that obscured Guxinga's vision. The relentless force of the golden sun crashed into the massive ice fox, scorching through her icy blue fur, eliciting a mournful cry of anguish. The raging flames of the sun erupted, incinerating her organs, flesh, and skin. Yet she resolutely remained a shield for the demon soul saintess, buying her precious moments to escape. Seizing this rare opportunity, the demon soul saintess revealed a soul bone emanating a faint spatial aura from her left leg. The soul bone glimmered with a soft blue light, and a surge of spatial power enveloped her, causing her to vanish from sight. Witnessing the demon soul saintess escape using the soul bone, Guxinga furrowed her brow. Having anticipated an easy victory, only to find herself ensnared in such a predicament, feeling both thwarted and embarrassed. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an even more ferocious wave of solar flames that engulfed the ice fox, reducing her to ashes. A mere saint possessed a millennium-old soul bone. Her identity surely transcended that of a simple saint, and it was likely that a vice priest, or even the high priest, stood behind her. She had let a significant opportunity slip away. Guxinga sighed, sensing the lingering aura left by the demon soul saintess. What a pity. If only it were a speed-type soul technique, no matter how far she fled, I could pursue her by following her scent. Alas, it is a spatial-type soul technique. And with the aura severed, the chase is futile. When we meet again, I shall decisively eradicate her. Though the demon soul saintess may be innocent, she has chosen to occupy the position of the saintess of the demon soul cult, and thus she must bear the consequences and atone for the sins of the cult. Gu Xingge soared back to the village, assisting in the handling of the deceased, and erected a couple's grave for the elderly woman and the old man. He left a portion of his wealth for the surviving villagers to aid in their reconstruction efforts before departing. This act was merely a balm for his troubled soul. Among the surviving villagers, a blood-stained youth gazed at Gu Xingge's receding figure, his sorrow gradually transforming into a steely resolve. Moments later, a ripple of space materialized, and the holy maiden of the demon soul reappeared at the same spot, her expression one of lingering trepidation. Contrary to Gu Xingge's assumption, her soul bone technique did not transport her away, but rather concealed her within another layer of space. As she surveyed the scorched earth, mourning the loss of her loyal servant who had accompanied her for many years, sorrow welled up in her eyes. Yet, she did not linger in her grief for long and hastily departed to avoid Gu Xingge's return. The Tianshui Academy lies over 2,000 kilometers from Wuhun City. Due to the delays caused by the matter of the demon soul sect, even with the swift flight of the sun god wings, Gu Xingge took nearly half a day to arrive. Wuhun City is magnificently constructed, standing at the intersection of two great empires, regarded as a sacred haven for soul masters. It leans toward the north, having been built with the consideration of the extreme northern ice fields, serving as the last bastion against their encroachment. In comparison to the Stardow Forest, the extreme northern ice fields are vaster and far more perilous. Gu Xingge was visiting Wuhun City for the first time, and its grandeur was nothing short of spectacular. From a distance, it resembled a colossal beast lying upon the earth. Knights of the Wuhun Temple patrolled the towering walls, ever vigilant of the situation at the city gates, where the throngs of people surged like a mighty tide, the gates appearing as a voracious maw that swallowed all. He chose not to enter the city immediately, but to make his presence known first. Suddenly, beneath Gu Xingge's feet, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings emerged, 9 in total, floating around him as he unabashedly released his formidable aura. A resplendent sun rose behind him, its radiant golden soul power erupting into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, stirring the clouds and bathing the sky in a golden hue. In an instant, everyone on the ground felt the overwhelming and blazing pressure, lifting their gazes skyward, their faces etched with astonishment. 2 suns had seemingly appeared in the sky. The knights atop the city walls braced themselves, raising their long spears to confront the sun-like figure above. Beads of sweat forming in their palms and foreheads, uncertain whether it was from the heat or anxiety. Within Wuhun City, 3 figures ascended into the air, each enveloped in 9 rings, and one of them bore a soul ring of 100,000 years. Upon reaching Gu Xingge, they were taken aback by his immense power. As the formidable figures of the Wuhun Temple approached, Gu Xingge reigned in his overwhelming pressure, allowing the resplendent sun at his back to return within him. There was no need for such display to continue, for that would signal the onset of battle, not a greeting. "May I inquire as to your identity?" asked a regal and stunningly beautiful woman, flanked by 2 figures, as she scrutinized Gu Xingge, noting his retraction of power. She understood that he was not here to instigate trouble and proceeded to inquire about his origins. "I am Gu Xingge, the newly appointed Title Douluo, here to receive my title from the Wuhun Temple." Gu Xingge introduced himself in a gentle voice. Yet his words left several individuals from the spirit hall in a state of bewilderment. A newly appointed Title Douluo? Based on the formidable aura he had just displayed, he appeared far more powerful than some seasoned Title Douluo. "You claim to be a newcomer?" Furthermore, upon observing Gu Xingge's youthful appearance and the soul rings beneath his feet, their astonishment only deepened. Could he be any younger? He seemed to be in his early 20s, and with his soul ring configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, such an extraordinary arrangement indicated that his cultivation undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary Title Douluo. They scrutinized Gu Xingge, who, in turn, was appraising them, particularly the exquisite and regal woman at the center. She wore a long crown adorned with pink gemstones, her wine-red hair, slightly curled, cascaded elegantly. Her flawless, delicate oval face was exquisitely beautiful, meticulously crafted, with a hint of makeup that made her resemble the most perfect piece of art. Her alluring peach blossom eyes exuded both authority and a touch of seduction, their rose-red depths revealing a hint of mischief. Her refined, well-defined nose sat above plump, enticing lips that seemed to invite a kiss. Clad in a splendid pink gown with golden patterns that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her skin was as white and smooth as mutton-fat jade, and her ample bosom and curvaceous form resembled that of a ripe peach. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped in one hand, and her perfectly rounded posterior revealed no imperfections. The pink, form-fitting trousers enveloped her long, elegantly proportioned legs, which stood tall and straight. Her delicate feet adorned with exquisite, luxurious high heels lightly touched the air. She radiated an aura of authority and the regal elegance that comes from long-held high status, surpassing any woman Gu Xingge had ever encountered in beauty and nobility. This stunningly regal woman was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Regarding the protagonist's Sun Martial Soul and Soul Ring configuration, it is relatively conventional, as it is his primary martial soul. The age of the soul rings will increase in the future. The reason for having only 100,000-year soul ring is due to the rarity of such soul beasts, even if the protagonist sought to hunt them. Finding a suitable one would be challenging, as not just any would suffice. Chapter 10, Divine Artifact. The sun-sacred sword. Bibi Dong's nearly flawless visage left Gu Xingge momentarily entranced. His golden eyes fixed upon her as if he sought to etch her image into his memory, ensuring he would never forget her. Sensing his unabashed scrutiny, the beautiful Pope felt a flicker of displeasure. At that moment, a golden figure soared from the Spirit City, revealing itself to be the Grand Offering, Title Douluo. Despite being over a century old, he still bore the appearance of a striking young man, seemingly only a few years older than Gu Xingge. Title Douluo's arrival caused Bibi Dong to furrow her brows. She was not eager to encounter him. The individuals beside her, Zhu and Ghost Douluo, acknowledged Title Douluo with respectful bows and greetings, acknowledging the Grand Offering. He nodded slightly before directing his gaze toward Gu Xingge, where a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes and a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Long time no see, little Gu. Indeed, it's been a while, old master. Gu Xingge smiled and nodded, for he shared a long-standing friendship with Title Douluo, having received his guidance and instruction for a period, thus rightfully referring to him as a mentor. Observing the familiarity between the Grand Offering and the enigmatic Title Douluo, Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly, rather than feeling pleased. She harbored an unspoken sense of unease, perceiving Gu Xingge as a potential threat. After conveying her intentions to Title Douluo, the elder expressed considerable delight, internally acknowledging Gu Xingge's discernment and understanding the significance of breaking through to Title Douluo and the subsequent recognition by the Spirit Hall, unlike certain individuals wielding hammers who lacked such insight. Subsequently, the Grand Offering invited Gu Xingge into the Offering Hall to reminisce, while Bibi Dong departed with Zhu and Ghost Douluo back to the Papal Palace. Upon entering the Offering Hall, Gu Xingge promptly chose to sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Artifact, Holy Sword of the Sun. Upon hearing this outcome, Gu Xingge paused momentarily, and Title Douluo, sensing his halt, turned with a look of curiosity. What's the matter, little Gu? It's nothing. Merely the first time entering the Offering Hall, I was awestruck by its grandeur. Gu Xingge regained his composure and complimented the Hall of Offerings, which elicited a proud expression from the Grand Offering. In terms of opulence, the Hall of Offerings undeniably stood as the foremost within the Spirit Hall. Once you are conferred, should you wish to join the Spirit Hall and become an elder, the doors of this hall shall always be open to you, Title Douluo remarked with a smile, simultaneously revealing another piece of information. Gu Xingge chuckled but did not pursue the topic. Instead, he engaged the Grand Offering in conversation about his experiences over the past few years and mentioned the addition of a new saintess to the Demon Spirit sect. Upon hearing that he had already broken through to the 93rd level, Title Douluo's astonishment deepened. How old is this lad? He has already achieved the rank of Title Douluo. He may well reach my level before turning 40. He regarded Gu Xingge as an anomaly, not merely a monster. For even monsters could not compare to the transformation he had undergone. A 23-year-old Title Douluo, while it might be said that none could follow in his footsteps, at the very least, none had come before him. Throughout the recorded history of the Spirit Hall, there had never been a Title Douluo so young. Tang Hao had been utterly overshadowed. As for the saintess, he had indeed heard whispers. She was said to be a disciple of one of the deputy leaders of the Demon Spirit sect, and although she was held in high esteem by her peers, her true visage remained unseen, always masked. After listening to Title Douluo's account, a flicker of understanding crossed Gu Xingge's eyes. No wonder he had sensed an air of unreality about her face. Yet, had he observed more closely at that moment, he might have discerned the true identity of the Demon Spirit saintess. Little Gu, every conferral ceremony invites soul master factions from across the continent for observation, so you will need some time to prepare. During this period, you may reside within the Spirit Hall, Feel free to voice any requests at any time. The conferral ceremony for a Title Douluo is of utmost significance, requiring a grand and solemn approach to announce the birth of a new Title Douluo to the entire continent. Due to the influence of the demon spirit sect and Tang Hao's actions against the former pope, the prestige of the spirit hall had been waning. Title Douluo also intended to seize this opportunity to showcase their strength and send a message to the other factions on the continent, reaffirming that a father remains a father. Guxinga expressed no objections and nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble you, old sir. At that moment, a notification sound reverberated in his mind. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please pay attention to the receipt, host. Guxinga did not immediately check the offerings. It could wait until he departed from the Hall of Offerings. As night fell, the pure, luminous moon replaced the blazing sun, suspended in the heavens above, casting a cool, silvery light upon the earth. The world gradually succumbed to slumber, preparing for the dawn of a new day. In a secluded corner of Seoul Master City, two icy voices engaged in conversation, their tones rendered unrecognizable through special means, their true identities concealed. Title Douluo was preparing to hold a grand ceremony of conferral, during which the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly extend invitations to representatives of various Soul Master factions across the continent. This presented an opportunity. Do you mean to assassinate the representatives of the various factions after the ceremony? No, we aim to disrupt the ceremony, humiliate the Spirit Hall, and expose them to public ridicule. The Soul Master factions will surely relish the spectacle of the Spirit Hall's disgrace. It seems we shall have to employ those means. If this succeeds, the Spirit Hall's authority among the Soul Master factions will inevitably wane once more, which would also benefit the Church. I understand. The conversation concluded in mere moments, the night breeze sweeping through and erasing any traces. However, all of this fell upon Tianhui Douluo's ears, who scoffed at their intentions. The very chaos they sought was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, why would he host the ceremony? In another palace, Guxinga sat cross-legged upon his bed, enveloped in the rich, ethereal moonlight that bathed his form in a cool, gentle glow. As he meditated, the light gradually absorbed into him, transforming into soul power. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, a silver gleam flashing within them, imbued with an otherworldly aura. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the swirling soul power within him. Opening the system space, Guxinga retrieved the rewards from the Hall of Offerings. The artifact, the Sun's Sacred Sword, was a formidable two-handed greatsword. The hilt resembled a golden crow soaring majestically, lifelike in its design. The blade, crafted from pure gold, measured 1.5 meters in length, with a width of 4 fingers, adorned with solar patterns. Its edge was thick yet exceedingly sharp, radiating brilliance that dazzled the eyes, akin to the sun itself, making it difficult to behold directly. Name: Sun's Sacred Sword. Description: an artifact forged from the essence of the sun combined with the spirit of the golden crow, containing true solar fire. It possesses characteristics of incineration, purification, and can naturally absorb sunlight and all fire-related energies, even capable of absorbing soul skills. It counters various attributes, including darkness, ice, water, poison, and fire, and can summon the spirit of the golden crow to assist in battle, its power fluctuating with that of its wielder. Attached divine skill, vast sun incineration, unleashes true solar fire, evolving into a vast divine sun that incinerates all of heaven and earth. In a word, it was powerful. With this Sun's Sacred Sword, Guxinga felt emboldened to challenge Tianhui Douluo himself. His fingers grazed the blade, still warm to the touch. And as he gripped the hilt, he reveled in its exquisite feel. A surge of solar soul power flowed into the sword, immediately igniting it in a brilliant red-gold radiance. As the spirit of the golden crow manifested, soaring around the blade, a clear, melodious cry shattered the tranquil night. A note in advance: although this is a fanfiction of Douluo, it will not strictly adhere to the original storyline. Most of it will be original plot. Of course, necessary elements will still be included, and due diligence will be observed. I kindly ask for your support. Chapter 11. Signing in at the Pope's Hall. Reward: a personal small dimension. The sudden cry of the golden crow startled many and drew attention from countless people. In the Hall of Offerings, upon hearing the cry, Tianhui Douluo's mental energy instantly expanded, enveloping the entire spirit hall. He discerned that the source of the sound was Guxinga's palace and detected an extremely intense heat emanating from it. So intense that even his mental energy felt scorched under its influence. Guxinga, too, sensed the probing of various mental energies, all belonging to Title Douluo level experts. He swiftly withdrew the sun's sacred sword back into the system space and formed a barrier with his own mental energy to fend off their scrutiny. With his defense in place, the encroaching mental energies gradually receded. Guxingge activated the system, and now he faced two new tasks, one from Tianshui Academy and the other pertaining to the Ceremony of Conferment. Task name: Striving for the Champion. Task content: As a teacher, you are required to fulfill your responsibilities by nurturing an exceptional team of competitors with a cultivation level not lower than Soul Zone before the commencement of the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent, ensuring they achieve victory. Task restriction: The use of medicinal pills for forced enhancement is prohibited. The students must cultivate their abilities independently. Completion reward: 1 Xian level lottery draw, an increase of 50,000 years to all soul rings, and 1 Xiancoin creation pill. Cultivating a team of competitors at least at the Soul Zone level within 2 years seemed straightforward. However, securing the championship in the Soul Master competition posed a significant challenge. Over the years, numerous experiences had enlightened Guxingge to the realization that this Douluo world was far more complex than depicted in the original narrative, and it was quite possible that a team of all Soul Kings could emerge in the upcoming competition. Thus, caution was paramount. Merely aiming for Soul Zone was insufficient. He resolved to set a modest goal first, to cultivate a team of all Soul Kings for added security. As for the second task, Guxingge's gaze shifted downward. Task name: Who in the world does not recognize you? Task content: During the Ceremony of Conferment, demonstrate your formidable strength, overwhelming your peers, ensuring that all remember your visage and know your name, surpassing Tang Hao, and becoming the new legend of your generation. Task reward: Dependent on the final outcome. This task plunged him into contemplation. In essence, it required him to attract attention, the more ostentatiously the better. However, the method of achieving this remained a conundrum that demanded careful consideration. Meanwhile, in the Papal Palace, the soothing sound of flowing water emanated from behind a jade green screen. Bibi Dong's nearly flawless and enchanting figure was immersed in a bathtub adorned with rose petals, the water enveloping her chest and rising to her delicate collarbone. Wisps of steam ascended, rendering the air somewhat humid, infused with the intoxicating scent of roses intermingled with a unique fragrance. Scarlet rose petals floated gracefully with the rippling water, brushing against her fair shoulders. With a gentle lift of her alabaster arms, she created a wave, allowing the water to cascade down her slender fingers. The petals rested in her palm before being crushed and delicately smeared across her skin, bestowing a hint of rose fragrance. Each bathing session consumed a significant amount of time as she meticulously cleansed every inch of her body, leaving no spot untouched. Only in this manner could she feel, at the very least, a semblance of cleanliness. After her bath, she carefully dried every part of her body, her cautious demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. She then donned a wine-red camisole, resting the straps on her shoulders and stepping delicately over fallen rose petals as she exited the screen. Seated at the vanity, she gazed into the mirror at her stunningly beautiful, nearly perfect visage. A self-deprecating smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, and an imperceptible sadness shadowed her brow as she groomed her hair. Suddenly, she paused, tilting her head slightly towards the direction of the crowing golden crow, her brows furrowing. Was that ruckus caused by him? The thought of Guxingge brought to mind his bold appraisal of her earlier that day. Since becoming the Pope, no one had dared to scrutinize her so audaciously, not even the elders of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the brilliance of that individual was blinding. She found it quite displeasing. With the dawn of a new day, the weather remained as splendid as ever, the sunlight soft and radiant. Many unfinished matters from the previous day were set to be revisited. The ceremony of conferment held significant importance, prompting the vast machinery of the Spirit Hall to commence its operations. The date for the event was ultimately confirmed for 9 days hence, and invitations were dispatched from Spirit City to numerous Soul Master factions across the continent. Pushing open the palace doors, Guxingge basked in the warm sunlight, feeling invigorated as his solar martial spirit awakened within him, and a gentle smile graced his lips, exuding warmth and approachability. The Hall of Offerings, the Papal Hall, the Hall of Elders, and the Douluo Hall stood as the 4 principal venues for sign-ins at the Spirit Hall. Presently, the Hall of Offerings had completed its sign-in, while even Title Douluo could only access the Douluo Hall twice, once during their living conferment and once for the memorial stone upon their demise. This space was solemn and dignified, serving as a hall of honor housing the plaques of all Title Douluo who had come to the Spirit Hall for conferment, as well as the memorial stones of those who had fallen. Currently, the only accessible locations were the Papal Hall and the Hall of Elders. Guxingge intercepted a servant from the Spirit Hall and requested to be taken to the Papal Hall. The servant, observing his youthful appearance, did not exhibit the disdainful attitudes often depicted in trite fantasy novels. Instead, he respectfully led the way. After traversing numerous corridors, the servant guided Guxinga to the front of a grandiose and solemn Western-style palace. "Thank you." Guxinga expressed his gratitude, to which the servant, taken aback by the compliment, repeatedly shook his head, indicating it was his duty. Before departing, a token of the elders appeared in his hand. A gift from the venerable Qian, who had once imparted wisdom to him. The holy knights guarding the papal hall initially intended to question his identity. But upon seeing the elder's token, they promptly knelt on one knee to grant him passage. Safely stowing the token, Guxinga strode directly into the palace, a symbol of the spirit hall's supreme authority. Upon entering the papal hall, he activated the system to utilize the sign-in feature. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a small personal dimension. A small personal dimension? This reward astonished Guxinga, as its value far surpassed that of any divine artifact. The Douluo star, where he currently resided, was a vast dimension, and in the original tale, Tangsan's previous life also belonged to a grand dimension. Although the specifics of the dimension rewarded by the system remained unclear, even a small dimension represented an entire world. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that dimensions could evolve. Much like the Douluo dimension, which triumphed over the Abyss dimension in a cataclysmic battle 2 millennia hence, devouring the origin of the Abyss dimension and ascending from a grand dimension to a demigod realm. If he could provide this small personal dimension with sufficient dimensional origin, or even divine origin, could it not evolve into a divine realm? Personal dimension, divine realm in hand. Chapter 12. Sovereign of the Bright Realm, Guxinga. Why are you here? Suddenly, a voice imbued with authority, yet as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, resonated from behind Guxinga. He turned to find Bibi Dong and her companions, Ju and Ghost Douluo. Today, Bibi Dong remained as stunning as ever, exuding an air of noble charm. Clad in a shimmering golden gown that accentuated her exquisite form, her voluptuous figure was tantalizing, while her slender waist was cinched with a delicate golden belt, her fair, delicate feet adorned with golden high heels. Indeed, today she embodied the golden-themed papal majesty. Guxinga slightly bowed, paying his respects to Bibi Dong, the esteemed pope of the spirit hall. His radiant golden eyes, reminiscent of a blazing sun, gazed upon her as he spoke softly. "I have the honor of meeting your holiness. I merely wandered here out of idle curiosity." However, this excuse was swiftly dismantled by Bibi Dong, leaving Guxinga feeling rather embarrassed, for his pretext was as fragile as a soap bubble, easily burst. Yet, Bibi Dong refrained from further inquiries, casting a profound glance at him before departing with Ju and Ghost Douluo. Watching the stunning pope's retreating figure, Guxinga did not linger and instead made his way to another sign-in location, the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall, standing in grandiose splendor akin to the Pope's Hall, lay at a distance. However, at that moment, it was devoid of any elders. After signing in, Guxinga left. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Golden Ancient Tree Seedling. In comparison to the rewards obtained from the Offering Hall and the Pope's Hall, the Golden Ancient Tree Seedling seemed somewhat lacking. Upon returning to his palace, Guxinga established a mental barrier to prevent any further prying, before retrieving his personal pocket dimension. This pocket dimension manifested as a pure white orb of light. By refining the heart of the dimension, he could become its sovereign and command all within it. He enveloped the pure white orb with his mental energy, gradually penetrating it and refining the heart of the dimension in accordance with the system's teachings, merging the pocket dimension into his very being. As time passed, day turned to dusk, and the sun set, giving way to the moon and a tapestry of stars that adorned the night sky. A day slipped away, and the fusion of the pocket dimension neared its conclusion. When the heart of the dimension was entirely refined, Guxinga vanished from the palace. In a desolate world devoid of life, light, and celestial bodies, Guxinga's presence emerged. This realm was characterized by an extreme scarcity of oxygen, enveloped in darkness and silence. A newly birthed pocket dimension. Everything within this dimension was starkly different from his expectations. Instead of a vibrant paradise teeming with flora and fauna, he encountered a cold and barren landscape. Yet, the very fact that it was a nascent dimension endowed it with greater potential. For all that existed within, rules included, would be crafted and established by Guxinga, the sovereign of this realm. Since this pocket dimension lacked a sun, he resolved to become its sun. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. A magnificent sun erupted from behind him, ablaze with divine fire, soaring into the sky. Establishing itself in the firmament, surrounded by golden crows, their cries resonating through the heavens, eternal and indestructible. The resplendent rays of the sun dispelled the darkness and chill, breathing life and light into this barren world. The solar spirit became the source of life for this newly birthed pocket dimension as long as Guxinga did not fall. It would continue to shine, illuminating this realm indefinitely. Yet, this was insufficient. Another celestial body, a silver star emanating an aura of profound cold, emerged from within him. Ascending to the firmament, gazing across at the sun ablaze with divine fire from the opposite end of the sky. The moon, casting its cool yet gentle light, caressed the nascent dimension. Under Guxinga's command, the two celestial bodies began to move in harmony, establishing the rhythm of day and night, thus introducing the concept of time to this pocket dimension. Observing the gradual transformations in his meticulously arranged realm, Guxinga felt a sense of fulfillment. After refining the heart of the dimension, he discerned its scale, merely 1,000 square kilometers. With a soil depth of no more than 30 kilometers and a sky rising 5,000 meters high, forming a world of square heavens. It could accommodate tens of thousands. And according to the system's feedback, expanding the dimension would necessitate its origin. However, the origin of a dimension is its very foundation. If it were to be compromised, the dimension would weaken, potentially leading to its demise. The methods to upgrade a dimension included seizing and consuming its origin, but one could also merge with other dimensions, worlds, thereby advancing to a higher tier of existence. Yet, such ambitions lay far on the horizon. For now, the focus must be on cultivating this pocket dimension, transforming it into a true world. One day, he would elevate his pocket dimension to the divine realm, and even beyond. Indeed, the soil was rich, quite suitable for planting vegetation. Guxinga grasped a handful of soil, observing it intently. And soon a joyful expression emerged on his face as the innate affinity for agriculture inscribed within his soul gradually manifested. With the wings of the sun god unfurled behind him, he soared into the heavens, where a golden sapling of the ancient tree materialized in his hand. The sapling radiated a brilliant golden hue, shimmering with vibrant light, enveloped in an extraordinarily rich aura of life, even more vigorous than that of Guxinga, a Title Douluo. The existence of this golden ancient tree was remarkably extraordinary, possessing the ability to purify, refine, and transform its surrounding environment, eliminating detrimental impurities from its spatial realm while preserving only the essence of life energy. This energy would then nurture all living beings within its growth space, facilitating their evolution and ascension. In the third installment of Douluo, Tangsan's mother, the blue-silver emperor Ayin, fused with the golden ancient tree, evolving into the eternal tree, which became the core of life on Douluo star, harmonizing the entire ecosystem of the planet. Guxinga intended to nurture this golden ancient tree seedling as the lifeblood of this small realm, meticulously shaping its ecological environment. With a gentle toss, the seedling nestled into the soil, autonomously taking root. Its tender leaves swayed slightly, greedily absorbing sunlight, flourishing in growth while simultaneously beginning to exhibit its extraordinary effects. As the golden ancient tree seedling breathed in and out, strands of life energy emerged, gradually permeating the surrounding space. This scene, witnessed by Guxinga, filled him with satisfaction as an ecological cycle commenced. Yet, relying solely on the golden ancient tree seedling was far from sufficient for constructing a small realm. More life forms, more plants, and more beings were essential. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed upon this desolate yet infinitely promising small realm and spoke softly, "From this day forth, this realm shall be known as Ming. The sun and moon shall signify clarity." As the master of the realm bestowed its name, a resonance echoed through the dimension, nurturing an innate consciousness. Chapter 13. A fragrance of mystery approaches, revealing a clear shadow. Within the palace of the Spirit Hall, Guxinga reappeared. The Ming realm had now become his exclusive world, residing within him, accessible at the mere thought. Ding. A new task has been triggered. Please check it. Host. Another task had arrived while he still had two unfinished ones. He settled onto the sofa and opened the system task interface. Task name: Infrastructure Enthusiast. Task content: Before you lies an extraordinarily desolate yet immensely promising realm. Get to work. Unleash the infrastructure attributes buried deep within your soul and create a world of your own. World completeness. 5-task reward. Reincarnation authority, a fragment of the world's essence. And a random selection of 10 races. Upon seeing the reincarnation authority among the rewards, Guxinga was utterly astounded. Is this truly the reward for my current stage? Reincarnation. It is known that even some advanced worlds lack the existence of reincarnation. His excitement was palpable, yet he recognized that this task would not be simple. For such generous rewards implied considerable difficulty. To create a perfect world, he would require numerous elements: mountains, rivers, flora, and forests, which the current Ming realm could not birth. The only available approach was to plunder, seizing life forms, plants, and everything from the outside world to enrich his realm. Ah, so I am to become a transporter, he mused. Upon reflection, this was indeed akin to being a transporter, yet for the sake of the task reward and the reincarnation authority, he was willing to comply. As for the random selection of 10 races, fortune could favor him with powerful races like true dragons and celestial phoenixes, or, if luck were unkind, he might end up with mundane species such as pigs, sheep, cattle, and dogs. Raising his hand, a mysterious and enigmatic power coalesced, formless and intangible, distinct from soul power. Yet it quickly dissipated. This was the power of the realm's laws belonging to the Ming dimension, feeble and currently unable to rival the laws of Douluo star. By enveloping objects within a specific area with this dimensional law power, he could forcibly seize them under the realm's laws. This gave Gu Xingge a notion. He could utilize the laws of the realm to plunder elements from the Douluo world, thus enriching and perfecting the Ming realm without the tedious task of incremental excavation. Calming his agitated heart, Gu Xingge looked out the window. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, stars scattered abundantly. One day, he too would make the Ming realm's night sky reflect such beauty. Standing by the window, he gazed at the enchanting night, lost in thought as the moonlight danced like a maiden's flowing sleeves, cool and ethereal, cascading over him. His martial soul stirred, instilling within him a desire to venture outside. Pushing open the palace door, the cool night breeze caressed his face, stirring his golden locks. The moonlight, gentle and serene, illuminated Gu Xingge, casting a long shadow. He wandered aimlessly down the moonlit corridor, simply savoring the refreshing light. After traversing several corridors, Gu Xingge paused, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of floral fragrance drifting from nearby. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful figure standing in the garden not far off. The night breeze tousled her hair, moonlight draped her like gossamer, surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers. She stood there, exuding an allure that inspired boundless imagination. Appearing so perfect and solitary. The moonlight was beautiful, yet she was even more so. As the saying goes, in the chill of the quiet night, I stroll through the moonlit corridor. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze comes, revealing a clear shadow. He remained still, refraining from interrupting her, quietly admiring the perfect yet solitary figure. In the garden, flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, competing for beauty, yet none matched her brilliance even in the slightest. Time became irrelevant, whether it was a minute, 2, or even hours. At that moment, she moved, slowly turning her head. Bathed in moonlight, Gu Xingge discerned her features, and she, in turn, saw him. Their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes. Forgive me for intruding, Your Holiness. Gu Xingge's face displayed a hint of apology as he spoke softly. Bibi Dong merely stood there, gazing at him with a cold yet strangely complex expression, reminiscent of a resentful disturbance or a flustered capture. Her voice was cool and gentle. It's nothing. Can't you sleep? Not quite, he replied. I simply found myself wandering aimlessly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Bibidong's eyes. Wandering during the day had led him to her papal palace, and now his nocturnal stroll had brought him to her garden. You must be doing this intentionally. Since you find yourself with idle time, why not accompany me for a stroll? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Bibidong extended an invitation to Gu Xingge. Catching him slightly off guard, he nodded in agreement. Since it is the invitation of Your Holiness, I shall not refuse. At his words, a radiant smile graced the flawless beauty of her face. Beneath this enchanting smile, the moonlight dimmed, and the flowers lost their luster. No other beauty could rival the magnificence of her smile, truly captivating enough to charm a city, a nation, and even the world. Gu Xingge was also momentarily mesmerized. As a phrase of admiration floated through his mind, a smile that eclipses the moonlit night, no array of blossoms can compare to her. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his golden eyes gazing at Bibidong, revealing a hint of unusual affection deep within. That smile had captivated him. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. The exquisite Pope, with her elegantly long legs proportionate to perfection, traversed the garden of blossoms. Her ethereal beauty unforgettable to all who beheld her. Gu Xingge accompanied Bibidong, their silence filled with an unspoken camaraderie as they strolled leisurely, pausing intermittently. They eventually arrived at the entrance of her chamber, where Bibi Dong paused, turning to the gentleman who had been by her side throughout their walk. She bestowed upon him a breathtaking smile, though it lacked the earlier brilliance. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and her voice resonated with clarity and gentleness. "Thank you for your company this evening. The night has deepened, and it would be wise to retire early. Indeed, Your Holiness. It would be prudent for you to rest as well." Gu Xingge nodded slightly and did not linger, turning to depart. Bibi Dong gazed at the retreating figure, a hint of unusual color flickering in her rose-hued eyes. She sensed that Gu Xingge harbored different feelings towards her. She had expected him to find ways to stay by her side longer, yet he left with such decisiveness that it took her by surprise. While others would undoubtedly rush to flatter Bibi Dong, Gu Xingge remained clear-headed. As a seasoned player, he understood the art of winning a woman's heart. He intended to play the role of a fisherman, with Bibi Dong as the enchanting mermaid lured by his bait. A careful balance of tension and release would be required to reel in this alluring creature, for any forceful attempts would only lead to disaster. Chapter 14. I came because I want to see you. With the dawn of another day, as the sun began to rise, Gu Xingge awakened. He vanished from the palace and reappeared in the realm of light. The realm remained desolate, though the air had thickened slightly compared to the previous day. The area surrounding the young golden ancient tree was infused with a hint of life energy. Ultimately, the realm was still too barren, devoid of spiritual energy, or more accurately, extraordinary substances. If one were to insist, the only entity that could be deemed extraordinary in this realm was the life energy emanating from the golden ancient tree's sapling. Yet it was insufficient for Gu Xingge to draw in even a single breath. Moreover, the realm was merely a nascent small dimension, akin to an infant still developing within the womb, lacking completeness, with its dimensional laws in their infancy. With the emergence of the lunar and solar cycles, alongside the golden ancient tree and the order of celestial rotation established by Gu Xingge, the laws within the dimension began to grow, albeit still feeble. After observing the changes in the realm, Gu Xingge exited the small dimension. There were 5 days remaining until the grand ceremony, and invitations from the Spirit Hall had gradually reached various soul master factions across the continent, with the exception of Haotian sect. Even if they were to receive one, the members of Haotian sect would hardly dare to attend. The birth of a new Title Douluo was a matter of great concern for any soul master faction. But what shocked them even more was that the individual was only 23 years old. Achieving the rank of Title Douluo at such a tender age overshadowed Tang Hao's accomplishments, reducing them to mere dust. After all, one was 44, while the other was merely 23, a gap of 21 years. At 23, how many levels had Tang Hao achieved? Merely a soul emperor, while other Title Douluos on the continent were scarce, most being only soul kings. The emergence of a Title Douluo at the age of 23 completely captured the attention of all soul master factions. Meanwhile, the offerings and elders of the Spirit Hall, summoned by Tian Douluo, hurried back to Spirit City. In the Pope's chamber, a mountain of Spirit Hall affairs lay before Bibi Dong's desk. As the Pope, she had not only ascended through strength, but also possessed exceptional administrative capabilities. Upon reviewing reports from the Spirit Hall branch in Tarik City, concerning the recent resurgence of the evil spirit cult that had attacked a village outside the city, resulting in the deaths of several soul masters and numerous villagers, a frown of concern creased her brow. This was not the first report regarding the evil spirit cult she had received today. Over the past month, their activities had been more frequent than in the preceding years. Could it be that someone within the cult was attempting to break through to a higher level, orchestrating large-scale blood sacrifices to harvest life energy? These brutes. Bibi Dong clenched the report tightly, her delicate fingers revealing veins as fury filled her eyes. The evil spirit cult was a malignant tumor. Yet, amidst her anger, there was a flicker of satisfaction. Let them stir chaos. Let them wreak havoc. With the two great empires looking the other way, it would be the Spirit Hall that devotedly assisted the common people against the evil spirit cult, winning their hearts. When the time came for significant events to unfold, the people of the continent would know where to place their allegiance. Closing the report, she set it aside. Bibi Dong suddenly glanced outside, noticing a figure that had appeared without her awareness. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity as she inquired in a deep voice. "When did you arrive?" "Not long ago. I saw you deep in thought and chose not to disturb you," came Gu Xingge's reply, standing outside. He gazed at the stunningly capable Pope, his voice as gentle as a breeze through the forest, his handsome face adorned with a warm smile, radiating the warmth of the sun. "Please, come in and take a seat." Bibi Dong gestured toward the sofa beside her. Gu Xingge nodded slightly and walked through the main door. He observed the multitude of affairs laid out before the Pope and remarked with a smile, "Your Holiness, you truly have your hands full." Perhaps due to their interaction the previous night, their relationship had deepened somewhat, and Bibi Dong sensed the burgeoning feelings Gushunga held for her. At his remark, she shot him a playful glare, filled with mock annoyance, her enchanting demeanor captivating. Her soft, rosy lips parted slightly as she playfully chided. "Since you are aware of my busy schedule, why have you chosen to interrupt me? If matters are delayed, you shall be held accountable. If it is for your Holiness, I would gladly take responsibility," Gushunga teased. At his words, Bibidong's expression turned to one of astonishment. This fellow was indeed quite charming with his flattery. "Humph, speak plainly. What brings you here?" Faced with Gushunga's flirtatious banter, the exquisite Pope huffed before turning to question him about his sudden visit. "There is a beauty whom I cannot forget. A day without seeing her drives me to madness. Speak in plain terms. I came because I wanted to see you." His directness left Bibi Dong momentarily speechless. The audacity of this man. He simply came because he wished to see her, just like a pebble cast upon a tranquil lake. His words stirred ripples within her heart, disrupting her calm. Even in her youth, she had never encountered such a forthright suitor. Even Yu Xiaojiang had never expressed himself in such a manner. Gushunga's words struck her heart like a formidable hammer, leaving behind a profound imprint even though it did not break through her emotional barriers. A subtle blush appeared on Bibidong's fair cheeks, only to fade away swiftly. Yet her ever-changing gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, Gushunga rose from the sofa and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" The usually composed and steady Pope, sensing his impending departure, inquired about Gushunga's destination. However, he merely turned back and offered a smile to Bibi Dong. "Since we have met, I shall not disturb your Holiness any further." With that, Gushunga took his leave, leaving Bibi Dong astounded. Was that all? Just a fleeting glance was sufficient? This man, her already unsettled heart, grew even more restless after his abrupt departure. Looking down at the documents on her desk, although her eyes scanned the text, her mind incessantly conjured the image of Gushunga, leading to a sense of irritation and melancholy. What was he up to? He was, after all, her adversary. In Bibidong's eyes, anyone allied with the celestial lineage was her enemy, an obstacle in her quest to obliterate them. After leaving the Pope's palace, Gushunga did not linger outside, fully aware that in matters of affection, the overly proactive party is often led by the other. A strategy of retreating to advance was the wisest approach. He would be assertive, yet not excessively so, gradually prying open her heart until it resembled his own essence. His shape. Chapter 15. A string of candied hawthorns, a fragment of memory. As the sacred land of soul masters, the prosperity of Spirit City rivals that of the imperial capitals, Heaven-Do City and Star-Luo City, perhaps even surpassing them. The city is a labyrinth of thoroughfares, boasting 8 main streets and 24 smaller ones, each with its unique charm. The streets bustle with life, filled with soul masters and common folk. Though the nobility is a rare sight, the myriad shops lining the streets welcome a continuous stream of patrons, while various stalls offer the specialties of the 2 great empires or items that enhance soul power. Knights of the Spirit Hall patrol the thoroughfares, preventing conflicts from arising among the soul masters. At a stall selling small animals, Gushunga paused, observing the array of diminutive creatures, weak soul beasts devoid of any offensive capabilities. Their combat prowess inferior even to that of ordinary wildlife, soft-boned rabbits, spotted cats, winged weasels, and cloud ferrets. Gushunga grasped a delicate-boned rabbit, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. He pondered whether soul beasts could thrive in the mortal realm. Surely, they could. Observing the array of small soul beasts on the stall, he purchased them all. Before the proprietor, the force of spatial laws surged, transporting these diminutive creatures into the mortal realm. The vendor, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astounded. Such prowess could only belong to a formidable soul master. Having already received payment, he deemed it unnecessary to inquire about the fate of the small animals. Gushunga wandered through several stalls, purchasing a number of feeble soul beasts lacking in cultivation, as well as an abundance of saplings, all of which he carefully stored within the realm of light, curious to see if they could survive. Candied hawthorn on a stick. Delicious and delightful little treats. Unique to the Tiando Empire, the dragon lotus cake is sweet and soft. Roasted tenderbone rabbit. Crispy and flaky roasted tenderbone rabbit. The shouts of vendors pulled him back to reality, and he found himself unexpectedly entering a bustling food street. Filled with numerous restaurants and a myriad of delectable snacks, the enticing aromas wafting through the air, tempting all who passed by. As a human, one cannot escape the allure of culinary delights, and Guxinga was no exception. He strolled down this vibrant street, indulging his taste buds and satisfying his cravings, while also purchasing a candied hawthorn to place within his system space. Upon returning to the spirit hall, he entered the realm of light. The desolate realm gradually became more vibrant as Guxinga introduced several small creatures. They thrived in this new environment, mirroring their existence in the Douluo realm. All the creatures congregated around the golden ancient tree sapling, absorbing the life energy permeating the air. Their previously lethargic state transformed, becoming more lively and spirited. The saplings lay quietly in the soil as Guxinga waved his hand, enveloping them with the power of dimensional laws, planting them around the golden ancient tree sapling. To prevent the small creatures from harming the delicate sapling, he erected a barrier 1 meter away, allowing them to absorb the transformed life energy while keeping their distance. Observing the rejuvenated realm of light, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Guxinga's eyes as he opened the system panel to check the world's completeness. World completeness, 5,003, only an increase of 0,003. Much effort remains. After observing the small creatures for a while, he exited the realm of light. As the realm began to transform, a mysterious consciousness within it gradually matured. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue upon the mountain tops, reminiscent of a layer of crimson paint. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong completed her final tasks, setting down her pen to gaze out at the twilight scenery. Though her thoughts were elsewhere, suddenly, a figure obstructed her view. Guxinga's handsome face, perpetually adorned with a smile, emerged before her, causing her expression to darken. Seemingly displeased with his unexpected return, her voice turning icy. "What do you want now?" "I took a stroll through Spirit City, enjoyed the local customs. Saw how hard you were working, and thought I'd bring you a candied hawthorn as a treat." Catching the coldness and displeasure in the Pope's tone, Guxinga retrieved the candied hawthorn he had purchased earlier from his system space, waving it playfully in front of her. Upon seeing the candied hawthorn, Bibi Dong's expression soured further. If looks could kill, the man before her would have perished countless times. What was her status? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most esteemed woman on the continent. How could she lower herself to eat such a trivial treat? Yet, Guxinga disregarded her murderous glare, using his sole power to place the candied hawthorn on her desk before swiftly departing. This guy, watching the man who fled faster than a rabbit. Bibi Dong was filled with frustration. She glanced at the bright red candied hawthorn on her desk, raising her hand to strike it down, but halted midway. Her expression growing increasingly complex as distant memories flooded back. Gazing at the simple treat, long forgotten and never before received, it stirred the deepest recesses of her memory, evoking images of once cherished moments that were now lost to time. Bibi Dong reached for the candied hawthorn, delicately pinching a red hawthorn berry, removing it from the skewer. Her lips parting slightly as she slowly placed it in her mouth, savoring it. The sweetness of the candy coated her palate, reminiscent of the beautiful memories of yore. As the sugary shell shattered, the tartness of the hawthorn flesh spread within her mouth, akin to the fading splendor of her past, revealing the bittersweet pangs of her heart. Once the hawthorn flesh was consumed, she inadvertently bit down on a few seeds, the bitterness replacing the tartness, mirroring the pain that had replaced her nostalgia, trapping her in its depths. One after another, the candied hawthorns found their way to her lips. Each bite not merely a taste, but a journey through her past joys and sorrows, intertwined with painful memories. Observing the now empty skewer, Bibi Dong discarded it, as if attempting to cast away her memories. Yet, while the skewer could be discarded or destroyed, the memories remained indelible. She sat there, lost in thought. Gazing out the window at the offering hall, her previously intricate emotions gradually consumed by hatred. The more she recalled, the more her anguish intensified. She loathed Tianshui. She loathed Title Douluo. She loathed the angel lineage. One day, she would make the angel lineage pay dearly. And that scoundrel, what business did he have buying her a candied hawthorn as a reward? As the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, what had she not tasted? How could she be swayed by such a trivial treat? The mere thought of Guxinga's ever-present smile made her feel irked, igniting a strange impulse within her. It was as though a person mired in darkness suddenly glimpsed a long-lost light. Rather than reaching for it, she wished to tarnish it, dragging it down into the filth alongside her. Chapter 16. The gradual descent of Bibi Dong as night deepened. The evening was as enchanting and cool as the previous night, with the cold wind rustling through the trees. Within the palace, Guxinga toyed with a ring of radiant gold, its surface adorned with the intricate patterns of the sun. A ring transformed from the sun-sacred sword, which he slipped onto the index finger of his right hand. Gazing out at the pitch-black night, he could not help but recall his encounter with Bibi Dong in the garden the night before. Her bewitching smile surfaced in his mind's eye, igniting a sensation within him akin to a playful kitten incessantly scratching at his heart. His thoughts spiraled wildly. He departed from the palace, retracing the same corridor he had traversed the previous night, stepping into the moonlight that mirrored his earlier journey, arriving once more at the garden where their paths had crossed. Yet, while the flowers remained, the person was no longer there. Guxinga silently gazed at the garden, now devoid of the enchanting figure, its emptiness echoing a profound sense of melancholy within his heart. Last night, within this very garden, the captivating silhouette and the blooming flowers had intertwined beautifully. Now, with the enchanting figure vanished, only the blossoms remained, lingering in the quiet solitude. As he pondered, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Are you waiting for someone, my lord?" Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong had appeared, clad in a simple gown that shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a celestial maiden from the moon palace. As if she might ascend to the heavens at any moment, she embodied the elegance of a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, exuding an air of grace and nobility. Standing apart from the world. Upon hearing her words, Guxinga slowly turned, his gaze falling upon the ethereal beauty behind him. A radiant smile illuminated his handsome features, and with a soft voice, tinged with undeniable joy, he responded, "I was waiting for you. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Just like the previous night." There were no excessive words, as Bibi Dong once again invited him to walk by her side. Guxinga nodded in agreement, accompanying her in a leisurely stroll through the corridor, reminiscent of the previous night. The moonlight elongated their shadows, gradually intertwining as if bonded by an unbreakable connection. They walked, paused, their pace languid, savoring the silent companionship. Their hands would occasionally brush against each other, only to part as if jolted by an electric shock. Time slipped away unnoticed, perhaps it was 10 minutes or maybe 1 or 2 hours, when Bibi Dong halted, gazing at the opulent palace where she would rest. Rest early, by the way. The candied hawthorn you bought was too sour. With that, Bibi Dong entered the palace, leaving Guxinga with a breathtaking silhouette, his smile broadening as he turned to depart. An overly fervent pursuit would only elicit a woman's aversion. Sometimes, the simplest companionship can most effectively unlock a woman's heart. Standing by the window, Bibi Dong watched Guxinga's retreating figure through the partially open window, her gaze complex. Occupying a position of power, she relished this tranquility, finding solace in his presence, which gradually alleviated her long-standing solitude. Yet, she detested Guxinga's smile. It was too warm, akin to the sun shining upon someone ensnared in dark mire, though comforting. It was also glaringly bright. Slowly closing the window, Bibi Dong lowered her gaze to her delicate hand, a smile gracing her lips as if a whimsical thought crossed her mind. "What are you testing? What are you probing?" Upon returning to his quarters, Guxinga contemplated his hand, acutely aware of Bibi Dong's subtle examinations throughout their time together. What then? Was she attempting to uncover within him? Despite their brief acquaintance of less than 2 days, he sensed, owing to the unique nature of his sun-martial soul, that Bibi Dong harbored profound loneliness and pain. The Pope of the martial soul palace, revered by the world, was, in truth, merely a solitary and desolate woman. In Guxinga's eyes, a fleeting glimpse of pity emerged for the woman who was both pitiable and tragic, evoking a deep sense of compassion. He yearned to peel away the formidable facade she had constructed around herself, to embrace the most vulnerable and authentic aspects of her being. As time gradually passed, the day of the grand conferment ceremony approached. During these days, apart from diligently observing the changes in the spirit world, Guxinga devoted his efforts to nurturing his relationship with Bibi Dong, inching closer to unlocking the chambers of her heart. He accompanied her in her daily tasks by day and took leisurely strolls with her by night, providing her with the most ordinary yet fervently desired companionship. He aimed to make her accustomed to his presence, instilling in her a sense of reliance, filling her world with his essence. From the initial phase of mutual probing to the subsequent intimate physical contact, their relationship gradually took on an ambiguous hue. Meanwhile, the elders and acolytes of the Spirit Hall had returned to Spirit City from various corners of the continent, and the heads and bishops of the spirit branches also arrived to observe the conferment ceremony set for the morrow. Representatives from numerous soul master factions across the continent had begun to gather, making Spirit City a bustling hub of activity, with the flow of people increasing exponentially. The Spirit Hall had deployed additional holy knights to maintain order within the city, ensuring that no reckless soul masters would cause disturbances. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong donned a gown of deep crimson, accentuating her exquisite and graceful figure. With a touch of makeup enhancing her already stunning visage, she sat at her desk, engrossed in reviewing the arrangements for the conferment ceremony. Her earnest demeanor captivated Gu Xingge, sensing his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. Bibi Dong lifted her eyes to the handsome man seated on the adjacent sofa. A fleeting softness flickered in her beautiful eyes, but she shot him a reproachful glance. Her tone laced with a hint of admonition and a trace of testing. "You are not a member of my spirit hall. What purpose do you have in coming to me day after day?" Gu Xingge, perceptive as she was, feigned ignorance to the subtle implications woven into her words. With her characteristic smile, she gracefully rose and circled to Bibi Dong's back, gently brushing aside her wine-red tresses. Her voice, soft and soothing, radiated warmth akin to the dawn, seamlessly enveloping the heart of the resplendent Pope. "If you speak, for you, I would willingly join the spirit hall." At these words, a wave of warmth surged within Bibi Dong, yet she raised her hand to lightly swat away the fingers that toyed with her hair, admonishing him playfully. "In broad daylight, what if someone sees? That would lead to unwarranted gossip." Chuckling at the charmingly petulant expression of the enchanting Pope, Gu Xingge acquiesced and withdrew his hand. Bibi Dong then pointed to the various arrangements for the upcoming coronation ceremony, her tone laced with concern. "The coronation tomorrow is of utmost importance. Do not take it lightly." Aside from the already reclusive Haotian sect, representatives from all spirit master factions across the continent, including the two great empires and numerous kingdoms, will be present to witness. We cannot afford any mishaps. After tomorrow, your name and title will echo throughout the continent. By the way, have you thought of your title? Not yet. Perhaps you could bestow one upon me. Gu Xingge shook his head, truly at a loss for a fitting title. The titles of Douluo typically relate to one's martial spirit. Yet his was the sun martial spirit, allowing for an abundance of potential titles, which left him indecisive. Upon hearing the suggestion to name it herself, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Each title of a Douluo is a matter of profound contemplation, binding the individual for a lifetime, even beyond death. Though one's name may fade from memory, their title endures through history. Such a significant matter, when considered in the urban world, is akin to adding a woman's name to a property deed, which only deepened Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, she lifted her gaze to meet Gu Xingge's eyes, where she found an ocean of deep affection and tenderness that made her feel as if she might succumb to his allure, her heart swelling with his warmth, gradually molding itself to his essence. "How about the title Haoyang?" Reading a comment from a discerning reader claiming my original work on evil spirit masters was merely a means to inflate word count, predicting it would soon be abandoned, and suggesting that the Slaughter City serves as the prison for evil spirit masters. How insightful indeed. Please refrain from insisting that Do Air lacks evil spirit masters. I have reiterated numerous times that this is a fan fiction, a secondary creation, following an original plot. Even a clay figurine has its moments of fire. I do not wish to confront anyone, yet some persist in clinging to the original text's absence of evil spirit masters, which vexes me greatly. Why obsess over trivialities in literature? Is it not for enjoyment? If one is so enamored with the original text, my work may not be for them. I kindly ask such individuals to revisit the original and refrain from reading my book. I am not concerned. Chapter 17. Bibi Dong's doubts. How could she fall for Yu Xiaojiang? Watching Gu Xingge's retreating figure, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed, revealing a profound sense of regret and a hint of unacknowledged affection. How wonderful it would have been had they encountered each other sooner, perhaps in her 16th year, when she was at the pinnacle of her youthful beauty, a pure maiden. Alas, I was born before you, and now I am old. Staring blankly outside the hall, Bibi Dong found herself lost in thought. In recent nights, she had incessantly compared Yu Xiaojiang with Gu Xingge, and with each comparison, Yu Xiaojiang's shortcomings became increasingly evident. In terms of talent, Yu Xiaojiang was nothing short of a complete failure, nearing 50, yet merely a great soul master, with no hope of ever breaking through to Soul Elder. In stark contrast, Gu Xingge, at merely 23, had already ascended to rank 93, surpassing not only Yu Xiaojiang but all soul masters across the continent, achieving an unprecedented level of excellence. Regarding knowledge, while Yu Xiaojiang prided himself on being a master, Bibi Dong recognized that his understanding was merely a rehash of widely circulated knowledge among soul master factions, lacking penetration into the common folk. Conversely, her interactions with Gu Xingge revealed his propensity for extraordinary ideas, coupled with a remarkable command of language. His gentle demeanor, humor, and warmth provided her with immense security. His presence dispelled her solitude, enveloping her in comfort. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang had been a mere scholar, devoid of social skills, timid and lacking in self-confidence. Even falling for his cousin. Without comparison, there can be no hurt. In every aspect, Gu Xingge utterly eclipsed Yu Xiaojiang. The disparity between them was akin to the sun in the sky versus the dust upon the earth. Bibi Dong found herself pondering how she could have ever harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. Alas, one is often ensnared by unattainable desires of youth. Yet it is through specific individuals, events, or sights that one may unearth lifelong confusions. Deep within her heart, the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang began to be supplanted by Gu Xingge. Bibi Dong often mused that had she met Gu Xingge instead of Yu Xiaojiang, perhaps the subsequent events would never have transpired. The beast who once ruined her did so to prevent her union with Yu Xiaojiang, primarily because the latter belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, at odds with the Spirit Hall, and was deemed a failure. Meanwhile, she was a prodigy of the Spirit Hall, forbidden from associating with men from outside. However, Gu Xingge was different. He did not belong to any Soul Master faction. And as an unparalleled genius, he was willing to join the Spirit Hall for her sake, a clear sign of destiny. The more she imagined encountering Gu Xingge instead of Yu Xiaojiang, the deeper her regret grew. If only they had crossed paths sooner. Bitterness and a touch of inferiority surfaced within her. She felt unworthy of Gu Xingge, a radiant sun high in the sky. While she was a spider trapped in a dark mire. The sun may set but will rise again the following day. Yet, she could not escape this quagmire. What if one day, that sun were to fall forever? In the realm of Mingjie, after 5 days of transformation, the once desolate small plain began to show signs of life. A small forest had formed around the golden saplings. And the dozens of planted seedlings thrived under the nourishment of life energy, reaching heights of over 2 meters, their leaves lush and vibrant. However, Gu Xingge was taken aback to discover that the small animals he had introduced had all perished, their cause of death being the same, dehydration. Despite the vitality coursing through their flesh, they succumbed to death. The life energy could sustain their bodily needs, preventing hunger and enhancing their vigor. But without water, the essence of life, they too would perish. 5 days without water would surely lead to death. While there was water within Mingjie, it was scarce and only present in the soil, accessible to plants but not to animals. This oversight on Gu Xingge's part meant that without a water source introduced to Mingjie, he should not have attempted to raise living creatures. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a slight increase in the essence of Mingjie, faint yet distinct. As the master of Mingjie, he could perceive this augmentation, though it was nearly imperceptible, if not closely observed. In numerical terms, the essence of Mingjie had shifted from 1 to 1, 0.00001. Though the increase was minimal, it was still a pleasant surprise. What, then, had caused this enhancement in the plane's essence? Gu Xingge's gaze fell upon the corpses of the small animals. Could it be a result of their demise? He recalled numerous narratives he had encountered where the fall of cultivators returned their energy to the heavens, ensuring the continuity of the universe. In contemporary terms, this aligns with the law of conservation of energy. These creatures were foreign entities, not belonging to Mingjie, thus exempt from its energy conservation laws. Their existence was surplus. The energy released upon their death, albeit minuscule, still contributed to the fortification of Mingjie's essence. Gu Xingge's eyes sparkled with excitement. These inconsequential little soul beasts could indeed bolster the essence of the Ming realm. If he could slay a few 10,000-year soul beasts and cast them into the Ming realm, wouldn't the essence of the Ming realm surge dramatically? What a promising endeavor. This presented yet another method to enhance the fundamental essence of the realm. System, could you provide me with a world interface? Gu Xingge communicated with the system, hoping it would provide him with a world panel, thus enabling him to better forge his own realm. Ding, please hold on, host. The system's voice resonated in Gu Xingge's mind, and soon after, a world panel materialized before his eyes. True name of the world, Mingjie, World Master. Gu Xingge, World Status, Newly Born Minor Plane, World Completeness, 5003, World Origin, 1000001. Note, all things in the world are created from the origin. The greater the origin, the more powerful the world. Upon reading the note regarding the world's origin, Gu Xingge fell into contemplation. If what was stated is accurate, then the energy harvested from those small creatures must indeed be the origin of the Douluo plane. Since all things in the world are created from the origin, as the master of Mingjie, could he not also utilize the world's origin to create? This thought flickered in his mind but was swiftly suppressed. The current origin of Mingjie was far too scarce. and since it was merely a nascent minor plane, rather than squandering the origin on creation, it would be wiser to seize the origin from the Douluo plane. It is akin to purchasing a new small house that lacks furniture and appliances, requiring money to furnish it. However, if one's parents possess a grand villa filled with an abundance of furnishings, instead of spending excessively to acquire new items, one could simply take some of the villa's furnishings to the new house, thus achieving a complete living space without unnecessary expenditure. Seeking monthly votes, seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking readers. Chapter 18. A Stolen Kiss from Bibi Dong. Within the palace, Gu Xingge's figure appeared. Tomorrow marked the grand ceremony of his enfeoffment. To ensure everyone remembered him and to gain renown throughout the world, he must perform an act that would astonish all. However, the thought of declaring his affection for Bibi Dong in front of everyone quickly dissipated. If she were to reject him, he would become a laughingstock across the continent. Xiao Gu, come to the offering hall. Just as Gu Xingge pondered how to astonish everyone, the voice of old Master Qian echoed in his ears. Without further deliberation, he prepared to head to the offering hall. Upon stepping outside, a wine-red silhouette caught his eye. She stood quietly at the entrance, lost in thought, her exquisitely beautiful face betraying a hint of hesitation. Donger, what brings you here? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as the door unexpectedly opened. Gu Xingge was somewhat perplexed, as this was the first time Bibi Dong had come to him, and she casually addressed him as Donger with remarkable familiarity. Upon hearing him call her Donger, the exquisite Pope felt a faint blush creep across her fair cheeks. However, she quickly regained her composure, her tone adopting an air of authority as she corrected his form of address. In broad daylight, refrain from calling me Donger. It would create a poor impression if overheard. Instead, refer to me as Your Holiness. Very well, Your Holiness. Gu Xingge smiled and nodded, which finally satisfied Bibi Dong, who then revealed her purpose for coming here. I have just received news that the Spirit Hall may face disturbances from the Soul Eater sect during your consecration ceremony. 2 elders have already arrived in Spirit City. 2 elders? Does the Soul Eater sect regard Spirit City with such disdain? Do they truly believe they can cause chaos with just 2 elders? Upon hearing that the Soul Eater sect intended to stir trouble during his consecration, Gu Xingge raised an eyebrow, wondering who had granted them such audacity. Was it Liang Jingru? It is worth noting that this consecration ceremony is of utmost importance to Title Douluo, with all the offerings and elders of the Spirit Hall in attendance. There will be no fewer than 15 Title Douluos present, along with other powerful soul masters from various factions. Even if the Soul Eater sect were to mobilize their entire force, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. What were they thinking? Sending 2 elders to their demise? Bibi Dong discerned his confusion. Like him, upon hearing that the Soul Eater sect had dispatched 2 elders to create havoc, her first thought was whether these elders were unappreciated within their sect, perhaps sent to their deaths. The actions of the Soul Eater sect have always been enigmatic and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Therefore, it is wise to remain cautious. It is possible that these 2 elders are merely a facade, while other formidable powers have been sent covertly. It would be prudent to exercise caution during tomorrow's ceremony. Although 2 Title Douluos may sound formidable, they are utterly insufficient in the eyes of the Spirit Hall. If the Soul Eater sect intends to cause trouble, they would undoubtedly not limit themselves to just 2 elders. There are certainly other powerful forces lurking in the shadows. Gu Xingge also expressed his agreement with Bibi Dong's words. Yet deep within, he harbored a flicker of anticipation. Was the Spirit Hall truly here to present him with a chance for glory? If he could single-handedly eliminate those 2 elders during tomorrow's coronation ceremony, it would undoubtedly elevate his name across the continent. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Having conveyed his thoughts, Bibi Dong, wary of lingering too long in the open, turned to depart. However, she was abruptly seized by Gu Xingge, who grasped her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Her touch was soft and smooth, creating an irresistible urge to hold on. With a gentle pull, he drew Bibi Dong closer, while his other hand instinctively encircled her slender waist, enveloping her in a warm embrace. The Pope, caught off guard by Gu Xingge's audacious act, instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, brimming with affection and tenderness, she relinquished her struggle, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Her enchanting eyes betrayed a youthful shyness as she cast her gaze downwards, softly pleading, "Let go of me. It would not look good if others saw." In response, Gu Xingge obediently released his grip, prompting a sigh of relief from Bibi Dong, albeit accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. In that brief moment of being held, she felt enveloped by a warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, comforting and reassuring. igniting a yearning within her for it to last indefinitely. However, her position as Pope meant that if this were to be witnessed by others, it would undermine her authority. Wait for me at our usual place tonight. Observing the typically regal and aloof beauty of the Pope now displaying a girlish shyness, Guxinga leaned closer to her ear, exhaling warm breath as he spoke softly. Instantly, Bibi Dong's ears flushed crimson, her shyness intensifying. Before she could respond, he tenderly caressed her exquisite face, smooth as cream, and seizing the moment before she could react. He placed a fleeting kiss upon her cheek before swiftly retreating. After the kiss, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to believe what had just transpired. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, still tinged with warmth, her beautiful face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Her enchanting eyes, now alight with incredulity, reflected her disbelief. Had she truly been stolen a kiss? This boldness was growing increasingly audacious. Guxinga, hearing her voice, filled with indignation and bashfulness. Guxinga could not help but smile wider, his figure flickering as he began to fade away. Once he disappeared from view, Bibi Dong felt a surge of frustration. Yet an undercurrent of sweetness coursed through her. She could sense Guxinga's fervent affection for her, a feeling she relished, his love, his companionship, and his embrace. If only he could remain by her side forever, it would be perfection. In that moment, an insatiable desire began to blossom and grow within Bibi Dong. In the sacred hall, beneath the solemn and majestic angelic statue, Tian Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back. While the other 6 elders of the spirit hall had gathered behind him, Guxinga entered the hall of offerings. And a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he beheld the 6 esteemed offerings. Every member of the spirit hall's offerings had gathered. What could old Master Qian be plotting? Ah, young Gu, Tian Douluo turned, his gaze settling upon him, while the other 6 offerings also regarded Guxinga, their expressions varying from astonishment to indifference, nostalgia, and even admiration. Old Master, what brings me here so suddenly? It is nothing of great import. Merely an introduction to the other esteemed offerings of the Elder Hall, Tian Douluo replied. Sensing Guxinga's confusion regarding his summons, Tian Douluo's figure flickered and appeared beside him, patting his shoulder in a congenial manner as he introduced each of the 6 offerings one by one. This is the second offering, Golden Crocodile. The Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled at Guxinga, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Third offering, Qingluan. The aloof and godlike Qingluan Douluo merely nodded slightly, his gaze indifferent, only showing signs of emotion when he looked at the light feather Douluo. Fourth offering, Lionheart. The Lionheart Douluo regarded Guxinga with a ruggedly friendly smile, his eyes reflecting admiration akin to that of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. This lad is the 5th offering, Light Feather. Do not be misled by his youthful appearance. He may seem younger than you, but in truth, he could very well be your grandfather. Old offering, there is no need to specifically mention my age. The striking youth with flowing silver hair and a closed left eye said with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, the Qingluan Douluo, noticing the interruption of the introduction, displayed a flicker of exasperation and promptly admonished him. Light Feather, do not be disrespectful. Tian Douluo dismissed the interruption lightly and continued to introduce the remaining 2 offerings. They're the 6th offering, Qianjun, and the 7th offering, Jiangma. The brothers, Qianjun and Jiangma, nodded in acknowledgement, greeting Guxinga. Once the consecration ceremony concludes, I shall return to the extreme north ice field to complete the soul rings for the Taiyin martial spirit and then head back to the Tianshui Academy. Chapter 19, Guxinga's Wall Slam Assault. As a junior, Guxinga respectfully addressed the esteemed offerings. I am Guxinga, honored to meet you all. After Tian Douluo's introduction, Guxinga slightly bowed to the 6 offerings. In terms of cultivation and age, they all surpassed him, and thus, it was only fitting to address them as seniors. Upon witnessing his respectful gesture, the 6 offerings softened their gazes, a hint of satisfaction glimmering within. His humility and composure, not allowing his achievements as a Title Douluo at such a young age to inflate his ego, marked him as a commendable youth. Aside from Guxinga, every other offering present was over 90 years of age, rendering the 20-something-year-old merely a child in their eyes. Young Gu, after the consecration ceremony, would you be willing to join the spirit hall? Tian Douluo posed the question directly, his demeanor exceedingly warm as he invited Guxinga to join the spirit hall. A prodigious talent, having attained the rank of Title Douluo in his 20s, it would be a significant loss for the spirit hall to allow him to roam freely outside. As long as Guxinga expressed a desire to join, Tian Douluo would do his utmost to fulfill any conditions he might propose. The gazes of the 6 offerings converged upon him, eagerly awaiting his response. Guxinga fell silent for a moment, observing the glimmer of anticipation in the eyes of the venerable Tianhui, before he spoke slowly. I am willing to join the spirit hall, but I have a condition. What condition? Upon hearing his willingness to join the spirit hall, Tiandouluo's eyes brightened with delight, prompting him to inquire about the terms. Old master, you must be aware of the actions that the Demon Soul Church intends to take during tomorrow's consecration ceremony. Am I correct? Indeed, Tianlao nodded, acknowledging that he had received the same intelligence as Bibi Dong regarding the matter. Even if the Demon Soul Church were to unleash 2 elders, they would not stand a chance to disrupt the consecration ceremony. My condition is quite simple. Regardless of how many soul masters the Demon Soul Church sends to create chaos tomorrow, I hope you will refrain from intervening. I wish to handle them myself. As he uttered these words, a fierce and intense killing intent erupted from Guxinga's golden eyes. The Demon Soul Church represented a deep-seated enmity, a vendetta for the destruction of his village, if he did not take vengeance. He would be unworthy of being called a son. This condition momentarily stunned Tiandouluo. Was it truly that straightforward? Very well. As long as you remain silent tomorrow, we shall not interfere. All members of the Demon Soul Church will be your responsibility alone. Tianlao nodded in agreement, eager to witness the extent of Guxinga's prowess. The other 6 elders watched with keen interest, intrigued by the prospect of one individual opposing the Demon Soul Church. Although the exact number of adversaries was uncertain, it was evident that their boldness in disturbing the gathering of the Spirit Hall's elders and worshippers indicated they were not limited to merely 2 elders. It remained to be seen how Guxinga would confront this challenge. If he could indeed vanquish multiple Title Douluo by his own strength, his name would undoubtedly resonate even louder than that of Tang Hao in the annals of Douluo continent's history. Guxinga engaged in a leisurely conversation with the elder, revealing to Tiandouluo the title bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong. He savored the name, expressing his approval. Haoyang, once your conferment ceremony concludes, I shall commission a plaque bearing your title, which will be displayed within the Douluo Palace, earning the reverence of countless admirers and enduring through time. As long as the Spirit Hall remains, your title plaque shall forever adorn the Douluo Palace, receiving the admiration of spirit masters across the continent and basking in infinite glory. The Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others did not linger in the worship hall for long, departing in small groups. Once the hall was left with only Tiandouluo and Guxinga, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, as he inquired with significant intent, Little Gu, I hear you have been quite close to the Pope lately. At the mention of Bibi Dong, Guxinga's expression sharpened, sensing that the elder had something to convey. What is it, elder? That woman is not as simple as she appears. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance. However, should you seek a partner, I have a granddaughter. One day, I shall introduce you. You will not be disappointed. She surpasses expectations. Tiandouluo earnestly advised, subtly promoting Tianrenshui, seemingly intent on binding him to the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Guxinga displayed a peculiar expression, slightly embarrassed. This may not be appropriate. Elder, I appreciate your goodwill, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Furthermore, I am single, and even if Her Holiness has ulterior motives, I would not mind. I acknowledge her. Ultimately, he shook his head, declining Tiandouluo's kind offer. While Tianrenshui was admirable, in his heart, Bibi Dong held the foremost position. He acknowledged her above all else. Seeing his steadfastness, Tiandouluo attempted to persuade him further. But she is considerably older than you. You are not suited for each other. Elder, one should not casually remark on a woman's age. After all, a woman remains a girl at heart until her last breath. In my hometown, there is a saying, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold, and now I am embracing a veritable mountain of gold. The elder's repeated attempts to dissuade him elicited some displeasure from Guxinga. After stating his final thoughts, he slightly inclined his body and turned to leave. Watching him depart, Tiandouluo understood he had overstepped, his expression becoming complex. A sigh escaped him. It was evident he could not sway Guxinga, and he resigned himself to the situation. Let it be, let it be. I only hope Bibi Dong does not use him against the angel lineage. Outside the worship hall, as Guxinga stepped out, he beheld a graceful silhouette clad in red standing beside the gatepost. It was none other than Bibi Dong, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed at him. The perceptive ears of the Title Douluo were acutely attuned, allowing her to overhear every word exchanged within the palace, leaving her heart profoundly moved. Just as Bibi Dong was about to speak, Guxinga swiftly approached, offering her no chance to respond. He forcefully pressed her against the gatepost. revealing a stark contrast to his previous gentle demeanor with a display of overwhelming dominance. The words of Title Douluo had provoked him. What was deemed improper between him and Bibi Dong? If you insist on labeling it as such, I shall demonstrate otherwise. This woman is his chosen one. Gu Xingge held the exquisite Pope's slender waist with one hand, pressing him closely against his chest. With the other hand, he restrained her above her left shoulder, preventing her from fleeing. Even his gaze transformed, shifting from previous tenderness and affection to an overwhelming display of aggressiveness and possessiveness. As if he sought to wholly claim the enchanting beauty before him, devouring her completely, ensuring she belonged solely to him. This sudden and impetuous advance left Bibi Dong somewhat bewildered. She could feel the weighty breaths of the man before her, infused with an ardent passion that seemed to melt her very being. In that moment, the once authoritative and resolute Pope hesitated, contemplating whether to push Gu Xingge away, especially given the daylight and the presence of numerous temple knights nearby. In stark contrast, Gu Xingge exhibited no hesitation, disregarding the public setting, and fixated on Bibi Dong's soft, rosy lips. He suddenly leaned down to kiss her. He was determined to make his move. However, as the indecisive Bibi Dong gazed into his increasingly intense eyes and beheld his strikingly handsome visage, memories of a dark, painful past, long buried, surged forth, memories she wished to forget. Her beautiful eyes betrayed a profound fury, loathing, and an undeniable hint of terror. Slap. The crisp sound of a resounding slap echoed, drawing the attention of those within the sacred hall, including the patrolling temple knights. Gu Xingge, taken aback by the unexpected strike, found himself momentarily stunned. He stared at the stunning woman before him, feeling the sting on his cheek, and noticed the rage and disdain reflected in her eyes, alongside a flicker of sorrowful fear. He realized his earlier impulsiveness had been too blatant, provoking her resistance. Bibi Dong, observing the vivid handprint on his cheek, felt her own delicate hand tremble slightly, her expression shifting to one of alarm and guilt. She never intended to strike Gu Xingge. Her sole desire was to push him away. However, his forceful and seemingly coercive actions triggered the darkest, most painful memories hidden deep within her, compelling her to react instinctively. She never wished to harm him. Xingge, I'm sorry. I apologize for my impulsiveness. Gu Xingge released Bibi Dong's slender waist, a look of regret adorning his face. He should not have acted so impulsively. Softly, he offered her an apology, sensing some elusive gazes converging upon them. He did not wait for Bibi Dong to respond but turned and departed. Upon witnessing Gu Xingge's abrupt exit after his apology, Bibi Dong assumed he was angered, her exquisite eyes reflecting a deeper sense of guilt as she leaned against the grand pillar, her heart heavy with an unspeakable bitterness. If only she had not been so conflicted moments ago, had simply closed her eyes like a maiden awaiting a kiss from Gu Xingge, might the outcome have been different? Within the worship hall, Title Douluo observed Bibi Dong, who leaned against the pillar and shook his head, a flicker of guilt appearing in his eyes. Ultimately, the Qian family had wronged her. However, the old man harbored some discontent toward Gu Xingge as well. After all, here he was, introduced to his granddaughter. Yet he turned around to pursue her mother. Wasn't he that rather excessive? On the other hand, Gu Xingge, feeling somewhat dejected, wandered aimlessly through the streets after leaving the martial Soul Hall. He was acutely aware that his earlier actions had been overly rash. Yet he had not anticipated Bibi Dong's intense reaction. She had struck him with a slap, her eyes brimming with rage, revulsion, and fear. It was likely that his forceful advance had triggered unsettling memories within her. Sighing internally, Gu Xingge was at a loss for how to face Bibi Dong that evening. As he pondered this, a delicate figure clad in a white dress suddenly collided with him. Gu Xingge easily sidestepped her, noticing that she had accelerated too quickly and was about to lose her balance. Swiftly, he reached out to grasp the smooth, soft arm of the girl in white, preventing her from falling and injuring herself. Once she regained her stability, he released her. Rong, do take care to slow down, he advised gently. At that moment, two figures approached, one of whom, a middle-aged man dressed in white, elegantly reminded the girl in white to exercise caution. Thank you, young sir, for your timely assistance. The refined gentleman also expressed his gratitude to Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge merely shook his head, indicating that it was a trivial task and there was no need for formality. He did not engage in further conversation with him and departed directly. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, who appeared somewhat frail and worn, was intently observing Gu Xingge's retreating figure, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. Ningrong, next time do not run so swiftly. Fortunately, someone caught you just now. Otherwise, if you had fallen, the passers-by might have trampled you, which would have been unfortunate. The cultured middle-aged man admonished the young lady in white. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the middle-aged man behind him, he turned with a puzzled expression. Uncle Gu, what is the matter? The man referred to as Uncle Gu was none other than Wuhun Douluo, one of the two renowned Title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the cultured middle-aged man and the young lady were Ning Fengji and Ning Rongro. Wuhun Douluo gazed at Gu Xingge's gradually vanishing silhouette. Having sensed a powerful aura during their brief encounter, one that rivaled his own. With a tone tinged with gravity and astonishment, he remarked, that individual is no ordinary person. His cultivation is likely on par with mine. Upon hearing this assessment, Ning Fengji's expression sharpened. Although Uncle Gu often displayed a whimsical demeanor in their presence, he was certainly not one to utter baseless claims. The young man appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet he was comparable to the esteemed Wuhun Douluo. Could it be him? In an instant, Ning Fengji recalled the protagonist of the upcoming title conferral ceremony. A Title Douluo in his 20s, there was no one else it could be. To his surprise, while out for a stroll, he had encountered him in advance. What a pity. Had he retained him for a moment longer, perhaps a favorable connection could have been forged. Suddenly, Gu Xingge, ambling along the street, halted, captivated by a stall. He crouched down, inspecting a cluster of crimson seeds. Their size was akin to that of ordinary mung beans, yet they boasted a vivid red hue. Though not the entirety of the fruit was red. 2/3 of it was red, while 1/3 was black, the latter portion found at the end of the embryo. These were known as xiangxi, or love beans. Red beans grow in the southern lands. When spring arrives, how many branches do they sprout? I hope you gather more. For these are the most evocative of longing, as described in Wang Wei's poetry. However, unlike the easily consumable red beans, these were toxic, highly poisonous. In fact, ingestion could lead to poisoning, and in severe cases, even death. Among the myriad afflictions of life, only longing remains untreatable. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xingge purchased the cluster of love beans and made his way back to the Wuhun Temple. In a certain part of Wuhun City, a conversation ensued. Tomorrow is the title conferral ceremony. Is everything prepared? Rest assured, Elder, all has been arranged in the plaza of the conferral hall. Good. Tomorrow we shall present a grand gift to the Wuhun Temple. I am eager to see how they will maintain their standing on the continent thereafter. At the Wuhun Temple. In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong shed her wine-red silk gown, immersing herself in a bath filled with rose petals. The steam rose, enveloping her as the scalding water lapped at her delicate collarbone, aligning with her fair, rosy shoulders, her wine-red hair cascading and floating upon the water's surface, damp and ethereal. Gradually, she sank deeper into the steaming water, as if undergoing a cleansing baptism, washing away the impurities that clung to her, rendering her at least somewhat cleaner. After an indeterminate period, a respectful voice reported from outside the chamber, a woman. Your Holiness, the tasks you entrusted to us have been completed. Ripples danced across the surface of the rose petal-laden bath, and in an instant, droplets erupted, mist swirling, revealing her graceful silhouette. She utilized her soul power to evaporate the moisture on her skin, donning a bathrobe as she elegantly stepped from behind the screen. Come in, Bibidong's authoritative voice resonated. The grand door of the chamber opened, and a maid entered, reverently presenting the items she had requested. Leave us. The maid placed the items aside and exited the chamber. Bibidong's gaze fell upon the object, her beautiful eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Would he like it? Longing so profound. Is there any remedy? Chapter 21. A slap and a sweet date kiss. Beneath the ink-black sky, where stars were obscured and clouds veiled the moon. The chill of the night breeze caressed the blossoms in the courtyard, where the flowers thrived, their fragrance swirling. A figure sat quietly upon a long stone bench, fingers toying with a string of crimson prayer beads. Gu Xingge lowered his gaze to the string of acacia seeds in his palm. After undergoing high-temperature treatment, the seeds had lost their original toxicity, their hue transformed from bright red to a deep crimson. 17 acacia seeds strung together took him nearly half a day to craft. Though imperfect and marred by numerous flaws, they were nonetheless made by his own hands. Would she return? He pondered silently, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. His impulsive actions during the day must have stirred unwelcome memories for Bibi Dong, reflected in the depths of her gaze. Otherwise, she would not have looked at him in such a manner. Sighing softly, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar fragrance wafting through the air. He turned abruptly, and there she was, her graceful silhouette appearing in the corridor of the courtyard, her gentle gaze towards him tinged with an indescribable sentiment, as she approached with her long, jade-like legs. She had come. A simple greeting, devoid of excessive sweet talk. Guxinga's eyes for Bibi Dong were perpetually filled with affection and tenderness, a sentiment she relished, as warmth akin to honey enveloped her heart, perhaps due to his guilt over the earlier incident, where he had impulsively struck her. Bibi Dong was noticeably more forthcoming this time. She settled beside him, so close that he could hear the rhythm of her heartbeat and the cadence of her breath. "I'm sorry for being so impulsive at noon. I just couldn't help myself. I apologize for my outrageous behavior at noon. I shouldn't have forced your hand." In the blossoming courtyard, the two, nearly leaning against each other, simultaneously voiced their apologies. However, they both paused mid-sentence, their gazes locking, revealing guilt and regret in each other's eyes, along with a hint of astonishment. Perhaps this was the connection of kindred spirits. Yet, it also cast them into a delicate state of mild awkwardness. "I never expected our esteemed Pope would deign to offer an apology. I am truly honored." Guxinga took the initiative to break the awkwardness with a playful remark. Upon hearing his teasing, the exquisite Pope's face instantly flushed with a hint of crimson. "You, Guxinga, dare to jest at my expense? You've truly gone too far." Perhaps it was a talent innate to every woman. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Bibi Dong stretched out her delicate hand to pinch the soft flesh at Guxinga's waist. With a firm grip and a twist, the sensation was unbearable, almost unimaginable. I was wrong. Your Majesty, please spare me. Spare me." In an instant, Guxinga's face contorted in pain as he pleaded for mercy. Even his formidable body, on par with the Title Douluo, could not withstand such a pinch. He suspected she had secretly employed the eternal creation, rendering him utterly defenseless. Just as he was begging for mercy, Bibi Dong suddenly leaned closer, her flawless, exquisite visage magnifying in Guxinga's eyes. Then, her soft, warm lips pressed against his, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. He had been forcefully kissed by Bibi Dong, yet the sensation on his lips was undeniable, soft, moist, and tinged with a hint of sweetness, while an intoxicating fragrance of roses mingled with her delicate, elegant scent filled his nostrils. He was captivated. However, this unexpected indulgence was fleeting. Before Guxinga could respond, Bibi Dong withdrew, her lips parting as she gazed at him, her fair cheeks tinted with a charming blush, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness. She hastily explained, "I slapped you and then gave you a kiss. That makes us even. This is what they call a slap followed by a sweet date." Not yet satiated, Guxinga quickly proposed, "How about you slap me a few more times? My skin is thick. I can take it." How absurd. Bibi Dong shot him an exasperated glance, filled with charm, as she thought he was being overly ambitious. Yet, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist, nestling into his embrace, seeking warmth and comfort, prolonging the intimacy of the day. Watching the stunning Pope willingly lean into his arms made Guxinga's gaze soften, his affection deepening. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her wine-red hair, captivated by its enchanting fragrance. This embrace lingered for an indeterminate duration, where time seemed to lose all significance, until Bibi Dong finally released him. "Xinga, if I am not as perfect as you imagine, would you still like me?" She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes filled with hope, her demeanor betraying her usual decisiveness as the Pope. In this moment, she shed her imposing facade, revealing a girl brimming with nervous anticipation. She had overheard the conversation in the worship hall, where Tian Douluo urged Guxinga to distance himself from her and even suggested introducing him to that wretched girl, instilling in Bibi Dong an unprecedented sense of urgency. She could not permit anyone to take Guxinga away from her. He belonged solely to her. Yet, she was also frightened, afraid that Tian Douluo would reveal past matters to Guxinga, which would surely tarnish her image in his eyes, perhaps even inciting his disdain and leading to her abandonment. This was an outcome she could not bear to accept. Though their time together had been brief, Guxinga had already filled Bibi Dong's heart with his presence. She relished his gentleness, his embrace, his affection. Thus, she had boldly kissed him, striving to bind his heart to hers completely. Hearing her question, Guxinga shook his head, his golden eyes fixated on her beautiful yet anxious face. Her wine-red hair cascaded to the sides, her fair skin radiating a subtle sheen, reminiscent of exquisite mutton-fat jade, making one yearn to grasp it and feel its unique delicacy. His gaze grew ever more tender as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her snow-white forehead, then drew close to her ear, softly reassuring her, "In my heart, you will always be perfect. So do not worry, I will love you forever." His words ignited a warm current within Bibi Dong, calming her previously anxious heart. A smile blossomed on her exquisite face as she reached out to embrace Gu Xingge once more, nestling against him. In this moment, she felt unprecedented happiness, and it was at this instant that the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang was completely erased from her heart, leaving only Gu Xingge's image within her. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she released him and retrieved a white coat from her storage soul guide, displaying it for Gu Xingge to see. The coat had been custom-made to his measurements, crafted from the incredibly rare silk of millennium-old ice silkworms, adorned with golden threads that embroidered a sun ablaze with flames. Encircled by 9 golden crows, forming a magnificent design of 9 crows heralding the sun. The cuffs and collar were embellished with solar patterns, showcasing exquisite materials and craftsmanship. This is a special creation made for you by the Spirit Hall. Do you like it? Gu Xingge gazed at the trench coat that Bibi Dong presented to him. His eyes filled with admiration. However, one must acknowledge that the craftsmanship of garment making in the Douluo world is not inferior to that of Earth in previous eras. He then offered her the acacia bead bracelet he had crafted himself. Regarding the relationship between the protagonist and Her Holiness the Pope, rest assured, I shall not hold back. Chapter 22. A token of acacia for the fair lady, an overnight stay at the Pope's palace. The crimson acacia bead bracelet was not particularly exquisite and bore several flaws. It was simply strung together, still retaining a hint of warmth. Gu Xingge accepted the trench coat and presented the crimson bracelet to Bibi Dong, her gaze gentle as the warm sun, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, flowing through the heart of the exquisite Pope. Donger, this bracelet is crafted from the seeds of longing. Although the craftsmanship may not be perfect, it is made by my own hands, a token of my heartfelt affection. I hope you cherish it. Upon learning it was handmade by him, Bibi Dong's heart trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with gratitude and joy as she gazed at the bracelet. Over the years, although she had received countless gifts, rare treasures beyond measure, none had equaled the heartfelt creation from Gu Xingge, especially from the one she adored. How could she not be moved and elated? Like a young maiden, she joyfully accepted the bracelet, adorning her delicate wrist, the crimson seeds contrasting beautifully against her porcelain skin, embodying a profound symbolism. Despite its rough craftsmanship, it was the finest gift Bibi Dong had ever received. What are longing seeds? She inquired, stroking the bracelet with curiosity. Gu Xingge drew her into his embrace, leisurely caressing the exquisite Pope's hair, his fingers brushing against her tender cheek as he gently recited an ancient verse. Red beans grow in the southern land. In spring, they sprout a few branches. I hope you gather more, for this is the essence of longing. The longing seeds are the red beans mentioned in this poem, said to be transformed from the blood and tears of a woman yearning for her beloved, symbolizing love. Among the myriad ailments of life, only longing remains unhealable. Longing seeps into the bones, there is no remedy for it. The seeds of longing are indeed toxic, yet through high-temperature processing, they are rendered safe. Wear it. And should you miss me in the future, simply touch it, and I shall be by your side, unwavering. Upon hearing Gu Xingge's heartfelt explanation, Bibi Dong felt as though her heart was brimming with his love. This man adored her profoundly, and no matter what, she would never let him go. Thank you, Xingge. Words of thanks are insufficient. Perhaps actions would speak louder, Gu Xingge teased in response to her gratitude. Bibi Dong, hearing this, huffed playfully, recognizing his intent to take advantage of her, a mischievous rascal indeed. Yet, considering the value of the gift, she decided to indulge him a little. Bibi Dong leaned in once more, ready to offer a kiss, only to find him prepared, encircling her slender waist and drawing her into his embrace, enveloping her in a warmth reminiscent of sunlight, as if to melt her away. Bibi Dong felt her body weaken, surrendering to the embrace. Close your eyes. Let us savor each other. His gentle voice guided her. Obeying Gu Xingge's command, she slowly shut her beautiful eyes, allowing her mind to empty, relinquishing all thoughts, only to feel her soft lips being covered by another, their souls entwined in a tender embrace. Gu Xingge embraced the exquisite Pope, kissing her and claiming her, his golden eyes reflecting her blissful expression as she closed her eyes in ecstasy. Her flawless, porcelain-like face blushed with a delicate hue, stunningly beautiful and utterly captivating. A creation of unparalleled perfection. The noble and dignified demeanor from the fading day transformed into the enchanting shyness of a maiden, stirring his heart and igniting his fascination, even prompting desires for deeper intimacy. Just as Gu Xingge prepared to advance further, Bibi Dong abruptly opened her eyes, halting his actions. Her enchanting gaze revealed a profound shyness as she parted her lips, pleading softly with him. Please, don't. Witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Guxinga's eyes, tightening Bibi Dong's heart, causing her to bite her lip in hesitation. She knew it was not the right moment, at least not yet. Raising her hand, she gently pushed the eager man away, then stood to adjust her garments, her complexion flushed and vibrant, as if she were blooming with life. In a soft voice, she urged Guxinga, "Xinga, you have the coronation ceremony to attend tomorrow. You should rest early. Allow me to take my leave. Let me escort you." Guxinga rose to his feet and gently took hold of her delicate hand. Bai Dong nodded in acceptance, and they resembled a couple deeply in love. Entwining their fingers as they departed together, they traversed the familiar corridor, guided by the dim moonlight, returning to the Pope's chamber. Yet, Guxinga was unwilling to release her hand this time. He sought to take the initiative. With a gentle pull, he drew Bai Dong back into his embrace, gazing upon her slightly startled yet exquisite countenance. His voice was soft, laced with an undercurrent of possessiveness. "I do not wish to return tonight. I want to be with you." Faced with Guxinga's sudden assertiveness, Bai Dong found herself at a loss for how to refuse. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly, her heart harboring a flicker of anticipation. Pushing open the door to the Pope's chamber, Guxinga held Bai Dong close. Entering her private quarters for the first time, the stunning Pope was gently laid upon the bed, feeling the overwhelming tide of Guxinga's fervent affection. Bai Dong felt no inclination to resist, yet trepidation gripped her, fearful of what he might do next. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a mix of shame and a hint of yearning, as she realized she could not yet grant him all he desired. "Xinga, grant me some time. Do not pressure me. Indeed, I am willing to wait for you, until the day you willingly offer yourself to me." Guxinga nodded, his gaze laden with affection as he looked upon the enchanting beauty beneath him. He leaned down once more to engage in a tender kiss with the exquisite Pope. Their lips entwined in a passionate embrace. Yet, true to his promise, he refrained from any further indiscretions. When fatigue from their kisses enveloped him, he nestled against the flawless contours of Bibi Dong's delicate form, burying his head amidst her silken tresses, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her hair. Together, they drifted into slumber, basking in each other's warmth and the splendor of their shared dreams. Perhaps Guxinga truly was a paragon of restraint. The following day dawned brightly, the sun's rays cascading over the earth, breathing life into all. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong gradually awakened, her eyes falling upon Guxinga's handsome visage, perpetually graced with a gentle smile. Like the soft light of dawn, it captivated her, yet instilled a tinge of inferiority within her heart. "Donner, it is time to rise. You must attend my coronation ceremony today. Tardiness is not an option." Guxinga leaned close to the stunning Pope, whispering softly while exhaling warm breath, gently nibbling on her ear, leaving his mark. This instantly sent a shiver through Bibi Dong's delicate frame. She quickly rose, her charming face tinged with a blush, her eyes betraying a hint of shy despair. Before she could utter a word, Guxinga bestowed upon her a morning kiss, a passionate French kiss. In the throes of love, couples often find themselves unable to contain their fervor, yearning to express their affection for one another, lost in a tender embrace. After what felt like an eternity, Guxinga departed from the Pope's chamber, leaving Bibi Dong in a daze, slumped on the bed. She felt utterly captivated. If not for the impending consecration ceremony, she would have wished to spend the entire day with Guxinga, never stepping outside. After grappling with her thoughts, Bibi Dong gradually regained her composure, rising to change her attire, anticipating that once the ceremony concluded, there would be ample time for her and him to express their love without haste. Truth be told, I have been conflicted about whether to write a single female lead or multiple. I have made the relationship between the protagonist and Bibi Dong rather sweet. And if there are multiple leads, it seems unfair to that sweetness. Yet, a single lead does not align with my style. Hence, I have decided that each female lead will henceforth be written with such sweetness, with just a hint of anguish. Chapter 23. The Golden Crow Sings. Two suns appear in the sky. As the long-prepared consecration ceremony officially commenced, the streets of Spirit City were abuzz with excitement. Throngs of people flocking towards the central square where the event was to take place, akin to bees drawn to the fragrance of flowers. Even without designated spaces, they were unwilling to miss this unprecedented spectacle. Around the central square, the banners of the Spirit Hall fluttered in the wind, resonating with a crisp sound. Knights clad in heavy, ornate armor guarded every corner of the square, their long spears gleaming ominously, exuding a heavy presence, their eagle-like eyes hidden beneath their helmets, vigilantly surveying the area for any suspicious individuals. In the audience, representatives from renowned spirit master factions, the 7 great empires, and various kingdoms and academies took their seats, with the more powerful factions positioned closer to the main seat of the Spirit Hall. Among them was Lang Qishuang, the representative of the Tianshui Academy, who had rushed to the ceremony upon receiving the invitation from the Spirit Hall. The beautiful headmistress sat slightly off to the side, adorned in a blue rose cheongsam that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her exquisite face lightly made up. Her ebony hair was styled in a single bun, with a few strands of bangs cascading down her forehead, exuding an alluring charm. Lang Qishuang's enchanting eyes scanned the square in search of Gu Xingge. Yet aside from the knights and some attendants responsible for the ceremony, she found no trace of him. Indeed, the protagonist always makes a grand entrance last. Although he had yet to arrive, spectators began discussing him excitedly. At just 23, he was already a Title Douluo, at least 20 years younger than Tang Hao at the same rank. The title of the youngest Title Douluo would soon be claimed by another. What a prodigy! Achieving Title Douluo in his 20s. Give him a few more decades, and he might ascend to godhood. However, have you heard? Rumors are circulating that the Spirit Hall is anticipating trouble from the Spirit Evil cult during this grand ceremony. I've heard of it. But that's a concern for the Spirit Hall, not us. We can merely watch the unfolding drama. That may not be the case. The Spirit Hall has put forth such a grand ceremony that even the rarely seen elders and worshippers are present. It would be quite challenging for the Spirit Evil cult to cause any disturbances. News of the Spirit Evil cult's intentions to disrupt the consecration had spread throughout Spirit City, and everyone was aware of it, yet few held any expectations. Many representatives of Spirit Master factions turned their gazes toward the main seat of the Spirit Hall, where 19 thrones awaited, each representing a Title Douluo. This was the first time the Spirit Hall publicly displayed the number of Title Douluos it possessed, leaving the representatives in a state of shock. With the Pope, there were a total of 19 Title Douluos, truly deserving of their reputation as the leaders of the continent's Spirit Masters. No, it should be 20, as the main character would surely join the Spirit Hall after the ceremony. On the viewing platform of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fingji gazed at the 19 thrones, astonished. This was his first revelation of the Spirit Hall's formidable number of Title Douluos. If the Spirit Hall sought to target the 7-treasure glazed tile school, merely relying on the Bone Douluo would be insufficient to fend them off. This thought weighed heavily on Ning Fingji's heart. Even the Bone Douluo was taken aback, realizing the Spirit Hall had concealed such a plethora of powerful figures. Had they not intended to establish their might during this consecration, they would likely have remained hidden even longer. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the heavens, landing abruptly on the grand dais in the center of the square. Following this, 17 beams of various colors fell upon the main seat of the Spirit Hall, revealing the various elders and worshippers, with the figure of Qian Dalu standing prominently on the dais. After a moment, another pink beam appeared, landing at the very center of the main seat. As the light dissipated, the dignified and resplendent Bibidong emerged, holding the Pope's scepter, exuding an air of authority. Upon her appearance, all the elders of the Spirit Hall and every individual in the audience bowed deeply to the stunning Pope. Aside from Qian Dalu, the other 6 worshippers merely inclined their bodies as a sign of respect. We pay our respects to your holiness the Pope. The knights knelt on one knee, their voices resonating with reverence, echoing into the sky, startling the birds above into flight. Rise. Bibidong, resembling a haughty queen, lightly tapped her scepter on the ground, causing the prayer beads on her wrist to tremble. Her lips parted, uttering 2 words with a cold tone, each imbued with authority and profound soul power that resonated deeply. The knights stood, their gazes toward the Pope filled with awe. Even many representatives from various Spirit Master factions, witnessing the Pope for the first time, were captivated by her unparalleled beauty. While they knew the Pope was female, they had not anticipated such exquisite beauty. Bibidong's beautiful eyes scanned the square. Yet she could not find Gu Xingge, leaving her perplexed. Where could he be? Why had he not arrived? Could something have happened? Had the Spirit Evil cult attacked him prematurely? With this thought, a trace of worry flickered in the stunning Pope's eyes. Even Qian Dalu on the grand dais was somewhat bewildered. Where was that lad? Why had he not made his appearance? According to the traditional sequence of the consecration ceremony, the newly appointed Title Douluo should have appeared following the Pope's arrival. Why was he departing from the norm? Surely he wouldn't leave the old man waiting. Just as everyone eagerly anticipated Gu Xingge's entrance, a resounding cry pierced the skies, the golden crow's call reverberating across the heavens. The temperature of the world suddenly soared as if one were standing in a furnace, the moisture in the air evaporating in an instant, leaving everyone feeling unbearably hot. Look at the sky, 2 suns. A startled exclamation drew everyone's attention upward, their eyes squinting against the blinding light. Yet, the radiance of the sun was not something mere mortals could gaze upon directly. They could only squint to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary phenomenon. What had once been a clear sky with a single sun was now graced by another golden sun, radiating intense heat, its fiery brilliance scorching mountains and boiling seas, illuminating the world alongside its celestial counterpart, banishing all darkness and bringing eternal light to the realm. With the golden crow's call, two suns emerged in the sky. Bibi Dong, Tian Douluo, and Ning Fengji were all astounded by the spectacle before them. Some even doubted their own eyes. How could two suns possibly appear in the sky? Was this reality or mere illusion? The heat was unbearable. It felt as if they were on the verge of being incinerated. A marvel. A true marvel. But then, panic ensued. Run. The second sun is descending. What a jest. The sun was plummeting directly towards them. Who could withstand such a force? As the crowd gasped in awe, the blazing golden sun, enveloped in fervent flames, began its relentless descent towards them. Fear gripped every heart, leaving faces pale and expressions dismayed. The atmosphere crackled with chaos. Yet, amidst this tumult, a resonant voice suddenly emerged from the radiant sun, imbued with both inquiry and certainty, echoing through the azure sky. The Tian and Haoyang, which is weaker? Which is stronger? Yin and Yang in harmony, unified as sovereign. This proclamation halted the fleeing souls, compelling their gaze to once more focus on the descending sun. Bibi Dong and Tian Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. This voice sounded eerily familiar. Within the sun, shadows of a golden crow soared, a fiery dragon roared, and countless fire spirits coalesced, forming a realm of flames. A figure clad in white flickered into view, resembling an eternal god of the sun, wielding dominion over its brilliance, standing tall above the heavens, existing alongside the world, imperishable while all else decayed. Such an extraordinary sight rendered everyone speechless, eyes wide with disbelief. They witnessed a being within the sun, no, a deity. Bibi Dong, upon gazing at the radiant sun, felt a tightening in her chest and instinctively gripped her papal staff. A wave of profound loathing surged within her. The brilliance was too blinding, too scorching, too bright. It was akin to a fallen soul, languishing in darkness, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming light, devoid of joy. Only deep-seated revulsion. She longed to obliterate this light, to taint it, to plunge it into the same abyss she inhabited. The thoughts of the gathered soul masters varied. Yet all were solemn, many even kneeling in reverence and fear. Finally, the sun descended, unleashing an unmatched torrent of heat. The soul masters hastily summoned their spirit powers to form defensive barriers. Yet even these could not withstand the sun's searing intensity. Only the Title Douluo could endure. The barriers of the other soul masters melted away, leaving many in disarray, their hair and garments igniting spontaneously. Fortunately, Tian Douluo swiftly manifested his martial spirit, conjuring a mighty angelic barrier to shield the entire plaza, preventing its incineration upon the sun's arrival. As the sun touched the ground, it gradually dissipated, the searing wave of heat receding, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from their brows. Even Bibi Dong atop the dais was drenched, her elegant gown clinging to her form, revealing her fair complexion. However, she quickly employed her spirit power to evaporate the moisture, the moment of allure vanishing in an instant. The elders of the spirit hall, along with various representatives of soul master factions, were left trembling at the thought, had the sun truly fallen, the plaza, and perhaps even the entire spirit city, would have been annihilated. All eyes were riveted on the dissipating sun, eager to discern the identity of the one responsible for such a cataclysmic event. Amidst the divine flames, the figure in white gradually revealed itself. Flanked by swirling hues of purple, black, and red, 9 spirit rings radiated immense and searing pressure. The purple was resplendent, the black profound, the red enchanting, with the 7th spirit ring still glimmering faintly. Upon recognizing the figure's true form, Bibi Dong, Tian Douluo, and the 6 great elders widened their eyes in astonishment. The Lightwing Douluo, taken aback, was the first to voice his surprise. I wondered who had stirred such commotion. It turns out to be that young lad, Gu. His voice, though soft, resonated among the assembled soul masters, who were all keenly perceptive. Gu. Could it be that newly anointed Title Douluo? The name of Gu Xingge has already spread across the continent in recent days, yet none have beheld his true visage. The gaze of all present converged upon his youthful and gallant face, with exclamations of astonishment and reflection filling the air, while a portion of the rather disheveled soul masters regarded him with envious disdain. On the high platform of the Heaven Do Empire, Prince Xuexing, upon witnessing Guxinga's entrance, was nearly overcome with excitement. However, recollecting Guxinga's childhood tribulations and his current stance towards the Heaven Do royalty, he could only sigh, his expression growing intricate. Indeed, he is the newly appointed Title Douluo, just as the rumors suggested, remarkably youthful. His entrance has stirred such a commotion. How audacious. As the saying goes, where there is tempest, there follows rain. Where there is arrogance, disaster is sure to ensue. Such hubris, one can only await the chaos that the spirit hall may unleash and observe how he will respond. Look at his soul rings. Guxinga's long, resplendent golden hair cascaded down his shoulders, with the tips entwined in flickering golden flames that refused to extinguish. His strikingly handsome features were accentuated by a vivid golden sun pattern gracing his forehead. His pair of radiant golden eyes emanated a fervent brilliance, and a gentle smile perpetually adorned his face, easily endearing him to those who beheld him. His physique, a paragon of the golden ratio, was cloaked in a white trench coat, intricately embroidered with a blazing sun surrounded by 9 golden crows, forming a magnificent design known as 9 crows riding the sun. The cuffs and collar were embellished with sun motifs. Beneath, he wore a pristine white shirt and tailored white trousers, with a belt buckle embossed with a golden sun. His ensemble was completed with white boots, creating an aura of pure elegance accentuated by touches of gold, captivating the attention and stirring the hearts of countless female soul masters present. At the moment she laid eyes on Guxinga, Bibi Dong's prior disdain vanished, replaced by joy and affection. Tian Douluo, witnessing the grand entrance of Guxinga, felt no anger. Instead, he wore a look of satisfaction, recognizing a semblance of his own past grandeur in the young man. The representatives of the Soul Master factions and the audience gazed in astonishment at the soul rings enveloping the golden-haired youth, their minds racing with the implications of such extraordinary soul rings. How formidable must his strength be? Uncle Bone, can you withstand him? Ning Fengji audaciously posed this unprecedented question regarding Bone Douluo, who remained silent, equally uncertain. Guxinga gazed upon the central altar, where Tian Douluo had long awaited, ready to crown him with the title. Sensing the myriad gazes directed towards him, Guxinga stepped forward, his pure white coat swirling, golden hair flowing, surrounded by an aura of divine brilliance. He stood tall and proud, akin to the sun god descending upon the mortal realm, ascending the steps with grace. All eyes converged upon him. In that moment, he was the sole protagonist of heaven and earth, the singular focus of the multitude. As Guxinga reached the altar, Tian Douluo's expression turned solemn, holding aloft a radiant solar crown. Their eyes met, and Tian, stepping forward, elevated the crown high above, placing it upon Guxinga's head amidst the watchful crowd, bestowing upon him his title. Congratulations to the Sun Douluo. At the instant the crown was donned, Tian Douluo spread his arms wide, his voice resonating with immense soul power, proclaiming his congratulations with fervor. The exquisite Pope atop the platform spoke as well, her delicate lips parting slightly, her authoritative voice laced with excitement and a hint of uncontainable affection. Congratulations to the Sun Douluo. Cheers echoed from the square, with offerings from the spirit hall, elders, bishops, and hall masters expressing their congratulations, resounding throughout the plaza, reverberating through the soul city, and soaring to the heavens. Congratulations to the Sun Douluo. Congratulations to the Sun Douluo. Congratulations to the Sun Douluo. The holy knights raised their long spears, guarding the radiant figure like the sun itself. Golden beams of light shot into the sky, and angelic figures with powerful auras appeared, their white wings ethereal and sacred. They intertwined their fingers, beautiful and devout, solemnly raising their voices in harmonious song, celebrating the birth of the Sun Douluo. Alas, my writing skills are limited, and I lack the depth to craft a more splendid scene. Chapter 25. The chaos caused by the demon soul sect, merely a stepping stone. Congratulations to the Sun Douluo. The angels sang, and the multitude rejoiced, their voices echoing over the central square, lingering in the air. The soul masters of the spirit hall focused their gazes on the dazzling figure upon the grand platform, brimming with excitement. Yet, at the very moment all were celebrating the birth of the Sun Douluo, 49 scarlet beams shot into the sky simultaneously, and a mysterious array materialized in the heavens. A strange force emanated from the array, swiftly transforming the area into a magic-restricting domain, enveloping the entire soul city. As the magic-restricting domain unfolded, all soul masters felt an oppressive force, one that even Title Douluos could not escape. This suppression was not directed at their martial spirits or soul power, but rather at their soul skills. They found themselves unable to utilize their soul techniques. This sudden turn of events caused many to change their expressions, a mixture of shock, seriousness, anger, and panic swirling within them, as an atmosphere of unease settled among the crowd. Yet, all understood that the demon soul sect had arrived. However, they had not anticipated such a maneuver. In contrast, the elders, offerings, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall remained composed, unfazed by this abrupt change. Everything had unfolded as they had anticipated. They had been waiting for the arrival of the demon soul sect. Guxinga gazed at the crimson pillars of light, murmuring, "Has it finally arrived?" The once resounding angels descended, forming a protective circle around the grand altar. The holy knights gripped their long spears tightly, their sharp, hawk-like gazes scanning the surroundings. Representatives from various soul master factions manifested their martial spirits, with Bon Douluo immediately shielding Ningfengji and Ningrongrong to prevent any attacks from the abyssal soul cult. Bibi Dong observed the magical barrier enveloping the central square, its eerie power strangely familiar. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This was the anti-magic domain of the City of Slaughter. Although she felt her martial spirit still within her, she found herself unable to utilize her soul skills. However, compared to the anti-magic domain of the City of Slaughter, this barrier was trivial. Even though she was restricted by the Rakshasa god trial and unable to unleash her full strength, breaking this restriction would be a mere formality. Yet, it was evident that the abyssal soul cult's foul bats were indeed linked to the City of Slaughter. Among the 49 crimson pillars stood a soul sage from the abyssal soul cult, each holding a stone tablet adorned with intricate patterns, continuously channeling their soul power into it to sustain this pseudo-anti-magic domain. Just as everyone remained vigilant, 5 figures soared from the audience, each emanating immense power. Their presence as oppressive as a mountain, surrounded by 9 soul rings, 3 with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black rings, and 2 with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. Among them were 3 robust men with distinct patterns on their bodies, a captivating beauty, and an elderly man. Their sudden appearance captured everyone's attention, eliciting expressions of shock. While it was known that the abyssal soul cult would dispatch formidable warriors to disrupt the event, no one anticipated the arrival of 5 Title Douluo. Tianhui and the other esteemed elders cast disdainful glances at the 5 elders from the abyssal soul cult. How audacious of these mere 5 Title Douluo, enhanced through secret methods, to dare cause trouble in the spirit hall. Such folly. Elder Qian sensed the anti-magic restrictions imposed upon him. With his strength, breaking free from this limitation would be effortless. Not only him, but the other elders and esteemed members could also dismantle the barrier in no time. Though it had some impact, it was minimal. The spirit hall was nothing extraordinary. Even under the anti-magic domain, it would have to kneel. Among the 5 elders from the abyssal soul cult hovering in midair, 1, a burly middle-aged man adorned with a black bear pattern, exuded arrogance and disdain. Emboldened by the presence of the anti-magic domain, his words instantly ignited the fury of all the soul masters from the spirit hall, who glared at him with indignation. While some factions that had grievances against the spirit hall secretly reveled in their misfortune, today was indeed a day of reckoning for the spirit hall. On the high platform, Title Douluo Guangling could no longer contain himself and was about to strike, only to be halted by Title Douluo Qingwan. "Elder, do not forget the promise made to young Gu." Upon hearing this, Guangling had no choice but to suppress his fury temporarily, hastening his efforts to break through the anti-magic restrictions. Should Guxinga prove unable to contend with these 5 adversaries, he would be the first to eliminate them. Bibi Dong also cast a worried glance at Guxinga, questioning whether he could handle 5 Title Douluo, while she herself had effortlessly shattered her own restrictions. Guxinga raised his head slightly, observing the 5 elders of the evil soul cult who had finally made their appearance. Instead of feeling flustered, a smile of delight graced his features. This was fortuitous indeed. Slaying these 5 Title Douluos would undoubtedly ensure his fame across the continent. "Old man, leave these 5 fellows to me. Remember, if you find yourself unable to handle them, do not hesitate to call for us." Qian Dalu held the 5 Title Douluos in little regard, asserting that the evil soul cult was merely a nefarious organization that had emerged a mere few decades ago. Had they not been adept at hiding, they would have been eradicated by the Spirit Hall long ago. The millennia of foundation that the Spirit Hall possessed was beyond the realm of imagination for the evil soul cult. Even if the cult mobilized its entire force to launch a surprise attack during this consecration ceremony, the only fate awaiting them would be complete annihilation. Had it not been for Guxinga's desire to use them to enhance his reputation, Qian Daolu would have already exterminated them the moment they showed themselves. Meanwhile, Ningfingji scanned the square. Although the soul masters of the Spirit Hall exhibited righteous indignation, the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall, aside from the 5 offerings who seemed somewhat restless, remained surprisingly calm, as if they were unperturbed by the disruption caused by the 5 Title Douluos of the evil soul cult. They were biding their time. In an instant, Ningfingji understood. The news of the evil soul cult's intention to cause chaos at the ceremony had spread throughout Spirit City. How could the Spirit Hall possibly be unprepared? They were waiting for the cult members to reveal themselves. Although the barrier cast by the evil soul cult restricted their ability to use soul techniques, this limitation was not permanent. Ningfingji inquired of Bone Douluo, Uncle Bone, how do you feel? Give me a few more minutes, and I'll be able to break through this restriction. Indeed, this limitation posed little challenge to Title Douluos. With some time, they could easily overcome it. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Ningfingji's eyes. It appeared that the Spirit Hall was deliberately orchestrating this grand ceremony to lure the evil soul cult, intending to reassert their authority. In recent years, the Spirit Hall had suffered a significant loss of prestige due to the evil soul cult. If they could eradicate these 5 Title Douluos today, it would undoubtedly restore their standing. They were playing a masterful game. However, the evil soul cult's objective was not merely to wreak havoc upon the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they would have sent more than just 5 Title Douluos along with their followers. The gaze of the 5 elders of the evil soul cult converged upon Guxinga, their murderous intent palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, they struck simultaneously, seeking to eliminate him with utmost urgency. They were acutely aware that the pseudo-restriction imposed by the barrier had little impact on Title Douluos. Thus their true aim had always been Guxinga. To slay him before the eyes of the entire continent's soul master factions during the consecration ceremony would not only rid them of an unparalleled genius but also deliver a severe blow to the Spirit Hall's reputation. Guxinga aspired to establish his reputation through the demonic soul sect, while the sect sought to humiliate the Spirit Hall using him as a pawn. A monumental clash loomed on the horizon. Regarding Bibi Dong's characterization, I gleaned from Baidu that she reached level 99 in her 40s. Largely due to the dual martial soul's ability to absorb powerful soul beast rings to enhance one's soul power. However, due to the restrictions imposed by the Rakshasa goddess trials, she could only manifest level 98 soul power. I have adopted this premise. Please do not criticize me. Chapter 26. The name of Haoyang overwhelms Haotian. From the outset, the Spirit Hall regarded the demonic soul sect with disdain. Today's chaotic ambush seemed to them merely a farcical event, a stepping stone for Guxinga's ascent to fame. Tian Douluo waved his hand, signaling the angelic legion to withdraw, and the holy knights retreated at his behest to avoid collateral damage. Observing this, Ningfingji became increasingly convinced that the Spirit Hall was indeed baiting the demonic soul sect. Having caught a significant fish, should these 5 elders of the demonic soul sect perish here, it would not only elevate the Spirit Hall's prestige, but also inflict considerable losses on the sect. Uncle Bone, we are about to witness a splendid spectacle. Bone Douluo discerned the underlying scheme, nodding in agreement. Not only they, but numerous representatives of various soul master factions also sensed something amiss. The reactions of the elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall were too nonchalant, sowing seeds of doubt. Some representatives of soul master factions contemplating escape hesitated, intent on discerning the true nature of the Spirit Hall's intentions. In a more distant section of the audience, Lang Qishuang watched anxiously as 5 Title Douluo prepared to strike Guxinga, her eyes filled with trepidation as she desperately channeled her soul power against the magical restrictions. In the pseudo-anti-magic domain, all soul masters were affected, yet the 5 elders of the demonic soul sect remained unrestrained, capable of employing their soul techniques. As the saying goes, those involved are often oblivious, while onlookers see clearly. The 5 troublemakers were entirely unaware of the trap they had unwittingly stepped into, continuing with their plan unabated. Haoyang Douluo, you can only blame your misfortune for holding such a grand ceremony. In midair, a burly man adorned with bear patterns appeared to be the leader of this operation. With a roar, he summoned his rock bear martial soul, which bellowed towards the heavens. His massive paws struck his chest, unleashing a torrent of soul power that rippled through the air, while the other 4 elders of the demonic soul sect revealed their martial souls, the sky-devouring python, the soul-polluting black water, the illusionary demon fox, and the blood demon scythe. With no hesitation, driven by a desire for swift resolution, the 5 Title Douluo simultaneously charged towards Guxinga, their overwhelming soul power crashing like a tidal wave, akin to a volcanic eruption. They unleashed their 8 soul techniques. aiming to obliterate Guxinga in a single strike. Eighth Soul Technique, Meteoric Starfall. The burly man roared, his rock-bare martial soul, empowered by the Eighth Soul Technique, transformed into a colossal bear resembling a mountain, descending like a meteor from the Cretaceous period, intent on crushing everything in its path. Eighth Soul Technique, Devouring Python. Eighth Soul Technique, Black Tide. An infinite wave of the sky-devouring python surged forth, accompanied by the tumultuous soul-polluting water, merging and defiling the very essence of the body and soul, seeking to drown Guxinga in this relentless black tide, consuming him entirely. Simultaneously, the illusionary demon fox opened her third eye, her bewitching spiritual energy weaving countless illusions around Guxinga, ensnaring him in an eternal dreamscape from which he could not escape. Eighth Soul Technique, Illusory Demise. Eighth Soul Technique, Blood Scythe. Yet within the illusions lay a horrifying intent, as a fearsome scarlet scythe cleaved through the air, crossing spatial boundaries, aimed directly at his neck, seeking to behead him in a single stroke. As the fifth Title Douluo unleashed their eighth soul techniques simultaneously, their combined might was akin to a cataclysmic force. Even the numerous elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall felt the intensity, with soul masters present fortifying their defenses to withstand the aftermath of these five formidable techniques. Witnessing Guxinga's dire predicament, Bibi Dong's exquisite visage betrayed a hint of anxiety. Instinctively raising her leg, prepared to leap into the fray to shield him from this onslaught. However, Qin Daoliu's voice echoed in her ears, "Have faith in him. He can handle this." This compelled Bibi Dong to halt her advance, her gaze fixed upon Guxinga. Should he falter, she vowed to scour the entire continent to exact vengeance upon the demonic soul sect. Meanwhile, beneath the onslaught of the five soul techniques, Guxinga remained as radiant as the sun, undeterred as he leaped towards the barrage. This scene left everyone astounded. Rather than retreating, he charged headlong into the fray, seemingly dazed by the audacity of Haoyang Douluo. The five members of the demonic soul sect, witnessing Guxinga's reckless advance towards their ultimate techniques, revealed sinister smiles, deeming him a fool rushing towards his demise. Yet, in the next moment, their expression shifted dramatically as a resonant, contemptuous voice echoed in their ears. "Humph." Miran dared to lay claim to the Haoyang. A surge of even more blazing and boundless soul power erupted, illuminating Guxinga amidst the brilliance of the five techniques, rendering him a celestial deity. His chiseled features exuded utmost pride, exalting over all creation, as his ninth soul ring ignited with a vivid crimson glow. A towering golden beam ascended, piercing the heavens, to dispatch the five elders of the demonic soul sect with utmost speed and grandeur. Guxinga unleashed his ninth soul technique, aiming for a single, decisive strike. Ninth soul technique, Golden Crow Dance of the Radiant Sun, divine fire refining heaven and earth. A piercing cry of the golden crow echoed through the skies, reverberating across the expanse, causing the temperature of the entire plaza and even the spirit city to surge. A three-legged golden crow soared upward, wings unfurled, striking the heavens, dancing amidst the firmament as divine flames fell like feathers, heralding the rise of a resplendent sun that blazed with eternal fire, an unquenchable flame that transcended time, refining heaven and earth. Golden Crow Dance of the Radiant Sun, divine fire refining heaven and earth. The blazing sun illuminated the skies, compelling all to bow in reverence. What meteoric starfall, what black tide, what soul techniques, all were rendered futile in the face of the eternally supreme Haoyang, dissolving into nothingness. The terrifying heat, capable of melting the defenses crafted by the soul masters, engulfed the plaza. Sensing this overwhelming temperature, Tian Douluo ceased to remain passive. His immense soul power surged forth, enveloping the plaza anew to shield against the heat's encroachment. Before Guxinga's ninth soul technique, the five Title Douluo's simultaneous eighth soul techniques disintegrated into nothingness. On this day, the golden crow spread its wings, soaring through the heavens, accompanied by the terrifying divine flames that incinerated all in its path, culminating in the utter obliteration of the five elders of the demonic soul sect before the astonished and disbelieving eyes of the crowd. A single, devastating blow. They could hardly fathom that Guxinga had not been suppressed by the pseudo-anti-magic domain, for the sun is impervious to any constraints. The five Title Douluo did not even have time to scream before they perished beneath the unimaginable might of the ninth soul technique. Only the Haoyang remained aloft, with the golden crow soaring in the aftermath. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, leaving the assembled soul masters in a state of shock, awe, and profound reverence. Even the elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall were rendered speechless, having anticipated a fierce battle, yet witnessing such an effortless resolution instead. They even began to question whether those 5 Title Douluo were mere illusions. Yet the formidable power of those 5 soul skills is undeniable. It is not that they are too weak, but rather that Gu Xingge is extraordinarily strong. With a single strike, he vanquished 5 esteemed foes. The terror of the Haoyang Douluo is unfathomable. All eyes converged upon the radiant figure, akin to an ancient sun god, clad in white, in the celestial expanse, filled solely with reverence and admiration. In this moment, Gu Xingge showcased his might to all beings, gazing down upon the world, daring to question who could possibly contend with him. After this day, the name Haoyang shall eclipse even that of the heavens. Chapter 27. Signing in at the Douluo Hall, a small spiritual vein acquired. In the skies above, the Haoyang shone brightly, the golden crow's cry resonating, exerting pressure upon all beings, inspiring awe among the masses, compelling everything to bow in submission as the world basked in the fervent sunlight. Haoyang, Haoyang. A voice rang out, filled with exhilaration, swiftly followed by a swell of fervent cheers, echoing like a tidal wave, imbued with admiration, reverence, and even madness. Haoyang, 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 Haoyang. Except for a few factions at odds with the Spirit Hall, the other soul masters present expressed genuine admiration for the celestial Haoyang. Throughout history, the powerful have always garnered the respect and awe of the populace. Even the blinding brilliance of the sun could not obscure their adoring gazes, all directed towards that figure in white, resembling a solar deity, as if he were the most radiant and resplendent existence in the cosmos. On a high platform, Bibi Dong gazed at that resplendent figure, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. The sunlight enveloped her, imbuing her with warmth and gentleness. In the audience, Lung Qishuang looked up at the Haoyang above, her phoenix eyes revealing boundless infatuation and love. Title Douluo observed Gu Xingge, the center of attention, with admiration. His resolve further solidified within. Ning Rongrong stood beside Ning Fingji, gazing skyward, her eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance. Uncle Bone. The Spirit Hall has stumbled upon a great treasure this time, Ning Fengji remarked, observing the white-clad youth descending from the brilliance of Haoyang, his gaze filled with complexity. Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. Young as he was, having already attained the status of Title Douluo, he effortlessly obliterated 5 Title Douluo with a mere flick of his hand. His future achievements are boundless, potentially reaching the legendary realm of the divine. The grand conferral ceremony concluded with the demise of 5 Title Douluo from the Spirit Sect. The Spirit Hall dealt with the soul saints of the Spirit Sect, while the stone tablet inscribed with the anti-magic fields patterns was a one-time use item, shattering after fulfilling its purpose. Everything that transpired today will be recorded in the annals of the Spirit Hall and the continent's history, passed down through the ages. In the historical records, it is noted as follows: Douluo calendar, year 2641, September 9th. The first-generation Haoyang Douluo achieved the status of Title Douluo at the age of 23, slaying 5 Title Douluo from the Spirit Sect with a single strike in the central square of the Spirit Hall. From this moment, the name Haoyang overshadowed the heavens. Renowned throughout Douluo, his might resonated across the continent. Unprecedented, his legacy shall endure for millennia. In the deep of night, with the moon casting a serene glow and stars twinkling overhead, within the Pope's chamber, Gu Xingge gently laid Bibi Dong upon the bed, kissing her soft, exquisite lips, expressing his love. After an intimate moment, he released her gaze, captivated by her enchanting visage, his golden eyes brimming with affection and a touch of reluctance. Donger, I must depart. Still enveloped in the fervent embrace of Gu Xingge's passionate love, Bibi Dong, momentarily dazed, regained her composure upon hearing his intent to leave. A wave of unprecedented panic surging within her. She wrapped her arms around him tightly and anxiously inquired, "Where are you going? Is it not better to stay in the Spirit Hall? I do not wish for you to leave." Seeing her anxious demeanor, stripped of her usual regal pride, Gu Xingge tenderly brushed her delicate nose with his finger, his voice gentle as he leaned down to place a soft kiss upon her pale forehead. "Why are you so anxious? I am merely fulfilling my promise to teach at a Soul Master Academy. I am not venturing into a perilous abyss." He proceeded to explain his agreement with Lung Qishuang, which finally eased the tension of the beautiful Pope. Although Wuhun City lay over 2,000 kilometers from Spirit City, with her 6-winged purple light wings, she would require little time to traverse the distance. "Cannot you stay with me a while longer?" Bibi Dong nestled against Gu Xingge, her voice soft with a hint of pleading, stirring his heart. After a moment's contemplation, considering that the school term commenced in about 20 days and he still needed to assist Lung Qishuang in hunting for the 8th soul rings, Guxinga resolved to carve out more time to accompany Bibi Dong. After all, how could he resist such an endearing woman? Since it is the request of Her Holiness the Pope, I shall, of course, comply. Guxinga leaned closer to Bibi Dong, fulfilling her desires. And before she could utter more words, he once again lowered his lips to the exquisite lips of the Pope, entwining with her in a passionate embrace, sharing their affections, even daring to progress further, striving for the next base. Meanwhile, Lung Qishuang chose not to return to the Tianshui Academy, but instead temporarily resided in the Spirit Hall, awaiting Guxinga's arrival. She was aware that during the consecration ceremony, that radiant man, as brilliant as the sun, must have seen her. He had promised to take her to hunt for the 8th spirit ring. The following day, Guxinga arrived early at the Douluo Hall, which stood resolutely at the deepest part of the Spirit Hall. It possessed a long-standing legacy, said to have existed even before the establishment of the Spirit Hall itself, which was built around the Douluo Hall. As a newly conferred Title Douluo, his title plaque would soon pass through his hands, infused with his unique soul power, preserving his essence and earning the admiration and praise of countless souls. Upon stepping into the Douluo Hall, he felt a grandeur and solemnity distinct from the worship hall. Countless title plaques adorned the Douluo Hall, each exuding a variety of energies, some sharp, some weighty, some gentle, and some wild. Each plaque represented a Title Douluo who had come to the Spirit Hall for their consecration, symbolizing the highest honor of the continent. Tian Douluo placed the plaque engraved with the words Haoyang in the sunlit area of the Douluo Hall, ensuring it was perpetually bathed in sunlight, the characters shimmering brilliantly and captivating the eye. Guxinga first bowed respectfully to the numerous title plaques, demonstrating his reverence for the predecessors. Subsequently, he activated the inner communication system to check in at the Douluo Hall. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a small spiritual vein. A small spiritual vein. Upon hearing that the check-in reward was indeed a small spiritual vein, he was momentarily stunned, his heart throbbing with astonishment. This item is an indispensable treasure in the extraordinary world. With a spiritual vein, one can generate spiritual energy, and with spiritual energy, one can embark on the path of the extraordinary. How could Guxinga contain his excitement? What he lacked most in the Ming realm was precisely this spiritual energy. Once he had hung the title plaques, Guxinga then departed from the Douluo Hall and sought a secluded area to enter the Ming realm. In the Ming realm, aside from the central area where the seedling of the golden ancient tree resided, which exhibited a hint of vitality, the other regions remained desolate and devoid of life. Guxinga appeared high above in the sky, where a luminous orb of milky white light materialized in his hands, containing within it a small spiritual vein. Without further contemplation, he directly embedded the miniature spiritual vein 20 kilometers beneath the central region, causing the orb that enveloped it to shatter. A spiritual vein extending 500 kilometers emerged, integrating itself into the earth strata of the Ming realm. Simultaneously, wisps of spiritual energy began to permeate the air. As the Ming realm gradually commenced its evolution into an extraordinary world, Guxinga distinctly sensed the augmentation of the realm's essence, swelling by hundreds of times. He promptly accessed the world panel. True name of the world: Ming realm, master of the world. Guxinga, state of the world, nascent minor dimension, world completeness, 25. 37. Essence of the world, 5000. 95. Note: all entities within the world are birthed from its essence. The greater the essence, the more powerful the world. The presence of a small spiritual vein not only elevated the world's completeness to a quarter, but also propelled the essence to a staggering 5000, which was extraordinarily impressive, educating and nurturing, while also cultivating the land and reclaiming wasteland. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 28. The Soul Spirit Technique and the Crimson Ming 9 Heavens chart with the existence of the small spiritual vein. Spiritual energy gradually manifested within the Ming realm, and the seedlings of the ancient golden tree took root atop the spiritual vein, voraciously absorbing the energy it emitted. They thrived and simultaneously transmuted more life energy, nourishing the Ming realm and enhancing its environment, thereby infusing it with vibrant vitality. Almost forgotten, there remained a reward yet to be claimed. Guxinga recalled the system's task. Who in the world does not recognize you? The grand ceremony had concluded, and his remarkable achievement of defeating 5 Title Douluos with a single strike was sufficient to earn him fame across the continent. Yet, he wondered what kind of rewards the system would bestow upon him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 Earth-level lottery draw and the Soul Spirit Technique. The reward was exceedingly generous. Setting aside the Earth-level draw, the Soul Spirit Technique, a groundbreaking method, was enough to ignite Guxinga's excitement. as he absorbed the reward. All knowledge pertaining to the soul spirit technique flooded into his mind. The soul spirit technique involved constructing a contract array with mental force to forge an equal pact with soul beasts. The souls of these beasts would then transform into soul spirits, granting the soul master a suitable soul ring upon reaching a bottleneck, depending on the age and quality. The number of soul rings produced varied, and the souls could retain their intelligence, aiding the soul master in battle, an alternative existence for soul beasts. Furthermore, the soul spirit technique could be employed to create soul spirits from actively dying or recently deceased soul beasts for human fusion. If a soul master encountered a particularly compatible soul spirit, there was a chance for their martial soul to evolve with its assistance. Indeed, powerful soul spirits could even enhance the quality of martial soul rings, elevating a 1,000-year soul ring to 10,000 or even 100,000 years. The emergence of the soul spirit technique would undoubtedly transform the landscape of soul masters in Douluo continent. If disseminated, it would be fervently sought after by all soul masters. After digesting the knowledge of the soul spirit technique, Guxinga communicated with the system to utilize his Earth-level lottery draw. Ding! The Earth-level lottery draw is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram, Volume 1. Before Guxinga could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of vast and intricate knowledge surged into his mind, overwhelming him to the point of mental overload. After a considerable pause, Guxinga regained his composure. His eyes filled with astonishment. The Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram, cultivated by the protagonist in the primal era. This was a significant windfall. Though it was merely the first volume, it encompassed the realms of acquired, innate, and purple mansion, totaling 9 levels. Following the prescribed order of cultivation would suffice to reach the pinnacle of the purple mansion. Translating this into the context of Douluo's realms, this was a body refinement method aimed directly at achieving divinity. Despite the disparagement from various netizens regarding Douluo continent, often employing Earth-S formulas to critique it, such mockery was ultimately trivial. At least in Guxinga's perspective, the God King was not so feeble, being akin to a transcendent immortal in the primal era. Nevertheless, realms and combat power were distinct. While the realms might align, the combat prowess of an innate being could overwhelm 100 Title Douluos. And in a brutal manner at that. Calming his exhilarated heart, Guxinga felt an uncanny affinity with the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram. Unlike other divine body refinement methods that typically absorb the resentment of heaven and earth, or elemental forces like water, fire, and thunder, the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram required initial attunement to the supreme celestial bodies of the moon and sun. Refining the body with their powers, truly the foremost divine body refinement method. With Guxinga being a dual martial soul of the moon and sun, he possessed an inherent advantage. Confident that he would surpass Jin Ning, he promptly descended onto the desolate black earth, shedding his white cloak to avoid the disastrous fate that befell Jin Ning during his initial cultivation, wherein his garments were incinerated or frozen. He then began to position himself according to the illustrations of the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens Diagram. With arms raised high, he offered a bow towards the horizon, a gesture of homage to the sun and moon. Each movement, executed according to the illustrations, exuded an ancient and mystical charm, resembling a peculiar ritualistic dance. With the completion of his final gesture, he knelt, hands cupped before him as if cradling the moon in one hand and the sun in the other. In that instant, Guxinga felt his consciousness transcend layers of worldly barriers, departing from the Douluo realm, advancing relentlessly until he entered an expansive, boundless void. Deep within this vast emptiness, 2 ancient and eternal supreme celestial bodies resided. One was a colossal star, its surface ablaze with endless, swirling flames, radiating an infinite brilliance akin to a massive fireball illuminating countless worlds. The other was a star shrouded in an unending chill, emanating a bone-deep coldness, its icy moonlight enveloping every realm. These were the 2 most ancient supreme celestial bodies, the sun and the moon. How breathtaking! How magnificent! Gazing upon these celestial bodies, Guxinga was utterly captivated, his expression reflecting profound admiration. This was the true sun star and moon star. The divine aura they emanated far surpassed that of his own solar and lunar martial souls. Though unsure of his current state, Guxinga was certain he was no longer in the Douluo realm, given the meager and barren rules of that world. How could it possibly give birth to such supreme stars? As countless starlights gradually emerged, gold and silver intertwined in a dazzling display. The torrid sunlight and frigid moonlight circled and converged around Guxinga, slowly coalescing in his palms. On his left hand, Guxinga conjured a miniature and ethereal lunar star, a laurel tree blooming upon it, exuding an endless chill and extreme coldness. In contrast, his right hand bore a miniature and illusory solar star, a golden crow soaring amidst a golden divine flame, radiating an intense heat. The laurel tree flourished on the lunar star, while the golden crow danced upon the solar star. This phenomenon represented the pinnacle of the introductory realm of the chiming Jutian diagram. Surrounded by countless starlights, Guxinga's countenance radiated tranquility, embodying a profound reverence. He sat in a meditative posture, eyes closed, hands raised before him, one cradling the lunar star, the other the solar star. The two celestial bodies, suspended in his palms, ceaselessly transmitted power, merging into Guxinga's being, as the forces of the moon and sun coursed through him, absorbed by every cell. His entire physique, the bones, muscles, and even internal organs, underwent continual transformation. A layer of frost enveloped his form, only to be melted away by an overwhelming heat, cycling through extremes in a mesmerizing alternation. As the powers of the lunar and solar energies continued to integrate, changes manifested on Guxinga's fair back. The left side shimmered with silver, the chilling silver moonlight flowing ceaselessly, gradually forming the image of a moon hair. The right side sparkled with golden brilliance, the scorching golden sunlight slowly coalescing, similarly shaping the figure of the golden crow. Thus appeared the divine patterns of the lunar moon hair and the solar golden crow. In his initial foray into practice, Guxinga matched the prowess of Ji Ning, who was also embarking on the journey of the chiming Jutian diagram. Even the lunar and solar martial spirits within him grew more formidable under the influence of the chiming Jutian diagram. Chapter 29. Targeted by the Soul Demon sect within a small plane attached to the Dao continent, a group of individuals cloaked in blood-red robes adorned with golden patterns gathered, concealing their true identities. This was the headquarters of the Soul Demon sect. And the reason the Spirit Hall had been unable to eradicate the sect was their concealment within this small plane, eluding detection. Among them were the 8 esteemed elders of the Soul Demon sect and 2 vice leaders, while the current leader was in seclusion and did not participate in this meeting. What a magnificent Haoyang Douluo! Even the 5 elders of the sect could not subdue him, and he annihilated them with a single strike, truly worthy of the name Haoyang. A voice, steady yet tinged with surprise, resonated, laced with admiration for Guxinga. No sooner had he finished speaking than another voice interjected, expressing contempt for Haoyang Douluo. Humph. Those 5 were merely newly ascended Title Douluo. I could easily dispatch them with a single blow. As for Haoyang Douluo, I see him as nothing but a fraud. A pawn for the Spirit Hall to exaggerate, just a newly minted Title Douluo. What strength could he possibly possess? I have my doubts, so many Soul Master factions are observing, and the Spirit Hall cannot afford to have them all change their tune. I find myself quite intrigued by Haoyang Douluo. Surely, his yang energy is quite abundant. A sensuous voice, sultry and enticing, broke forth, suffused with an alluring undertone accompanied by the sound of swallowing. Her words were interrupted by another elder. That said, Haoyang Douluo should not be underestimated. That fellow harbors great animosity towards our sect. The Holy Maiden nearly perished at his hands. The mention of the Holy Maiden elicited a tone of respect, indicating her elevated status within the Soul Demon sect, far beyond what Guxinga might have imagined. Upon hearing that Haoyang Douluo aimed to harm the Holy Maiden, a hot-tempered elder immediately retorted, "Dare to touch the Holy Maiden? I will slay him. A mere newly ascended Title Douluo, let's see how many blows he can withstand from me." The other elders echoed with indignation, vowing to eliminate Guxinga. The external intelligence believed that the Soul Demon sect's elders were merely Title Douluo. However, this was a misconception. Each elder had reached level 95 or above, with the 2 vice leaders attaining level 98. The 8 esteemed elders were not a fixed number in the Soul Demon sect. Title Douluo below level 95 were merely ordinary elders. Only those who surpassed level 95 could ascend to the rank of elder. While they appeared more formidable than the Spirit Hall's offerings, a confrontation might yield a different outcome. Although evil soul masters advanced swiftly in cultivation, their malevolent martial spirits were countered by angelic martial spirits. Should a conflict arise with the Spirit Hall, the combined strength of the Soul Demon sect's elders and vice leaders might not suffice against a single individual. Chi Douluo. Icefall, you shall handle Haoyang Douluo. One vice leader instructed the elder known as Icefall, who nodded in agreement. His cultivation had reached level 96, making him more than capable of dealing with a newly ascended Title Douluo. Icefall, do not underestimate him. Haoyang Douluo is no simple foe. His martial spirit is exceptionally powerful, and he once escaped from my grasp when he was merely a soul sage, relying on his martial spirit," warned the elder who had previously clashed with Guxinga when he was still a soul sage. However, he had not regarded Guxinga seriously at that time and suffered a significant loss, though he could not disclose this fact, merely stating that Guxinga had escaped from him. Icefall, however, dismissed the warning with disdain, asserting, "My martial spirit is particularly adept against fire attributes. In the realm of the living, the sun and moon, compelled by some unseen force, defied the rules set by Guxinga, appearing simultaneously and undergoing peculiar transformations. Initially, they were manifestations of Guxinga's martial spirit, but as he sensed the two supreme stars and the powers of the sun and moon baptized his body, his lunar and solar martial spirits began to resonate with the essence of the supreme stars, growing ever more potent, even evolving towards the two celestial bodies. Should Guxinga continue his cultivation and elevate the chiming Haotian diagram to greater heights, it is possible that one day his lunar and solar martial spirits may evolve into true supreme stars. As the boundless starlight enveloping Guxinga dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, a glimmer of gold and silver flashing within his gaze, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon reflecting on his bodily transformation, Guxinga's face lit up with joy. Even this initial stage of cultivation had significantly bolstered his physique. The residual potency of the golden sun fruit within him had been fully refined during his practice, resulting in a breakthrough to level 94.5. With level 95 now within reach. With the absorption of a soul ring from a 50,000-year soul beast, Guxinga would surely ascend to level 95. His second martial spirit, the lunar one, still awaited the addition of any soul rings. Guxinga aspired to emulate Bibi Dong, seeking to transcend the rank of Title Douluo and subsequently augment her second martial soul with additional spirit rings. Each spirit ring absorbed would enhance her cultivation through the power contained within, enabling her to swiftly attain the pinnacle of level 99. After observing the transformations within the Ming realm, she noted a marked increase in the density of spiritual energy, particularly in the central area where the fusion of spiritual and life energies nurtured the flourishing trees, resembling a vibrant miniature forest teeming with vitality and lush greenery. However, to truly perfect a world, a mere grove is insufficient. Mountains and rivers, forests and meadows, a myriad of blossoms, and all living beings must also be present. The journey ahead is indeed arduous and fraught with challenges. After Guxinga exited the Ming realm, he returned directly to the Pope's palace, where he and Bibi Dong indulged in activities that fostered their mutual affection. Aware of his impending departure, Bibi Dong entrusted the affairs of the Spirit Hall to Ju and Ghost Douluo, instructing them to manage everything unless a matter of great significance arose. Ju and Ghost Douluo were left astonished. How could she neglect the Spirit Hall for the sake of a romantic interest? In the following 10 days, Guxinga devoted himself entirely to Bibi Dong, sharing meals, lodging, and even sleep, as they reveled in the beauty of blossoms, theatrical performances, and night markets. Their relationship flourished, brimming with passion and sweetness. Observers within the Spirit Hall lamented the loss of their esteemed Pope, likening her to an exquisite flower that had finally been plucked. However, they did not harbor jealousy towards Guxinga. Instead, they believed it was only fitting, as he was the only one worthy of the Pope's affections. Yet, one individual within the Spirit Hall held a contrary view, the Grand Elder Title Douluo. He preferred for Guxinga to be paired with his granddaughter rather than with her mother, though both were unmarried and free to choose their partners. The disparity between them was undeniable, and he suspected that Bibi Dong's intentions were not so simple. If she sought merely to exploit Guxinga for her own ends against the Qian family, he would not allow it. It seemed he needed to find a suitable moment to admonish her. Time passed swiftly, and the day of parting arrived. In the Spirit Hall's reception hall, Bibi Dong, adorned in a striking bright red gown, resembled a blooming rose, devoid of thorns, awaiting to be appreciated and cherished. The stunning Pope gazed at the man in white before her, her crimson eyes filled with reluctance and profound affection, wishing desperately that Guxinga would not leave her. Yet, a fear lingered in her heart. The longer they remained together, the greater the risk of him uncovering her secret. Despite the ache of separation, she had no choice but to bid farewell. Guxinga comforted her, assuring her that he would always return whenever she summoned him through a speedy soul bird. With his solar god wings, traversing the distance of over 2,000 kilometers would take little time, making daily visits feasible if he wished. Although he had proposed this to Bibi Dong, she had dismissed it as unnecessary hardship. Be cautious of the demon soul sect, she warned, nestled in his embrace, her eyes reflecting concern. I have received word that one of their 8 revered ones, the Ice-Fallen Elder, has been dispatched to confront you. Guxinga gently stroked her hair, reassuring her that unless the leader of the Demon Soul sect intervened, he would not be intimidated by a mere Ice-Fallen Elder. Remember to visit me in the Spirit City often, she implored, knowing the journey would be arduous for him. With a smile, he promised to keep his word. The atmosphere turned sweet as their conversation continued. But soon the sound of an attendant heralding the arrival of Elder Haoyang and the principal of the Heavenly Water Academy interrupted them. Bibi Dong, regaining her composure, transformed back into the dignified and imposing Pope of the Spirit Hall, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Moments later, Lung Qishuang entered the hall, dressed in an elegant, understated chi pao that accentuated her graceful figure. Upon greeting the Pope, she bowed, her demeanor reflecting both respect and unease, as Bibi Dong scrutinized her. Elder Lang, there are matters I wish to discuss privately with you. Might you excuse yourself? Bibi Dong requested, implying that the conversation between the two women should remain undisturbed. However, no sooner had Guxinga left than an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from Bibi Dong, manifesting 9 soul rings of various colors. The terrifying visage of the Death Spider Emperor emerged behind her, exuding an aura of dread that bore down upon Lung Qishuang, forcing her to her knees under the immense pressure. In a state of panic, Lung Qishuang trembled, her face reflecting fear and dread, as cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Bibi Dong regarded her from above, her eyes glowing crimson, her voice colder than before, laden with warning. Elder Long, as the head of a Soul Master Academy, you must discern what matters are permissible and what are not. Consider this a warning, should I discover any improper intentions on your part. I would not hesitate to eliminate the position of the Heavenly Water Academy's principal. Long Qishuang, acutely aware of the implications, nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of the threat she faced. Taking in her reaction, Bibi Dong finally felt satisfied, retracting the aura of menace and pressure she had exuded. With graceful strides, she exited the grand hall, disregarding the matronly dean. In the eyes of the haughty Pope, the mere dean of the Tianshui Academy posed little threat. Once Bibi Dong departed, Lung Qishuang felt a lightness on her back. The suffocating sensation dissipated, allowing her to breathe in fresh air as if she had been rescued from drowning. Weakened, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with trepidation, drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair damp, and her chi pao thoroughly soaked, as though she had just emerged from water. Outside the hall, Guxinga examined the newly issued task from the system. Task name: Assassination from the Demon Soul Sect. Task content: due to the host's elimination of 5 elders of the Demon Soul Sect and a near annihilation of the Demon Soul Sanus, the upper echelons of the sect are incensed and have marked the host as a priority target. The assassination will be carried out by the Icefall Elder of the Demon Soul Sect. The host must thwart this assassination by any means necessary. Task reward: Diagram of the 100 Beasts. The diagram of the 100 Beasts? What could that possibly entail? Guxinga murmured softly, then closed the system interface and turned to gaze upon the grand hall. He sensed the immense pressure and murderous intent emanating from Bibi Dong, surmising that she was warning Lang Qishuang. What a petty woman she is, yet he found himself rather fond of her. Shortly thereafter, the breathtaking Pope emerged from the hall, and he hastened to meet her. However, Bibi Dong let out a cold snort and issued a warning to Guxinga. Humph. Let me make this clear, Gu. Do not dally with other women outside, or I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth without mercy. Donger, with you by my side, how could I ever be tempted by another? Guxinga was not angered by Bibi Dong's warning. On the contrary, it was precisely because she cared for him that she felt the need to caution him, fearing the potential loss. Upon hearing his comforting words, Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction, yet she was acutely aware of Guxinga's extraordinary qualities. Even if he refrained from courting other women, it was likely that they would swarm around him like moths to a flame. Thus, she resolved to position someone close to him to ward off those persistent admirers. In the lofty halls of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong stood atop the walls, her crimson dress billowing like a rose in full bloom, vibrant and alluring. The gentle breeze danced around her, as if urging her to soar skyward and chase after the receding carriage. As the carriage vanished from view, the beautiful Pope's eyes brimmed with reluctance, her mind flooded with memories of the 20 days spent with Guxinga, his smile, his voice, his thoughtfulness, his embrace, and his scent, each detail etched deeply in her memory, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Xinga. Bibi Dong murmured his name softly, her longing entwined with those two syllables, lingering in the air with an almost palpable anticipation for his next arrival. Your Holiness, the Grand Priest requests your presence. A female angel from the Angel Legion interrupted her reverie, causing Bibi Dong to frown in displeasure. A cold glance cast upon the angel revealed a flicker of crimson in her eyes, an unmistakable glint of murderous intent that enveloped the angel, making her stagger back in fright, nearly losing her footing. With a haughty snort, Bibi Dong turned away, akin to a proud red phoenix as she made her way to the Hall of Offerings. Inside, the angelic statue stood solemn and majestic. Underneath, Tiandalu engaged in fervent repentance, dedicating his life to the angel god. Were it not for his status as the Grand Priest, he might have led a more carefree existence. The sound of high heels echoed closer, interrupting Tiandalu's solemnity. He turned to see the silhouette of Bibi Dong in her red dress. He knew she would never enter the Hall of Offerings, as her disdain for the angel god and his lineage was well known. Grand Priest, why have you summoned me? Bibi Dong's voice was frigid, devoid of respect. Yet Tiandalu paid little heed. After a brief silence, he offered her a word of caution. Your Holiness, I urge you to be mindful of your status and refrain from getting too close to Elder Haoyang. You are not suited for one another. At these words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her ire palpable as she realized he was suggesting she sever ties with Gu Xingge. What right do you have to advise me? Do you wish for me to yield to that abomination? Dream on. She recalled how Tiandalu had previously urged Gu Xingge to distance himself from her. The old man's intentions were clear, to create space for that wretched spawn to entwine with Gu Xingge, a notion that filled her with revulsion. Fueled by anger, her beautiful eyes blazed with crimson fury, a torrent of murderous energy pouring forth towards Tiandalu. The death spider monarch manifested behind her, fierce and menacing, its gaping maw emitting a piercing screech, as if poised to rend him apart and consume him whole. In the face of her wrath, Tiandalu remained unfazed, acknowledging his desire to unite Qianrenxue with Gu Xingge. Though morally questionable, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice for the prosperity of the angel lineage and the legacy of the angel god. Do not forget, you are Xiaoshua's mother. Do you wish to compete for a man against your own daughter? His words dripped with moralistic condescension, yet Bibi Dong responded with a bitter laugh, her countenance twisted with rage. Mother? Daughter? How utterly ridiculous. I should have suffocated that wretched child at birth. The mother spider pope lamented her earlier compassion, wishing she had acted decisively to eliminate the threat before it could manifest. Seeing her obstinacy, Tiandalu's gaze hardened, his tone shifting to one of veiled threat. Bibi Dong, I prefer not to escalate matters. Should Xiaogu learn of your actions, do you truly believe he would still accept you? You dare threaten me? Bibi Dong seethed, her soul power surging, the atmosphere thickening with tension as the death spider emperor roared behind her, eager to obliterate Tiandalu. Yet he remained calm, observing the furious woman before him with a steadfast demeanor. You shameless old fool. Bibi Dong's teeth ground together in frustration, though a flicker of anxiety crept into her heart. She feared the repercussions of Tiandalu revealing her secrets to Gu Xingge. Humph. With a dismissive huff, she retracted her murderous intent, but her anger simmered beneath the surface. That despicable old man will pay for this when I complete the Rakshasa god trial. He shall be the first to face my wrath. Without further exchange, the mother spider pope turned away, fearing that lingering would lead to an explosive confrontation. As she departed, Tiandalu's expression shifted, revealing an undeniable pang of guilt and shame. With a heavy sigh, he retreated into the Hall of Offerings, his once straight posture now slightly bent. Right or wrong, he cared not. His only desire was the perpetuation of the angel lineage, to see the legacy of the angel god return to the world, even at the cost of his own life. This was his solemn duty as the Grand Priest of the angel god. Meanwhile, within the Pope's chamber, the sounds of shattering porcelain echoed, accompanied by piercing cries of rage. Abomination, how dare you vie for a man with me? I should have ended your life the moment you were born. One day, I will eradicate your entire angel lineage. No one shall take him from me. He belongs to me alone. Xingge, I miss you. In your absence, they have all taken to bullying me. Within the palace, shards of porcelain vases litter the floor, even the screens have been toppled. And the flowers meant for decoration are scattered, leaving broken branches and petals strewn about. On the bed, Bibi Dong, having vented her frustrations, curls up at the headboard. Clutching her long, delicate legs, her head buried deeply between them. Faint sobs can be heard, encapsulating a moment filled with injustice, fury, and solitude that envelopes this exalted figure. The Pope, rendering her so helpless and heart-wrenching. The warmth emanating from the acacia seed bracelet on her pale wrist seems to offer her solace, urging her not to be sorrowful. Outside the chamber, a passing maid overhears the tirade within and hastily retreats, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. Chapter 32. The Icy Plains and the Eerie Silkworm Soul Beasts. In the extreme northern icy plains, one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo continent, though its expanse is several times that of the Star Do forest. The number of soul beasts is scarce, and they are not congregated as in the forest. Rather, they are dispersed across the icy expanse, predominantly exhibiting singular attributes, primarily ice and water. Among them, the most formidable are the three sovereigns of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Amidst the howling north winds and swirling snow, the landscape is a desolate white, devoid of life, clad in silver, with a frigid climate so severe that the breath released is not mere air but shards of ice. Within this tempest, a figure appears intermittently, traversing the thick snow, leaving behind footprints that are soon obscured by the storm, as if they had never existed. The figure is none other than Guxinga, now on the third day of his venture into the extreme northern icy plains. As he progresses, he draws ever closer to the core region, where temperatures plummet, making even Title Douluos hesitate to venture further without proper insulation. Yet Guxinga remains clad solely in a white windbreaker, unperturbed by the cold. For within him resides a sun, the warmth of which is incomparable to the trivial chill of winter. Walking through the snow-laden expanse, the biting winds and snow approach him, but are melted away before they can come within 3 feet of him, yielding to the high temperature he emanates. As for Ling Qishuang, not long ago, Guxinga aided her in hunting a crystalline cold python, aged over 53,000 years, which now serves as her 8th spirit ring while she absorbs its essence in the bright realm. The carcass has become sustenance for that realm. Regarding Ling Qishuang, he has not concealed the existence of the bright realm from her, nor is there any need to do so. He, Guxinga, the Sun Douluo, wields a divine artifact, serves as an elder of the Spirit Hall, and counts the Pope of the Spirit Hall as his girlfriend. In terms of identity, status, and strength, he stands among the apex of the continent. Even if all of the continent's inhabitants are aware of his possession of a small plane, what of it? Who would dare to seize it? Are they not here yet? How slow they are. Guxinga murmured that the reason he traversed the icy expanse on foot, rather than taking flight with the solar wings, was simply to await someone, specifically, individuals from the Spirit Soul sect. As he delved deeper, the air grew increasingly frigid, and even the snowflakes that blew towards him differed from those before. They were hard and unyielding, akin to steel. The piercing cold wind swept up a flurry of snowflakes, resembling a barrage of formidable attacks, as if a relentless soul technique were unleashed, one that even a soul king would find insurmountable, forcing him to crawl forward. Yet, before the icy blades of snow and the biting wind could approach within 3 feet of Guxinga, they were dissipated by the intense heat emanating from him, transforming into a swirling mist that could not obstruct his path. Due to the exceedingly low temperatures, Guxinga gazed into the distance and beheld the vast, white landscape where the light appeared distorted, shimmering with a vibrant halo, an extraordinary sight, indeed. The Northern Lights. He silently wished to bring Bibi Dong to witness this marvel someday. Suddenly, as he continued onward, he sensed a remarkably potent aura, one far surpassing any spirit beast he had encountered thus far. It was evident that it belonged to a high-level spirit beast, likely over 70,000 years old. Guxinga's heart raced. He had another purpose for venturing to the frigid northern expanse, which was to complete the soul rings of his Time Martial spirit. A soul beast with an age of at least 70,000 years was worthy of being the first soul ring for his Time Martial spirit. Yet the specific type of beast remained unknown. The sun god wings unfurled from his back, engulfed in blazing golden flames. With a powerful flap, he transformed into a stream of golden fire, soaring toward the location of the soul beast. In but a moment, he traversed the mere 2 or 3 kilometers that lay before him, suspended high above the ground, impervious to the biting winds and snow. Guxinga looked down with an imposing presence befitting a Title Douluo, his formidable aura enveloping the snow-covered terrain and suppressing the swirling snowstorm, clearing the air entirely. His radiant golden eyes scanned the area within a radius of several hundred meters, and his mental power was unleashed without reserve, digging deep to seek out the traces of the soul beast. Suddenly, Guxinga felt as though his mental energy had been gnawed upon by some unseen force. A sharp pain shooting through his mind, causing his brows to furrow in concentration. Remarkably, he had encountered a soul beast of the mental attribute. However, The beast's consumption of his mental energy inadvertently revealed its position, concealed beneath several zhang of ice, an impressive feat of concealment. Sensing the soul beast's intent to flee, Gu Xingge bellowed in fury, "Where do you think you're going?" Behind him, a resplendent sun began to rise, radiating with purest light, its golden flames blazing fiercely, illuminating the icy expanse and melting the snow with its intense heat. 9 soul rings floated up from beneath his feet, shimmering in hues of purple, black, and red, exuding an overwhelming aura of soul power. With his third soul skill, blazing sun divine light, the third soul ring erupted in deep black light. Gu Xingge gestured, summoning the solar energy, and a golden beam, 5 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, radiant as the sun, piercing through the realm. The thick ice layer was instantaneously penetrated and melted by the blazing sun divine light, creating an immense cloud of white mist. The soul beast, unable to escape in time, was struck by the beam, emitting a piercing scream that resonated like a demonic melody, disturbing the spirits of all living beings, causing even Gu Xingge a momentary lapse in focus. As the mist dissipated, a massive ice cavern, 5 meters wide, came into view. Within the hollow ice layer, a silken soul beast, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, emerged, its body having been scorched by the blazing sun divine light, barely clinging to life. A frost silkworm? He pondered. Yet, something felt amiss. Despite its resemblance to a frost silkworm, how could such a creature possess 70,000 years of cultivation? Not every frost silkworm was as fortunate as that fellow, Tianming. Upon closer inspection, the severely wounded silkworm exuded an aura that rivaled those of 70,000-year soul beasts. Yet it seemed so easily defeated, unable to withstand even his third soul skill. This silkworm, entirely white like a frost silkworm, was adorned with numerous black stripes, and its head bore a ring of dark purple, eerie patterns. Though its life force was nearly extinguished, it still emanated a powerful mental energy, coalescing as if attempting to escape its corporeal form. Something was peculiar. No matter how he looked at this silkworm soul beast, it did not resemble a 10,000-year soul beast. To preempt any unforeseen complications, Gu Xingge flapped his sun god wings, igniting the golden flames, and countless divine fire feathers shot forth. Dense as rain falling upon the ice field, a resonant hum erupted, and a formidable surge of mental energy suddenly exploded, solidifying the surrounding space into a barrier that forcefully blocked the divine fire feathers. Intriguing, yet still insufficient. Gu Xingge expressed admiration for its formidable spiritual power. But that was the extent of his sentiment. The first spirit ring illuminated, and a blazing golden sun coalesced in his hand. The first spirit ability, Dian, warped the very fabric of space under the terrifying heat radiating from the golden sun. With a gentle push, the golden sun transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards the silkworm-type spirit beast, melting away its mental barrier. Regardless of how it wielded its spiritual power to resist, the golden sun effortlessly dismantled it, ultimately obliterating its corporeal form. Suddenly, a wisp of ethereal purple light enveloped a purplish-black crystal, swiftly breaking free from the ice layer, seeking to escape this place. The ice and snow emperors, as spirit entities, are quite remarkable, indeed. Chapter 33, Gu Xingge's Ambition, the Fusion Technique of Twin Martial Souls. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. Observing the fleeing ethereal purple light, Gu Xingge's gaze sharpened, intrigued. To abandon the physical form and escape through spiritual power more precisely, through the soul, was an achievement that even some 10,000-year-old spirit beasts might struggle to accomplish. However, the distance to escape from his grasp was still substantial. Fourth spirit ability, Sun Goddess Thunder. The fourth spirit ring radiated a profound black light, unleashing a torrent of golden, blazing divine thunder. They undulated through the sky like massive golden serpents, surging through the clouds, fierce as the sun, exuding a destructive aura that was both sacred and magnificent. The sun embodies ultimate strength, while thunder signifies supreme dominance. Gu Xingge raised his hand, denying the ethereal purple light any chance of escape. With a descent of golden thunder, he unleashed a barrage of divine strikes upon it. Boom, boom, boom. Initially, the elusive purple light managed to withstand the onslaught with its formidable mental power. However, as the third divine thunder struck, the mental barrier shattered, and a multitude of divine thunders rained down upon it, eliciting a piercing, anguished scream as the ethereal purple light was utterly vanquished. As the purple light dissipated, a purplish-black crystal plummeted from the air. Before it could touch the snow below, Gu Xingge enveloped it with his mental power, drawing it closer. Upon examining the crystal, he sensed a powerful soul barrier surrounding it. Despite having obliterated its corporeal form, no soul ring emerged. Only this peculiar crystal remained. This oddity reminded him of a particular soul beast, the Evil Eye Tyrant. The Evil Eye Tyrant, too, does not manifest a soul ring upon the destruction of its body. Instead, at the moment of its corporeal demise, it encases its soul core in mental energy to escape, subsequently seeking a new host to be reborn. Observing the crystal in his hand, infused with soul energy, Guxinga resolved to investigate further, probing to ascertain whether it was indeed the soul core of an Evil Eye Tyrant. Gradually, his mental power seeped into it. As anticipated, within the soul core lay the essence of the Evil Eye Tyrant, a purple orb and 12 black tentacles, gravely wounded and languid, exuding an amalgamation of mental energy, devouring, and dark auras. It was a tri-attribute Evil Eye Tyrant, given the northern icy expanse by the sea. Guxinga surmised that this Evil Eye Tyrant had traversed from the Sun and Moon continent, sustaining irreparable injuries before abandoning its body to inhabit that of an ice silkworm for its rebirth. The aura of over 70,000 years he sensed was not that of the ice silkworm, but rather of the Evil Eye Tyrant itself. Contemplating the soul core, Guxinga resolved to make it the first soul ring for his Tian martial soul. He ignited the blazing fire of the sun in his palm, incinerating the crystal. The seemingly indestructible core melted away under the sunfire as though it were mere snow, the spirit of the Evil Eye Tyrant emitting a heart-wrenching wail, with wisps of purplish-black energy escaping, consumed by the purifying flames. After a while, as the soul core was completely refined, the sunfire dissipated, revealing a soul ring, as black as ink, radiating a profound darkness before Guxinga. This ring exuded the trifold essence of spirit, devouring, and darkness. Grasping the Evil Eye Tyrant soul ring, Guxinga vanished into the icy wilderness. The figure of Guxinga emerged upon a desolate expanse, the embodiment of the Dark Moon martial soul. A solitary, chilling silver moon ascended silently from behind, exuding an endless aura of coldness, unlike the grandiose presence of the golden sun. The moonlight was gentle and warm, instilling tranquility within the heart and mind. Even his resplendent golden hair transformed into a soft silver hue, and his golden eyes mirrored the same delicate silver brilliance, flowing like gentle water, captivating the soul. With closed eyes, he absorbed the Evil Eye Tyrant's soul ring, the process unfolding smoothly without the slightest difficulty. Half an hour later, Guxinga gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of satisfaction dancing within them. The Evil Eye Tyrant's soul ring had indeed met his expectations. It contained soul power, not only propelling him to the 95th level but also granting him a formidable soul skill. The first skill of the Dark Moon martial soul was named Moon Obliteration. Moon Obliteration, a mental attack-type soul skill that condenses a silver moon, expelling the targeted beings. While it does not inflict physical harm, it wreaks havoc upon the soul, capable of controlling the consumption of the targeted being's spiritual and soul power, replenishing oneself in the process. This skill stood in stark contrast to the first skill of the Sun martial soul, Sun Obliteration. One focused on the annihilation of the physical form, while the other aimed at the erasure of the soul. Should these two soul skills merge, the outcome would transcend mere arithmetic. As Guxinga was aware, the fusion of soul skills from twin martial souls was not a mere fantasy. In the legend of the Dragon King, a soul master named Xie possessed twin martial souls, the Light Dragon Dagger and the Shadow Dragon Dagger. Though these twin souls were weaker than ordinary twin martial souls, their remarkable compatibility allowed for the fusion of their soul skills, eventually evolving into the Time-Space Dragon. If Xie could achieve this, so too could he, for the compatibility of his Dark Moon and Sun martial souls far surpassed that of any Light Shadow Dragon Dagger. Dark Moon and Sun, which is weaker, which is stronger. Yin and Yang in harmony, merging to reign supreme. Moreover, after cultivating the Red Sun Nine Heavens diagram, Guxinga's mastery over his martial souls had become increasingly refined, surpassing the realm of seamless transitions between them, reaching the level where both martial souls could manifest simultaneously. However, a significant flaw remained. Stability was lacking, as he could not maintain a balance for more than a few seconds. He speculated that this was due to the dominance of the sun. After all, the Sun martial soul had completed its 9 soul rings, while the Dark Moon martial soul had only just acquired its first. If the Dark Moon martial soul were to complete its 9 soul rings, perhaps it could attain a state of equilibrium between Yin and Yang. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check your notifications. Another task had emerged. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Guxinga felt a hint of surprise and subsequently accessed the system panel. Task name: Perfection of the Dark Moon. Task content: Complete the 9 soul rings of the Dark Moon Martial Soul to achieve its perfection. Task reward, to be determined based on the final outcome. Once again, the rewards hinged upon the final outcome. Observing the rewards section, he murmured to himself, signifying that the higher the configuration of his Dark Moon Martial Soul's soul rings, the greater the reward. Truly an exciting prospect. Amidst the howling winds and snow in the frigid northern expanse, Guxinga reappeared, resolutely advancing towards the core zone. Simultaneously, the Icefall Elder of the Demon Soul sect, accompanied by his subordinates, delved deeper into the northern ice fields, pursuing Guxinga's trail. Unfortunately, the intense blizzard obscured all traces, and they could only rely on his residual aura and the assistance of an auxiliary soul master to tenuously ascertain his direction. Elder, if we continue like this, we are likely to enter the core zone, a guardian of the Demon Soul sect cautioned the Icefall Elder, his breath transforming into shards of ice upon contact with the frigid air. The closer they approached the core zone, the more frigid the atmosphere became. Even a Title Douluo would struggle to endure it, with only the warmth of his firefox fur providing any semblance of comfort. The other guardians and 2 elders accompanying the Icefall Elder turned their gazes toward him. Press on, the Icefall Elder commanded coldly. For them, the biting cold of the ice fields was unbearable, but for the Icefall Elder, it was just right. He relished the chill. For his martial soul was the top-tier beast martial soul, the Ice Evil Dragon. The guardians and elders, upon hearing his words, could only brace themselves and continue following the Icefall Elder, utilizing their soul power to erect barriers against the onslaught of snow and wind. The setting of the fusion of twin martial soul skills is derived from the original work. It poses no issues. Chapter 34. In the north, a beauty stands alone and peerless. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days had passed. Deep within the extreme northern ice fields, as they drew closer to the core zone, the temperature plummeted further, yet the environment was not as arduous as the periphery. The blizzard had ceased. Before them lay an expanse of pure, immaculate snow, resembling the most pristine sanctum of the world, evoking a peculiar sensation of purification within the soul. A longing to collapse upon this snowy ground and become one with it. Atop a towering mountain, adorned with translucent ice crystals, stood a figure clad solely in a white cloak, gazing out over the vast expanse of ice, unwavering against the howling winds, unperturbed by the cold. Guxinga gazed longingly at the core region, a rare gravity manifesting in his eyes. He sensed the presence of an extraordinarily powerful entity within the core, whose mere aura was enough to evoke a sense of impending peril, surpassing even that of the unparalleled Title Douluo at level 99, Title Douluo. Given his current strength, the only being capable of instilling such a feeling in the core region was undoubtedly her, the Snow Empress, the foremost among the 3 kings of the extreme north, with a cultivation spanning at least 600,000 years. In this desolate land, bolstered by her home advantage, even the mighty Emperor Tian might not stand a chance against her. Truth be told, Guxinga harbored a deep yearning for the Snow Empress, or more precisely, for her soul ring, an ice attribute that would perfectly complement his Tian martial soul, boasting an impressive age of over 600,000 years. Should he acquire it, the rewards following his mission would undoubtedly elevate him to a higher echelon. Over the past 5 days, in pursuit of high-quality soul rings, he had only added 2 to his Tian martial soul. The second soul ring came from a recently matured ice blue scorpion of 90,000 years, and by sheer fortune, he obtained a pair of bone fragments from its forelimbs. The third soul ring was acquired from a 9-tailed ice fox aged over 94,000 years, yielding a soul bone from its head. The soul power contained within these 2 90,000-year soul rings significantly aided his cultivation, propelling him to level 97 and enhancing his soul power by 2 levels. If this trend continued, once he completed the soul rings for his Tian martial soul, Guxinga's soul power would assuredly reach level 99. At last, have they arrived? Sensing several powerful auras swiftly approaching the snowy mountains, Guxinga turned his gaze southwest. His formidable eyesight allowed him to discern 8 figures racing toward him, with the blue-haired middle-aged man at the forefront exuding a strength far exceeding that of an ordinary Title Douluo, intertwined with a hint of draconic majesty. It was none other than the Icefall Sovereign, accompanied by a cadre of elders and guardians from the Demon Soul sect. Guxinga beheld them, and they too caught sight of him. Seizing the initiative, he acted without a moment's hesitation. A radiant sun, ablaze with fervent golden flames, rose behind Guxinga, illuminating the icy expanse, its scorching heat melting the snow beneath his feet into rivulets of water that flowed across the frozen ground, while the surrounding layers of ice began to show signs of thawing. 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, ascended from beneath him. unleashing a tremendous surge of soul power. In a dazzling display, the blood-red soul ring ignited, initiating his ninth soul skill. The ninth soul skill. The eternal sun illuminates the heavens. All beings bow before it. He pulled no punches. There was no probing or feigned humility. He unleashed a lethal strike immediately. This was a skill bestowed upon him by a 100,000-year soul ring. What? The approaching ice meteor sovereign and his companions were left dumbfounded. Who begins with a ninth soul skill? It was utterly against the rules. However, they had no time to ponder as the might of the ninth soul skill enveloped Guxinga, merging him with the resplendent sun, making him appear as an ancient sun god descending upon the world, radiant, sacred, exalted, and unparalleled. The intensely brilliant rays of the sun erupted, illuminating both heavens and earth, melting all in their path. Everything, both tangible and intangible, was rendered powerless beneath this dazzling sunlight, dissolving into nothingness. The icy layers within a radius of several hundred meters evaporated in an instant, revealing vast expanses of land, which cracked under the scorching heat. As the air was saturated with solar fire, as if the ice fields themselves were being refined, the space could hardly endure the sun-searing heat, twisting and blackening, showing signs of melting. No. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted. Aside from the ice meteor sovereign, who had managed to activate his ice evil dragon form just in time, the other two elders of the demon soul sect and 5 guardians perished utterly beneath the overwhelming golden light. Just as Guxinga prepared to intensify his assault to refine the ice meteor sovereign, a bone-chilling wind swept through the core zone, plunging everything into an absolute zero blizzard, freezing all in its wake, blanketing the scorched earth once more in ice, dimming the solar flames under the weight of the relentless snow, obscuring Guxinga's radiant golden light. Taking advantage of Guxinga's momentary distraction, the ice meteor sovereign, scorched and battered, flapped his injured dragon wings, seeking to flee. Humph! After waiting so long for you, how could I let you escape? As the ice meteor sovereign attempted to escape, Guxinga readied his 6th soul skill, only to be surprised by the sudden appearance of a figure akin to a goddess of snow, standing before the ice meteor sovereign. She lifted her flawless white hand, unleashing a terrifying torrent of icy energy that instantaneously encased the ice meteor sovereign in ice, his fearful gaze fixed upon her. With a mere flick of her hand, the ice evil dragon was shattered into a flurry of ice shards, scattering into the wind. The 96th level ice meteor sovereign was reduced to an insignificant creature before her, effortlessly dispatched. This scene profoundly impacted Guxinga. Even he could not achieve such ease. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Human, why have you come here? A proud and chilling voice resonated in Guxinga's ear. He momentarily faltered, ready to speak, but the ethereal figure was already before him. A visage of unparalleled beauty, seemingly sculpted by the heavens, appeared before his eyes. Her pure white hair danced in the wind and snow, with snowflakes adorning its tips. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if crafted from the purest sapphire, capable of seeing through all worldly matters. Clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her tall, graceful figure, her form was both majestic and alluring, with her flawless legs partially revealed, skin fairer than snow, delicate as the finest jade, her feet glistening like ancient ice, shimmering under the sun's rays. In the backdrop of the blizzard, she appeared as the Snow Empress, sovereign of wind and snow, now standing before Guxinga. Awestruck by her celestial beauty, Guxinga found himself momentarily entranced, even neglecting the system's prompts. As a poem of praise spontaneously emerged in his mind, in the north dwells a maiden, unparalleled and solitary. One glance can topple a city, a second can topple a nation. Do you not know the allure of city and nation? Such beauty is rare indeed. As if guided by fate or his own heart, he found himself answering the Snow Empress in a daze. I have come for you. Chapter 35. The Ice and Snow Emperors. The Blizzard. Embodying the supreme purity of the Snow Empress, accompanied her as her servants, while the cold winds served as her scouts. In this frigid realm, she reigned supreme, commanding the northernmost reaches and instilling fear upon the ice fields. The pure and noble Snow Empress gazed upon the blazing sun before her, its radiant heat reflecting in her exquisite blue eyes, which narrowed slightly in concern, causing the temperature of the surroundings to plummet. Her voice, now cold as ice, cut through the air. You wish to hunt me. To come for her implied a desire for her soul ring. She raised her hand, and a terrifying surge of icy power erupted, frost descending upon the world, freezing all within its grasp. Yet, ice is but ice. How could it freeze the sun? Even in the face of the most extreme frost, Guxinga felt no fear. He transformed himself into a golden sun, radiating brilliant light, fierce and strong. As the immense power of the sun surged through him, channeling all of his 97 levels of soul power into his 9th soul ring. In that instant, an even more intense, searing flame of the sun erupted, akin to a vast sea of fire, sweeping across the heavens and earth, incinerating the ultimate ice. The ice melted away, and even the blizzard that had enveloped Guxinga was consumed by the fiery sun, clearing the realm in an instant, leaving only the Snow Empress standing in the sky. Yet, she was not surprised by Guxinga's dispelling of her blizzard. Sensing the extreme heat, a flicker of caution crossed her beautiful eyes, and she refrained from further action. Parting her cold, jade lips, she chose to address him. Human, among those I have encountered, you rank among the foremost. Considering your arduous path, I shall grant you a reprieve. Leave this place. Seeing that the Snow Empress had no intention of attacking further, Guxinga relaxed and prepared to converse with her. Snow Empress, we can, however, before he could finish, a powerful presence approached rapidly, radiating strong hostility. Though not as formidable as the Snow Empress, it surpassed Guxinga. Simultaneously, a slightly urgent, melodious voice rang out. Snow Empress, are you all right? At these words, both Guxinga and the Snow Empress turned their gazes to the other side. A streak of emerald light traced across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a stunning soul beast had appeared beside the Snow Empress. It was none other than the second of the 3 great rulers of the far north, the Ice Emperor. The Ice Sapphire Emperor Scorpion. Her presence instantly captivated Guxinga, not for any other reason but her breathtaking beauty. The Ice Emperor stands at approximately 1.5 meters, a diminutive figure when juxtaposed with the formidable soul beasts of the far north. Adorned in 3 exquisite colors, an intense emerald green, a resplendent ice blue, and a dazzling silver white, she epitomizes perfection. The interior portion of her body boasts 4 overlapping layers, each extending slightly beyond half a foot, with her head positioned atop the foremost layer, its silver-white mandibles glimmering with a faint, cold radiance. This anterior segment is embellished with a unique layer of hexagonal scales that shimmer with a brilliance akin to diamonds. These protrusions are densely scattered across her front and along her 6 elongated, powerful legs, reflecting an unparalleled luminosity under the snow's illumination. As if she is transformed into a source of light, radiating countless hues. Her 2 front pincers measure 1 meter in length, similarly adorned with the extraordinary hexagonal protrusions, while the tips of the pincers and mandibles exhibit a mirror-like silver sheen. The Ice Emperor's eyes, resembling 2 yellow diamonds, are hexagonal in shape, sparkling with a crystalline yellow brilliance. If her upper body is already strikingly radiant, her long, arched tail serves as the quintessence of her vivid splendor. Unlike the multi-segmented tails of ordinary scorpions, the Ice Emperor's tail consists of only 5 segments, each a captivating shade of emerald green, pulsating with a vibrant life force. The segments maintain a consistent coloration, with the one nearest the upper body being the widest and tapering towards the end. At the tail's final segment, a hook adorned with diamond-like granules is raised high, its tip gleaming with the same mirror-like silver luster. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion appears to be crafted from gems, beautiful, brilliant, dazzling, and perfect. Such descriptors scarcely do her justice. If the Snow Emperor represents an exquisite form among humans, then the Ice Emperor embodies the pinnacle of beauty among soul beasts, explaining the obsession of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm with her. Noticing Guxinga's unwavering gaze, the Ice Emperor's jewel-like eyes glinted with hostility. Her disdain for humanity, particularly those harboring nefarious intentions towards the Snow Emperor, was palpable. She promptly proposed to the Snow Emperor, "Let us join forces and eliminate this intruder." Hearing this, the Snow Emperor felt a twinge of temptation. Her earlier declaration to expel Guxinga stemmed from a lack of confidence in achieving that alone. Now, with the Ice Emperor's presence, it was worth a try. Feeling the palpable enmity from the Ice Emperor, Guxinga's heart filled with wariness. Should he attempt to flee, the Ice and Snow Emperors would be unable to hinder him, yet he harbored other intentions. "Eliminating me would be no jest," he remarked with a light laugh, as he summoned a resplendent golden-red sword, its surface adorned with solar patterns, the air temperature soaring as the spirit of the golden crow manifested, casting a brilliant, blinding light akin to the sun itself. It was none other than the solar holy sword, which holds dominion over ice entities. As it materialized, the Ice and Snow Emperors felt an immediate tension, sensing an overwhelming pressure, their expressions turning grave. "Are you two still inclined to battle? If not, perhaps we should engage in a more fruitful discussion?" Guxinga regarded the Ice and Snow Emperors, who were apprehensive of the Sun Holy Sword, maintaining a gentle smile as he inquired whether they intended to engage in combat. should a confrontation arise. He was confident in his ability to vanquish both the Ice and Snow Emperors, possessing a twofold assurance of defeating the Snow Emperor and an eightfold certainty of slaying the Ice Emperor while escaping with her soul ring. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor exchanged wary glances at the Sun Holy Sword, convinced that it was indeed a legendary artifact, a weapon of fire attribute. Otherwise, they would not find themselves so restrained by mere armaments, given their formidable cultivation levels. After a moment's contemplation, the Snow Emperor's icy gaze shimmered with an ethereal blue light, and she nodded in acquiescence to Guxinga's request. "Very well," she replied. Observing her agreement, the Ice Emperor grew anxious. Although the artifact was powerful, their combined strength would suffice for a brief moment until the Titan Snow Demon King and the White Bear King arrived. At that juncture, with their collaboration, the artifact would hold no fear for them. The Snow Emperor shook her head, urging the Ice Emperor to remain calm, as she was intrigued to discover what this human sought to discuss. Furthermore, possessing such a weapon must surely be linked to the divine. Perhaps he was a bearer of divine legacy, explaining how he had achieved the pinnacle of humanity at such a tender age. With the Snow Emperor's consent, Guxinga's smile broadened. He sheathed the Sun Holy Sword with a flourish and gestured invitingly for the Ice and Snow Emperors to engage in discourse. Should the conversation unfold smoothly, it would be a cause for mutual celebration. Should it falter, he would not hesitate to draw his blade. In the stillness of the snow-laden expanse, three figures stood in a tense standoff, the Ice and Snow Emperors subtly encircling Guxinga. The breathtakingly exquisite Snow Emperor, her emerald-green visage shimmering like gemstones, waved her formidable pincers, each extending nearly a meter, capable of cleaving through the very essence of existence. Even the most ancient of soul beasts could not withstand their sharpness. The Ice Emperor, with her delicately crafted, amber-like eyes filled with intense hostility, was prepared to strike without hesitation should negotiations falter. In contrast to the Ice Emperor's palpable wariness, the Snow Emperor exhibited a more composed demeanor, her sapphire-like eyes never straying from Guxinga, revealing a flicker of trepidation beneath her serene facade. "Snow Emperor," he spoke earnestly, "I do not approach you for your soul ring, so I implore you to harbor no hostility towards me. On the contrary, I wish to propose a transaction that would be mutually advantageous." Guxinga wore his characteristic gentle smile as he gazed at the Snow Empress and spoke softly. However, before the Snow Empress could respond, the Ice Emperor interjected with a warning. "Snow Empress, do not be deceived by this human. Humans are the most untrustworthy beings." The Snow Empress remained silent, her eyes fixed on Guxinga, particularly on the crimson gold ring adorning his right hand. A human possessing a divine artifact sought to engage her in a transaction, which sparked a flicker of doubt within her. Having just witnessed a fierce confrontation, she recognized Guxinga as an extraordinarily powerful fire-type soul master, having achieved the pinnacle of the 9th ring. It was improbable that he could add a 10th soul ring unless he struggled to control his martial spirit, thus seeking her assistance to suppress it. This was not mere speculation. Although the Snow Empress resided in the frigid north, she was well acquainted with human soul masters, understanding that some possessed immensely powerful martial spirits yet lacked the ability to control them, necessitating various means of suppression to avoid endangering themselves. "What transaction do you wish to propose with me?" Retracting her gaze, the Snow Empress spoke in a tone that was both cold and proud. It seemed there was potential for negotiation, as a glimmer of amusement flickered in Guxinga's eyes. "Snow Empress, may I inquire about your current cultivation level?" Upon being asked, the Snow Empress paused momentarily but chose not to conceal her answer. "I have surpassed 600,000 years. Soul beasts do not gain 1 year of cultivation for each year of life. Rather, like soul masters, they enhance their prowess through rigorous training." Despite possessing a cultivation level of 600,000 years, the Snow Empress had lived for less than 50,000 years. As a being born of the extreme northern ice plains, her innate talent surpassed even that of the Emperor of Heaven. Were she to attain the title of Ice Goddess, she would be the most impeccable successor. Once a soul beast reaches 100,000 years, it faces two paths. The first is to transform into a human, shedding its beastly form, and endure the mortal realm for a century or a millennium, ultimately either perishing before maturation or dying of natural causes. The second is to transcend the heavenly tribulations and continue cultivating, facing increasingly formidable trials that could lead to annihilation or death due to the limits of their lifespan. Having endured 6 tribulations, it seemed the Snow Empress was preparing for her 7th. Do you possess confidence in overcoming the 7th tribulation? The heavenly tribulations for soul beasts grow increasingly fierce. In the original narrative, the Snow Empress opted to forego her cultivation to transform into a human. Driven by her lack of confidence in facing the seventh tribulation, "What concern is it of yours whether I can withstand the seventh tribulation? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." The Ice Emperor, dissatisfied by Gu Xingge's probing inquiries, raised his formidable claws as if intending to silence him. The Snow Empress cast a deep glance at Gu Xingge. Having just endured her sixth tribulation and taken over a century to recuperate, she indeed felt uncertain about the seventh. In fact, she was already contemplating the possibility of transformation. She shook her head and provided her response. Gu Xingge disregarded the Ice Emperor and continued her inquiry. "Snow Empress, do you believe it is possible for a soul beast to achieve divinity after reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation?" Upon hearing this question, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor fell into silence. The reason these fierce beasts exert themselves so fervently in their cultivation and trials is their desire to transcend the 1,000,000-year limit and attain godhood in their soul beast forms. Yet, this endeavor is exceedingly arduous. Throughout history, no soul beast has ever accomplished it. Human, I know you might argue that the notion of a soul beast breaking through the 1,000,000-year barrier and enduring 10 heavenly tribulations to become a deity is a fallacy. But what does that matter? To survive, we must persist in our cultivation and trials. Whether it be 10 times or 100, it makes no difference. The Snow Empress was indeed a voice of reason in the human realm. She had never subscribed to the belief that surpassing the 1,000,000-year limit and enduring 10 heavenly tribulations would lead to divinity. Her sole desire was to continue living. Not only she, but other fierce beasts on the Douluo continent were also aware that the concept of achieving godhood after 1,000,000 years is a mere illusion. For one must possess a divine position to ascend. Since the fall of the dragon god, there has been no place for beastly deities in the divine realm. The Ice Emperor nodded in agreement with the Snow Empress's words. "Snow Empress, if I were to say that I possess a method to assist you in attaining divinity, would you believe me?" As Gu Xingge finished speaking, the Snow Empress resolutely shook her head, expressing her disbelief. The Ice Emperor also cast a disdainful glance, questioning how one who had yet to attain divinity could assist the Snow Empress in achieving it. The divine realm does not permit soul beasts to ascend to godhood. Even if you possess the means to aid me in becoming a deity, it matters not, for the divine realm would never allow me entry. In fact, those deities would take action to obliterate me. The Snow Empress coldly asserted this, and Gu Xingge recognized the truth in her words. Should a soul beast truly reach the divine level, deities from the divine realm would descend to execute or subjugate them. With the deep-sea demon whale king serving as a prime example, utilized as a tool in Tang San's divine trials by the Shura god and the sea god. But what if one were to attain godhood not through the form of a soul beast, but via another method? His words piqued the curiosity of both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. The Snow Empress's desire to transform into a human through the Snow Lotus was precisely to explore this path to divinity as a human. What method then? "You and I shall forge a pact, binding you as my spirit. When I ascend to the divine realm, you too shall evolve into a deity, sharing in immortality with me." As soon as Gu Xingge finished speaking, it provoked the opposition of the Ice Emperor. "Snow Empress, do not trust this human. What contracts? What souls? Surely they are all false." The Ice Emperor's distrust was anticipated by Gu Xingge, and the Snow Empress's beautiful blue eyes revealed an odd expression, nonetheless. She grasped the gist of Gu Xingge's meaning. It was essentially an invitation for her to ride on his coattails to divinity, with the prerequisite of becoming the soul he spoke of. Had it been before her sixth heavenly tribulation, the Snow Empress would have dismissed such a notion, for she would not become someone else's vassal. However, the terror of the sixth heavenly tribulation compelled her to consider alternative paths. Otherwise, when the seventh tribulation arrived, she might not even survive to reach 700,000 years. The Snow Empress scrutinized Gu Xingge for a long while before finally speaking. "What do you mean by soul?" Upon hearing the mention of souls, Gu Xingge's expression turned contemplative as he pondered how best to explain it to her, while the Ice Emperor exhibited a hint of curiosity. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice gentle as the morning sun, warming the ear. "In essence, you and I would enter into an equal contract, wherein your soul relinquishes its corporeal form to become my accompanying soul. If I do not perish, neither shall you. We shall live and die together, unwavering and unyielding." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress began to understand. It was a proposal for her soul to enter into a contract with his, binding her to him. Should he ascend to godhood in the future, she too would rise alongside him. This was indeed an appealing choice. For humans were generally more likely to attain divinity than soul beasts, and this particular human appeared remarkably youthful, suggesting an even greater probability of future ascendance. Yet, her trust was lacking. She could not place her faith in a human nor in the soul contract he described. What if it were unequal? What if she were to become a servant upon signing? Why should I sign a soul contract with you? Is it to suppress your martial soul? The Snow Empress questioned coldly, the only rationale she could conceive being that he required her assistance to subdue his martial spirit. The Ice Emperor, too, regarded him warily. Refusing to believe in any notion of a soul contract or mutual life and death, no matter how sweetly the human spoke, she would not be deceived. In response to the Snow Empress's inquiry, Guxinga answered truthfully, because my second martial soul requires soul rings. If you become my soul, you can provide me with the appropriate soul rings. 3 profound black soul rings ascended beneath his feet, while a solitary, proud silver moon slowly emerged behind him, radiating gentle moonlight. The silver brilliance bathed the Ice and Snow Emperors, instilling within them an inexplicable sense of tranquility that dispelled their fatigue. Even the Snow Empress felt some of her internal wounds alleviated and healed. Dual martial souls? Observing the manifestation of the Tian martial spirit, the Snow Empress showed no surprise. Having lived for nearly 50,000 years, she had encountered countless instances of dual martial souls. However, the sheer power of Guxinga's 2 martial souls was the strongest she had ever witnessed. Moreover, as the Snow Empress sensed the cold, gentle moonlight of the Tian martial soul, she experienced a profound sense of affinity. Not only she, but even the Ice Emperor, who harbored vigilance and hostility towards Guxinga, felt an indescribable sensation towards the silver moon. After cultivating the chiming Haotian diagram, Guxinga's Tian and Taiyang martial souls had absorbed a trace of the essence of the supreme stars, becoming even more extraordinary and gradually aligning with those 2 celestial bodies. Regardless of whether they were human or beast, there existed a natural affinity towards the Tian, the moon. The sun, being too radiant and blinding, was unattainable. In contrast, the moon, appearing solitary and cool, yet gentle and comforting, exuded greater approachability. So, you wish for me to become your soul, providing soul rings for your second martial soul? Although she felt an innate closeness to the Tian martial soul, upon hearing Guxinga's request for her to provide soul rings, the Snow Empress's expression turned icy. Extreme cold emanating around her flawless figure. The Ice Emperor raised her massive pincers, the emerald-like scorpion tail behind her tensed, vast cold energy gathering, poised to strike. Should the Snow Empress make a move, she would undoubtedly unleash a frigid blast at Guxinga first, seeing their expressions shift, indicating a potential conflict. Guxinga wore a helpless expression and sought to explain. Snow Empress, please do not misunderstand. Soul and soul rings are different. After signing the soul contract, you will retain your consciousness. My martial soul will merely harness a part of your strength to condense the appropriate soul rings. His words caused the Snow Empress to retract her cold aura, though her beautiful eyes remained contemplative. The Ice Emperor, however, remained skeptical of Guxinga's words. The icy energy at her tail intensifying, ready to strike down Guxinga at the slightest provocation from the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress's gaze flickered, deep in thought regarding the veracity of Guxinga's words. He did not disturb her, patiently awaiting her decision. Eventually, the Snow Empress slowly closed her eyes, attuning her heart to the vastness of the extreme north. As a being born of this realm, she was nurtured by the icy world, which would guide and inspire her. Just as the method she had been preparing for the transformation of Snow Lotus into a human was a revelation granted by this very land. Time passed gradually, and the Snow Empress finally opened her sapphire-like eyes, a fleeting disappointment crossing her features, yet it was anticipated. The realm of the extreme north had not bestowed upon her the enlightenment she sought. The Ice Empress regarded Guxinga, and after a moment of silence, spoke with a voice still cold, yet now imbued with determination. I can enter into a contract with you to become your soul, but you must provide me with a guarantee, an oath that will set my heart at ease. Upon hearing this, Guxinga recognized that the Snow Empress had made her choice. Without hesitation, he stood before the Ice and Snow Emperors and declared his oath. I, Guxinga, pledge with my true name to the heavens, to chaos, and to the great Tao, that when I attain divinity, I shall ascend to the divine realm alongside the Snow Empress, sharing eternal life and immortality. Should I betray the Snow Empress, may I perish and be erased from existence, forever barred from reincarnation. As his final words echoed, a gaze from a higher realm, far beyond the layers of the Douluo world, descended upon him. Simultaneously, Guxinga felt an inexplicable, indescribable restriction imposed upon him. The Snow Empress sensed it too. Though it was but a fleeting moment, she understood that the human's oath had taken effect, drawing the attention of a higher existence. If he were to break this oath, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the Snow Empress felt assured in her gamble. Even the Ice Emperor, who had sensed nothing, trembled at the mention of the 3 punishments for breaking an oath, filled with dread. It was truly severe. Thus, I am at ease. Speak. What must I do? No. Snow Empress. Upon hearing that the Snow Empress had indeed consented to become the human soul, the Ice Emperor grew frantic. Though the oath sounded fierce, humans were inherently untrustworthy. Many had broken their oaths. She could not allow the Snow Empress to fall into this human's trap. You need not persuade me, my decision is made. The Snow Empress shook her head, urging the Ice Emperor to remain calm. This was the path she had chosen, and even in death, she would not harbor regrets. As she witnessed her beloved Snow Empress on the brink of falling into the treacherous trap of human deceit, the Ice Emperor steeled her resolve and rushed forward to place herself between Gu Xingge and the Snow Empress, her voice cold and resolute. Human, since your soul-binding techniques are so formidable, why not add me to the mix? My 34,000 years of cultivation should suffice to serve as your soul. If the Snow Empress remained obstinate, then she would willingly become a test subject for this arcane art. Whether in life or death, it would hold significance for her. Should it prove false, her demise would expose the lies of humanity, leading the Snow Empress to awaken and seek vengeance, thus repaying the life-saving grace she once bestowed. If it were true, both she and the Snow Empress would become souls, eternally united. Though she would forfeit her 34,000 years of cultivation, she would not consider it a loss, but rather a gain. It must be said, the Ice Emperor's calculations were astutely made. The sudden intervention of the Ice Emperor left both Gu Xingge and the Snow Empress momentarily taken aback. The Snow Empress, with her sapphire-like eyes, gazed at the Ice Emperor standing before her, surprise flickering in her gaze. Her delicate lips parted slightly as she gently urged, Ice Emperor, you need not do this. This is my choice, and there is no need for you to sacrifice yourself. No, I cannot stand idly by and watch you fall into this human trap. If you were to die, what meaning would my life hold? The Ice Emperor turned, her emotions surging with profound sadness and reluctance. Her golden eyes glistened, threatening to spill over with tears. All her diligent cultivation and relentless pursuit of life had been for the sake of a longer time together with the Snow Empress. If the Snow Empress were to perish, she would not wish to live on alone. Ice, my dear. Though the Ice Emperor had not explicitly declared her feelings, the Snow Empress could sense the depth of her affection after thousands of years of companionship. Yet, due to her naturally aloof disposition, she felt little attachment to the concept of love. Perhaps she did harbor distinct feelings for the Ice Emperor, but to her, cultivation remained paramount. Matters of the heart were of little consequence. Gu Xingge gazed at the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, contemplating how, without the interference of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, they would resemble a pair of lilies blooming at their zenith, truly exquisite. Yet, alas, an unwelcome intruder has entered their midst. Since the Ice Emperor is willing to test the waters, I, too, am unperturbed. This may even grant the Snow Emperor additional reassurance. He regarded the Ice Emperor with a smile, acknowledging that although his initial aim was the Snow Emperor, acquiring the Ice Emperor's soul would be an unexpected boon. The Ice Emperor turned to Gu Xingge, her eyes filled with resolute determination, her voice imbued with unwavering conviction. Come what may, she feared nothing. Come forth, human. The Snow Emperor observed the Ice Emperor's sacrificial devotion, a warmth unfurling within her heart, akin to the thawing of ancient ice. She would not obstruct the Ice Emperor. Yet if there were any true peril in Gu Xingge's soul technique, she would risk her own life to ensure they met their fate together. Noting the shift in the Snow Emperor's gaze, Gu Xingge offered a faint smile, though a twinge of nervousness lingered within him. After all, this was his inaugural experience utilizing the soul technique. Do not resist. Release your mental energy, he instructed as he settled onto the icy surface. Commencing the lesson on how to forge a soul contract, both parties released their mental energies, and he began to construct the contract formation in accordance with the recorded soul technique. Gradually, a pale golden contract formation took shape. Simple yet suffused with the ethereal power of soul rules, manifesting before Gu Xingge and the Ice Emperor. The Snow Emperor watched with curiosity as Gu Xingge and the Ice Emperor completed the soul contract. The formation enveloped the Ice Emperor's mental energy, gently drawing her soul from her body. Simultaneously, Gu Xingge sensed the Ice Emperor's emotions, her reluctance towards the Snow Emperor, her affection, her regrets, and even her animosity and resentment towards him. As the soul was extricated from her body, the Ice Emperor's crystalline yellow eyes dulled, her life force gradually waning, tightening the Snow Emperor's heart. Her azure gaze remained fixed on the Ice Emperor's soul as she silently prayed for success. The Ice Emperor's essence transformed into a beautiful, translucent emerald orb, merging with Guxinga's body and integrating with his lunar martial soul, thus becoming his inaugural companion spirit. This intricate process endured for over half an hour. The soul rings that had surrounded Guxinga began to shift. 3 black soul rings, nourished by the Ice Emperor's immense soul power, underwent a metamorphosis, transitioning from black to red, with the first ring retaining its ebony hue, while the second and third reached the remarkable age of 100,000 years. Simultaneously, 3 resplendent soul rings coalesced, each orange ring emanating unparalleled pressure. Adorned with the intricate patterns of the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion and 3 golden streaks, radiating a dazzling golden light. With the Ice Emperor's formidable power, she was capable of summoning 3 additional soul rings, thereby completing the lunar martial soul's entire array of rings. Yet, Guxinga intervened, deciding that the remaining 3 rings would be filled by the Snow Emperor. After a considerable duration, he slowly opened his eyes, attuned to the changes within him. Having assimilated the Ice Emperor's essence, his soul power ascended to the pinnacle of level 98, a mere half-step from level 99. What of Binger? Upon witnessing Guxinga's familiarity, the Snow Emperor coldly inquired about the Ice Emperor, her voice laced with urgency and concern. Ice Emperor, please manifest. Responding to the anxious Snow Empress, Guxinga softly called out, and a verdant figure emerged from within him, gracefully landing between him and the Snow Emperor. It was, indeed, the Ice Emperor. Yet she appeared not as a beast of the soul, but in the form of a human maiden. The Ice Emperor's transformed visage was equally breathtaking. Her emerald green hair styled into twin ponytails, embellished with ornaments resembling scorpion pincers that accentuated her youthful exuberance. Her delicate features were exquisitely symmetrical, and while she lacked the Snow Emperor's regal poise, she exuded a captivating allure. A crown adorned her head, her orange golden eyes sparkling. And on either side of her flawless, fair visage were 3 verdant magical runes, her skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow, radiating a translucent quality with hints of green light beneath the surface. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, she donned a flowing emerald gown that elegantly enveloped her well-developed figure. Although not as imposing as the Snow Emperor, her stature was still remarkable, her straight alabaster legs shimmering with an ethereal glow, her dainty feet perfect and petite, inciting a desire to grasp and cherish them. Bingo, how do you feel? The Snow Emperor, relieved to see the Ice Emperor unharmed, exhaled softly. The Ice Emperor regarded her spirit form, then glanced at her original beastly body, feeling an indescribable oddity. I feel wonderful. Even quite comfortable, she replied, hesitant to articulate the sensation, yet undeniably at ease. This comfort stemmed from the lunar martial soul's essence, which contained a trace of supreme celestial resonance. As the spirit of the lunar martial soul, the Ice Emperor naturally basked in that divine nourishment. The Ice Emperor cast a glance at Guxinga, her previous wariness and hostility dissipating, replaced by a hint of bashfulness. It dawned on her that she had misjudged him. As a spirit, she felt little constraint, save for the inability to stray far from him. However, if the Snow Emperor were to become a spirit, they could remain together eternally. Such a minor limitation was of no consequence to the Ice Emperor. With this understanding, the Snow Emperor relinquished her final reservations. At that moment, the Ice Emperor's physical form revealed a soul bone, her essence transforming into a spirit while her corporeal body perished, activating the ancient rule of 100,000 years yielding a soul bone. Ultimately, what emerged was a soul bone of extraordinary quality, reaching 34,000 years. Known as the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion's external soul bone, the tail of the scorpion. This scorpion tail soul bone mirrored that of the original, exhibiting an enticing emerald hue, shimmering with vitality and transparency as if meticulously sculpted from imperial green jade. The 5-segmented tail tapered elegantly, culminating in a beautifully crafted hook adorned with diamond-like particles, its tip radiating dazzling brilliance, evoking the impression of a flawless artistic masterpiece. Regrettably, despite its formidable power, this external soul bone did not align with Guxinga's taste. The notion of a grown man wielding a scorpion's tail sent shivers down his spine. Alas, if only it were a torso soul bone instead. While this external soul bone possesses other uses and shall not be given away, it will serve as a material for the fusion of another external soul bone. I shall refrain from divulging further details. Chapter 39. The Snow Emperor transforms into a soul spirit in the origins of Guxinga. Guxinga collected the body of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion into the realm of the Mengjie. the corporeal form of a ferocious beast that had existed for over 334,000 years should not go to waste. As she watched her own body vanish without a trace, the Ice Emperor felt no concern. It was merely a discarded vessel. Her thoughts were consumed by the anticipation of the Snow Emperor becoming a spirit, for then they could remain together eternally. The Snow Emperor sensed the power of the Mingjia laws that Guxinga was wielding, her azure eyes flickering with a hint of surprise, yet she refrained from inquiring further. "Let us commence," she said. "I would appreciate the Ice Emperor's assistance in safeguarding our endeavor." Guxinga instructed the Ice Emperor, and the emerald-haired maiden nodded, assuring him by patting her impressive peaks. "With my presence, I shall ensure that no creature disturbs you." She vowed that anyone daring to disrupt the Snow Empress's transformation would face her wrath. The Ice Emperor, who had previously harbored doubts, had now succumbed to the undeniable charm of the situation. Guxinga meticulously crafted a soul contract formation, allowing the Snow Empress to relax and release her spiritual energy. He commenced the construction of the soul contract array with remarkable efficiency this time. As the Snow Empress affixed her signature to the soul contract, the array drew her soul from her corporeal form, merging it with the lunar martial soul, transforming it into a second innate spirit. The Snow Empress's azure eyes dulled, and she collapsed onto the icy surface as a soul bone gradually coalesced, with the Snow Empress transformed into the spirit of the lunar martial soul. A surge of soul power, vastly surpassing that of the Ice Emperor, surged within Guxinga. He immediately assumed the posture of reverence towards the sun and moon, commencing the refinement of this overwhelming soul power, while the chart of the crimson bright nine heavens continuously advanced. After a duration exceeding 2 hours, the integration of the Snow Empress's spirit was successfully completed. The soul rings that encircled Guxinga's form underwent another transformation. 3 soul rings of the Snow Empress materialized, with the orange ring intricately engraved with patterns of the Ice Fairy, 6 golden lines manifesting, radiating a resplendent orange golden light, exuding an essence of ultimate ice and snow, subtly hinting at a trace of lunar divinity. The degree of compatibility between the Snow Empress and the lunar martial soul surpassed even that of the Golden Crow and the solar martial soul. With the assistance of the Snow Empress's spirit, the first 3 soul rings were elevated once more, with the first ring breaking through to the 10,000-year level. The rings shimmered red and orange gold, the only distinction being that the Ice Emperor's rings bore 3 golden lines, whereas those of the Snow Empress bore 6. Although all 3 soul rings achieved the quality of 10,000 years, they still endowed only a single soul skill, yet it was significantly more potent, reaching an entirely new echelon. Guxinga slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of icy blue flashing across his countenance, which was marked by a strikingly handsome and valiant visage now adorned with joy. Following the fusion with the Snow Empress's spirit, not only did his cultivation reach the pinnacle of level 99, but even the Qi Ming 9 Heavens diagram ascended to its 3rd layer zenith, nearly a step away from the innate realm. Before long, the Snow Empress materialized from within him, appearing before the Ice Emperor, still radiating the same pristine perfection, her pure white form unchanged. Upon seeing the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor leapt towards her like a swallow returning to its nest. "Snow Empress." "Ice," the Snow Empress responded, her sapphire eyes revealing an uncommon softness as she embraced the overjoyed Ice Emperor. Guxinga chose not to intrude upon their reunion, shifting his gaze toward the soul bone resting upon the Snow Empress's form. It was an extraordinary head soul bone, aged 600,000 years. This soul bone took on a crown-like shape, encircled by frost and entirely immaculate, with a resplendent ice blue gem embedded at its center. Each facet of the crown was composed of countless minute snowflakes, all converging to cradle the gem, forming the Snow Empress's diadem, which emanated an unparalleled force of icy power. This diadem resonated with Guxinga's refined taste. He stored it within his system's space, intending to merge with it later, once he had traversed the extreme northern ice fields. "I hope you will keep your promise," the Snow Empress reminded him gently, having released the Ice Emperor from her embrace. Although transformed into a spirit, her strength remained largely intact. Guxinga nodded, affirming his commitment, for he desired neither death nor obliteration, wishing to evade eternal exile from the cycle of reincarnation. Taking the Ice Emperor's delicate hand, the Snow Empress returned to the Tian martial spirit. Upon close inspection, one would discover a palace standing proudly upon the Tian martial spirit, named the Guanghan Palace. While the Guanghan Palace housed neither Chang'e nor the Jade Rabbit, it did harbor the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. After incorporating the Snow Empress's body into the Ming realm, Guxinga opened the system panel. True name: Guxinga, Douluo name: Shuiqing Feng. World: Douluo continent. Identity: Honorary Vice Dean and Consultant of Tianshui Academy, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Realm, Level 99, Peerless Douluo. Title, Haoyang. Sun Martial Spirit, 2 purple, 6 black, 1 red. Tian Martial Spirit, 3 red, 6 orange gold. Soul Spirits, 340,000-year Ice Imperial Scorpion, Ice Emperor, 600,000-year Ice Queen, Snow Empress. Training Method, Qiming 9 Heavens Diagram. Volume 1. Soul Skills, Guxinga gazed upon the name Shui Qi Feng on the system panel, alongside the title of Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. An expression of derision flickering in his brilliant golden eyes. How ironic it was. Neither Bibi Dong nor Tian Douluo could have fathomed that he bore such an identity. The only individuals aware of this truth, aside from the Snow Knight Emperor, were Prince Xuexing and his own biological parents. The Snow Knight Emperor and the late Tiando Empress. Xuexing, who had usurped his place, was his full-blooded younger brother. The reason he had not been raised in the imperial palace but in a humble village was rooted in a rather cliché palace intrigue. 24 years prior, the Snow Knight Emperor had proclaimed that his firstborn son would be the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, destined to inherit the throne. Then Guxinga was born. But on that fateful day, the palace experienced a flood. He vaguely remembered being carried away as a newborn, and when he awakened again, he found himself in the village that nurtured him. Initially, he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his abduction until he reached the age of 17 and encountered Prince Xuexing in Tiando City. The striking resemblance between him and the young Snow Knight Emperor led to an invitation to the imperial palace, where a special royal blood test confirmed his identity as the Emperor's son. His presence in the village was orchestrated by a concubine of the Snow Knight Emperor, who was also pregnant and desired her child to ascend to the throne. Thus, she conspired to create chaos, resulting in the flood, and attempted to eliminate Guxinga. However, the assassin, aware of the severe repercussions of slaying a prince, secretly placed Guxinga in a village outside Tiando City, hoping to secure at least a chance for survival if the plot were to be revealed. Unfortunately, that individual was eliminated by agents of the concubine, and soon after, the truth came to light. The frightened concubine suffered a miscarriage and was subsequently executed by the Snow Knight Emperor, fearing further incidents. He then declared that only exceptional princes could inherit the throne. Later, the empress became pregnant again, giving birth to Xuexing, and 11 years later to Xueku. Before passing away, the Snow Knight Emperor was astonished to learn that Guxinga was still alive and sought to welcome him back into the fold. But his overtures were rebuffed. The very next day, Guxinga fled, relishing his newfound freedom after years of escape. The sudden emergence of a father figure was overwhelming. He could not bear it. Hence, regarding his identity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Guxinga felt a profound sense of helplessness. He would have preferred to be the son of a commoner. To be born without nurture, one could still sever ties. To be born and nurtured, one could lose their head, but to be nurtured without having been born, one could never repay 100 lifetimes of debt. In light of this blood connection, the only assurance he could provide was to safeguard the imperial lineage of the Tiando royalty from extinction. The protagonist's identity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire possesses its significance. Chapter 40. The Lunar Refinement Technique, Bibi Dong's Suspicion. Guxinga's gaze shifted lightly as he contemplated the rewards for the assassination mission from the Demon Soul sect and the task of achieving the perfection of the Tian. The reward for the first mission was a scroll entitled The Chart of 100 Beasts. He glanced at its description. Title: The Chart of 100 Beasts. Description: an artifact from a powerful realm of cultivation, crafted by an 8th-level celestial emperor as a trifle from a divine tool. It harbors a secret realm within, allowing for the contract and subjugation of spirit pets, provided that the spirit pets either lose their will to resist or willingly submit. Why does the Chart of 100 Beasts sound so familiar? After reading the description, Guxinga felt an uncanny resemblance between the functions of this chart and an artifact from his memory, known as the Beast of the Stars. The original owner of that artifact was also an 8th-level celestial emperor. Could it be that this Chart of 100 Beasts was a replica crafted by the rebellious Xiangyu celestial emperor? What a remarkable system this is. Guxinga unfurled the Chart of Beasts, which depicted a vast expanse of mountains and rivers, yet conspicuously absent were any traces of the creatures themselves. Following the teachings of the system, he enveloped a droplet of blood from his fingertip with his mental energy, allowing it to fall upon the chart. The blood seamlessly melded with the artwork, and his mental force intertwined with the Chart of Beasts. After a mere 10 minutes, he had successfully refined it without encountering any difficulty. The secret realm within the Chart of Beasts was even more expansive than Guxinga's own realm. at least as vast as the starry forest. Remarkably, this was merely a replica crafted effortlessly by an 8th-level immortal emperor, showcasing its formidable power. Guxinga harbored a peculiar notion. Could the secret realm within the beast diagram be intertwined with the bright realm? Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. Given his current prowess, the amalgamation of the two was utterly impossible. For now, at least. He stowed the beast diagram within the system's space and turned his gaze towards the rewards of another task. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Tian Refinement Technique. Tian Refinement Technique? The very name suggested a method for cultivating mental fortitude, and an introduction to the technique appeared before Guxinga's eyes. Name: Tian Refinement Technique. Description: a method of refining the spirit, drawing the essence of the lunar light into the body, purifying and tempering the soul, gradually transforming into a Tian divine soul. This grants mastery over various divine abilities, allowing one to project one's spirit, enter dreams to control souls, traverse day and night in a state of ethereal wandering, and even seize rebirth with ease. Upon finishing the introduction of the Tian Refinement Technique, a look of satisfaction illuminated Guxinga's eyes. With this method, he could finally address the deficiency in his soul. Cultivating his physical form through the Red Ming Nine Heavens diagram and nurturing his spirit with the Tian Refinement Technique, he sought the path of dual cultivation. The Tian Refinement Technique was ingrained in Guxinga's mind by the system, rendering it unforgettable. With the 9 soul rings of the Tian martial soul now complete and the matter of the extreme north icefield settled, it was time to return to the Tianshui Academy. With only 2 days remaining before the commencement of classes. However, before his departure, Guxinga instructed the Snow Empress to escort him to the core region, where he indulged in a lavish collection of various ice attribute treasures, a half-lake of ice essence, a substantial amount of millennium-grade Xianbing marrow, and 9 exceedingly precious 10,000-year Xianbing marrows. His harvest was immense, all meticulously stored within the Bright Realm. One could aptly call him a glutton. Had it not been for the limitations of the Bright Realm's power, which could not extend to the core region, he might have even considered relocating the entire core area. In the martial Soul City, within the worship hall, under the statue of the angel, Tian Douluo scrutinized the information in his hands, his expression shifting through surprise, bewilderment, and predominantly, gravitas. During the grand ceremony, he had meticulously observed the expressions and behaviors of all the representatives of various factions present, aiming to discern which were amicable towards the martial soul hall and which bore grievances. Naturally, he noted the performance of Prince Xuexing. His excitement upon Guxinga's appearance and the complexity in his gaze sparked Tian Douluo's suspicions. He began to suspect an undisclosed relationship between Prince Xuexing and Guxinga, leading him to arrange an investigation. Although Emperor Xueye concealed matters well, he ultimately could not elude the eyes of the martial soul hall. Unbeknownst to Tian Douluo, Guxinga was the lost grand prince of the Tiando Empire, the firstborn of Emperor Xuya, while the granddaughter who had replaced him, Xueqinghe, was in fact his biological brother. This revelation posed a dilemma for the elder Qian. He held high hopes for Guxinga and even contemplated a union with Qian Renxue. Yet, he was a member of the Tiando royal family, and his granddaughter held a vendetta against him for the death of her brother, one of several. Should Guxinga uncover this truth, it would likely drive him to oppose the martial soul hall. Human hearts are inscrutable. Although Guxinga currently fostered a rapport with the martial soul hall and remained its youngest elder, he was still of royal blood, and his true thoughts would inevitably lean towards the Tiando royal family. Though he had not revealed his identity as a Tiando prince, it was likely a trump card concealed by Emperor Xueye. Guxinga was remarkably youthful, almost astonishingly so, having attained the rank of Title Douluo at the tender age of 23. Given another 10 or 20 years, he might reach an even higher echelon. Should a conflict arise between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire, he could very well become a dagger thrust into the heart of the Spirit Hall. In that moment, Tian Douluo was overwhelmed with suspicion towards Guxinga, accompanied by a faint trace of murderous intent. He could not allow his growth to continue unchecked. It was indeed a pity that such an exceptional talent hailed from the imperial family of Tiando. How much better it would be if he were merely an ordinary commoner. He resolved to hand the matter over to the Pope. Tian Douluo instructed a servant to deliver the intelligence to Bibi Dong. Minutes later, a hurried figure rushed into the worship hall, the sound of her arrival disrupting the solemn atmosphere within. Tian Douluo, what on earth is happening? Bibi Dong, clutching the intelligence, nearly crumpled the paper in disbelief. Her beautiful rose-red eyes filled with incredulity as she coldly questioned the elder. She could not fathom the information. How could Guxinga possibly be the crown prince of the Tiando Empire? Wasn't the crown prince Xueqinghe? observing the furious Pope who had come to confront him. Tian Douluo remained composed and, seeing her skepticism, replied calmly, "If you do not believe it, you may send someone to investigate yourself." "Very well." Bibi Dong, disinterested in further debate with Tian Douluo, was eager to validate the truth of the information. If Guxingge truly was the crown prince, the elder brother of Xueqinghe, how would she face him? Previously, in her quest to stifle Qian Rinxue's growth, she had dispatched her to the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent, killing and usurping Xueqinghe with the intent to seize the Tiando throne. Should Guxingge learn that his younger brother had already met his demise at her hands, how would he perceive her? Bibi Dong's heart was now weighed down with additional anxieties. Watching her retreating figure, Tian Douluo had not anticipated the situation would escalate in such a manner. He sighed deeply. He did not wish to take action against Guxingge. Yet he was equally unwilling to allow him to obstruct the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent. Meanwhile, after leaving the worship hall, Bibi Dong commanded Zhu and Ghost Douluo to swiftly ascertain the relationship between Guxingge and the Tiando royal family before collapsing into her throne, engulfed in fear and doubt. She feared that the intelligence might indeed be true, and she questioned whether Guxingge's approach was genuinely driven by love at first sight or if he harbored ulterior motives. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, it requires only a little nourishment to take root and flourish. In another realm, the death of Bing Yun had been sensed by a vice leader of the spirit sect, who noted the disappearance of the soul skill mark left on Bing Yun by the Ice Lord. His voice was as placid as water as he recounted the news of the demise, showing no concern for the matter. Upon hearing of the Ice Lord's death, some of the other elders present displayed a range of reactions, some scornful, others astonished, some indifferent, while a few reveled in schadenfreude. Humph, he should have been more cautious. Believing himself invincible due to his ice evil dragon martial spirit, he got what he deserved. A certain elder, who had previously suffered at Guxingge's hands, expressed his delight at the news. Beside him, a robust figure, majestic even under the cloak of a black robe, spoke with a tone that was cold yet laced with mockery. Bing Yun fell for the sect. At least he can be deemed diligent, unlike you, who only seeks to belittle others while serving your own interests, chiming merely a waste. Do you wish to die, Yu Wang? The fiery-tempered chiming, influenced by the spirit, ignited like a powder keg upon hearing Yu Wang's taunt, his crimson eyes seemingly ready to spew molten lava as he unleashed his formidable soul power, manifesting 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, bearing down upon the woman beside him. Yet, Yu Wang was unperturbed in the face of Chiming's wrath, her own soul rings similarly appearing. Though her 9th ring bore an otherworldly crimson hue, a premium soul ring aged over 90,000 years, exuding an oppressive force that far surpassed Chiming's, marking her as a Title Douluo nearing level 98. Enough. The vice leader, who had initially announced Bing Yun's demise, spoke again, his voice imbued with a certain authority that calmed both Chiming and Yu Wang, causing them to retract their soul rings. Since Bing Yun has failed, I entrust you with dealing with Haoyang Douluo, Yu Wang. Employ any means necessary to eliminate him. Understood. Yu Wang nodded slightly, casting a lingering glance at Chiming, a hint of mockery in her eyes, before she vanished. Chiming, seething with rage, turned to leave. The vice leader observed their departing figures in silence for the sect. As long as their objectives remained intact, they could create as many elders and Title Douluo as needed, requiring only a modicum of life force to do so. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong, upon hearing the results of Zhu and Ghost Douluo's investigation, realized that despite the efforts of Emperor Shuiyi and Prince Xuexing to conceal the truth, Guxingge's identity had been laid bare before them. They had not anticipated that Haoyang Douluo was, in fact, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, a revelation that boded ill for the Spirit Hall. Despite a facade of peace between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royalty, tensions had long been simmering beneath the surface, merely waiting for the right moment to erupt. As Bibi Dong scrutinized the validated intelligence, her delicate fingers crumpled the letter nearly into a ball, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a chilling light, her teeth biting down in frustration at the sensation of being deceived. Why deceive me? Were all his affections and love mere fabrications, mere performances for the sake of the Tiando royal family? The more she pondered, the more discomfort she felt, growing increasingly agitated. She glanced down at the bracelet of love beads on her wrist and, in a fit of vexation, she yanked it off with force. With a resounding snap, the string of crimson love beads broke under her forceful grip, scattering 17 beads, each representing Guxingge's affections, across the floor. However, as she beheld the scattered beads, a wave of regret washed over Bibi Dong. She should not have acted so impulsively. What if Guxinga's intentions were not as she presumed? After all, she too had initially approached Guxinga with ulterior motives. If truth be told, their relationship was a matter of mutual interests. Just as Bibi Dong wrestled with the truth of Guxinga's feelings, a servant's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Pope, Elder Haoyang requests an audience." Startled, Bibi Dong wondered why he had come so suddenly. Was he not supposed to be at the Water Academy? Her eyes darted to the scattered love beads, panic evident in her gaze. No, she could not allow him to see this. She instructed the servant, "Please ask Elder Haoyang to wait in the Pope's hall. I shall arrive shortly." Outside the hall, Guxinga was taken aback to hear that Bibi Dong had asked him to wait in the Pope's hall. It felt strangely distant. Elder Haoyang was graciously invited by the maid, who bowed respectfully. He nodded in acknowledgement and followed her to the reception hall of the papal palace. Moments later, a figure clad in a simple yet elegant long dress, as refined as an orchid, entered the room. Bibi Dong. Upon seeing his beloved after a long separation, Guxinga's countenance brightened with joy, and he eagerly rose to embrace the stunning Pope, yearning to shower her with affection. However, in response to his fervent advance, Bibi Dong subtly stepped back, creating a distance between them. This unexpected retreat left Guxinga momentarily stunned, his hand frozen midair. Caught in indecision, should he extend it further or let it fall? Noticing the bewilderment etched on his face, a flicker of discomfort crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. She slightly turned her head to evade Guxinga's puzzled gaze, her voice markedly colder than before. "We are in the papal palace. Do exercise some discretion. It seems I have been remiss." Although Guxinga spoke casually, his heart was filled with confusion. His gaze subtly shifted to Bibi Dong's right wrist, and his expression froze. Had the bead bracelet of longing disappeared? Noticing his scrutiny, Bibi Dong's heart raced, and she hurriedly concealed her right hand behind her. Swiftly taking a seat on the sofa, "Elder Haoyang, what brings you back so suddenly?" Upon hearing her increasingly strange tone, Guxinga felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. It had only been a few days since they last met. Why had her demeanor changed so drastically? Was it because he had visited the Tianshui Academy, inciting her anger? "I just returned from the far northern ice plains. The Tianshui Academy opens tomorrow. I thought I would take advantage of this day to accompany you." Hearing that he had specifically set aside a day for her brought warmth to Bibi Dong's heart, softening her previously indifferent expression. Yet, the thought of Guxinga concealing his true identity and questioning his sincerity filled her with immense distress. "I see, Elder Haoyang. We've known each other for quite some time, yet you seem to have never mentioned your background." Desperate to discern the truth of his feelings, Bibi Dong immediately inquired about Guxinga's origins. This caught him off guard, but he deduced her intent. He gently began to recount his background, revealing every detail without reservation. He even disclosed his identity as the eldest son of the Snow Knight Emperor, the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, clarifying that he held little familial affection for the Tiando royal family. Should a war erupt between the Wuhun Temple and the Tiando Empire, he would neither intervene nor assist. However, he vowed to protect the Snow Clan's bloodline, ensuring its continuity. "Your Holiness, it is growing late. I must take my leave." After sharing his past, Guxinga rose to depart without giving Bibi Dong a chance to retain him. He had said all that needed to be said, leaving her with ample time to ponder. Upon hearing of Guxinga's intricate background, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had not anticipated the complexity of his past, betrayed from a young age. Losing his village to blood sacrifices by the Soul Eater sect at the age of 7, enduring a turbulent life before he had even matured. Watching him walk away, her heart trembled, and she quickly rose to chase after him, hoping to persuade him to stay. Yet, Guxinga had already soared beyond the Wuhun City, leaving only a golden trace in the sky. Observing his retreating figure, Bibi Dong realized he must be angry. For her aloofness and indifference had stirred within her a bitter regret. She lamented her irrational behavior, recognizing that his feelings for her had never been insincere. Yet she had stubbornly doubted him, believing he had ulterior motives for drawing near. Ironically, she had never inquired about his past until now. In contrast, Guxinga had anticipated her question regarding his heritage and had chosen to reveal everything without concealment. He had clearly articulated his stance. Should war arise between the Wuhun Temple and the Tiando Empire, he would remain neutral. Should the Tiando Empire fall, he would safeguard the Snow Clan's lineage, fulfilling his obligations both morally and personally. Ultimately, it came down to her lack of trust in him, a deficiency in love. Yet, Bibi Dong vehemently shook her head, adamantly denying such thoughts. "No, how could I not love him? I am merely a bit lost," she reassured herself. Yes, she was only a bit lost. She loved Guxinga, There was no doubt about it. Bibi Dong repeatedly affirmed her love for Guxinga, engaging in a fervent mental affirmation. Yet her delicate hand tightened around the remnants of the shattered longing beads, betraying her inner turmoil. The more she insisted, the more her feelings for Guxinga wavered. Deep down, she questioned whether her love for him was truly pure or if there existed ulterior motives. Not far from the Pope's palace, a corridor bore witness to Title Douluo observing this scene, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his golden eyes. From the moment he delivered the intelligence to Bibi Dong, he had been scheming. He understood her suspicious nature. Upon learning of Guxinga's identity as the Grand Prince, she would inevitably suspect his intentions. Though he was unaware of the specifics of their conversation within the Pope's palace, Guxinga's immediate departure suggested a rift had formed between them, a development Tian Douluo found to be fortuitous. He had opposed their union from the start. Although Bibi Dong appeared outwardly normal, her psyche was deeply twisted. He firmly believed that her motives for being with Guxinga were far from genuine. To prevent Bibi Dong from exploiting Guxinga against the angel lineage, he was determined to thwart their relationship. Casting one last glance at the breathtaking Pope standing outside the palace, lost in thought, the Grand Priest of Angels vanished down the corridor. Returning to her chambers, Bibi Dong hurriedly collected the scattered longing beads. Treating each as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, she meticulously cleaned each one, but upon counting, only 16 remained. No matter how diligently she searched, even turning the entire Pope's palace upside down, the 17th bead remained elusive. Staring at the incomplete collection in her palm, she could no longer maintain her composure. Collapsing to the ground in tears, engulfed in profound regret, in the vast expanse of the sky, a golden streak cut through the clouds, leaving behind a brilliant trail. Meanwhile, Guxinga, racing through the air, wore a troubled expression, tinged with anger. He had anticipated Bibi Dong's inquiry about his background, but he had not expected her lack of trust, nor her disbelief in their feelings for one another. Her retreating demeanor, evasive gaze, and concealed wrist pierced his heart like daggers, causing him immense sorrow. Could their bond truly be so fragile, so incapable of withstanding the test of trust? Or perhaps Bibi Dong's love for him was not as profound as he had believed, leading him to wonder if he had been foolishly optimistic. Thinking that a few days of companionship and care could win her heart, Guxinga revealed a hint of self-deprecation. Ultimately, he had overthought the situation. How foolish of him to rush straight to Wuhun City upon leaving the frigid northern tundra. As a result, after being wounded by Bibi Dong, Guxinga felt as though his affection for her had diminished significantly. Suddenly flapping his sun god wings, his speed surged, propelling him directly towards the Heavenly Water Academy. The waters of the Tianlan River rippled gently, enveloped in mist, with fish and dragons leaping beneath the surface, myriad aquatic creatures frolicking in the river, stirring waves upon waves. Fishermen cast their nets along the riverbank, while peasant women washed clothes by the water's edge. Countless boats traversed the river, heading towards the heavens above and the stars below, a magnificent sight to behold. The Azure Academy stood proudly by the Tianlan River. In stark contrast to the desolation of a month prior, the arrival of the new school season ushered in a flurry of returning students. Young female soul masters from the Tiandu Empire and various kingdoms flocked to the academy to enroll, bringing life and vibrancy back to Heavenly Water Academy. Before the jade-carved gatehouse, hundreds of female soul masters of varying beauty formed two long lines, one of noble ladies and the other of commoners, clearly delineating class distinctions. The noble ladies, attended by their servants, appeared more like tourists than those waiting in line. Some shielded themselves from the sun with parasols, others sipped tea and fanned themselves, while some servants knelt on the ground to serve as makeshift seats. In stark contrast, the commoner girls stood in line with their parents, hearts heavy with anxiety and trepidation, fervently praying to pass the enrollment exam. Many noble ladies cast disdainful glances at the commoner girls, some expressing surprise, others disgust, but mostly contempt. Among the noble ladies stood a particularly exquisite girl in a red dress, her haughty demeanor evident as she looked down upon the commoners from a distance of 5 meters. She could hardly fathom how the Heavenly Water Academy would admit commoners. How could they possibly share the same institution as them? A bunch of lowly commoners. Their very scent of fish was repugnant. She wished to drive them away, to spare her eyes from their presence. Her words resonated with some of the noble ladies, who echoed her sentiments, inciting anger from many commoner girls and their parents. Yet, upon noticing the imposing soul master guards beside the girl, they quickly averted their gazes, fearful of expressing their discontent. After all, they were merely commoners, unable to contend with the nobility. The social hierarchy had become entrenched. Commoners could only rise through becoming soul masters, and only the powerful ones at that. This is precisely why the Wuhun Temple enjoyed the support of the common people, as it provided them a pathway to advancement. Although the gold coins distributed to soul masters each month originated from the two great empires, it was the Wuhun Temple that facilitated their distribution. Without the Wuhun Temple, not only would the distribution of gold cease, but the two empires would not even allow commoners to awaken their martial spirits, further solidifying the class divide. Reflecting on the future, a millennium hence, without the Wuhun Temple, commoners would be rendered less than human, mere fodder for evil soul masters. Chapter 43, Bibi Dong, Ready to Give. A golden light streaked across the sky, piercing into the Heavenly Water Academy and capturing the attention of many. Several female teachers looked up, their faces alight with surprise and excitement. The esteemed Duke had returned. The events of the conferred title ceremony had already spread throughout the Douluo continent. The Haoyang Douluo single-handedly vanquished 5 Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, a display of overwhelming strength and unprecedented glory that far surpassed the achievements of the Haotian Douluo from 12 years prior, earning the adoration of countless soul masters across the continent. Naturally, the female teachers of Heavenly Water Academy were no exception. As they gazed upon the returning Haoyang Douluo, a peculiar light flickered in their eyes, their hearts brimming with unspoken hopes. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Should they foster a close friendship with the Title Douluo, the benefits would be immense. In the eastern square of the academy, a voluptuous blue-haired beauty resembling a ripe peach looked up at the sky, observing the golden light overhead. Her delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of worry and distress passing through her features. While it was advantageous for Heavenly Water Academy to have a Title Douluo, it was unfortunate that he was a man. Should he desire to act out of line, no one could intervene. Truth be told, Lan Qingyan herself was apprehensive of a Title Douluo's might, but if Gu Xingge were to do anything untoward to the students, she would risk her life to stop him, not for any other reason, but because as the Academy's instructional director, she bore the responsibility for her students' safety. In her position, she must serve her duty and fulfill her obligations. To retreat out of fear of power and strength would render her unworthy of her role. Old Dean, you should have entrusted the position of Dean to me instead of her, Lan Qingyan murmured, wishing that had she been in charge, she would never have invited a wolf into the fold. Yet, the beautiful director could not help but chuckle at her own self-mockery. She had almost invited a wolf into the fold herself, both parties equally culpable. On the western side of the academy, the golden light descended, revealing Gu Xingge in all his radiant glory, his sun god wings retracting as he surveyed the charming little villa before him. Golden eyes shimmered with nostalgia. After a month apart, he had finally returned. With a thought, he summoned the cold and elegant Qishuang from the realm of the bright world. The beautiful matron, upon feeling a rush of vertigo, found herself standing before Gu Xingge. Steadying herself and surveying her surroundings, it was clear she had returned to the academy. Noticing that Qishuang's cultivation had advanced, Gu Xingge congratulated her. It seemed that during these past few days, the director had made considerable progress, likely having reached level 82. All thanks to Teacher Gu's assistance. Had it not been for your help, I could never have absorbed such a high-level spirit ring, Qishuang replied, a hint of shyness gracing her lovely face. For one of her caliber, hunting a spirit beast over 50,000 years old in the extreme north was no small feat. Gu Xingge merely smiled, opting not to elaborate further. However, the matron could detect a trace of bitterness in his smile, which caused her heart to ache. Though she could not comprehend the reason for his expression, it was clear he had experienced some troubles. Teacher Gu, are you free tonight? I'll personally prepare a meal to thank you for helping me obtain my 8th spirit ring. Faced with the invitation from the exquisite matron, Gu Xingge paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, bringing a smile of joy to Qishuang's face as she watched him enter her villa. Though Bibi Dong had warned her against harboring inappropriate thoughts, certain feelings could not be easily suppressed. What dish should she prepare? The matron pondered with anticipation, recalling various recipes. Though her culinary skills could not compare to those of master chefs, she understood the essential truth. To capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace in Wuhun City, Bibi Dong sat despondently on the cold floor, having searched every corner of her chamber without finding the 17th heart seed. Clutching the 16 heart seeds in her hand, her eyes glazed over, tears staining her cheeks as regret washed over her. How could she have been so impulsive? The memory of her actions flooded her mind, leaving an indescribable bitterness to spread within her heart. Gu Xingge approached her with a heart full of joy, eager to spend more time together. Yet she found herself doubting his sincerity, retreating, distancing, and neglecting him. Although he voiced no complaints, his departure was resolute and decisive, leaving her no opportunity to plead for him to stay, and she was acutely aware that she must have wounded his heart. An unprecedented sense of panic enveloped Bai Dong. She was terrified that Guxinga no longer loved her. Afraid that the support she had so painstakingly acquired would slip away. No, she must clarify her feelings to him. Bai Dong carefully tucked away the seeds of longing, placing them within her storage soul guide. Just as she prepared to rise and leave the palace, she abruptly halted her steps, hesitating once more. Guxinga is the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire. Although he harbors no genuine affection for the imperial family, he is nonetheless imbued with royal blood, being the elder brother of Xueqinghe, born of the same mother. Yet, Xueqinghe fell victim to the insidious schemes of the Spirit Hall, and he is not the only one. His other two brothers also met a similar fate. Should he ever uncover the truth, how will he confront such a reality? Contemplating these matters, Bibi Dong fell into a profound silence, regretting her involvement in the covert plans. Why must he be of the Tiando royal lineage? Even if he were merely a commoner, the circumstances might have been different. Perhaps fate would inevitably lead them to become adversaries. The foreboding of such a future gripped Bibi Dong's heart with anguish. Why must the heavens torment her so? No, she would not allow such a fate to unfold. It was absolutely unacceptable. A hint of madness flickered across her exquisite visage, her beautiful eyes radiating a crimson glow. She refused to repeat past mistakes. Indecision would only lead to defeat, while resoluteness could yield opportunities. She would rather embrace the latter than succumb to failure. Guxinga belongs solely to her, and no one else has the right to touch him. At this moment, Bibi Dong shed her pretense entirely. Her feelings for Guxinga had never been love, but rather an extreme desire for possession. Their encounter in the garden that evening was no mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated plan. Following their chance meeting at the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong had resolved to draw Guxinga into her camp, intending to wield him as a weapon against the angel lineage. Hence, the subsequent encounters were all deliberate acts on her part. However, what took Bibi Dong by surprise was that she had genuinely developed feelings, even more profound than Guxinga's own. She relished his companionship, craved his ardent affection, and depended on the warmth of his embrace, yearning for him to be exclusively hers. Yet, he radiated too brightly, like a sun suspended in the heavens, while she was merely a mother spider ensnared in a murky abyss, unattainable, let alone able to claim him for herself. The crimson glow in Bibi Dong's eyes intensified, her once flawless visage, sculpted by the heavens, contorting into something sinister and twisted, exuding an alluring malevolence akin to a beautiful demon emerging from the depths of hell. Her softly parted lips, tinged with a rosy hue, spoke with a voice cool yet brimming with madness and obsession, laced with profound affection. "Xinga, you belong to me. By any means necessary, I shall possess you." Rising slowly, she commanded her maid to prepare a pool of warm water, intent on cleansing herself before seeking Guxinga's forgiveness. As night fell, the bright moon hung in the pitch-black sky, casting its enchanting, gentle light upon the earth, soothing all living beings. Within a quaint villa, Guxinga sat in meditation, his fingers forming the Yin seal, enveloped in a silver moonlight that sanctified him. The lunar radiance nourished his soul, enhancing his spirit, and even the ice and snow emperors were rejuvenated by the moonlight's grace. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his tranquility. Slowly opening his eyes, a flash of silver light flickered, and the ethereal glow surrounding him dissipated, returning to normal. He rose to adjust his attire and approached the door, anticipating that it was Lang Qishuang seeking him. Upon opening the door, an unexpected figure stood before him, Bibi Dong. The moonlight bathed her exquisite, mature face, accentuating her delicate makeup and the alluring purple hue around her eyes, which exuded a captivating charm. Her wine-red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her purple gown hugged her curvaceous figure, emphasizing her slender waist and flawless skin that glimmered like jade. The cool night breeze lifted her skirt, revealing her long, graceful legs adorned with sheer stockings, enhancing her allure. Upon seeing Guxinga, Bibi Dong's beautiful face lit up with joy as she reached out, yearning to embrace him and bask in his warmth. However, mirroring her movements, Guxinga stepped back, evading her advance, his tone noticeably cold. "Your Holiness, what brings you here?" With these words, he returned her tactics in kind. "I missed you, Xinga," she confessed, feeling a pang of bitterness as he avoided her, realizing he was indeed upset. Her eyes glistened with a hint of regret. I know I was wrong. Can't you give me another chance? Noticing her distress, Gu Xingge felt a twinge of softness in his heart, yet he was not inclined to forgive easily. Maintaining his facade of indifference, he replied frostily, Your Holiness is preoccupied with many matters. Rather than dwelling on our feelings, it would be prudent to consider the development of the Spirit Hall. Should war break out between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall, do remember to have several guardians watch over me to prevent any betrayal. After this biting sarcasm, Gu Xingge brushed past Bibi Dong, heading towards Lang Qishuang's villa, leaving the beautiful Pope stunned in his wake. She had never anticipated such callousness from him. Suddenly turning to his retreating figure, she disregarded her dignity and rushed after him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, whispering her apologies and pleading for his forgiveness. Xingge, I am sorry. I did not mean to distance myself from you. I was merely confused and afraid of my mistakes. Please forgive me. I will not return to the Spirit Hall tonight. I will stay and accompany you. How would you like to punish me? With her enticing words, Bibi Dong's tone shifted, brimming with seduction. Feeling her plea and allure behind him, Gu Xingge found himself at a crossroads, faced with two choices: to break free from her embrace and leave resolutely, inflicting deep emotional pain upon her, or to acquiesce to her desires, forgive her, and prepare for an evening of retribution. In Gu Xingge's eyes, a trace of helplessness flickered. Who could blame him for being soft-hearted? He slowly turned to face Bibi Dong, whose eyes were red and glistening with tears, feeling a pang of sympathy as he gently brushed away the teardrop at the corner of her eye. This gesture made Bibi Dong realize that Gu Xingge had already forgiven her, filling her heart with secret joy. Indeed, only a woman who can cry and act coy can capture a man's heart. Though she was a pope, she was also a woman, and she possessed the same skills as any woman in the world. It merely depended on her willingness to employ them. Soon, Bibi Dong's tears flowed even more profusely, akin to dew cascading from a blooming peony in the morning, evoking a sense of pity. With her soft, tender lips slightly biting down, she presented herself as an utterly wronged and pitiful woman, further tugging at the heartstrings. The regret visible in her tear-filled eyes indicated that she was aware of her mistakes. Observing the weeping, mature lady, Gu Xingge felt an intensifying ache in his heart. He embraced Bibi Dong tightly, bending down to kiss her tear-streaked cheek, tenderly licking away the tears from the beautiful Pope's face, soothing her gently. Don't cry, Donger. Seeing you in tears pains me. I too have my faults. I should have disclosed my background to you earlier, which would have prevented this misunderstanding. Be good. Do not weep any longer. You are no longer a child. And if others were to witness this, your dignity as a pope would be utterly tarnished. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong ceased her crying, gazing at the man who comforted her with tear-filled eyes, feeling a swell of pride within her. A woman who can cry will surely be cherished. As for her dignity as a pope, she cared little, for there was no one else around. She raised her chin and kissed Gu Xingge on the lips, entwining with him. Faced with such an eager and mature lady, to refuse would truly be to hurt her feelings. However, Gu Xingge recalled his promise to Lang Qishuang to dine with her, and to renege on that would be a breach of his integrity. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw, yet he desired both. After a brief moment of intimacy with Bibi Dong, Gu Xingge released her lips, looking at the enchanting, rosy-cheeked woman in his embrace, his golden eyes brimming with affection. Any previous dissatisfaction he had felt towards Bibi Dong dissipated under her initiative, leaving only a desire to both punish and adore her. Donger, accompany me to dinner. Without concealment, he explained to Bibi Dong that Lang Qishuang had invited him to dinner to express her gratitude for helping her obtain her 8th spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's heart surged with discontent and a hint of jealousy. This wretched woman, taking advantage of my absence to seduce my man. It seemed the previous warning had not been sufficient. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She was well aware of this adage. Humph. It's just cooking. I can do that too. Although Bibi Dong felt a mix of anger and frustration within, she did not express it, for Lang Qishuang's invitation was reasonable, given the context of gratitude. Moreover, she had already agreed, and to stand her up would tarnish Gu Xingge's integrity. Very well, let us go, lest we keep Director Lang waiting. Observing the obedient and understanding Bibi Dong, Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction, leaning down once more to kiss her fair forehead, offering her a compliment. You are truly good, Donger. In a quaint little villa, an array of delectable dishes graced the table. In her effort to win Gu Xingge's heart through culinary prowess, Lang Qishuang had showcased her highest culinary skills. Each dish, in terms of ingredients, preparation, and presentation, could be deemed a masterpiece, verging on the realm of art. As the saying goes, One's beauty can be a feast for the eyes. The charming director had also taken the time to adorn herself. Her lustrous black hair styled into a single-sided low ponytail, her mature and exquisite face adorned with light makeup. The corners of her phoenix eyes were accented with a hint of pale blue eyeshadow, exuding a captivating allure, while her plump lips shimmered with a delicate blue gloss that released a sweet fragrance, inviting one to savor it. The translucent blue rose cheongsam accentuated Lang Qishuang's mature and voluptuous figure, her fair skin appearing irresistibly enticing against the rose-patterned fabric. The dress featured a high slit that extended to her thigh, revealing her flawless, supple legs. A rose-shaped leg ring adorned her left thigh, while the right leg bore a delicate pattern of blue rose vines, exuding immense charm that captured the eye. Every detail of the beautiful director's attire was impeccably executed, exuding an aura of sophistication and seduction, reminiscent of a rose in full bloom, ready to overflow with nectar. With a playful hum, Lang Qishuang awaited her husband's return, her eyes filled with anticipation as if today were a special occasion. A knock on the door broke the silence, and the beautiful director's face lit up with joy as she hurried to open it. "Teacher Gu, you have arrived. Please, come in." Her smile was radiant. But upon noticing the stunning Pope beside him, her expression froze, and a trace of panic flickered in her eyes. Bibidong, linking arms with Gu Xingge, cast a sweeping glance at the exquisitely adorned and alluring mature woman before her. A flash of crimson light crossed her eyes, momentarily igniting a spark of hostility. But it quickly dissipated. Internally, she thought, this wretched woman seeks to seduce my man in my absence. How audacious! Had it not been for Gu Xingge's presence, Bibidong would have undoubtedly taken action against Lang Qishuang. Meanwhile, Gu Xingge observed the director's single-sided low ponytail, a wave of domestic charm washing over him, momentarily taken aback. A hint of intrigue flickering in his gaze. "Madam, your hairstyle seems quite perilous." Lang Qishuang quickly averted her gaze, her voice trembling slightly as she forced a smile, her tone laced with surprise. "I did not expect your holiness to arrive as well. Please, do come in." She hurriedly invited Gu Xingge and Bibidong inside, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Bibidong's gaze, her heart racing with trepidation. Gu Xingge discerned the fluster of the beautiful female dean and felt a sense of helplessness, coupled with a hint of apology as he spoke. "My apologies, Dean Lang. The sudden arrival of His Holiness the Pope prevented me from informing you. I hope you don't mind having an extra set of chopsticks." "Not at all, not at all," Dean Lang Qishuang replied, shaking her head repeatedly. How could she dare to mind? Meanwhile, Bibidong let out a soft huff, as if to say that she too would not dare. Soon after, the three took their seats, with the somewhat mature Bibidong sitting to Gu Xingge's left and the alluringly composed Lang Qishuang on his right. As the dinner progressed, Gu Xingge found himself indulging in the experience, while Lang Qishuang remained anxious, refraining from any unnecessary movements. As the meal approached its conclusion, Lang Qishuang suppressed her trepidation towards Bibidong and began to discuss matters pertaining to the academy with Gu Xingge. "Teacher Gu, now that the semester has commenced, I wonder if you would be interested in leading an elite class?" The so-called elite class refers to those preparing to participate in the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition on the continent. Apart from a few unlicensed institutions lacking the qualifications to enter the competition, reputable academies such as Tianshui Academy and the Royal Academy of Tiando establish such classes, consisting of only a handful of exceptionally gifted Soul Masters. Some Soul Master academies even go to great lengths, offering substantial incentives to recruit talented students from other institutions. An elite class, you say? That sounds intriguing, and I am indeed interested. Gu Xingge nodded, recognizing that the selection of students for the elite class was solely his prerogative. In the original narrative, the competitors from the Tianshui Academy were not particularly formidable, comprising merely 3 Soul Masters and 4 Soul Kings. Apart from Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, both merely 16 years of age, the other 5 students were all around 20. To an outsider, the talents of these 20-year-old Soul Kings might seem commendable. However, to Gu Xingge, their capabilities appeared rather mundane. The notion of elevating them to Soul Kings within 2 years without the aid of medicinal elixirs was daunting. Even with the ice and fire yin-yang at his disposal, he could not afford to squander precious celestial herbs on their cultivation. Rather than fixating on the original composition of the Tianshui female ensemble, he resolved to dismantle and reassemble it, thereby crafting a new Tianshui female group. At the conclusion of the banquet, Gu Xingge expressed his gratitude to Lang Qishuang for her hospitality. The beautiful matron, the dean, merely offered an awkward smile, avoiding the gaze of Bibidong who stood beside him as they departed. Just before leaving, Bibi Dong cast a cold glance back at Leng Qishuang, instilling fear in the mature woman, causing her legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon returning to Gu Xingge's quaint villa, Bibi Dong wasted no time in enticing him. She entwined her arm with his, gazing up at him with her delicate lips slightly parted, her tongue playfully flicking out like that of a mother cat, as she seductively inquired, "Xingge, how do you intend to punish me?" Given that Bibi Dong was a first-time offender, Gu Xingge refrained from imposing overly harsh penalties, opting instead for a verbal admonition. Should there be a repeat of her behavior, he would not be so lenient. In the Spirit City, within the Hall of Offerings, not long ago, Title Douluo had arranged for intelligence regarding Gu Xingge to be delivered to Tiando, placing it in the hands of Tianhui. Upon learning that the illustrious Haoyang Douluo was none other than the Tiando crown prince, she was taken aback. After years of concealment, she had been oblivious to the existence of Shui Qinghe's elder brother. The Tiando royal family was shrouded in secrecy. If it were another talented prince, Tianhui might have been able to discreetly deal with him, as she had previously eliminated 2 princes who, while possessing potential, did not pose a significant threat to her status. However, Gu Xingge was different. He had matured, and not only was she unable to eliminate him, but she could not even shake his standing. Even if Tian Douluo suspected his motives for joining the Spirit Hall, he dared not act openly against him. Moreover, should Gu Xingge speak out, it was likely that the Night Emperor would immediately abdicate in his favor, rendering all of Tianhui's years of undercover work futile. Ultimately, Tianhui decided to hold her position for the time being, intending to probe Gu Xingge's sentiments towards the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family, as her current guise was that of Shui Qinghe. Nevertheless, Tian Douluo harbored concerns, fearing that Gu Xingge might see through his granddaughter's disguise. And he was equally apprehensive about Bibi Dong's potential to jeopardize their plans, as she had done for over 20 years by leaking Spirit Hall secrets. After conducting her verbal reprimand, Gu Xingge forgave Bibi Dong for her prior aloofness and negligence, even offering her a bowl of warm soy milk late at night to soothe her heart and stomach. However, his affection for her had waned. The Pope, too, sensed the shift in Gu Xingge's feelings, stirring within her a mix of frustration and regret, alongside an undercurrent of anxiety. If he were to discover that his younger brother had perished due to the schemes of the Spirit Hall, and that the current Shui Qinghe was merely a fade, it could incite his wrath, potentially leading to a rift between them, an outcome Bibi Dong dreaded. Nestled against Gu Xingge, resting her head on his chest, the exquisite Pope listened to the rhythmic beat of his heart. Her slender, pale hand traced circles on his chest, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson and a touch of ferocity. She vowed that she would not allow anyone to take Gu Xingge from her, nor would she permit him to slip away. Having missed one opportunity, she was resolute in not letting a second chance elude her. Her psyche had become twisted, obsessive, and even frenzied. Notions of love and affection had long since dissipated. All she desired was absolute possession. Should the day arrive when she had to sever ties with Gu Xingge, she would not hesitate to incapacitate him, binding him with chains to keep him by her side. If such means failed to secure his loyalty, she would rather see destruction than allow Gu Xingge to fall in love with another woman. Casting a subtle glance at the strikingly handsome man who was playfully toying with his hair, she tenderly caressed his chest, internally murmuring, "Xingge, I can fulfill all your desires. But do not let me down, otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take." Gu Xingge lowered his gaze upon the mature woman nestled in his embrace, gently toying with her wine-red tresses. Noticing her silence, he softly inquired about her thoughts. In response, Bibi Dong reined in her inner musings, shaking her head to indicate that her mind was unoccupied. Observing her reticence, Gu Xingge refrained from pressing further, holding her closer as he once again expressed his desire to advance their relationship, only to be met with her gentle refusal. "Xingge, grant me a little more time. When the moment is ripe, I shall offer you what you seek," Bibi Dong pleaded softly, halting his advances and requesting to be given more time, at least until the conclusion of the Rakshasa divine examination. This caused a flicker of disappointment across Gu Xingge's features, as he had traversed the bases countless times. Yet Bibi Dong persistently denied him the satisfaction of a home run, leaving him in discomfort. Sensing the disappointment in his eyes, Bibi Dong wavered momentarily, but soon regained her resolve. Her reluctance stemmed from a deep-seated fear that he would discover her imperfections, which belied his idealized image of her. Additionally, she wished to prolong his yearning, keeping him tethered to her thoughts. The reason for postponing their union until after the Rakshasa divine examination was that upon inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god, She could shed her unclean form and transform into the perfect embodiment of the Rakshasa. At that juncture, their union would allow her to present her flawless self to him. I apologize, Shunga. It is not that I do not wish to give, but rather the constraints of the Rakshasa divine examination. She fabricated a reason to pacify him. Explaining the nature of the examination. Once she passed, she would ascend to the divine realm, hence the necessity to adhere strictly to its rules. Shunga, if you truly desire it, I am willing to comply. However, the years of my steadfastness cannot go to waste. You love me dearly and would not wish for my failure in the examination, would you? Upon uttering this, a resolute expression mingled with sorrow graced Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, suggesting that should he persist, she would relent, yet mourn the potential loss of her hard-fought resolve. Observing the beautiful pontiff's demeanor and the unspoken implications behind her words, Gushinga's unease deepened. This tone felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Bibi Dong was employing psychological manipulation, and it was quite potent. Faced with the now subtly coercive pontiff, a flicker of resignation crossed Gushinga's eyes, yet he would not squander this opportunity. Bibi Dong's guilt presented a prime moment. This chance, once missed, would not return. Seize the moment while the flowers still bloom. Do not wait until the petals fall. He leaned down to whisper a few words into Bibi Dong's ear, her expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions, shock, astonishment, and shyness playing across her face. Though she initially intended to refuse, caught in the web of Gushinga's hopeful gaze, she grappled with her thoughts before ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement to his audacious request. As long as she could firmly bind Gushinga to her, ensuring his heart remained hers forever, Bibi Dong was prepared to make any sacrifice. Her overwhelming possessiveness drove her to fulfill any of Gushinga's desires, yet should he ever betray her, he would face her wrath. You're the best, Donger. I love you the most. Overjoyed by her acquiescence, Gushinga lowered his lips for a fervent kiss upon the pontiff's red lips, pouring forth his affection. Upon hearing his declaration of love, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, wrapping her arms around his back and gazing into his handsome face. Her eyes sparkling with insatiable desire. They indulged in each other's affections, entwined in a fervent embrace, as if to merge into one, inseparable. Indeed. This is how it should be. You need only to love me alone. Bibi Dong's heart screamed in near madness, her eyes glinting with an otherworldly allure. Akin to a mother spider ensnaring the sun suspended in the sky, destined to pull it into her dark abyss, sinking together into eternal oblivion. In the realm of the demon soul, a voice called, Qian Huan, come to me. One of the vice leaders of the demon soul sect, Qian Huan Douluo, paused his cultivation upon hearing the cold voice. His face, concealed beneath a hood, shifted to one of pious reverence as he hastily concluded his training and made his way to the soul-devouring sacred mountain. This mountain, a holy site of the demon soul sect and the retreat of its leader, towered into the clouds, its dark red hue reaching several thousand meters high. Resembling a spear piercing the heavens, an eerie aura emanated from the peak, shrouded in crimson energy that consumed anything that approached, turning it into part of the mountain itself. Qian Huan Douluo arrived at the mountain's base, kneeling in deference, filled with awe. The sect leader had finally emerged from 6 years of seclusion. He promptly reported the various affairs of the sect over the past 5 years. Upon hearing the name Haoyang Douluo, the sect leader interrupted Qian Huan's account, letting slip a singular inquiry from the mountain summit. Where is Haoyang Douluo now? Master, he is currently at the Heavenly Water Academy. Chapter 47. Discussing affairs with the beautiful dean. Upon hearing Qian Huan Douluo's report, the leader of the demon soul sect fell into a long silence atop the sacred mountain. The previously frigid tone of voice now bore traces of fluctuation, suggestive of both joy and a sense of hardship finally yielding to sweetness. The gears of fate had finally aligned. Master, the sect has lost 8 Title Douluos. Should we consider replenishing our ranks? Qian Huan Douluo respectfully inquired. Aware that the loss of 8 Title Douluos was a staggering blow, one that even the top 3 sects combined could scarcely replace. Yet this loss constituted merely a third of the sect's Title Douluos. In just over 40 years, the Demon Soul sect had amassed no fewer than 25 Title Douluos. A terrifying feat that far surpassed the Spirit Hall. Even Qian Douluo could scarcely have anticipated such a formidable assembly. However, Qian Huan's tone suggested that replenishing their ranks was not a daunting task, merely awaiting the approval of the sect leader. Very well, proceed, the sect leader nodded slightly, permitting Qian Huan Douluo to make arrangements. Most of the elders and revered figures within the sect had not achieved their status through their own cultivation. Rather, they had been forcibly elevated through certain means. Even those with useless martial spirits could be raised to Title Douluo status with sufficient living blood, though the side effects would render further advancement impossible, transforming them into the sect leader's subservient puppets. This was why Qianhuan addressed the sect leader as master rather than leader. Gradually rising, the sect leader manifested a ripple of spatial energy and vanished from the mountain peak, his destination unknown. The following day, as dawn broke, Bibi Dong departed from the Heavenly Water Academy and returned to Wuhun City. Knock, knock, knock. At noon, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the halls. Gu Xingge descended the stairs to open the door, revealing the enchanting dean, Lang Qishuang, holding a student roster. Clad in a modest yet elegant qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, she exuded a warm, graceful charm. Teacher Gu, this is the student roster for the academy. Detailing the information of both new and returning students, including their ages, martial spirits, cultivation levels, and family backgrounds. Lang Qishuang presented the meticulously compiled roster to Gu Xingge. Her delicate blue eyeshadow, accentuating the enchanting allure of her Danfeng eyes as she gazed upon the strikingly handsome countenance of the man before her. A trace of undeniable affection flickering across her features. Receiving the roster from the elegant matron of the institute, Gu Xingge stifled a yawn. Noticing his lackluster spirit, Lang Qishuang inquired with a hint of concern, "Did Mr. Gu not rest well last night?" Upon hearing her question, he nodded, explaining that he had been occupied with deliveries. Unfortunately, due to the waterways being under the jurisdiction of the Tsang Gang, he was unable to proceed by water. Consequently, he was compelled to take the land route instead. However, as it was his inaugural experience navigating land deliveries, he lacked the necessary expertise, making it far less efficient than the waterways. After a night of back-and-forth travel, he had only managed to complete 5 deliveries, leaving him utterly exhausted. Even the peak physical condition he usually maintained was beginning to falter under the strain. Gu Xingge invited Lang Qishuang into the room, poured her a cup of tea, and then settled onto the sofa to peruse the roster. This roster contained the information of a total of 637 students at Tianshui Academy, comprising nobles, commoners, and disciples from various sections. As he opened the first page, the name that caught his eye was Shui Bing'er, evidently placed there with intent. Shui Bing'er, aged 14, possessed an exquisite ice attribute beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, and was a 38th level control soul master. At 14, achieving the 38th level showcased her extraordinary talent, even if she was not endowed with innate full soul power. She certainly had innate 9th level soul power, making her future ascendance to the rank of Title Douluo nearly assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Intriguingly, her mother was none other than Lan Qingyan. The second entry was Shui Wu, hailing from the Tiando royal family, a marquis's daughter whose father had passed away, thus taking her mother's surname. By blood relation, her mother could be considered a distant cousin of Gu Xingge. Shui Wu, aged 18, wielded a unique auxiliary martial soul, the Silken Dance Snow Satin, and was a 37th level auxiliary soul master. Her martial soul was particularly remarkable, possessing the ability to control the weather. Upon noticing the classification as an auxiliary soul master, Gu Xingge slightly shook his head. Such an exceptional martial soul should ideally categorize her as a control soul master instead. Following this were the other 5 members of the Tianshui girl group from the original narrative. Apart from Shui Yuer, who had just recently broken through to soul master at 14, the remaining 4 were all around 18 years old, their soul power hovering around 33 to 34 levels. While Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu caught Gu Xingge's attention, the other 5, although commendable, were merely satisfactory. He quickly skimmed through the information of the remaining 600 students and ultimately shook his head. The quality of this batch at Tianshui Academy was lacking. Placing the roster on the coffee table, Gu Xingge reached out to embrace the voluptuous and graceful headmistress, inhaling the fragrance of roses emanating from her. A flicker of fondness graced his handsome visage as he spoke slowly, his tone laced with a hint of disappointment. Aside from the first 7 students, the rest were underwhelming. While their talents could not be deemed poor, they were merely average. To secure victory in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, alternative measures were necessary. Lang Qishuang did not resist the intimacy of the man behind her. On the contrary, she relished it. Hearing his disappointment regarding the quality of the academy students, her heart sank. Alas, had I not proposed the admission of commoner students, the quality of Tianshui Academy's attendees would likely be even worse. Given the current inadequacies, it would be prudent to recruit more students. You should issue a notice to the continent, proclaiming that Douluo Haoyang is teaching at Tianshui Academy. Enrolling in Tianshui Academy, and joining the elite class will grant students the privilege of receiving personal instruction from Douluo Haoyang. Guxinga suggested that the beautiful matron director utilize him for promotional purposes. The personal guidance of a Title Douluo is undeniably enticing, not merely for those youthful soul masters in their teens, but even for the soul Douluo. Lung Qishuang exhibited a look of astonishment. She, too, had contemplated the idea of leveraging Guxinga to promote Tianshui Academy, yet she refrained from voicing it, fearing his discontent. Thus, hearing him propose it, the matron director nodded vigorously, assuring that she would take care of it. With the illustrious presence of Douluo Haoyang, it is certain that numerous talented soul masters will be drawn to the academy. After discussing the student matters, the focus shifted to the number of elite class students. Guxinga placed no restrictions. As long as one demonstrated exceptional prowess, they could join the elite class. The criteria for joining were straightforward. Innate soul power must reach level 7, and age must not exceed 16, with soul power required to be above level 35. Moreover, if a 12-year-old possesses soul power exceeding level 25, they, too, could join the elite class. This latter stipulation was intended to attract that little wildcat, whose greatest aspiration is to grow stronger and thus escape the confines of her family. The Tianshui girl group initially contemplated disbanding and reorganizing. But considering Lang Qishuang's assertion of their established rapport, Guxinga abandoned the notion of reorganization and included the entire Tianshui girl group in the elite class. A new system task has been triggered. Please pay attention to check it. Host. Guxinga, upon receiving the system notification, was not surprised, for he held Lung Qishuang in his embrace and did not immediately check it. The protagonist is not a scoundrel. The true scoundrel is a man who possesses an inflated self-regard, is exceedingly selfish, adept at taking, irresponsible, and finds amusement in manipulating the emotions of others. The protagonist merely harbors a slight inclination towards universal love, a genuine embodiment of the sun and sea god. Chapter 48, Undercover, Hulaina. As he watched Lung Qishuang depart, his eyes lingered on the voluptuous figure of the beautiful Dean, revealing a hint of fondness. Compared to the stunningly beautiful and imperious Bibi Dong, Lung Qishuang, the exquisitely mature beauty, possessed an allure of her own. Each had their own merits, and she was a delicacy readily available. Perhaps he should indulge in a feast tonight? Suppressing the desires momentarily, Guxinga opened the system panel to examine the newly triggered task. Task name: Contest Team. Task content: the host is required to select a team of participants from the Tianshui Academy for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition within 1 month, consisting of 7 main members and 4 substitutes. Task reward: 1 summoning card for spirits. It was a rather straightforward system task, and Guxinga felt no sense of difficulty. Rather, he was intrigued by the subsequent reward. What kind of spirits might the summoning card conjure? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, having returned to the spirit hall, summoned her disciple to the Pope's chamber to assign her a task. The Pope sat gracefully upon her throne, weary after a night of toil, and even the extraordinary physical prowess of a super Douluo could not shield her from fatigue. As she settled down, her brows slightly furrowed in discomfort, hinting at a tinge of pain. She adjusted her posture, appearing somewhat unnatural, her heart harboring a hint of resentment towards Guxinga, this troublesome man, who seemed oblivious to her plight. Bibi Dong resolved silently that she could not allow him to act recklessly again. Yet a sliver of worry crept in. What if he insisted? It would be difficult for her to refuse. This predicament weighed heavily on the weary Pope. Yet, when she recalled Guxinga professing his love for her, her heart swelled with satisfaction. After all, this slight discomfort was bearable. With time, she would grow accustomed to it. Minutes later, the sound of delicate high heels echoed, drawing nearer until a golden-haired maiden entered the Pope's chamber, kneeling respectfully before Bibi Dong. Her voice, sweet and enchanting, softened the hearts of all who heard it. Hulaina pays her respects to your holiness. Rise, my dear Na. Bibi Dong regarded the alluring young woman with affection, gesturing for her to stand. As Hulaina rose, her beauty was striking. A cascade of silky golden curls framed her exquisitely delicate face, her features alluring and captivating. With lips that were irresistibly rosy, her tall, slender figure was clad in a form-fitting dress of silver and gold, accentuating her curves, while her long legs were adorned with asymmetrical silver stockings and heels, standing vivaciously in the grand hall. May I inquire what important matter my teacher wishes to discuss? Hulaina inquired with reverence, her enchanting eyes filled with awe and admiration. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. carefully organizing her thoughts before speaking in a tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Little Na, I have a task to entrust to you. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Whatever arduous task it may be, I shall exert every effort to fulfill it, even at the cost of my life. Hulaina declared boldly, not even inquiring about the nature of the task, her resolve evident. This pleased Bibi Dong greatly. Her disciple was indeed worthy of trust. Then, Little Na, I hope you will infiltrate Tianshui Academy and be an undercover presence beside Elder Haoyang, monitoring him and constantly reporting his whereabouts and any interactions he may have. Elder Haoyang? What? Hulaina was taken aback, stunned by her teacher's request to place herself beside the illustrious Title Douluo. Was there some misunderstanding? Noticing her disciple's shock, Bibi Dong hastened to clarify, revealing her relationship with Gong Xingge. Little Na, you are my most trusted disciple, and I will not conceal the truth from you. I have fallen in love with Elder Haoyang. Unfortunately, as the Pope, I must attend to the affairs of the Spirit Hall and cannot remain by his side. Elder Haoyang has chosen to stay at Tianshui Academy due to an agreement with the Academy's dean, and we find ourselves separated. I fear that without my presence, those who seek to seduce him may swarm around him. Hence I hope you can safeguard him from such distractions. Upon hearing her teacher's confession, Hulaina comprehended the situation. After all, she had witnessed Elder Haoyang's excellence. At merely 23 years of age, he was a Title Douluo with the remarkable feat of vanquishing 5 elders of the Spirit Hall. It was no wonder her teacher had been captivated. And she even felt a twinge of envy, yet she never anticipated that her teacher would be the first to capture Elder Haoyang's heart. At that moment, Hulaina noticed Bibi Dong's awkward posture, a flicker of suspicion crossing her alluring eyes as she recalled the pain of lost innocence, her heart racing. Could it be that her teacher and Elder Haoyang had already crossed that threshold? Though uncertain, the unusual way in which her teacher sat and the hint of pain etched upon her brow compelled Hulaina to believe her suspicion. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of emotion. Her teacher entrusted her with such a significant secret, revealing her love for Elder Haoyang, and she vowed not to betray that trust. Rest assured, teacher, as long as I am here, I will not allow any distractions to approach Elder Haoyang. Indeed, I trust you. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Her decision to disclose her relationship with Gong Xingge was not merely an act of trust, but a warning to Hulaina. Gong Xingge is my man. So do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. After all, he was too exceptional, even as her own disciple. Bibi Dong could not help but worry about Hulaina developing feelings for him, unaware of their connection. The man Gu Xingge belongs solely to her. No one else shall lay claim to him. Should Hulaina harbor inappropriate thoughts, she must not blame her mentor for disregarding their bond. At the Tianshui Academy, Lang Qishuang has also announced that the Haoyang Douluo will teach at the academy. Anyone who enrolls and passes the Haoyang Douluo's assessment will have the opportunity to join the elite class at Tianshui Academy and receive his guidance. This news, once disseminated, sent shockwaves throughout the Tiando Empire and the entire continent, stirring the hearts of countless young soul masters, as it presented an unparalleled chance to learn from a Title Douluo. Moreover, this was the very Haoyang Douluo known for his ability to eliminate 5 Title Douluos with a single strike, igniting excitement among the aspiring soul masters. However, Tianshui Academy's policy of admitting only female students, specifically those under 16 years of age with a spirit power level of at least 35, disqualified at least 90% of those eager to enroll. Many soul masters lamented their missed opportunity to be personally instructed by a Title Douluo. Some representatives from major powers even visited Tianshui Academy, offering substantial incentives in hopes that Lang Qishuang would relax the admission criteria. Typically, Lang Qishuang would delegate these negotiations to Lan Qingyan, who staunchly opposed the presence of men at Tianshui Academy. In the Tiando City, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Xia perused the intelligence report from Tianshui Academy, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. With a deep sigh, he set the document aside and turned to Prince Xuexing, who had been waiting attentively. Xuexing, tomorrow you shall deliver the Hanhai Qiankuan cover to Qi Feng. Yes, your majesty, replied Prince Xuexing, nodding respectfully. He held no objections to the emperor entrusting a national treasure to Gu Xingge, as long as it was not given to Xuexing. Both the emperor and Prince Xuexing aspired to strengthen the ties between the Tiando royal family and Gu Xingge through the Hanhai Qiankuan cover, given their shared bloodline. Subsequently, the old emperor drafted an edict, bestowing the title of Prince Haoyang upon Xue Qingfeng, Gu Xingge, of the Tiando Empire. Within the boundaries of Tiando, he would be granted a status equivalent to that of a third-level official, along with the Hanhai Qiankuan cover 1,000,000 gold soul coins, and the territory encompassing Luoyang City and its surroundings. Emperor Xueye instructed Prince Xuesheng to present this decree alongside the Haotian and cover to Guxinga, should he accept it. The edict would be proclaimed. If not, it would be rendered void. The emperor understood that his eldest son held little affection for the royal family, yet he hoped that, should a significant crisis befall the Tiando Empire, Guxinga would rise to protect the royal lineage. The emperor even contemplated passing the throne directly to Guxinga, recognizing his exceptional qualities with a sense of satisfaction. As the Tiando royal family mobilized, young female soul masters from across the continent began flocking to Tianshui Academy, eager to join the elite class and receive instruction from a Title Douluo, a prospect that promised immense benefits to their soul master careers. The majestic Tianlan River, which traverses the Tiando Empire from north to south, surged with relentless tides. Amidst the tumultuous waters, a golden figure traversed the river as if walking on solid ground, impervious to the crashing waves, while soul beasts retreated in awe. Guxinga, the golden figure, surveyed his surroundings, finding no signs of life or vessels. Only the roaring river and the aquatic soul beast swimming beneath the surface. He then placed his hand gently upon the water, invoking the laws of the bright realm to manifest a vast domain of plunder, spanning 10 meters, voraciously consuming the river's waters and its aquatic inhabitants. The water and creatures drawn into the bright realm were redirected into the river channels he had meticulously planned. The riverway designed by Guxinga traverses the southern and northern realms of the Ming world, extending over 800 kilometers in length and reaching a depth of 5 kilometers. Aptly named Sun and Moon River. With the influx of the waters from the Douluo Tianlan River, it resembles the celestial river cascading into the mortal realm, gradually filling the Sun and Moon River with its turbid currents. Aquatic vegetation takes root at the riverbed, while myriad aquatic beings roam within, teeming with vitality, heralding the birth of the foremost water source in the Ming world. From the outside, Guxinga could discern a noticeable decline in the water surface beneath him, coupled with an inexplicable gaze fixated upon him. A jolt of alarm surged through his heart, realizing the peril of his situation. He had overstepped his bounds, and the master of this domain had set their sights on him. He immediately ceased his actions, refraining from further siphoning the waters of the Tianlan River, and the mysterious gaze eventually dissipated. Observing the area where the Tianlan River had receded at least 10 meters, Guxinga felt a twinge of embarrassment, contemplating that he should have been more cautious, adopting a gradual approach rather than an impulsive one. Now, it appeared he would have to lay low for a while. Just as he prepared to depart, a thunderous roar, imbued with fury, resonated from the depths of the river. The surface roiled violently, the waters surged skyward like a waterfall, shrouding the sky in mist and spray. A white, four-clawed figure surged through the curtain of water, only to burst forth from the deluge, its tail adorned with white scales, striking towards Guxinga. Faced with the incoming assault of the dragon's tail, Guxinga wasted no time in invoking the Tian martial spirit. A radiant, silvery moon ascended majestically behind him, exuding a cold, ethereal glow. 9 soul rings, 3 crimson and 6 orange gold, rose and hovered beneath him, releasing an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a peerless Douluo, suppressing the black dragon beneath its formidable weight. The once grand river surface solidified under this terrifying force, and countless aquatic beings appeared frozen in time, similarly immobilized within the waters. The white dragon, having just emerged from the water's veil, found itself unable to assert its dominance. Crushed forcefully against the now solidified surface, rendered quite helpless, unable to rise. Struggling against the oppressive force, the white dragon lifted its gaze towards Guxinga, its large eyes reflecting a mix of grievance and fury. It seemed to convey, though I am not human, you truly are a cur, having stolen my waters and now seeking to intimidate me. Guxinga hovered in midair, gazing down upon the white jade flood dragon, a creature of formidable presence, its age likely exceeding 90,000 years, and perhaps nearing the century mark. This territory appeared to be its domain, yet that did not imply that the waters belonged solely to it. After all, this expanse had been wrested from the clutches of other soul beasts. He was not one to indulge in senseless slaughter and harbored no particular animosity towards soul beasts, unless provoked or compelled by the necessity of soul rings. He refrained from indiscriminate hunting. However, since this white dragon had dared to challenge him, it could not blame him for the ensuing consequences. Guxinga contemplated the beast diagram, feeling an urge to subjugate it. The gradual change in her gaze towards the white jade dragon stirred a sense of foreboding within the creature, prompting it to struggle frantically. Regret washed over its heart. Had it known, it would not have emerged so recklessly, now finding itself ensnared by a predator. As the beast diagram materialized in her grasp, Guxinga descended before the vanquished white jade dragon. The diagram unfurled, depicting mountains and rivers, and with a mere thought, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, emanating the laws of the contract, directly enveloping the white jade dragon. Under the luminous embrace of the beast diagram, the white dragon's form diminished until it was forcibly drawn into the artwork. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a small white serpent added to the illustration. Upon closer scrutiny, it revealed itself to be the white dragon. As the white jade dragon was subdued, fragments of information about it surfaced in Guxinga's mind. Name, dragoness. Gender, female. Species, Tianshui black dragon. Variant, cultivation, 98,734 years. A female dragon, indeed. This revelation caught Guxinga off guard. The white dragon was a female, and moreover, a mutated soul beast, typically stronger than their ordinary counterparts. A dragoness? Could there be a dragon emperor as well? If the dragon emperor were to discover that his mate had been captured, would he opt for a transformation from a black dragon to a green one? Or would he choose to confront his demise? Even if the dragon emperor's cultivation reached 100,000 years, Guxinga held little concern. Unless it were one of the top 5 fearsome beasts or the 2 deep-sea magic whales of the ocean. Other soul beasts on the Douluo continent barely registered on her radar. Nevertheless, with the dragoness's cultivation already nearing 98,000 years, an additional 1,000 or 800 years of effort could easily elevate her to 100,000 years, definitely worth nurturing. A 100,000-year dragon as a mount would be quite splendid. He vanished over the Tianhui River, where the once still waters began to flow again, sending the aquatic creatures scattering in fear, anxious that Guxinga might return. Dragoness, though I am not human. You are indeed a dog. Chapter 50. Bestowed name Dragoness by Yujie. Although Guxinga had plundered a considerable amount of water and aquatic life from the Tianhui River, it was but a trifling matter for the vast expanse of the river, which stretched over 7,000 kilometers and delved to unknown depths. As the waters from other regions of the Tianhui River flowed into the looted area, they converged and smoothed over all traces, leaving no evidence of change. Apart from the awareness of the world, even the most seasoned fishermen failed to notice the anomaly in the Tianhui River. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor, leisurely basking in another stretch of the Tianhui River, remained oblivious to the fact that his home had been invaded. Not only had his water been stolen, but his very mate had also been forcibly taken away. In the realm of Mingjia, the Sun and Moon River flowed with a rhythmic grace, its waters surging and receding, ceaselessly coursing, magnificent and grand, rippling with myriad waves and churning with boundless foam. Spanning 800 kilometers and stretching 3 kilometers wide, it served as the boundary river between the north and south, nurturing countless aquatic beings and standing as the sole water source in the current Mingjia. Guxinga appeared above the Sun and Moon River, gazing contentedly at the now expansive waters below. He then produced the beast chart, releasing the white jade jiao from its mystical realm. The colossal jiao, with its expressive eyes reflecting a blend of reluctance and resignation, bowed its head in deference. Communicating telepathically, it respectfully addressed Guxinga, Master. Indeed, Guxinga replied, nodding in satisfaction. The creature exhibited a notable awareness, eliminating the need for further instruction on his part. As he scrutinized the jiao, he noted its stark contrast to the ordinary black jiao of the mystic waters. As a mutated soul beast, it was resplendently pure, with its white scales glistening like satin and its emerald eyes strikingly beautiful. Its elongated form was crafted as if from white jade, appearing delicate yet more resilient than fine steel. Under the sunlight, the jiao's shimmering scales dazzled, rendering it nearly impossible to behold directly. Now that you are my spirit companion, you shall no longer be known as the jiao. From this moment forth, your name shall be Bai. Guxinga initially contemplated bestowing the name Bai Suzhen upon the Jiao Queen, but upon reflection, he realized that Bai Suzhen refers to a white snake, while the Jiao Queen is a white jiao, rendering the name inappropriate. After a moment's hesitation, he gazed upon the Jiao Queen's immaculate, jade-like scales and decided to grant her a new name. From this day forth, you shall be known as Bai Yujie. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. Bai Yujie responded, though she felt an oddity in the name. Guxinga then raised his hand and gestured towards the Sun and Moon River, issuing an edict to Bai Yujie. From now on, you shall be the sovereign of the Sun and Moon River, tasked with overseeing all aquatic beings within its waters and safeguarding the golden ancient tree. The midsection of the Sun and Moon River is precisely where the sapling of the golden ancient tree resides. In addition to the ordinary aquatic creatures, there are numerous aquatic spirit beasts. Although the sapling is protected by the barriers he established, it is prudent to assign beings to guard it, just in case. Your command shall be obeyed. Despite her reluctance, Baiyujie felt her fate firmly grasped in his hands, leaving her no choice but to comply. To expedite Baiyujie's ascension to the 10,000-year mark, Guxinga produced 5 portions of Millennium Ice Marrow and presented them before her. Your cultivation has reached nearly 98,000 years. The threshold of 10,000 years is within your grasp. Consuming this Millennium Ice Marrow should facilitate your breakthrough. Sensing the immense icy energy contained within the Millennium Ice Marrow, Baiyujie, although not an ice attribute spirit beast, recognized the unity of water and ice and was filled with joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Guxinga. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Baiyujie opened her mouth and consumed the 5 portions of Millennium Ice Marrow, preparing to devote herself to their refinement. Meanwhile, Guxinga summoned the Snow Empress. The ethereal and aloof figure of the Snow Empress appeared beside him, her 3,000 strands of white hair flowing gracefully, exuding an air of perfect purity and breathtaking beauty. A flurry of snow enveloped her, encircling her delicate form and keeping all but Guxinga and the Ice Emperor at bay. Snow Empress, this is my newly acquired spirit pet, Baiyujie. I kindly ask for your assistance in refining the energy of the Millennium Ice Marrow within her. Guxinga implored the Snow Emperor to assist Baiyujie in her breakthrough. As a formidable entity once ranked 3rd among the 10 fierce beasts, aiding a soul beast of nearly 98,000 years and refining the energy within her body posed little challenge. The Snow Emperor glanced at Baiyujie and sensed a potent icy energy emanating from her, a result of the millennium-old Xianbing marrow. He nodded in agreement to lend his assistance. With the intervention of the Snow Emperor, the icy energy contained within the Millennium Xianbing marrow was effortlessly refined. However, to ascend to the realm of 100,000 years, she must endure the heavenly tribulation. Upon overcoming the tribulation, she would have the option to transform into a human or continue her cultivation as a soul beast. It is worth noting that the opportunity to fully metamorphose into human form arises solely after successfully passing the initial heavenly tribulation. While fierce beasts possess the capability to assume human shape, this transformation relies on their inherent strength rather than being a complete transformation into humanity. Guxinga assigned Baiyujie to manage the Ryu River first, allowing her to stabilize her cultivation before returning to the Douluo world to endure the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress returned to her body, as the Ice Empress awaited her next move in the game. Opening the world panel, Guxinga examined the current state of the Mingjia. True name of the world: Mingjia, World Master. Guxinga, World Status: Newly born minor plane. World completion: 39. 69. World origin: 11749. 59. Note: all things in the world are created from the origin. The more origin there is, the stronger the world becomes. The world completion had reached an impressive 39. With the bodies of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress transformed into origin, the origin had exceeded 10,000. However, having plundered too many resources from the Douluo world, the plane consciousness of Douluo had taken notice, indicating a need for a period of restraint. He decided to utilize the once-per-month ordinary lottery provided by the system. Beep ordinary lottery used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9th rank body refinement technique. 9th rank body refinement technique? The name alone suggested a method related to physical training. Guxinga chose to accept it, and information regarding the 9th rank body refinement technique flooded his mind. Name: 9th rank body refinement technique. Description: a fundamental body refinement method from a higher fantasy world, divided into 3 realms and 9 ranks. The first 3 ranks refine the skin and flesh, the middle 3 refine the tendons and bones, and the last 3 refine the blood and marrow. Upon reaching the 9th rank, one's vitality will be immense, physical strength can reach 10,000 pounds, and bodily defenses will be significantly enhanced, impervious to fire and water, blades and spears, and resistant to all poisons. What a remarkable discovery. Initially, he believed that the ordinary lottery would yield nothing of value. It seems he had misjudged, as luck indeed plays a crucial role in such draws. Should the 9th rank body refinement technique be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals on the Douluo continent. After accepting the technique, Guxinga departed from the Mingjia. As the Mingjia continued to improve, the sentient consciousness of the plane was gradually growing stronger. Pursuing an original path. Although the progress may be slow, I ask for your patience. Rapid advancements can easily lead to collapse, much like my previous works, alas. Chapter 51. The Sorrows of Lang Qishuang. The Academy is out of funds. Tianshui Academy, Dean's Office. The office was adorned with elegance rather than superficiality, with an array of rose-potted plants neatly arranged in every corner of the room, numbering over 100. Each rose had been meticulously cared for, their branches bursting with vibrant blooms, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a rose garden. The alluring fragrance of the roses permeated the office, rich and intoxicating, captivating all who entered. The voluptuous and confident female Dean sat in her grand chair, her ample figure causing the chair to creak beneath her. She lowered her gaze to the documents on the desk, one hand propped against her fair, jade-like forehead, while strands of hair slipped through her fingers, cascading messily onto the desk. Her beautiful face subtly revealed a hint of worry, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Before Lang Qishuang lay the Academy's new planning proposal. Yet, what good is a well-crafted document without funds? Though Tianshui Academy belonged to the 5 major elemental academies, it lagged far behind the other 4 in terms of scale, faculty strength, and financial resources. Behind the 5 elemental academies were powerful sects and noble families. Xiangjia Academy was backed by the Xiangjia sect, the Thunder Academy by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and both the Xinfeng Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy had the support of prominent families from the Tiando Empire. In contrast, Tianshui Academy was impoverished, lacking any sect or noble support, making it the bottom of the 5 elemental academies. Despite the presence of Haoyang Douluo, which brought a semblance of prestige, no one understood the internal struggles of the academy better than Lang Qishuang. Long ago, the academy had faced a financial deficit. If not for her relentless efforts to sustain it, by subsidizing the academy with her own resources and relaxing admission rules to include commoners, thereby increasing tuition revenue, the financial troubles would have persisted even longer, jeopardizing the academy's operations. To put it humorously, the vast Tianshui Academy currently had less than 300,000 gold soul coins in its account, with over 100,000 being student tuition fees. Although the Empire provided various subsidies and funding to Soul Master Academies, these were contingent upon the Academy's overall strength. Presently, Tianshui Academy could only expect a mere 50,000 gold soul coins per academic season, and even that required a formal application rather than being directly allocated. Sighing, Lang Qishuang wondered when the Empire would approve the Academy's funding request. If not for her numerous external enterprises frequently subsidizing the Academy, it would have long since collapsed. She regretted assuming the position of dean. Had she known, she would have preferred to let Lan Qingyan take the role. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. The beautiful dean did not raise her head but softly replied, "Please come in." Upon hearing this, Guxinga pushed open the office door, and an intoxicating scent of roses wafted toward him, reminiscent of the delightful fragrance of the dean herself. Noticing her troubled expression as she focused on the documents, he felt a pang of concern and gently inquired, "You appear troubled. Is there something amiss?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, Lang Qishuang looked up, her mature and exquisite face breaking into a smile as she shook her head, indicating that it was nothing serious. Sensing her intent to withhold information, Guxinga moved beside her, grasped her delicate wrist, and pulled her up from the grand chair. He then seated himself and embraced her ample figure, inhaling her delightful rose-scented fragrance. Leaning closer to her ear, the warmth of his breath caused a slight flush to graze her earlobe. "Given our relationship, there is no need for concealment. Please tell me, what troubles you?" The beautiful dean felt completely at ease, no longer hiding the Academy's financial difficulties, and candidly informed Guxinga of the situation. Tianshui Academy, being a prestigious Soul Master Academy, found it exceedingly difficult to sustain itself with the meager funds of less than 300,000 gold soul coins, especially when considering that Guxinga's monthly salary alone amounted to 50,000 gold soul coins. The Academy's funds were insufficient even for half a year of his salary. Upon hearing the voluptuous dean's explanation, Guxinga understood the gravity of the situation. They were simply awaiting funding from above, with no assurance of when it might arrive. While the other 4 elemental academies enjoyed support from powerful factions and nobles, Tianshui Academy was left to wait helplessly for the Tiando Empire to allocate funds. "I shall assist you in resolving the Academy's financial woes, for I am also the Vice Dean and should contribute to the institution." Guxinga gently caressed Lang Qishuang's flowing tresses, leaning down to inhale the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. In a soft voice, he reassured her not to fret about the Academy's financial troubles, as he would take care of it. Although he had been away for several years and had little regard for wealth, content with what sufficed, his spatial system housed numerous valuable items, any one of which could fetch no less than 1,000,000 gold soul coins at auction. Upon hearing that he would assist, the beautiful matron of the academy displayed a hint of embarrassment. After all, it was she who had invited Gu Xingge back, and she had yet to pay him a salary. Thus, his willingness to contribute financially to the academy seemed rather inappropriate. Xingge, this is not quite right, is it? Gu Xingge gently embraced Long Qishuang, his palm caressing her fair and delicate visage as he softly spoke. It is settled then. I desire the dishes you prepare tonight. Please come to my dormitory. Upon hearing the man's firm and unyielding tone, the beautiful woman relished his affection, obediently nodding in agreement, which greatly pleased Gu Xingge. He reached out to lift Long Qishuang's chin, raising her face to behold her enticing lips adorned with a subtle blue gloss, preparing to descend for a kiss and savor her sweetness. However, his enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Dean Long. Prince Xuexing has arrived at the academy, came the voice of Lan Qingyan from outside. Upon learning of Prince Xuexing's arrival, Long Qishuang expressed curiosity. What business could the prince possibly have? Could it be that the empire has agreed to allocate funds? I understand. Please have the prince wait a moment, she replied, instructing Prince Xuexing to hold on. Rising from Gu Xingge's embrace, she adjusted her appearance and turned to the man seated in the grand chair. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke in a gentle and soft tone. I shall go to meet Prince Xuexing now. Please wait here. I will accompany you, he offered. Gu Xingge shook her head and stood up. The Snow Star Prince's visit to the Tianshui Academy likely concerned her, and to spare Lang Qishuang from making an extra trip, he decided to accompany her. The beautiful female, Dean, nodded slightly upon noticing his intention and walked out of the office alongside Gu Xingge. At the entrance, Lan Qingyan, who had not yet departed, observed in astonishment as Gu Xingge emerged with Lang Qishuang. Her delicate nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the rose fragrance emanating from Gu Xingge, and a flicker of disbelief crossed her features. Had they dared to indulge in an illicit rendezvous within the office? Director Lan, where is the Snow Star Prince now? Lang Qishuang inquired, her complexion flushing with an unnatural hue upon sensing the dean's peculiar gaze. Lan Qingyan cast a penetrating glance at both her and Gu Xingge before turning to lead the way. In the academy's reception room, the Snow Star Prince, adorned in splendid attire, sat comfortably, flanked by 2 soul master guards. Sipping fragrant tea, he occasionally glanced toward the entrance, anticipating Gu Xingge's arrival. Moments later, 3 figures entered the reception room. Upon seeing Gu Xingge beside Lang Qishuang, a smile broke across the Snow Star Prince's aged face, and he promptly rose to greet them. Greetings to the Snow Star Prince. The beautiful Dean slightly bowed, recognizing the prince's noble status despite his relatively low soul power. As a prince of the Tiando Empire, he commanded respect, and even she, a Solar Douluo, could not afford to be disrespectful. The Snow Star Prince responded with a warm nod before his gaze shifted to Gu Xingge, as if he were eagerly awaiting something. Uncle, given his expectant demeanor, Gu Xingge sighed internally and addressed him with a cool tone. Although she felt little familial affection for the Tiando royal family, protocol dictated that she acknowledge him as an uncle due to their blood ties. Upon hearing her call him uncle, the Snow Star Prince's smile widened. While Lang Qishuang and Lan Qingyan exchanged astonished glances, perplexed by this unexpected display. Qingfeng, I have come here on behalf of your father to deliver something to you. Congratulations on breaking through to the Title Douluo level, the Snow Star Prince announced, retrieving an exquisitely ornate box from his storage soul guide. At the mention of father, both Lang Qishuang and Lan Qingyan's astonishment deepened, realizing he bore another layer of identity they had not anticipated. What is this? Gu Xingge inquired, her sharp senses detecting a vast, gentle energy emanating from the box, reminiscent of the ocean. Could it be the Haotian coin shield? The Snow Knight Emperor had actually sent this national treasure for her. As the Snow Star Prince opened the box, a brilliant light enveloped the entire reception room. Inside lay a blue triangular object, translucent and palm-sized, seemingly sculpted from sapphire. Its crystalline blue glow radiated waves of extraordinary energy, reminiscent of the vast sea, while rippling patterns danced across its surface, casting a gentle luminescence throughout the room. Beside the Haotian coin shield rested a golden soul card. Both Lang Qishuang and Lan Qingyan were captivated by the sight of the shield, their eyes shimmering with a crystalline blue light, a sight to behold. Indeed, it is the Haotian coin shield. How generous of my father to bestow such a treasure upon me. Gu Xingge mused inwardly, marveling at the extraordinary gift. With the Haotian Kuan shield now in her possession, would her next honor be a princely title? As expected, the Snow Star Prince, cradling the shield, declared with a booming voice, the first prince, Shui Qingfeng, endowed with exceptional talent and virtue, is hereby granted the title of Marquis, with the title of Haoyang. Within the Tiando territory, he shall be recognized as a noble of the third rank, and is bestowed the Haotian Kuan shield, along with 1,000,000 gold soul coins. In the territory of Wuhun City and its surrounding 100 miles, with gifts of treasures, wealth, and land, Guxinga's expression shifted subtly, yet she accepted graciously. Extending her hand to receive the Haotian Kuan shield, her tone warm and respectful. I humbly accept, Your Majesty. Such a remarkable gift was not to be refused, lest it be squandered on Tang-san. The Snow Star Prince beamed with delight at her acceptance. Haoyang Prince, should you find yourself with leisure, do not forget to visit the Tiando City. The Emperor misses you greatly. With the Haotian Kuan shield delivered, the Snow Star Prince made to depart, offering a few encouraging words to Guxinga, hoping she could forgive the Snow Knight Emperor for past oversights. The Emperor had been overwhelmed with excitement upon learning of her existence. He had spent an entire night without sleep, genuinely concerned for his son. Guxinga nodded in acknowledgement. She would indeed visit Tiando City, though not at present. As a junior, even without a close bond with the Snow Star Prince, he remained her uncle. Guxinga personally escorted him out of the Tianshui Academy, watching as he boarded his carriage. Lang Qishuang and Lan Qingyan followed closely behind, their eyes filled with wonder. The Tiando First Prince? Haoyang Prince. They needed to reassess their understanding of him. However, Lan Qingyan had pressing matters to attend to and could not dwell on Guxinga's newfound identity. Before departing, she cast a resentful glance at the beautiful dean, blaming her for the influx of powerful forces vying to enroll their juniors in the elite class, leaving her overwhelmed. Sensing her best friend's resentment, Lang Qishuang instinctively avoided her gaze, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. Here, consider this 1,000,000 gold soul coins as funding for the academy. Guxinga carefully stored away the vast sea and sky cover, while handing the gold soul card containing 1,000,000 gold soul coins to Lang Qishuang for use as the academy's funds. The elegant matron, the dean, accepted it without hesitation, and the two made their way back to the office together. Although the admission requirements for the elite class at Tianshui Academy were exceedingly stringent, requiring a natural soul power of level 7 or above, and candidates must be under 16 years old with a soul power of 35, or 12 years old with a soul power of 25 or above. And they must be female and strikingly beautiful. This did not deter many young female soul masters from applying. Some students from other academies even chose to withdraw and transfer to Tianshui Academy. Among them was the prodigious girl Yi Lingling from the Tiando Royal Academy, who had reached level 35 at just 15 years of age, making her the undisputed jewel of the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon learning that Title Douluo was at Tianshui Academy, she wasted no time in withdrawing from her school, opting to accompany her mother, Yi Yusi, to Tianshui Academy. Additionally, the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, who initially planned to run away from home, changed her mind and pleaded with her father to send her to Tianshui Academy. Utterly captivated by Guxinga's powerful demeanor during the grand ceremony. In Soto City, at the Rose Hotel, Tang-san, having just arrived in Soto City and engaged in a skirmish with Dai Mubai, suddenly looked up after securing a room. He gazed towards the direction of Tianshui Academy, sensing that something of great significance was drifting away from him, no longer belonging to him, which left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Brother, what's wrong? Beside him, a delicate young girl clad in a dark green dress, her visage enchanting, noticed his dazed expression and inquired with concern. He shook his head, signaling that he was fine. I'm all right, Xiaozhu. As for the candidates for the elite class, can anyone guess who they might be? Chapter 53. Stealing a taste behind BB Dong's back in the dean's office, the room was adorned in oceanic blue, shimmering like the surface of the sea, creating an ambience as though one were submerged in the depths of the ocean. Guxinga sat in a grand chair, cradling the voluptuous dean in his arms, inhaling her rose-scented fragrance. One hand gently caressed Lang Qishuang's alluring form, while the other toyed with the vast sea and sky cover. Delving into the mysteries of this artifact, Lang Qishuang reclined against Guxinga's chest, relishing his tender touches. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the radiant blue triangular object, which appeared to be carved from sapphire, emanating a mesmerizing glow. Though she was uncertain of its nature, she could feel the tremendous energy it radiated. Unmistakably not an ordinary item. As he fiddled with the vast sea and sky cover, Guxinga recalled that in the original narrative, Tang San had activated the sea god's consciousness through blood recognition. He had little interest in the sea goddess position, however, since this object had come into his possession. It indicated a certain affinity between him and the sea goddess authority. Those who do not take from the heavens may find themselves met with misfortune. With a gentle but firm pressure from Guxinga's finger, the sharp point of the vast sea and universe shield pierced through his skin, breaking the flesh and causing blood to flow forth, which was continuously absorbed by the divine artifact. The originally azure glow began to shift into an eerie crimson hue. After a moment, a faint blue light drifted out from the shield, coalescing into a delicate phantom. Upon seeing Guxinga, the phantom suddenly smiled and slowly spoke. Its voice laced with surprise and a hint of nostalgia, uttering a perplexing statement. After all these years, it has finally waited for you. Once the words were spoken, the blue light flickered, and the phantom returned to the vast sea and universe shield. The red glow, previously tainted by blood, gradually receded, restoring the crystal-clear blue, save for a wisp of unsettling red light at its core. Guxinga furrowed his brows in confusion. What awaited him? Who was he? Was it the sea god? Was he waiting for his successor? With a heart full of questions, he infused a trace of soul power into the Hanhai Qianquan shield. Instantly, the triangular blue light blazed forth, as if it had come to life, swirling with precious light. The blue waves rippled, creating an extraordinary spectacle, with peculiar patterns appearing on its surface, revealing the shield's yearning for soul power. Observing this, Guxinga increased the output of his soul power, allowing the shield to absorb abundantly. The Hanhai Qianquan shield radiated even more dazzling blue light, illuminating the office, causing Lang Qishuang to turn her head away. Unable to look directly at the brilliant glow, the deep blue triangular body gradually levitated, spinning slowly before Guxinga in an uncontrolled manner, while a beam of blue light shot into his brow, transmitting various pieces of information about the Hanhai Qianquan shield into his mind. The scenery before Guxinga transformed, immersing his soul consciousness in a wondrous world, boundless azure seas and skies, with turbulent waves beneath his feet, stretching infinitely. Above him was an unclouded expanse of blue. In this realm, he felt his thoughts become exquisitely pure, all desires purified, rendering him utterly transparent. Yet, in Lang Qishuang's eyes, the scene was quite different. To her, as Guxinga was enveloped in the blue light of the Hanhai Qianquan shield, he became shrouded in a magnificent azure glow, gradually levitating from the grand chair. While Lang Qishuang fell gracefully, her full figure making intimate contact with the ground. However, the beautiful Dean seemed unfazed by the discomfort, her gaze fixed on the handsome man hovering like a deity, vigilantly guarding him. Guxinga gently lifted his left hand, and the Hanhai Qianquan shield floated into his palm. With each rotation, the blue light around him intensified, the brightest glow emanating from his back, where his soul bone resided. Layers of blue light swirled outward, painting everything around him in azure hues. After a considerable time, as the blue light retracted, Guxinga slowly awakened. When he opened his eyes, the blue light danced and flowed, crystal clear, as if it were an extension of his being. Seeing him awaken, Lang Qishuang quickly inquired with concern, "Xinga, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body?" "There's no need for concern. It was merely the Hanhai Qianquan shield recognizing its master. As for my body, you can personally check it tonight," he replied, reassuring the beautiful Dean, who appeared worried. Hearing this, a blush crept onto Lang Qishuang's stunning face, and she nodded slightly. Returning to the grand chair, Guxinga lightly patted his thigh. Obediently, the beautiful Dean perched herself on his lap, enveloped in his warm embrace, akin to the gentle rays of dawn. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Guxinga's mind. "Ding, a new system task has been triggered. Please check it, host." Another new task? As he caressed Lang Qishuang's voluptuous form, he gazed at the Hanhai Qianquan shield floating before him, surmising that this new task was likely related to it, or perhaps to the sea god. Opening the system panel, the new task came into view. Task name: Inheritance of the Sea God. Task content: Acknowledge the heart of the sea god. The host may choose to inherit it themselves or cultivate a soul master to participate in the sea god's 9 trials, inheriting the sea god's divine position. Task reward: 1 heavenly level lottery draw, 1 portion of the original law of the ocean. Such generous rewards. A heavenly level lottery draw and a portion of the original law of the ocean. Guxinga could not feign indifference. Wasn't it merely a matter of cultivating a successor for the sea god? He was all in. As for why he would not inherit the divine position himself, Guxinga harbored grander ambitions. He aspired to gather faith and ascend to godhood like the sea god and the angel god. Furthermore, the portion of the original law of the ocean was something he must acquire, as it was the foundation for nurturing oceanic and aquatic life. Stowing away the Haotian Kuan shield, Guxinga felt elated, looking at the mature and voluptuous Dean in his embrace. He playfully leaned down to kiss her soft lips adorned with light blue lipstick. Long Qishuang's phoenix eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of shyness. Yet she did not resist. Instead, she willingly intertwined with him. On another front, Prince Xuexing, upon returning to Tiando City, reported the happenings at the Tianshui Academy to Emperor Xueye. That very day, an announcement regarding Guxinga's lineage and his title as the Tiando Prince was issued from the Tiando Palace, spreading throughout the Tiando Empire and even the entire continent. Neither the Spirit Hall nor other empires or kingdoms had anticipated that the renowned Haoyang Duo was actually the long-lost first prince of the Tiando royal family. Was this announcement not an implicit declaration of the Haoyang Douluo's return to the Tiando royal family? According to the historical records of the Tiando Empire, Douluo calendar, year 2641. October 3rd, Xuez Qingfeng, exceptionally gifted, virtuous, and talented, reached the rank of Title Douluo at the tender age of 23, deeply favored by the emperor. Bestowed with the national treasure, Haotian Kuan shield, and granted the title of Marquis, named Haoyang, with the territory of Wuhun City and its surrounding 100 miles. Thus, Wuhun City became the ancestral territory of the Haoyang Gu family. On October 4th, the weather was clear and sunny, perfect for outings. Finally, I've arrived. Outside Tianshui Academy, a bunny-eared girl in a pink dress stood before the azure gates, gazing up at the academy's name with a youthful, exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile, exuding joy as if she had just tasted honey. Hee Uncle Dija, little Wu is here. Not long after the bunny-eared girl entered, another girl with cat ears, clad in black and purple leather, appeared at the academy's entrance. She glanced at the academy's name before gracefully stepping inside. Subsequently, more girls aspiring to join the Tianshui elite class entered the academy with their parents. On the east playground of Tianshui Academy, girls donned in blue uniforms strolled about, radiating youthful charm and beauty. The fitted uniforms accentuated their well-developed figures, showcasing their delicate beauty and long, fair legs that dazzled under the sunlight, captivating all who beheld them. The air was fragrant with the scent of youthful vigor, refreshing and invigorating. As the girls passed through the playground, they occasionally cast glances toward the center, where a striking young man sat casually on a chair, their eyes filled with admiration and pride. While other academies might only have a Solar Douluo overseeing them, Tianshui Academy boasted the presence of a Title Douluo. Basking in the warm sunlight and feeling the gazes from all around, Guxinga glanced at the passing students, his handsome visage breaking into a gentle smile, instantly leaving them in awe, some even entranced by his charm. The Haoyang Douluo had smiled at them. This was a stark contrast to the rumors they had heard about Title Douluos, who were said to be unpredictable and merciless, particularly the poison Douluo, who had once poisoned an entire city. Little did they expect that their academy's Haoyang Douluo was not only young and handsome but also kind and gentle. Smiling at them, they felt as if they were about to fall into an abyss. Guxinga observed the students who were so captivated by his smile that they momentarily forgot to continue on their path, and he couldn't help but touch his own face, reflecting on the undeniable allure he possessed. His presence here was solely to await the students aspiring to enroll in the elite class, as entry required passing through his interview. The announcement had been made 2 days prior, and he anticipated that candidates would soon arrive, holding a modicum of confidence in his reputation. Is this the registration point for the Tianshui elite class? A sweet, playful voice chimed beside him. Guxinga turned to face a young girl adorned in a pink dress, her rabbit ears perched atop her head. He scrutinized her carefully. The girl, with her delicate and exquisite features, appeared youthful. Her large, doe-like eyes sparkled with a watery brilliance, framed by a slightly rounded face that exuded sweetness and charm. Her fair skin radiated a hint of rosy hue, and her long, silky black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down to her calves. The pink dress clung snugly to her well-proportioned figure, accentuating her slender waist, while her long, graceful legs were clad in pale pink socks and completed with dainty pink shoes, devoid of excessive embellishments, suggesting humble origins. After appraising the rabbit-eared girl, a flicker of astonishment crossed Guxinga's eyes. Was she Xiaowu? No, it couldn't be. Xiaowu was supposed to be by Tangsan's side. How could she possibly appear at Tianshui Academy? Did she, 100,000-year soul beast, dare to reveal herself before someone of his stature, a Title Douluo? without fear of her true identity being unveiled. Suppressing the confusion that brewed within him, he nodded, his voice soft yet tinged with curiosity. This is indeed the registration point for the Tianshui elite class. Little Bunny, are you here to enroll? Upon hearing Gu Xingge refer to her as Little Bunny, Xiao Wu's youthful face flushed slightly, and she nodded in affirmation. Yes, I am Xiao Wu with the character for dance. I possess innate full soul power. My martial spirit is the soft-bone rabbit, and I am a rank 29 Great Soul Master. After introducing herself, Xiao Wu manifested her martial spirit, and a fluffy white rabbit tail sprouted from her rear, enhancing the softness and authenticity of her pink rabbit ears. Her figure became even more harmonious, particularly her legs clad in pale pink socks, which glimmered with a soft sheen as two yellow soul rings materialized beneath her. Indeed, it was Xiao Wu. A flicker of disbelief passed through Gu Xingge's gaze. Although he was puzzled as to why this rabbit spirit, who should be following Tang San, would enroll at Tianshui Academy, he held no prejudice against soul beasts. Moreover, in the original narrative, Xiao Wu, despite her mischievous nature, bore no blemish on her character. Since she had chosen to enroll as a student, he resolved to accept her. Little Bunny, you possess remarkable courage. Are you not afraid that I might suppress you and seize your soul rings and bones? Suddenly, Gu Xingge shifted his tone, revealing a trace of menace as he directly alluded to Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. However, Xiao Wu faced his probing with unwavering composure, shaking her head and responding with a charming smile. Hiki, Xiao Wu believes you would not harm me. At these words, Gu Xingge's confusion deepened. This little bunny seemed to have a profound confidence in herself, fully aware that her true identity might be discerned. Yet, he had never interacted with her before. Just then, another tall and graceful figure approached, prompting Xiao Wu to step aside and stand beside Gu Xingge, her pink eyes gazing nostalgically at the handsome face before her. Gu Xingge cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, sensing that this little rabbit harbored some secrets worth uncovering later. Having encountered the radiant crown, the cold cat-eared maiden offered a respectful bow, her voice imbued with a chilling yet reverent tone. His likeness had spread like wildfire across the continent, and most nobles, soul master academies, and sects were well acquainted with his visage. In the radiant golden depths of Gu Xingge's eyes, the image of a young maiden is reflected. Her lustrous black hair is fashioned into a cat-eared bun, cascading elegantly over her shoulders. With a delicate, oval face, her features exude a captivating cold beauty. Enchanting peach blossom eyes, a finely sculpted nose, and supple, rosy lips complement her flawlessly fair skin, which is exquisitely delicate, though her visage carries a hint of youthfulness. Her figure is anything but juvenile, clad in a striking black-purple leather jacket that accentuates her alluring curves. She embodies a tempestuous allure. Her waist is slender and proportionate, her form gracefully contoured, while her posterior rises like a ripe peach. A belt resembling a cat's tail sways enticingly at her hips, and her long, elegant legs are ensconced in fitted leather pants, the sound of her high heels resonating with a delightful clarity. There is no need for excessive formality. Gu Xingge urged Zhu Xuqing not to be overly formal, and indeed, the little wildcat was drawn over. Much like Xiao Wu, the little wildcat introduced herself, showcasing her martial soul and soul rings. Zhu Xuqing, possessing innate soul power of level 7, with the martial soul of the nether spirit cat, is a 27th level soul master. Well then, please stand to the side. Gu Xingge nodded and gestured for her to stand alongside Xiao Wu, which left Zhu Xuqing momentarily taken aback. Was that all? No further assessments? If it were any other applicants, Gu Xingge would undoubtedly conduct additional evaluations. However, as for Xiao Wu and Zhu Xuqing, their backgrounds were already well established in the original narrative, rendering further testing a mere waste of time. Simultaneously, he observed the interactions between Xiao Wu and Zhu Xuqing, harboring a suspicion that Xiao Wu might be a reincarnate, given her somewhat ambiguous demeanor towards him. As the day progressed, apart from Xiao Wu and Zhu Xuqing, several other promising young ladies came forward to apply. Regrettably, none met the stringent criteria for the elite class. Some were merely 17 years old, having achieved a soul power of 36, while others reached 35 at the age of 16. Yet their innate soul power was only at level 6, leading to their rejection by Gu Xingge. He only accepted those under 16 who had attained level 35, with an innate soul power of at least level 7. Failing to meet any of these standards was unacceptable. Innate soul power determines an individual's starting point and, consequently, their potential ultimate achievement. In the current continent, aside from those forcibly elevated to Title Douluo status by the Spirit Hall, Every Title Douluo who has genuinely cultivated to the ninth ring possesses innate soul power exceeding level 7. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary advantages of Huiyu Hao, who has the benefit of a million-year soul beast, the divine arts of necromancy, and formidable soul spirits. Likewise, not everyone is like Ji Juechen, endowed with exceptional comprehension and temperament, supported by the Mingda Hall and Tang sect, to ascend to Title Douluo. The lower the innate soul power, the more limited the future achievements, often relegating individuals to the status akin to Yu Xiaojiang. Furthermore, the resources required to cultivate a low innate soul power soul master to Title Douluo could suffice to elevate 3 to 4 soul masters of higher innate soul power to the same esteemed rank. Guxinga found it unnecessary to squander time and resources nurturing soul masters with innate soul power of only 1 or 2 levels. Unlike Yu Xiaojiang, who sought to demonstrate the extent of his educational prowess merely to fulfill a system task, Xinga had no such ambitions. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang's disciples were all endowed with innate full soul power and dual martial souls. If he truly wished to substantiate his claim that there are no wasteful martial souls, only wasteful soul masters, he could have easily taken on a soul master with innate soul power of level 1 and gradually proven his point. Why then did he choose to accept Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power? It was evident that Yu Xiaojiang understood well that the lower the innate soul power, the more limited the potential for achievement, unless one forcibly augmented it with resources. Had he not been supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it is likely that he would have struggled to even reach level 20 in his lifetime. Xiaowu, Zhuqing, come with me to report, he said, as the dusk approached and no one else had arrived to register. Rising from his chair, Guxinga decided to return home and called to Xiaowu and Zhuqing to accompany him. The little rabbit and the little wildcat, who had been engaged in conversations, ceased their chatter and followed him in preparation for their departure. Wait, Brother Dijia, I am coming too. As Guxinga turned around, a cool and slightly anxious voice called out to him. Surprised to hear someone address him as Emperor Zhao, he glanced back, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Lingling, what brings you here? It was Yi Lingling, whose familiar address suggested a close relationship with Guxinga. Yi Lingling approached with quick, delicate steps, and Guxinga greeted her with a warm smile, pleasantly surprised by the young woman's unexpected visit after more than 5 years. She had blossomed into a graceful beauty. Her silver-gray bob framed a face shaped like a perfect oval, adorned with exquisite features, porcelain-like skin, and charming, arched willow leaf brows that hinted at her joy. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes openly expressed her admiration for Guxinga, while her soft, rosy lips appeared luscious and inviting. Dressed in a silver-gray off-shoulder dress that accentuated her well-developed figure, she exuded a unique fragrance reminiscent of begonia blossoms, fresh and elegant, evoking a sense of comfort. Her curvaceous silhouette was emphasized by the way the dress clung to her, and her long, slender legs were adorned with silver-gray stockings of varying lengths, culminating in delicate feet encased in silver-gray high heels that clicked rhythmically as she approached Guxinga, only to suddenly leap into his embrace. If the students of the Tiando Royal Academy were to witness Yu Lingling embracing a stranger, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. This scene did not escape the notice of Xiaowu, who felt a surge of displeasure. Who was this brazen vixen daring to flirt with Uncle Emperor Zhao right before her eyes? She resolved to tell her mother about it later. Holding the fragrant young woman in his arms, Guxinga's eyes softened as he gently stroked Yu Lingling's head, perplexed by her presence. Lingling, what brings you to the Tianshui Academy? Shouldn't you be studying at the Tiando Royal Academy? I heard that Brother Zhao was teaching an elite class here. So I withdrew from the Tiando Royal Academy and came to enroll, she replied. Taken aback, Guxinga hadn't anticipated her decisiveness. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, what about your mother? Does she know you dropped out so abruptly? Yi Lingling nodded, confirming that her mother was indeed aware. My mother came with me. She was planning to come tomorrow to help me enroll, but I couldn't resist and came ahead of her. You little rascal. Your mother must be frantic right now. Wait a moment, and I will take you back to her. You can officially report tomorrow. Guxinga gently tapped Yu Lingling's snow-white forehead, reproaching her for her thoughtlessness. She did not even inform her mother before leaving. Given his understanding of Yuc, she must be frantic with worry by now. I realize my mistake. She was simply eager to see you. Mother 1T scolded me. She too longs to see Brother Dizao. The young girl gazed up at the brother she cherished, her demeanor one of repentance. A stark contrast to her usual aloofness at the Tiando Royal Academy, which would surely leave her admirers among the Tiando students heartbroken. Return their cool and lonely Lingling goddess to them. In a bid to hasten Yu Lingling's return home, Guxinga instructed Lang Qishuang to assist Xiaowu and Zhu Qing with their enrollment procedures and accommodation arrangements. Who is she? Lang Qishuang inquired, eyeing the familiar figure of Yi Lingling beside Guxinga, sensing a resemblance to a friend of hers. This is my friend's daughter, Yi Lingling. Her mother had planned to bring her for registration tomorrow, but she couldn't contain her excitement and sneaked away. I fear for her mother's concern. So I intend to return her home first. If it were any other spirit master, Guxinga might not have worried, but Yi Lingling, being a pure support-type spirit master, lacked combat prowess. What if an unforeseen incident occurred on the way back? How would he explain it to Yi Yusi? Yi? Upon hearing the surname, Lang Qishuang scrutinized Yi Lingling more closely. Although their facial shapes differed, their eyes and brows bore a striking resemblance. The beautiful matron, the dean, caught a whiff of the unique begonia fragrance emanating from Yi Lingling, leading her to a realization. Is she the daughter of Yi Yusi? Ah. It seems you are acquainted with her mother. Guxinga nodded, slightly taken aback, but considering they belonged to the same generation, it was understandable. Yes. We share a certain friendship. Lang Qishuang nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and led Xiaowu and Zhu Qing away while Guxinga held Yi Lingling's delicate hand, escorting her home. Chapter 56. Yi Lingling's mother. Yi Yusi. After arriving in Luoyang City from Tiando City, Yi Lingling and her mother settled into a hotel, accompanied by 2 spirit emperors and 5 spirit kings as guards. The Tianlong Grand Hotel, the premier establishment in Luoyang City, was situated on the most bustling street, boasting 5 opulent floors adorned with grand glass facades and intricately carved marble walls, featuring a luxurious palette of gold and blue patterns, a quintessential Western-style hotel. At this moment, within a lavish bedroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Yi Yusi, the renowned healing spirit master, sat gracefully on the sofa. Her beauty was unparalleled, with an exquisite oval face that bore a resemblance to Yi Lingling, yet radiated maturity and elegance. Her fair, delicate skin seemed almost ethereal, and her lustrous black hair was fashioned into a spiral bun, with wisps cascading down her cheeks and ears. Her long, delicate brows framed her captivating almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with myriad emotions, exuding an irresistible allure that contrasted beautifully with her noble demeanor. Her high, white nose and softly plump lips, adorned with a subtle gray-pink hue, conveyed an air of coolness while simultaneously inviting intrigue, accented by a charming beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Clad in an exquisitely tailored begonia-patterned qipao that hugged her voluptuous figure, she exuded a sense of allure, her silhouette reminiscent of a ripe peach, with the dresses slit gracefully revealing her shapely legs, embodying temptation in every way. As she savored a cup of floral tea, her gaze occasionally drifted toward the window, her almond eyes revealing a hint of worry. Oh, is my child so impatient? We agreed she would report tomorrow, yet she chose to sneak away. What if she encounters danger? Yet, the thought of Dizao's presence brought her some comfort. Knowing him, she presumed her daughter was already on her way back. It was astonishing how, in just over 5 years, he had become the illustrious Title Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall and a prince of Tiando. A testament to the unpredictability of life. Yet, given his exceptional abilities, such achievements were unsurprising. As Yi Yusi's thoughts wandered, she reminisced about the first encounter between their mother-daughter duo and Guxinga. Due to the unique nature of the 9 Hearts begonia martial soul, their vitality surpassed that of ordinary spirit masters, making them frequent targets for evil spirit masters. Over 5 years ago, while out, they had been ambushed by several evil spirit masters, leading to the demise of their guardian spirit masters. Had it not been for Guxinga, then known as Dizao, who intervened and vanquished their assailants, Yi Yusi would have been prepared to perish alongside them to ensure her daughter's escape. Guxinga had escorted them back to Tiando City, where they lived together for a time before revealing his true name upon his departure. It was incredible that after 5 years, he had achieved the coveted title of Douluo, a dream for countless spirit masters. Recalling that fateful day, Yi Yusi's expressive almond eyes reflected a trace of nostalgia, her mind conjuring the golden figure that had descended like a sun god, illuminating the mortal realm. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. "Mother, I'm back," called Yi Lingling from outside. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Yi Yusi's face lit up with joy. Setting down her floral tea gracefully, she rose from the sofa, leaving behind the imprints of her form on the soft cushions. With a gentle sway of her ample figure, she approached the door and opened it. Before her stood Yi Lingling and Guxinga. Yi Yusi gazed at her daughter, her beautiful oval face displaying a mix of reproach and concern. You truly. How should I express my feelings? We agreed you would report tomorrow, yet you sneak out without even a guard? What if you encounter danger in unfamiliar territory? Thankfully, Brother Dizao was there. Otherwise, who would have saved you? If anything were to happen to Yi Lingling, she would have to bear another child, lest the legacy of the 9 hearts begonia be extinguished. Faced with her mother's reprimand, Yi Lingling turned to Gu Xingge for help, who, with a resigned smile, noted, "This girl, just moments ago, assured me her mother wouldn't say anything. Now, look at the situation. Hello, Aunt Yi. It's been a while. How have you been?" Gu Xingge seized the opportunity to speak, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, as he shielded Yi Lingling from Yi Yusi. The beautiful matron, after casting a reproachful glance at her daughter, turned her attention to Gu Xingge, whom she had not seen for over 5 years. Her initially admonishing tone softened considerably. "Everything is well. I never expected that after 5 years you have become a Title Douluo. Please, come in." Yi Yusi stepped aside to allow him entry. "You're jesting, ain't you? Even as a Title Douluo, one can still be injured. When that time comes, I shall rely on you for treatment. You are far more capable than any Title Douluo." Gu Xingge replied. At this, Yi Yusi felt a twinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Though she dismissed his praise, a radiant smile graced her lips, reminiscent of blooming begonia flowers, captivating and enchanting. This was not mere flattery, as the world's foremost healing soul master. Yi Yusi's standing in the soul master realm was comparable to that of a Title Douluo, holding a status akin to that of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The distinction lay in the fact that the latter was renowned for its collective strength, while Yi Yusi was celebrated for her individual prowess. Numerous powerful soul masters had benefited from her healing abilities. After all, who among them had not endured injuries? Even some Title Douluos had sought her care. Except for those soulless evil soul masters, no one dared to harbor ill intentions toward Yi Yusi. Wherever she went, she was revered as a guest of honor. Yi Yusi placed a cup of floral tea before Gu Xingge and took her seat opposite him, as she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The subtle gesture, coupled with her slightly flushed cheeks, showcased her captivating femininity. Sitting beside her, Yi Lingling playfully admitted her faults, assuring her mother that she would not repeat her mistakes, only to receive a playful reprimand in the form of an ear pinch from Yi Yusi. Ding! A new system task has been triggered. Please check it, host. Just as Gu Xingge lifted the floral tea to savor its aroma, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, prompting him to discreetly access the system task panel. Task name, class medic, task content. As the head of the elite class, you are responsible for the well-being of your students. Injuries are inevitable during practical training, necessitating an exceptional medic to provide timely care. Therefore, please find a suitable medic for the elite class. Task reward, 1 yellow grade lottery draw. A class medic? After perusing the task, Gu Xingge cast his gaze back to the voluptuous and mature matron, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence. After 5 years, Aunt Yi, you have become even more youthful and beautiful. Those familiar with you would surely mistake you and Lingling for sisters, he complimented, laying aside the task interface. His admiration was unmasked as he regarded the duo, the elder a voluptuous beauty akin to a fully blossomed begonia, exuding a rich fragrance that enticed one to savor her sweetness, while the younger was a youthful flower, fresh and vibrant, still in the process of blooming. Upon hearing Gu Xingge's praise, Yi Yusi's smile was radiant. A compliment from a Title Douluo was indeed a source of joy. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement, affirming that her mother appeared no older than in her 30s, resembling a sister more than a mother. However, Yi Yusi quickly tempered her smile, humbly responding, "Xiao Zhao, you needn't flatter me. I am of an age where beauty fades." Despite Gu Xingge now being a Title Douluo, deserving of respect, she still affectionately called him Xiao Zhao, signifying their close relationship. In response, Gu Xingge shook his head, countering, "If this is what you call fading beauty, then what of others? By the way, Aunt Yi, after you finish registering Lingling, do you plan to return to Tiando City, or do you have other plans?" Yi Yusi sensed Gu Xingge's underlying intentions. He likely sought her assistance. Otherwise, he would not inquire about her future. "Oh, Xiao Zhao, do you have something you wish to ask of me? Speak plainly. There is no need for pretense." Recognizing her directness, Gu Xingge likewise abandoned any circumlocution, expressing his desire for Yi Yusi to serve as the class medic. "Indeed, I wish to invite you to be the medic for the elite class. Injuries are unavoidable during practical training, and having you, the world's foremost healing soul master, would ensure our students' health is optimally safeguarded. Aunt Yi, you certainly wouldn't want Lingling to be exhausted after training without anyone to attend to her, would you? To be the class medic?" Yi Yusi was taken aback, having not anticipated this request. However, she was currently a senior consultant at the Tiando Royal Academy, and technically, she also served as the Academy's physician. The matron playfully teased, "Xiao Xiao, are you trying to entice us away from the Tiando Royal Academy to Tianshui Academy?" You may think so, considering there are only 2 9-heart begonias in the world, and I am rather greedy, wishing to have both. So Aunt Yi, please yield to my request. I can offer you a more generous arrangement than the Tiando Royal Academy. You will not be disappointed. In response to Yi Yusi's jest, Gu Xingge spoke candidly, assuring her that he would provide satisfactory terms. Upon hearing his desire for both 9-heart begonias, Yi Yusi's smile blossomed, realizing his greed. Yet her almond eyes gleamed with an inscrutable meaning. In truth, her role at the Tiando Royal Academy was primarily to care for her daughter. Now that Yu Lingling was transferring, she naturally accompanied her. However, she had not anticipated Gu Xingge's invitation for her to be the medic for the elite class. Since he promised better conditions than the Tiando Royal Academy, it was worth considering the benefits. After all, one should seize opportunities when they arise. Is that so? The benefits offered by the Tiando Royal Academy are not lacking. Feel free to share your terms. If they align with my desires, I shall agree. With that, Yi Yusi subtly signaled to her daughter not to disclose that she had resigned from the Tiando Royal Academy. She did not wish to be taken advantage of by Gu Xingge. Yi Lingling blinked, indicating her understanding. Meanwhile, the still unaware Gu Xingge retrieved the small elixir and a black lead box he had obtained earlier, inquiring of the matron, "Aunt Yi, what is your current soul power level?" "I recently broke through to level 77. After exchanging glances with her daughter, Yi Yusi candidly acknowledged her cultivation level. As a support-type soul master, her training progressed at a considerably slower pace compared to others. Achieving the 77th rank at her age was a testament to her exceptional talent. 77th rank, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xingge retrieved 2 minor creation pills from a white jade vial. Each pill was potent enough to elevate a Solar Douluo's soul power by 1 level. Thus, these 2 would suffice for Yi Yusi to ascend to Solar Douluo. "Aunt Yi, this is a minor creation pill," Gu Xingge explained as he presented the 2 pills to the elegant Mrs. Haoyang. The revelation astonished both Yi Yusi and Yi Lingling, who marveled at the existence of such miraculous pills. If other soul masters across the continent were to learn that a single pill could spare them years, even decades, of arduous training, it would undoubtedly drive them into a frenzy. Yi Yusi was taken aback by Gu Xingge's generosity. The value of just these 2 minor creation pills surpassed the lavish treatment she received from the Tiando Royal Academy. However, what followed next left both mother and daughter, Haoyang, utterly astounded, far more than the shock induced by the minor creation pills. As Gu Xingge retrieved the jade vial containing the remaining 6 minor creation pills, he slowly opened a lead box. A powerful and intense wave of soul power surged forth, thickening the air and making it slightly challenging to breathe. When the lead box was fully opened, a pale pink head spirit bone emerged before them, its size akin to a palm, exquisitely carved like glass, radiating a dazzling pink light, exuding immense spiritual energy. "Spirit bone! A spirit bone!" Yi Yusi exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, her voice trembling with incredulity. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Even as a soul sage, she had never possessed one. Yi Lingling, too, was entranced, rendered speechless by the remarkable spirit bone. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the mother and daughter, Gu Xingge felt a sense of satisfaction. While spirit bones were incredibly precious to others, they held little significance for him. His extraordinary fortune ensured that any 10,000-year soul beast that perished at his hands would invariably yield a spirit bone. Gu Xingge pointed to the soul bone within the lead box and began to introduce it to the mother-daughter duo of the begonia flowers. This head soul bone originated from a moonlight deer, boasting a quality that has endured for over 27,000 years. I offered Aunt Yi 2 small creation pills along with this head soul bone to invite her to serve as the class doctor in the elite class. I wonder if she would be willing? With such an exquisite enhancement of soul power and a soul bone treasured as the gem of the blood river, how could Yi Yusi remain indifferent? Yet, a wave of shame surged within her, as she had concealed her true circumstances. She had not anticipated that Gu Xingge would invest so generously merely to recruit her as a class doctor. Gazing at the pills and the soul bone, the elegant begonia woman remained silent for a long while before ultimately shaking her head in refusal. Yi Yusi gently declined the generous offer presented by Gu Xingge, her voice imbued with a hint of regret as she looked upon the handsome youth. "I apologize, Xiao Xiao. I have just deceived you. In truth, I have resigned from the Tiando Royal Academy, intending to settle in Luoyang City to care for Lingling. I did not expect you to invite me as the class doctor. Your compensation is far too lavish. I feel unworthy. 2 small creation pills would suffice. There is no need for the additional soul bone. Despite the allure of the 1,000-year soul bone, the begonia woman remained steadfast in her principles, choosing to lay bare her circumstances without concealment. Although Yi Yusi wished to avoid receiving undue benefits from Guxinga, the 2 small creation pills already exceeded the remuneration offered by the Tiando Royal Academy, rendering the additional 1,000-year soul bone unnecessary. Her esteemed reputation as the foremost healing soul master in the realm stemmed not only from the formidable healing abilities of the 9-heart begonia, but also from her integrity. She never charged more than what was fair for her services and frequently provided free treatments, which helped her forge numerous connections and friendships, granting her a status that rivaled that of a Title Douluo. Upon hearing that Yi Yusi had resigned from the Tiando Royal Academy, Guxinga was momentarily taken aback. But then he comprehended the situation. Is that so? Nevertheless, he did not retract the 1,000-year soul bone. In response to the puzzled gaze of the begonia woman, he gently pushed the lead box towards her, his voice as soft as the morning light, enveloping the heart. Aunt Yi, the Tiando Royal Academy has its own remuneration standards. But I have mine. These 2 small creation pills and the soul bone are my compensation for you, independent of the Academy's norms. You are deserving of this. As she beheld the 1,000-year soul bone pushed before her, Yi Yusi hesitated. How could she not be tempted by such a rare and precious treasure? Yet, she felt a sense of unworthiness, considering herself merely a class doctor tasked with treating students. After a prolonged silence, the begonia woman finally reached out to grasp the soul bone, her almond eyes fixed intently on Guxinga. A charming smile graced her exquisite face, her luscious lips parting slightly as she cautioned him. You must not regret this. This is a 1,000-year soul bone, a treasure that is rare and elusive. Once given to me, it cannot be reclaimed. If a 1,000-year soul bone could sway Aunt Yi to my side, then I have truly struck a great bargain. Why would I harbor any regrets? Guxinga decisively shook his head, playfully teasing Yi Yusi, remarking that trading a mere millennium-old soul bone for the world's foremost healing soul master was indeed a tremendous profit for him. Upon hearing this, the enchanting Madame Haoyang cast a playful glance at Guxinga, her expression a mix of reproach and hidden delight. Such flattery, even as a Title Douluo. He still lacked seriousness. Nearby, Yi Lingling gazed longingly at her mother, who had just acquired a millennium-old soul bone, nearly moved to tears by envy. Aunt Yi, she proposed. Why not accompany me back to the Heavenly Water Academy today? You could report alongside Lingling, and as for accommodation, either in Luoyang City or the Academy dormitories would suffice. Guxinga proposed, and Yi Yusi carefully stowed away the 2 small creation pills and the soul bone, nodding slightly while reminding him, indeed. You are now the Prince of Tiando, and the entire Luoyang City is your domain. You must ensure a comfortable residence for me. Of course, if Aunt Yi does not mind, you are welcome to stay at my prince's mansion. Since he was suddenly bestowed the title of prince, Emperor Shuai had simply designated the city lord's mansion in Luoyang as his temporary residence. As for the actual prince's mansion, its planning and site selection had already commenced, with completion expected in 2 to 3 years, as the construction was to be executed with utmost care, employing only the finest materials and craftsmen. The mother and daughter, Haotian, were instructed by the Soul Master guards to wait at the hotel while they accompanied Guxinga back to the Tianshui Academy for reporting. At Tianshui Academy, in the dean's office, after arranging for Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, Lang Qishuang gazed at the noble young lady and the refined middle-aged man before her, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Dean Long, I entrust my little princess to you and Tianshui Academy. The refined middle-aged man revealed himself to be Ning Fengji, who had personally come to escort Ning Rongrong to school. The beautiful female dean turned her gaze towards the exquisite and charming noble young lady beside him, smiling and nodding. Rest assured, Sect Master Ning, Rongrong fully meets Teacher Gu's requirements. Once Teacher Gu returns, as long as she can pass his interview, she will be admitted to the elite class. Ning Fengji nodded, then, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, well, my little princess has been rather spoiled at home, and her temperament can be quite willful. If she causes any trouble at the academy, there is no need to consider my feelings. You may reprimand her as you see fit. Father, Ning Rongrong pouted, displeased at being called willful in front of others, prompting Ning Fengji to feel even more helpless. If it were anyone else, they would certainly be cautious of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, but that Haoyang Douluo would certainly not be concerned. He could only hope that he would impose some discipline on this girl. Just as Lang Qishuang was about to respond, a clear and gentle voice rang from outside the door. Rest assured, Sect Master Ning, as long as she is my student, regardless of her background, even if she were the daughter of a pope, I shall treat her equally. Yu Xingge strode confidently into the dean's office, followed by the mother and daughter of Haotian, the elder being stunningly voluptuous, and the younger, youthful and charming. Greetings, Your Majesty Haoyang. Ning Fengji turned to him, slightly bowing in respect, while his gaze fell upon the beautiful Haotian matron to his left, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. She had actually come as well. You are too kind, Sect Master Ning. Gu Xingge nodded slightly, then gestured towards the mother and daughter peonies behind him, addressing Director Lang Qishuang. Director Lang, I believe an introduction is unnecessary. Aunt, you will be the class physician for the elite class, responsible for monitoring the health of the students. Please assist her and her daughter in completing the employment procedures. I will handle the accommodation arrangements. Upon hearing that Yi Yusi was to be the class physician, both Ning Fengji and Lang Qishuang displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a significant decision, with the world's foremost healing soul master in place. Ning Fengji felt no concern for his daughter's safety. He glanced at the beautiful peony lady, a hint of curiosity rising within him. When he initially invited Yi Yusi to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had declined. What conditions had the Haoyang Douluo presented to persuade her to accept this role? Madam Yi, it has been a while. Lang Qishuang greeted Yi Yusi, who smiled and nodded, proceeding with her daughter to complete the necessary procedures, accompanied by Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji engaged in conversation with Gu Xingge, scrutinizing the young man before him, who was merely 23 yet already a Title Douluo, a prince of Tiando, and an elder of the Spirit Hall, truly enviable. Your Highness Haoyang, here is the 7 treasure token from our 7 treasure glazed tile school. With this token, you may purchase any goods at our establishments at a 50% discount. A token engraved with the 7 treasure glazed tower was presented to Gu Xingge, who accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Rest assured, Rongrong is in my care. I will ensure her safety. Understanding the principle of gratitude, Gu Xingge accepted the gesture gracefully. With the elite class fully assembled, the class physician and head instructor in place, all preliminary arrangements were complete, and preparations for the classes were set to commence. In Chapter 59, Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula, under Lang Qishuang's guidance, Yi Yusi took on the role of senior advisor at the Tianshui Academy, while Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong were assigned to share a dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Seeing Ning Rongrong settled into her studies, Ning Fengji departed with peace of mind. The peony lady returned to Luoyang City, where Gu Xingge arranged for her to reside in the city lord's mansion, conveniently located less than 20 miles from Tianshui Academy, allowing for easy daily commutes. As the day drew to a close, the night sky gradually darkened, adorned with countless stars that twinkled brilliantly, weaving a celestial tapestry. Within the small villa beneath the starry expanse, Gu Xingge sat on the sofa, engaging the system to utilize the yellow-level lottery reward obtained from successfully completing the class physician task. Beep. The yellow-level lottery has been exhausted. Congratulations, host. You have received Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula. A formula for body refining spirit liquid? The name suggested a connection to strengthening the physique, prompting Gu Xingge to examine the details. Name, Body Refining Spirit Liquid. Formula, description, an elementary formula from a high-level fantasy realm, intended for the initial enhancement of the physique of young children embarking on the path of cultivation, modified for the Douluo version. Should the host traverse to other worlds in the future, the system will further revise the formula. Now it makes sense. Gu Xingge gazed at the notifications from the system behind him. The original formula for the body refining spirit liquid was not applicable in the Douluo world, as certain medicinal ingredients in the formula were absent from this realm. The system had made modifications, ensuring that the body refining spirit liquid could still serve its intended purpose. Should he traverse to other worlds in the future, he could request further adjustments from the system to suit the current environment. How considerate indeed. Gu Xingge began to embrace the formula for the body refining elixir, which is not overly complicated, as the medicinal ingredients are readily available. With prolonged exposure to the elixir, absorbing its medicinal essence, even an ordinary person can possess the strength of 1,000 pounds, their physique rivaling that of a millennium-old soul beast. Equipped with this formula for the body refining elixir, combined with the 9th grade body tempering technique, one could transform an ordinary individual into a humanoid soul beast of 10,000 years, capable of tearing apart a soul king with bare hands. He could even utilize these two resources to forge an army of extraordinary beings. However, the financial expenditure required would be astronomical. Raising his gaze towards the window, he beheld the radiant full moon suspended in the night sky, casting a serene, silvery light. The night was cloudless, and the moonlight was at its zenith. Guxinga sat cross-legged, his fingers forming the Tian seal, commencing his cultivation of the Tian divine refinement technique. His mind became a blank slate, and within his consciousness, a silvery moon emerged, radiating a gentle silver light. It was the epitome of coldness and solitude. Yet it exuded a divine power capable of healing the wounds of the world, drawing the ethereal moonlight into his being. His soul became enveloped in the shimmering brilliance, undergoing a purification and augmentation, gradually transforming into the essence of the Tian spirit. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress, as his soul spirits, also basked in the nourishment of the moonlight, finding great comfort. The Ice Empress even hoped that Guxinga would continue his cultivation indefinitely, allowing them to remain in this state of bliss. Their originally fixed cultivation as soul spirits began to rise slowly. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, the number of students registering for the elite class increased daily, albeit their quality diminished progressively. Soul masters were already a minority, and among them, prodigies were exceedingly rare. Female prodigies were as precious as giant pandas. Although Guxinga's title as a Douluo proved advantageous, it could not circumvent the enrollment criteria he had established. According to the original work, participants in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition were typically around 18 or 19 years of age. There were none as young as 14 or 15. Like those from Shrek Academy, Shui Bingo was 16 when she participated, while the oldest competitor, Feng Xiaotian, was 24. Notably, Feng Xiaotian possessed innate full soul power, yet only reached level 44 at the age of 24. His innate full soul power seemed dubious. However, after 5 years, he attained level 61, averaging a rise of 3.5 levels per year, which was reasonable. Yet, one must wonder what he was doing during those 18 years when he only advanced 34 levels. He could barely be considered a late-blooming genius. Had it not been for the 7-day enrollment period set for the elite class, Guxinga would have commenced classes directly after accepting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Over these days, he had already devised the roster for the competition team, designating Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yilingling, and Ning Rongrong as the primary members, with Shui Yuer, Yuheru, Gu Qingba, Qiu Rua Shui, and Shen Liu Yu as substitutes. 6 primary members and 5 substitutes. Guxinga was utterly indifferent to concepts such as primary or substitute selections. His sole objective was to cultivate a team of competitors, each fully imbued with the essence of a soul king. Should any substitute reach this esteemed rank before the others, they would be elevated to the primary roster. Elder Haoyang, deep in contemplation about the inaugural lesson scheduled for the following day, was abruptly called by a voice that belonged to Hulaina, a disciple of Bibi Dong. Clad in a dual-toned golden and silver form-fitting skirt that accentuated her alluring silhouette, with golden hair cut to shoulder-length shimmering in the sunlight like a radiant rose, she approached with an elegant gait, her slender waist swaying gracefully. "This is not the spirit hall. You need not address me as elder. Simply call me Teacher Go." He corrected her with a hint of resignation upon noticing the enchanting girl. 3 days prior, Bibi Dong had entrusted Hulaina to him under the pretense of education, though he surmised it was more an act of surveillance. Was he truly so untrustworthy? Nevertheless, to balance the scales of this scrutiny, Guxinga had subjected Bibi Dong to a day and night of sunlit training, leaving her revitalized and gleaming. As Hulaina approached him, she observed the relaxed, handsome young man reclining in his chair, reflecting on the striking contrast of their ages, merely 4 years apart. Yet he stood as a formidable Title Douluo, while she remained a humble soul sect. Such disparities were indeed vexing. Meanwhile, outside Soto City, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang San and Xiao Zhu had successfully navigated the first 3 challenges and now faced the 4th, a direct encounter with the vice president of Shrek, Zhao Wujing. They needed only to withstand his presence for the duration of a jaw sticks burning to pass. Among them were 2 other young ladies at the 4th stage, engaging in introductions and strategizing based on their respective martial souls. Tang San, with his martial soul of blue silvergrass, was a level 29 great soul master, while Xiao Zhu, with her soul-devouring spider martial soul, also held the same level. Zhu Jingjing, resembling Zhu Zhuqing but with a more alluring demeanor, introduced herself, revealing her martial soul of the nether spirit cat at level 27. Beside her stood Ning Chu, a typical aristocratic young lady adorned in white, showcasing her martial soul. The seven-treasure glazed tower, with an air of pride. The competition's primary and substitute selections were trivial matters. All would have their time to shine in the tournament. On October 9th, amidst a dreary drizzle, the elite class commenced. The weather, colder than usual, posed no challenge for soul masters. Rather, it provided an opportune moment for water attribute soul masters to hone their skills. Within the elite classroom on the 4th floor of the Eastern Teaching Building, a total of 12 students, including Hulaina, sat upright, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the door, brimming with anticipation. "Sister, what do you think Elder Haoyang will teach us?" "I can hardly wait." The charming Shui Wei eagerly inquired of her elder sister, Shui Binger, with her flowing azure hair cascading down her back, and a delicate, fair visage. Shui Bingo exuded an air of cold elegance, her striking phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of pride. Shui Yue, oblivious to the fact that the handsome figure she had previously encountered was, in fact, a Title Douluo and their upcoming instructor, felt a thrill of excitement. Not only were the sisters abuzz with excitement, but the other 5 members of the Tianshui female ensemble also began to whisper among themselves. While the fiery Hulaina scrutinized the classroom filled with youthful exuberance, she contemplated the task assigned by her instructor. If they all behaved as diligent students, she would pay them no mind. However, should any harbor inappropriate thoughts of forming a relationship beyond the student-teacher dynamic with Elder Haoyang, she would not hesitate to take action. Completing this mission successfully would earn her a reward of a Millennium Spirit Bone, invigorating her with renewed determination. Among this cohort of young women, there were always 1 or 2 exceptions who were not particularly eager for the teachings of a Title Douluo. For instance, Ning Rongrong, already blessed with 2 Title Douluos in her family, had her mind set on leisure rather than study. "Lingling, let's explore Luojiang City after class. There's a renowned eatery I wish to visit," she said, her thoughts far from academia. In her eyes, as the most exceptional genius of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, her innate soul power was at level 9, making her a prime candidate for evolving the 7-treasure glazed tower into the 8-treasure glazed tower. For those of lesser talent, rigorous study was necessary to compensate for their deficiencies, but for her, a mere completion of routine training sufficed. Inside the classroom, the young ladies engaged in lively discussions. Outside, Go Xingge encountered a slight interruption. "Teacher Go, would you mind if I accompany you to class?" The alluring beauty, the director, halted him, her exquisite features adorned with a faint smile, though her tone remained surprisingly cool. Despite Go Xingge's status as a Title Douluo, the director maintained her caution. After all, as the guidance director, she bore responsibility for her students. Should Go Xingge develop inappropriate intentions toward the youthful maidens, it would spell disaster for Tianshui Academy. While other Title Douluos might dismiss a mere soul sage's request, the unique qualities of Go Xingge, shaped by his educational experiences on Earth, had cultivated a perspective that did not waver easily. He would not resort to violence over minor disputes or skepticism. There exists no master who is beyond reproach, and the abhorrent habit of avenging insults upon entire families is equally despicable. After all, he too was born under the red banner and nurtured by the gentle spring breeze. To speak candidly, Gu Xingge acknowledges that he is neither a paragon of virtue nor a villain. Rather, he is a man with a rather tumultuous private life. A veritable Casanova of sorts. Observing the alluring and voluptuous middle-aged director before him, Gu Xingge nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, it is also my first day as a teacher. If I err in any regard, Director Lon, please take notes and share them with me after class, but refrain from pointing them out during the session, as it would be quite embarrassing for me." Upon hearing Gu Xingge's jest, Lan Qingyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Little did he know the immense pressure she bore in daring to stand before a Title Douluo to make such a request. At that moment, the director's curvaceous legs trembled slightly, for even though the young man before her did not exhibit any of the imposing aura typically associated with the Title Douluo, the mere act of meeting his gaze imparted an overwhelming sense of mental pressure. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and in recent days, Gu Xingge's practice of the Taiyan refining spirit technique had significantly strengthened his soul, endowing his gaze with a greater sense of authority. "Please," he urged, Director Lan. Gu Xingge offered a gentle smile, warm as the dawn, and gestured invitingly to Lan Qingyan, instantly making the beautiful and mature headmistress feel both flattered and astonished. Steadying her trembling legs, she nodded with a smile and accompanied him towards the elite classroom. As he observed Lan Qingyan's voluptuous figure, Gu Xingge found himself more curious about a particular matter. Shui Binger was Lan Qingyan's daughter, but who was the mother of Shui Yue? And who was the father of these two sisters? He had previously heard from Long Qishuang that Lan Qinyin had once been entangled with a man, leading to numerous conflicts with the old dean, who had treated her as a daughter. This turmoil ultimately resulted in the dean's position falling into Long Qishuang's hands. It seemed that something had transpired, causing Lan Qinyin to sever ties with that man, all while she was pregnant, giving birth to Shui Binger alone. As for Shui Yue, she was entrusted to Lan Qinyin by another woman, whose whereabouts later became a mystery. Shui Yue's mother was also a student of Tianshui Academy, graduating in the same class as Lan Qinyin and Leng Qishuang. Gu Xingge dared to speculate that perhaps the father of Shui Binger had been juggling two relationships poorly, leading to his exposure by Lan Qinyin and their subsequent fallout. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. My protagonist's moral compass may not be exceptionally upright, yet he is not akin to those characters in certain novels who resort to killing entire families at the slightest provocation, uttering phrases about honor and the demise of those who offend. If classified, my protagonist leans more toward Haoyang, though he is a rather disordered and promiscuous figure, distinctly different from Haoyang. Chapter 61. The young ladies of the elite class tap tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels making intimate contact with the floor echoed from afar, gradually resonating in the ears of the young ladies in the elite class. The previously chattering girls turned their gazes toward the classroom door, their expressions filled with curiosity. Something felt off about those footsteps. Just as they strained to see, a tall and curvaceous figure appeared at the classroom entrance. Lan Qinyin, clad in an ice blue gown adorned with phoenix patterns, tightly embraced her voluptuous hourglass figure. Her mature and stunning oval face bore an expression of cold indifference, akin to ancient ice, emanating a chilling aura. The solemnity and authority in her brow instilled a hint of fear in Shui Binger and the others, a natural intimidation from the director. Following her, a tall figure in a white trench coat emerged behind the beautiful headmistress, with a handsome and valiant visage. He wore a gentle smile that radiated warmth like the sun, dispelling the coldness Lan Qinyin brought to the young ladies. Upon seeing Gu Xingge's arrival, Shui Binger and her friends finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had the first lesson of the elite class been conducted by the headmistress, it would have been nothing short of a disaster. Director Lan, they thought, there's no need to maintain a stern demeanor with the students. A few more smiles would alleviate their pressure. Gu Xingge gazed at the beautiful, yet seemingly cold and indifferent female director, reminiscent of a stern matriarch, as she gently urged her to soften her expression. Such a stunning visage, so devoid of warmth, was truly a pity. In response, Lan Qinyin remained silent. Though her demeanor softened slightly, her face still bore a serious expression. Observing the subtle shift in the director's countenance, which was no longer as frigid, Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction before stepping into the classroom. Meanwhile, Lan Qinyin chose a seat at the back. The young ladies felt the weight of the director's scrutinizing gaze upon them. Even Ning Rongrong experienced an unsettling sense of anxiety. And Hu Liena felt an even greater pressure than that imposed by her own teacher. Gu Xingge stood on the podium, observing the 12 students within the classroom, each possessing distinct charms. There was the enchanting and alluring Hu Liena, the sweet and adorable Xiao Wu, the cold yet captivating Zhu Shiqing, the youthful and vibrant Yilingling, and the haughty and resplendent Shui Binger, each radiating their unique essence of youthful femininity. As they felt the piercing gaze of their teacher from the stage, Shui Binger and the others experienced a mix of excitement and anxiety. After all, this was a Title Douluo, the youngest in history, and the opportunity to receive his guidance was nothing short of thrilling, invoking both exhilaration and trepidation. After Gu Xingge surveyed the room, memorizing the faces before her, she spoke slowly, her voice crisp and clear, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain stream, soothing the anxious hearts of the young women present. Greetings, students. I am Gu Xingge, but you may refer to me as Teacher Gu. I shall forego a lengthy self-introduction, as I trust you are already aware of my identity. Henceforth, for the next 2 years, I will serve as your teacher and your support. With her introduction concluded, she turned to the students. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves, beginning with the first student. Please keep it brief, sharing only your name, martial spirit, and level of cultivation. With that, she gestured towards the first student. The chosen student rose. It was Shui Wu, who appeared more spirited than her fellow members of the Tianshui Academy. She sported a striking short hairstyle of bluish gray, her features delicate and charming, with a hint of valor in her brow, adorned with a crystal hairband. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her fitted blue-gray attire accentuated her tall, alluring figure. Her long legs, honed by years of dance practice, were clad in gray-blue leather pants, exuding an undeniable charm. My name is Shui Wu. My martial spirit is the Snow Silk Dance. And I am a level 37 support spirit master. As she introduced herself, her martial spirit, resembling a snowflake, manifested beside her. Accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising gracefully from her elegant legs. Following her was Shui Yuer, who eagerly stood to showcase her martial spirit. I am Shui Yuer. My martial spirit is the Crystal Dolphin, and I am a level 31 agility attack spirit master. Next came Shui Binger, Shenluyu, Qiu Rua Shui, Guqing Bo, and Yu Hairo. Shui Binger introduced herself. I am Shui Binger. My martial spirit is the Ice Phoenix. And I am a level 38 control spirit master. Shenluyu followed, her short, light blue hair framing a beautiful, oval face. With eyes as deep as autumn waters and a delicate blue necklace adorning her neck. She wore an ice blue student uniform that accentuated her graceful form, revealing her smooth, white shoulders. I am Shenluyu. My martial spirit is the enamel crocodile, and I am a level 33 assault spirit master. Next was Qiu Rua Shui. I am Qiu Rua Shui. My martial spirit is the azure lotus base, and I am a level 33 assault spirit master. Dressed similarly in ice blue uniforms. Guqing Bo introduced herself. I am Guqing Bo. My martial spirit is the azure sailfish, and I am a level 34 assault spirit master. Guqing Bo's appearance was no different from that of the others, her charm captivating. Her blue hair was elegantly braided and tied at the back, neat and tidy, with a strand of blue hair gracefully lifted from her fair forehead. After Guqing Bo completed her introduction, Yuharu also stood up, appearing significantly more mature than the other girls, embodying the archetype of a stunningly beautiful and poised mature woman. Yuharu, possessing the martial soul of coral needlefish, was a level 36 soul master of the assault system. Next came Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and finally, Hu Laina. Yi Lingling, with the martial soul of 9 hearts begonia, was a level 35 support system soul master. Hu Laina, with the martial soul of the demon fox, was a level 47 control system soul grandmaster. When Hu Laina finished her self-introduction, all eyes converged upon her, with Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing displaying expressions of astonishment. What? A level 47 soul grandmaster? There were still soul masters and soul kings, and she suddenly revealed herself as a soul grandmaster. Could they still play together harmoniously? Noticing the shock on the faces of those around her, Guqing began to clarify for the girls who were still at the level of soul masters and soul kings. Hu Laina is different from you. She is a disciple of the Pope, merely here to study. By the way, the teacher would like to remind you that in 2 years, Xiao now will be a contestant in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition representing the Martial Soul Palace Academy. Upon hearing the teacher's explanation, the girls' gazes towards Hu Laina shifted. The establishment of the Tianshui Elite class was specifically for the upcoming competition. And with Hu Laina being a contestant from the Martial Soul Palace Academy, it meant they were competitors. At this moment, Guqing's words filled Hu Laina's resentment meter to the brim. Sensing the unfriendly gazes of the other girls, Hu Laina felt a sense of foreboding. She could already envision that her days at Tianshui Academy might not be as pleasant as she had hoped. As the self-introductions concluded, Guqing turned her attention back to Hu Laina, a smile gracing her lips as she stoked the fires of resentment once more. Since Hu Laina held the highest cultivation level in the class, she would naturally be the class leader, wouldn't you all agree? The girls, particularly Shui Binger and the others, were far from pleased at the prospect of Hu Laina becoming their class leader, regardless of her status as a soul grandmaster or her connection to the Pope. She was not a student of Tianshui Academy. Why should she lead them? Zhu Zhuqing was indifferent to who the class leader was, as long as it helped her grow stronger. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were eager, both vying for the position of class leader. In contrast, Yi Lingling remained calm. Propping her chin on her hands, almond eyes fixed on Guqing at the podium, her delicate face tinged with a hint of red, lost in thought. Even the mature and beautiful instructor seated at the back of the classroom frowned, sensing that Guqing's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Hu Laina was an outsider, merely here to study at Tianshui Academy. Appointing her as the class leader of the elite class raised questions about whether the students could accept it. And she had her reservations as well. However, due to Guqing's formidable strength, she refrained from voicing her dissent. The enchanting Hu Laina understood that Elder Haoyang was creating trouble for her, suspecting he knew her true purpose of being sent as an undercover agent. This thought made her a bit anxious. Yet, recalling the generous rewards promised by her teacher upon the completion of her mission, she regained her composure. After all, She was a disciple of the Pope, and Elder Haoyang was in a relationship with her teacher. He wouldn't dare to treat her poorly, merely attempting to dissuade her. However, the animosity from these few students did not concern her. How could she possibly retreat? Thank you for your trust, Elder Haoyang. I will certainly assist you in managing the class well. Hulaina stood up, her face adorned with a smile as she graciously accepted Gu Xingge's appointment, further intensifying the animosity directed towards her from Shui Binger and the others. Yet, Gu Xingge spoke again, revealing a black lead box in her hand. I know some of you are unwilling to accept Hulaina as your class leader, but considering her superior cultivation, it is only fitting. However, if any of you can be the first to defeat her, not only will you take her place as the new class leader, but I will also reward you with a soul bone. With that, she opened the lead box in front of the students and the elegant instructor. A powerful fluctuation of soul power surged forth, causing the air in the classroom to thicken, pressing down upon the girls' chests as if a heavy stone had settled there, making it difficult for them to breathe. The promise of a soul bone exerted pressure even on a soul sage like her, indicating its remarkable quality. As the lead box fully opened, Gu Xingge utilized her soul power to contain the overwhelming energy emanating from the soul bone, allowing the girls to breathe easier as their gazes fixated upon the soul bone within the box. It was a right leg soul bone, shimmering in a faint silver hue, reminiscent of silverware, adorned with azure patterns resembling countless stars, exuding a mystical azure glow, swirling with a celestial wind, seemingly possessing the power to command the wind. Upon seeing the soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Binger, and the others' expressions transformed, filled with yearning. Even Lan Qingyan was no exception. Who wouldn't desire a soul bone? Except for Xiaowu. Gu Xingge felt the fervent and eager gazes of the young girls and the alluring mature director upon her as she began to introduce the soul bone. This particular soul bone was derived from a wind silver leopard that had lived for over 40,000 years. Whoever could defeat Hulaina first would be rewarded with this soul bone by the teacher within a span of 2 years. If no one succeeded, the soul bone would rightfully belong to Hulaina after that period. This set a clear objective for them, motivating them to devote themselves to rigorous training. Upon hearing that if no one could overcome her in 2 years, the high-quality soul bone would become hers, Hulaina's expression shifted. She deduced that Elder Haoyang aimed to have the elite class view her as a benchmark, thereby inspiring their efforts. Yet, to offer a soul bone of such ancient provenance as a reward was quite extravagant. However, the notion of being defeated within such a short time frame of 2 years was met with disdain by Hulaina. After all, she was a soul master of level 47. While the strongest in the class, Shui Binger, was merely at level 38, a substantial gap of 9 levels in soul power. Even if she were to refrain from training or advancing over the next 2 years, Shui Binger would not surpass her. In that moment, Hulaina brimmed with confidence, convinced that the soul bone from the right leg of the wind silver leopard would undoubtedly be hers in 2 years. Do you possess such confidence? Gu Xingge gazed at the young girls yearning for soul bones and gently inquired about their desires. Under the alluring temptation of the soul bones, Shui Binger was the first to speak up. Yes, I will not disappoint you, teacher. While the other students also longed for the soul bones, they felt a significant gap compared to Hulaina. The only one among them who might stand a chance against Hulaina was Shui Binger, who possessed a top-tier beast martial soul. I also will not let the teacher down. Xiaowu quickly raised her hand in affirmation. Although she was currently only at the 29th level, her transformation from a 100,000-year soul beast enabled her cultivation speed to far surpass that of a human. Surpassing Hulaina within 2 years would pose little challenge for her. What about Zhuqing? Noticing that only Shui Binger and Xiaowu had expressed their intentions, Gu Xingge felt a tinge of disappointment and turned her gaze toward the more reserved Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring about her stance. The little wildcat did not anticipate the teacher would address her directly. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded firmly, her voice cool yet resolute. I can. Hearing her affirmative response, Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction, closing the lead box and storing it within the system space before announcing again, very well, from today onward. Your objective is to defeat the class leader. Yes, teacher. The group of young girls nodded in unison, turning their gazes toward Hulaina, who sat at the back. With determination in their eyes, they prepared themselves for the rivalry that had just begun. In this moment, Hulaina's animosity reached its peak. The beautiful and mature director observed this scene with quiet astonishment, producing a piece of 10,000-year soul bone as a reward to motivate the student's progress. Truly a grand gesture. Subsequently, Lan Qingyan glanced at her daughter, resolved to assist Shui Binger in her quest for the coveted soul bone. The morning's lessons concluded swiftly, being the inaugural class. The focus was primarily on mutual acquaintance and familiarity. Guxinga has also established the study arrangements for the students moving forward. The morning will be dedicated to theoretical instruction, the afternoon to practical training, and there will be evening study sessions. Evening study sessions? Such a concept has never existed in the Douluo world. Upon hearing this term, Lan Qingyin felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from inquiring during class, deciding instead to wait until after the lesson to discuss it with him in his office. The beautiful director harbored little animosity towards Guxinga. Her sole desire was to avoid an all-female student body and the introduction of a male teacher at Tianshui Academy. Fearing the disruption of centuries-old traditions, her priority was the welfare of the students, not her personal desires. As the class bell rang, signaling the end of the morning session, Guxinga granted the elite class students the afternoon off for leisure activities, explaining that formal classes would commence the following day. Today merely serving as an opportunity for mutual acquaintance and familiarity. As he descended from the podium, the young women rose in unison, bowing respectfully and calling out, "Goodbye, teacher." Lan Qingyin also stood and exited through the back door, wishing to invite Guxinga to her office for a discussion about the evening study sessions. "Teacher Gu, please wait a moment." "What is it, Director Lan? Did I err in my teaching approach?" Hearing her gentle call, Guxinga paused, looking at Lan Qingyin with curiosity. Was there indeed a flaw in his teaching method? Any shortcomings would be understandable, as this was his first experience as an educator, and he was still finding his footing. "Not at all. I simply wish to inquire about the evening study sessions you mentioned. There are no evening study sessions in the Douluo continent, nor even morning study sessions. Which makes me curious about what you mean by evening study." Guxinga was momentarily taken aback, realizing the reason behind the evening study sessions. The purpose was to impart the Tian refining spirit technique to the elite class students, a discipline that could only be practiced under the moonlight. Director Lan explained that the evening study was essentially an opportunity for students to gather and learn independently and coincidentally. She intended to teach them a soul technique that could only be cultivated at night. A soul technique that can only be practiced at night? Lan Qingyin suddenly thought of the self-created soul techniques, her heart racing with astonishment. Could it be a self-created soul technique? Her gaze towards Guxinga subtly shifted. It was known that self-created soul techniques were exceedingly rare in the spirit master world, usually kept under tight wraps, passed down only to the direct bloodline. Yet, he was willing to impart such knowledge to a student he had barely known for a day. This left Lan Qingyin utterly astonished. Noticing the change in the elegant director's expression, Guxinga smiled slightly. Although the Tian refining spirit technique was precious, the well-being of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu was crucial to the completion of his mission, making it less of a concern to share it with them. Of course, if they were to share this knowledge with others without his consent, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands to maintain exclusivity. With his current strength, aside from Qian Daolu, Poseidon, and the Demon Soul Master, who could rival him. As for Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god test limited her power to the level of 98, rendering her no match for him. Moreover, just days prior, he had thoroughly educated her with a firm hand, leaving her begging for mercy and calling him husband. "If there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" Guxinga had another important task to attend to and did not wish to squander more time with Lan Qingyin. The attractive female director, regaining her composure, nodded repeatedly as she watched him depart. Gazing at the retreating figure of the young man, Lan Qingyin felt a fleeting sense of confusion. She sensed that perhaps she had erred in her judgments. From the moment Guxinga entered the academy, she had spoken to him with disdain, issuing warnings that as long as she remained, he would not be able to misbehave at Tianshui Academy. During a subsequent faculty meeting, she had even questioned and provoked him, leading to a rather embarrassing defeat. Reflecting on her actions now, she felt a twinge of fear. No one had anticipated that a man in his 20s would be a Title Douluo, and the fact that she had not been struck down by him was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. In hindsight, perhaps her views had been too extreme, naively assuming that all men were akin to that particular individual, unworthy of trust. At the very least, Guxinga's current demeanor appeared commendable in her eyes. To inspire his students and motivate them in their cultivation, he even offered a millennium-old soul bone, a treasure born from the blood of countless battles. Furthermore, he was willing to impart his self-created soul techniques to a student he had known for less than a day. Such actions underscored that Guxinga would indeed make a fine teacher. However, Lan Qingyin still struggled to accept the presence of an additional male instructor in an all-female academy. She needed time to acclimatize. After leaving the teaching area, Guxinga returned to his small villa. In his hand, He held a palm-sized card depicting a shadowy figure alongside a prominent question mark, which was this spirit summoning card awarded for completing a team task. Name: Spirit Summoning Card. Description: shattering this card allows one to summon beings from the same world or a lower-tier world, even those that have passed away. The Spirit Summoning card was not capable of summoning just any being, as it was constrained by the world, which left Gu Xingge somewhat disheartened. However, reflecting on the simplicity of the task, he understood that the reward could not be overly generous. Clasping his hands together, he crushed the Spirit Summoning card, which disintegrated into countless luminous particles that coalesced into a radiant portal, exuding an aura of mysterious loss. Moments later, a figure emerged from the light, revealing a delicate beauty clad in a simple blue gown. Despite her modest attire, her enchanting grace and gentle demeanor were unmistakable, evoking a sense of tenderness. Before Gu Xingge appeared a message panel regarding the delicate beauty. Real name: Haoyang, world of origin, peerless Taimen, martial spirit, spiritual eye, realm, level 9 soul master, introduction, mother of Huiyuhao. She perished at a young age due to the suspicions and schemes of the Duchess. She met her untimely demise when Huiyuhao was merely 10 years old. Summoned by the host, the system aided in reconstructing her body, allowing her to return to life. Upon reading the system's introduction, Gu Xingge grasped the situation. In essence, Huiyuner before him had already faced death once. However, after utilizing the creature summoning card, he had chosen her soul, prompting the system to assist Huiyuner in reforming her corporeal form. Thus she responded to the summoning. Still somewhat bewildered after her summoning, Huiyuner took a moment to regain her composure. Her enchanting blue eyes gazed upon the strikingly handsome young man before her as she gently inquired. Her voice soft and melodic, laced with a hint of nervousness. Greetings, may I ask if you are the one who summoned me? Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge slightly nodded and began to scrutinize the delicate beauty who had been easily toppled over. Huiyuner, with her cascading chestnut hair falling down her back, possessed a charming, oval face adorned with delicate and soft features. Her skin was fair and tender, resembling a peeled egg, radiating a gentle blush that hinted at vitality. Clad in a flowing blue cotton dress, she appeared tall and supple like a willow, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. Her anxious and fragile demeanor evoked a profound sense of sympathy. With a soft, mellifluous voice and a fragile figure, she stirred a man's protective instincts. As he assessed Huiyuner, she too was discreetly observing him. All she remembered was her demise, her soul having traversed to the underworld, only to be ensnared by an enigmatic force. During this transition, a voice had informed her of a summons, promising her resurrection as a reward for compliance. Thinking of her beloved son, she chose to accept the call. Though the reasons behind her summoning eluded her, her foremost concern was for her son, Hao. She pondered how heartbroken he must be at her passing. At just 10 years old, could he survive in the Duke's residence? Would the Duchess extend her cruel hand towards him as well? The more she contemplated, the more her anxiety burgeoned, yearning to return to the Duke's manor to see her son. However, Gu Xingge's words shattered all her thoughts. Huiyuner, while I lack the ability to read minds, I can surmise your current thoughts. Regrettably, I must inform you that the world you inhabit now is not the one you once knew. It is a parallel realm from 10,000 years ago. If you wish to find your son, I fear that may not be possible at this time. Huiyuner, come. Yu Hao, call for your father. Chapter 64. The plan to cultivate and develop Huiyuner. Regrettably, you are no longer in your original world. Gu Xingge gazed at Huiyuner with a sense of regret, though he lacked the ability to read minds. He understood from the scant descriptions in the original text that this delicate beauty before him was a mother deeply devoted to her child. Upon her resurrection, her thoughts would inevitably gravitate towards that child she could not bear to leave behind. Alas, a chasm of worlds separated her from Huiyuhao. His words struck Huiyuner like a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily speechless. The disbelief washed over her gentle visage. Was it truly the case that she and Yuhao existed in different realms? Lost in a haze of confusion, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions as her frail form swayed, as if on the brink of collapse, unable to accept this devastating reality. She had presumed that her revival meant a return to her original world, which fueled her eager compliance with the summons, willing even to serve as a menial, just to catch a glimpse of her child and witness his growth. Observing the anguish and disappointment clouding Huiyuner's eyes, Gu Xingge felt a pang of compassion and spoke once more. Huiyuner, since I have the ability to summon you from that world, I can also return you to your original realm. It is merely a matter of time. You and Huiyuhao shall reunite once more. Upon hearing of a possible reunion with Yu Hao, a flicker of hope ignited in Hui Yun'er's once dim blue eyes. She lifted her gaze to Gu Xingge, her expression brimming with anticipation, her voice soft yet laced with anxious inquiry. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Gu Xingge affirmed with a nod. The system currently only permitted 3 functions, while the conditions for unlocking the others were unknown. The traversal function was available, enabling him to guide Hui Yun'er back to the illustrious Tang Min world. At this revelation, joy illuminated Hui Yun'er's delicate features. As long as she could return and see Yu Hao again, even if it took a while, she would be willing to wait. Waiting was her forte. Once, she had awaited the White Tiger Duke. Now, she awaited her beloved Yu Hao. Thank you for summoning me. How may I assist you? She inquired. I can wash, cook, clean, and tend to flowers. Hui Yun'er gazed intently at the handsome young man before her, enthusiastically presenting her skills, then looked at him with hopeful eyes. The summoning of Hui Yun'er had indeed taken Gu Xingge by surprise. To be frank, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not voice any criticism. After all, it would be unconscionable to berate Hui Yun'er as a failure, wasting a precious summoning card. Thus, he decided, for now, you shall remain by my side as a maid, responsible for my daily needs. Gu Xingge pondered for a moment before instructing Hui Yun'er to serve as a maid. The delicate beauty nodded respectfully. For having once been a duchess's maid, she was well versed in the art of care. To ensure Hui Yun'er understood her current circumstances, Gu Xingge began to enlighten her with knowledge of the world. Yun'er, she said, my name is Gu Xingge. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as Mr. Gu. As for my other identities, you shall come to know them in due time. The world in which you now reside is a parallel realm to your former existence, existing 10,000 years prior to that world, during the era before the ancestor of the Dai family, Dai Mubai, ascended to divinity. Gu Xingge emphasized that while Hui Yun'er might possess only a vague understanding of the era before Tang San's ascension to godhood, Dai Mubai was an entirely different matter. As the ancestral figure of the White Tiger Duke, Hui Yun'er was undoubtedly aware of him. Upon realizing that she had unexpectedly traveled back to the time before Dai's ancestor attained divinity, the delicate beauty was momentarily stunned, and she timidly inquired, so, at this point, he has yet to become a god, and the Dai family still holds the status of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire? Gu Xingge nodded. In the unparalleled Tang sect, the imperial power of the Star Luo Empire had undergone several changes over the span of 10 millennia. The Dai family, originally part of the royal lineage, had been overthrown. However, due to their formidable strength and influential connections, they did not face annihilation. Instead, they ascended to the status of dukes within the Star Luo Empire, their prestige only subordinate to that of the royal family. Furthermore, the Duchess of the White Tiger Duke is a princess of the royal family. Yun'er, you hail from a time 10,000 years hence. Even if you are not from the same world, but rather a parallel dimension, there are certain matters you should keep to yourself and refrain from speaking of lightly. Gu Xingge continued to advise Hui Yun'er, aware that her limited knowledge could nonetheless impact this era. He urged her not to divulge any information from her own time. Understanding his intent, Hui Yun'er nodded, pledging to remember his words. Good, that's all I need to hear, he said, producing a Tianshui Dan and handing it to her for consumption. Your soul power has reached level 9. The medicinal properties of the Tianshui Dan are sufficient to elevate you to level 10. I will assist you in obtaining your first spirit ring thereafter. Hui Yun'er gazed at the Tianshui Dan with astonishment, although she was unaware of its actual worth. Her experiences in the Duke's residence had informed her that any elixir held immense value. She hesitated, uncertain whether to accept it. However, before the delicate beauty could ponder further, Gu Xingge firmly placed the Tianshui Dan in her hands, insisting she consume it. This was tied to a burgeoning idea of his. He wished to cultivate Hui Yun'er, to develop her potential. Possessing a spirit martial soul akin to Hui Yuhao's, her value was significant, and with proper training, she could undoubtedly become a formidable spirit Douluo of the mental system. Despite her inherently low soul power, Gu Xingge was confident that with the resources at his disposal, nurturing her was entirely feasible. A spirit Douluo of the mental system was something Gu Xingge had yet to encounter. Nor had he heard of any soul master possessing a body martial soul. Thus, it appeared that Hui Yun'er was the sole individual in Douluo continent with such a martial soul. In the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong stood by the window after 2 days of rest, peering down at a letter just received from Hu Laina. Her beautiful eyes flickered with surprise and a hint of reproach. How stingy of you, my dear husband, she thought. From the letter, It was clear that Gu Xingge was aware of her disciple's undercover status and had encouraged the students of the Tianshui Academy to ostracize her. Such pettiness. Yet, to motivate those students, he had even offered a Millennium Spirit Bone. It seemed Gu Xingge was genuinely committed to his role as a teacher rather than treating it as a mere pastime. However, those students from Tianshui Academy were hardly worthy of comparison to Xiao Na. A trace of disdain appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. Hulaina was her disciple, the leading figure of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall, receiving only the finest teachings. Even granting those Tianshui students 5 or 10 years, they could never surpass her. The natural disparity was evident. No amount of guidance from Gu Xingge could bridge that gap. Regardless, Hulaina must not lose. This was not solely about a Millennium Spirit Bone. It was also about Bibi Dong's desire to compare her carefully cultivated disciple with Gu Xingge's students. She was eager to see whose efforts would yield better results. Without delay, Bibi Dong departed the Hall of the Pope, headed for Tianshui Academy. The night sky was tranquil and ethereal, adorned with countless stars that decorated the dark expanse. A luminous moon hung high, casting a gentle light that soothed the world. Inside a small Western-style house, Gu Xingge sat cross-legged, his serene visage graced with a faint smile. The cool, solitary moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping him as he formed the tiny seal. Countless silver light points surrounded him, drawn continuously into his being, their brilliance neither blinding nor harsh, making him appear as a divine entity, sublime and majestic. Beside him, Haoyang waited quietly. She gazed at the strikingly handsome youth, her blue eyes reflecting curiosity and deep gratitude. Had he not summoned her, she might have already been reincarnated in the underworld, with no chance of seeing Hao again. Though a long wait lay ahead before reuniting with him, she was more than willing to endure it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Gu Xingge's meditation. He slowly opened his eyes, a silver glimmer passing through, and gently instructed Haoyang, "Please, answer the door." "Yes," she replied, nodding, and turned to open it. Upon doing so, she was greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, Bibi Dong herself. Dressed resplendently as the Pope, her exquisite features were adorned with light makeup, radiant as a blooming lotus amidst green waves, captivating and delightful. Her flowing lavender gown, embellished with golden patterns, accentuated her tall and graceful form. Having been nurtured by Gu Xingge, she appeared even more radiant and voluptuous. Upon seeing a woman rather than Gu Xingge at the door, Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. "Who are you?" she demanded, her long-held authority manifesting as an overwhelming presence directed at Haoyang, akin to an enraged lioness. The delicate beauty was unable to withstand the pressure and quickly knelt before Bibi Dong, her blue eyes filled with panic as she declared her identity. "Greetings, madam. I am the new maid recently appointed by the master, responsible for his daily needs." At the mention of madam, Bibi Dong paused momentarily, her gaze shifting toward Haoyang, softening slightly with a hint of appreciation for the maid's understanding. "Gu Xingge's maid, is it? You may rise." "Yes, madam." Haoyang waited until Bibi Dong had passed her before slowly standing, respectfully following her to Gu Xingge's side. "Sir, the madam has arrived," she announced. Hearing this, Gu Xingge turned to look at Bibi Dong, his golden eyes expressing surprise. "What brings you here so suddenly? An unannounced visit? Donger, what brings you here? Have you recovered?" Bibi Dong merely snorted in response, offering no further explanation. "Madam, please enjoy some tea." Haoyang set 2 cups of warm tea on the table before exiting the living room to allow them privacy. Bibi Dong seated herself on the sofa opposite Gu Xingge. As she settled in, her brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of pain crossed her beautiful eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. Noticing the subtle shift in her expression, Gu Xingge smiled knowingly, reflecting, "Ah, it seems you have not fully recovered yet." Bibi Dong, catching his smile, felt a surge of indignation. "How dare you still smile? I should never have acquiesced to your unreasonable request. You may have enjoyed yourself, but I have borne the brunt of it." After sipping her tea, she set down the cup and began to voice her displeasure, feigning anger as she berated Gu Xingge. "Elder Haoyang is indeed formidable, with just a few words. He has isolated my Xiao Na. It seems she cannot remain at Tianshui Academy any longer. I shall have her return to the Spirit Hall tomorrow. This place is beneath us, and we shall not return." Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge's smile froze. It seemed that she had come to settle accounts, evidently. She was aware that he had used Hulaina as a target. Observing the displeased expression of the lightly mature matron Pope, Gu Xingge felt somewhat helpless. Although he recognized her feigned displeasure, he understood the necessity of soothing her. He rose and sat beside Bibi Dong, enveloping her in his embrace. allowing her to lean against his chest. With his fingers gently caressing her wine-red, silky hair, the delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, intoxicating him. He softly explained, "Donger, dear, do not be angry. My intentions were merely to motivate our students. I did not mean to isolate Laina. I treat all my students equally. What she learns from me is no different from the others, and I harbor no secrets from her. I merely hope to provide the other students with a goal to aspire to." However, as soon as he finished his explanation, Bibi Dong's emotions surged, and she abruptly rose from his embrace, her voice brimming with dissatisfaction. "It's easy for you to say. In your class, there are a total of 12 students, and 11 of them view Laina as their rival, yet you claim there is no intent to isolate her." "Yes, I arranged for Laina to be by your side to supervise you because I feared that, in my absence, those persistent suitors would bother you. I intended for Laina to shield you, yet you, instead, seem bent on driving her away. Do you realize how deeply your actions wound her?" In the face of her reproach, Guxinga felt no anger. He understood that Bibi Dong regarded Laina as her daughter, and it was only natural for her to defend her. For the sake of his beloved wife, Guxinga decided to offer Laina some recompense. He produced a lead box from his hand and gently handed it to Bibi Dong, soothing her with soft words. "Donger, I know you treat Laina as your own daughter. How could I allow her to suffer in vain? I have something to compensate her. Since you are here, why not present it to her yourself?" As Bibi Dong gazed at the lead box being offered to her, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be yet another soul bone? The thought sent a thrill through her, for soul bones are rare treasures, sought after by many, and any fortunate soul would immediately seek to merge with them. With this one, her husband already possessed 2 unmerged soul bones. Humph! I refuse to call him husband. The mere thought of being compelled to address him as such brought a blush of embarrassment to Bibi Dong's cheeks. She reached out to accept the lead box, slowly opening it. Instantly, an intensely cold, icy energy surged forth, chilling to the bone, reminiscent of the frigid winds and snow of the far north. It swept through the living room, causing the temperature to plummet. The ground, walls, and furniture were soon covered in a thick layer of frost, and even the 2 cups of hot tea were transformed into solid ice. Accompanying the icy tide was an overwhelming wave of soul power that left Bibi Dong astounded. She hastily closed the lead box, her gaze darting to Guxinga, her delicate face awash with shock. This soul bone, the head bone of the 9-tailed ice fox, with a quality spanning over 94,000 years. Guxinga introduced lightly, yet it left Bibi Dong astonished. The head spirit bone, over 94,000 years old, second only to the most precious 100,000-year spirit bone, was so casually offered as compensation for her disciple. Bibi Dong quickly shook her head, pushing the spirit bone back to Guxinga. "No, this is far too precious. Shaona cannot bear such a gift." Although she felt a tinge of anger regarding the targeting of Laina and wished to seek some compensation from Guxinga, she had not anticipated such an invaluable item being presented to her. The spirit bone is of great significance to others, yet for the protagonist, it is merely a trinket to be discarded at will. Once the protagonist ventures into the Dragon Valley, spirit bones will be abundant. Therefore, there is no need to criticize the protagonist for gifting treasures. If something is of no use to oneself, why not bestow it upon those nearby to enhance goodwill? Why let it languish in storage gathering dust? In Chapter 66, The Crying and Fussing Wife of the Pope, Bibi Dong returned the head spirit bone of the 94,000-year 9-tailed ice fox to Guxinga. Even her own spirit immunity head spirit bone was merely over 80,000 years old. This spirit bone surpassed her own in quality. "My dear, how could I possibly slight your disciple? Although this 90,000-year spirit bone is indeed precious, it is not suited to me. It is better to give it to someone who can truly benefit from it, as a form of compensation for Shaona." Guxinga urged Bibi Dong to accept this soul bone. With his possession of the Snow Emperor's crown, aged 60,000 years, this soul bone from a 9-tailed ice fox, merely over 90,000 years old, hardly captured his interest. Rather than allowing it to gather dust in the system's space, he deemed it more beneficial to use it to enhance the goodwill of Bibi Dong and Laina. It was certainly not a loss. Upon hearing the term wife, a charming blush akin to the glow of twilight graced Bibi Dong's exquisite face, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. She understood that Guxinga's generous offering of such a top-tier soul bone to Laina was entirely for her sake, filling her heart with profound sweetness. Her beautiful gaze was imbued with tenderness as she looked at the man before her, wrapping her long, delicate arms around him and nestling into his embrace, whispering sweetly, "Husband, you are so good to me. You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, Who else shall I treat kindly? He gently caressed the silky hair of the mature woman in his arms, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, his tone suffused with affection. The warmth of his breath enveloped her ear, moist and comforting, causing the tips of Bibi Dong's ears to redden. She felt like a soft mass melting into his embrace. Realizing her deep attachment to Guxinga, his love was simply too intoxicating to resist. Husband, since you enjoy teaching, why not come to the Spirit Hall Academy? I shall hand over the position of the director to you, allowing us to be together every day. Would that be acceptable? After a moment, Bibi Dong gazed at her husband, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation, yet Guxinga shook his head, declining her proposal. This response left the proud Pope feeling displeased, a flash of crimson flickering in her eyes. Rising from his embrace, she pushed him away and threatened him. Humph. What is so good about the Tianshui Academy that you waste your time here? If you do not agree, do not expect to touch me again. Observing Bibi Dong's sudden shift to a petulant demeanor, Guxinga could only express his helplessness. Truly, a woman's mood could change in an instant. One moment, she called him husband sweetly, and the next, she turned her back on him. Nevertheless, since she was his wife, he could only indulge her. Donger, my dear wife, do not be angry. Since you wish for me to return to the Spirit Hall and stay by your side, how about we make a wager? Upon hearing Guxinga refer to her as Donger, my wife, Bibi Dong's heart softened. What wager? We shall bet whether my students can defeat Xiaona within 2 years. Very well. If your students cannot defeat Xiaona within 2 years, you must obediently listen to me and return to the Spirit Hall to be by my side. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong agreed, and Guxinga inquired further. Agreed, but what if Xiaona loses? Xiaona could never lose. Bibi Dong was brimming with confidence regarding Hu Laina, her meticulously trained disciple of over a decade. How could she possibly be defeated? My dear wife, nothing is absolute. What if Xiaona were to lose? Observing his wife's unwavering confidence, Guxinga cautioned her, reminding her that certainty was an illusion. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. Seemingly provoked by his repeated refusals to return to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's emotions spiraled out of control. She clenched her fists, pounding her delicate hands against Guxinga's chest, demanding to know, what do you mean, Guxinga? You simply do not wish to return to the Spirit Hall, do you? Which vixen has bewitched you to abandon me? You ungrateful wretch! How could I fulfill your unreasonable requests only for you to disregard me afterwards? I must have been blind to have chosen you. Her stunningly beautiful face gradually morphed into one of grievance, her eyes glistening with tears that flowed uncontrollably. Resembling a weeping pear blossom, utterly heartbroken, as she accused Guxinga of forsaking her for a new infatuation. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's tears, Guxinga's heart became a whirlwind of turmoil. He abandoned all thoughts of the wager and desperately attempted to console her. My dear wife, please do not cry. How could I ever abandon you? You are my one true love. I promise, regardless of the outcome, once the Elite Soul Master competition concludes, I shall resign and return to the Spirit Hall to be with you every day. Hearing his anxious and urgent tone, along with the pained expression on his face, Bibi Dong gradually ceased her sobbing, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, revealing a cunning glimmer akin to that of a fox. She had expertly discerned Guxinga's vulnerability. Every time she cried, he would falter. How could she not take advantage of this? Yet, seeing her husband's worried and caring demeanor filled her with satisfaction. Indeed, her husband loved her above all else, and those enchanting women outside could not possibly compare. This is what you promised, that after the Elite Soul Master competition, you would return to the Spirit Hall. Yes, my dear Donger, do not cry anymore. Your tears break my heart. After the competition, I shall return to the Spirit Hall and remain by your side, never to leave you. Guxinga nodded gently, reaching out to tenderly wipe away the tears from the corners of Bibi Dong's eyes. The originally exquisite and delicate makeup had become blurred, resembling that of a small calico cat, evoking both amusement and pity within him. Where is your papal dignity? He mused as he embraced the breathtaking Pope, offering her comfort and assuring Bibi Dong that he would never abandon her, even in death. Although Guxinga considered himself a Casanova to this day, the only one with whom he had shared any intimacy was Bibi Dong. Even Lang Qishuang had merely been a fleeting indulgence. His utmost affection and devotion were reserved solely for Bibi Dong, and he could hardly bear to see her weep. Nestled in the arms of her beloved, Bibi Dong reveled in his warm embrace, her delicate face radiating satisfaction. Yes, I believe in you, darling. You are the best. In Guxinga's presence, Bibi Dong resembled a love-struck maiden, capable of tears, tantrums, and playful jealousy. Casting aside all notions of papal grandeur, She was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Tenderly caressing the softly mature contours of her perfect figure, he felt a stirring within him, though she had yet to fully recuperate, given her Title Douluo physique. She should not encounter significant difficulties, he mused. Guxinga lowered his head and whispered a few words into Bibidong's ear. Instantly, a wave of sorrowful shyness surged within the depths of the stunning Pope's beautiful eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately shook her head in refusal. My dear, let us wait a few more days. Upon witnessing her rejection, Guxinga did not press further, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. Seeing his dismay, Bibidong felt a pang of heartache. Just as Guxinga could not bear to see her cry, she too could not endure his disappointment. This was her Achilles heel, uniquely his. Bibidong stood and whispered a few words into Guxinga's ear, causing his disappointment to fade, replaced by joy. He immediately embraced the breathtaking Pope, kissing her fervently on her rosy lips. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, he finally pulled away, showering her with praise. You are the best, my love. Each time Guxinga declared his utmost affection, Bibidong felt an overwhelming satisfaction, allowing him to carry her upstairs. In a student dormitory, Haoyang sat cross-legged on her bed, meditating deeply. Suddenly, Bibidong's voice broke through her concentration. Shona, open the door. Haoyang's eyes flew open, her captivating gaze reflecting surprise. The teacher is here. She hurriedly rose to open the door, where Bibidong stood, holding a black lead box. Haoyang was both shocked and delighted, quickly inviting her teacher inside and respectfully inquiring. Teacher, what brings you here at such a late hour? You have suffered grievances, so the teacher naturally wishes to uphold justice for you. Bibidong handed the black lead box to Haoyang. As she opened her mouth to speak, a rich scent of heather wafted from within, leaving her puzzled. Upon seeing the contents of the lead box, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be a soul bone? This is a compensation from Elder Haoyang. A soul bone from the head of a nine-tailed ice fox, aged over 94,000 years, Bibidong explained gently. This soul bone is second only to those aged 100,000 years, and it is unlikely that even the spirit hall could provide such a treasure. Were it not for your sake, my disciple could not have received such a valuable item. Not even a Title Douluo would possess one. What? A soul bone over 90,000 years old? Haoyang was utterly dumbfounded. The fact that Elder Haoyang was willing to bestow such a rare item upon her was beyond comprehension. However, upon reflection, she realized this was likely due to her teacher's intervention. Had it not been for Bibidong, Elder Haoyang might not have been willing to part with it. Thank you, teacher. Haoyang joyfully accepted the lead box. Bibidong enveloped the entire room with her soul power to prevent any unforeseen incidents, and then assisted her disciple in merging with the invaluable soul bone. Such a high-grade soul bone should not be left unmerged. If it were to be lost or taken by someone else, it would be a devastating loss. With Bibidong's assistance, Haoyang successfully absorbed and integrated the soul bone, her soul power surging to the 50th level, an elevation of 3 levels. As she slowly opened her eyes, a pure white soul bone resembling a white fox's head adorned her fair forehead, exuding a chilling aura. The temperature in the room dropped, frost forming on the floor and walls, only returning to normal as Haoyang retracted the soul bone. Feeling the surge of her newfound power, Haoyang's eyes sparkled with joy. With just one more soul ring, she would become a soul king. Once she completed the fusion of the soul bone, Bibidong spoke again. Shona, I hope you can grant me a request. Please, teacher, I will agree to any request. Haoyang nodded, willing to comply with whatever her teacher asked. In 2 years, if the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tianshui Academy meet in the finals of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, I hope you will deliberately lose to Tianshui Academy. Bibidong's words were astonishing. Haoyang was taken aback. Her teacher was asking her to intentionally lose to Tianshui Academy? Teacher, if the Spirit Hall Academy loses in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, it could harm its reputation. To a certain extent, yes, but it is not a matter of great consequence. The Spirit Hall has already won 2 of the last 3 competitions, and the Xinghua Empire has claimed 1 victory. It is time for the Tiando Empire to win once. Bibidong had indeed considered this, emphasizing that the true meaning of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was not merely to determine superiority but to discover and recruit exceptional soul masters. I understand, teacher. Haoyang nodded, recognizing that losing to Tianshui Academy was contingent upon them reaching the finals. Furthermore, she was not without gain. She suspected that the 9-tailed ice fox soul bone was essentially a means to secure her compliance. While the glory of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was significant, and the rewards would be substantial, such accolades were merely ephemeral. No reward could compare to a soul bone aged over 90,000 years. Unless the spirit hall were to offer a 100,000-year soul bone as a price, which was hardly feasible. In this instance, she had come out ahead. Very well, then. I shall return to the spirit hall now. And do not disclose the matter of your soul bone to anyone. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, reiterating her warning to Hu Laina to keep the existence of her soul bone a secret, for despite her status as the Pope's disciple, there would always be those drawn to its allure. Hu Laina nodded, watching her teacher depart. She touched her forehead, a joyful smile gracing her enchanting face. After leaving Tianshui Academy, Bibi Dong prepared to return to the spirit hall. However, after taking just a few steps, an inexplicable aura emerged, causing her to halt abruptly. Her perfect, graceful form tensed, her mental energy flaring forth to envelop the area within a 10-mile radius. A vigilant expression adorned her stunning face as 9 soul rings rose beneath her long, elegantly proportioned legs, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings surrounded her, their multicolored luminescence enhancing her exquisite visage, while the overwhelming aura of a Title Douluo swept through the heavens and the earth. Behind her, the massive Death Spider Emperor spirit materialized, fearsome and terrifying, roaring with an unholy ferocity. Who dares to show themselves? The cold and proud Pope demanded, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a crimson light as they fixed on a shadowy figure. As the previously empty shadow began to take form, a figure clad in a plain black robe appeared, obscuring its true identity. With each step it took, 9 soul rings gradually emerged, 3 black, 3 red, and 3 orange gold. Notably, the last 3 orange rings bore 8 intricate golden patterns. A profound, pitch-black shadow loomed behind the figure, wielding a staff that radiated an aura of devouring everything. A vast and overwhelming soul power emanated, pressing down on Bibi Dong without reservation. What? A look of shock crossed Bibi Dong's stunning face as she struggled to withstand the terrifying pressure. The presence before her felt even more powerful than Title Douluo. Who are you? She coldly questioned the approaching figure, her gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. Yet she refrained from making any rash movements. The figure regarded Bibi Dong, scrutinizing her face for a long moment. Under the hood, purple eyes flickered with an enigmatic light as it slowly spoke, its voice devoid of warmth, revealing no indication of gender. I am the Demon Soul Master. Upon hearing this name, Bibi Dong was even more astonished. Since the emergence of the Soul Demon sect, its leader had never appeared on the continent, and this was her first encounter with the Soul Demon leader. Are you suddenly blocking my path, perhaps intending to wage war against the Wuhun Palace? Bibi Dong coldly questioned the Soul Demon leader, her gaze filled with vigilance. If the Soul Demon leader were to attack, even if she could not defeat her, escaping would not pose a problem. The Soul Demon leader restrained her own oppressive aura and spoke calmly. I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Impossible. The Wuhun Palace would never engage in dealings with the Soul Demon sect. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong rejected the offer. However, the next statement from the Soul Demon leader caused her expression to shift dramatically. Do you not wish to know the truth of that night 23 years ago? The Soul Demon leader's voice was low, yet it struck Bibi Dong like thunder, rendering her momentarily stunned. Soon after, her exquisite visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, roaring at the Soul Demon leader to silence. Behind her, the Death Spider Emperor Wuhun howled in rage. Shut your mouth. Do not speak. In the face of Bibi Dong's fury, the Soul Demon leader remained unperturbed, her tone still cold. That night, Tianshui did not insult you. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong retorted angrily, impossible. If that beast did not insult me, then how did that abomination come to be? I remember it clearly. That beast. If Tianshui had not insulted her, then how could Tianrinxue exist? She recalled vividly, unable to forget that night, which haunted her like a nightmare. Sometimes, memories may not reflect the truth. The Soul Demon leader seemed to possess profound knowledge and continued, yet Bibi Dong, in her current state, could not absorb the words. Her eyes glowed crimson as she gradually lost her rationality, and the Death Spider Emperor Wuhun grew increasingly agitated, as if ready to pounce on the Soul Demon leader at any moment. Observing Bibi Dong's spiraling loss of control, the Soul Demon leader's violet eyes glimmered with a hint of sympathy beneath her hood. Recognizing that Bibi Dong could not accept the truth at this moment, she sighed softly, her figure gradually fading from view. Time was needed for Bibi Dong to digest this information. On October 10th, the weather was clear, the sun shining brightly, and the air pleasantly warm. In the elite class, the girls had arrived one after another. Following the self-introductions of the previous day, they had begun to grow familiar with one another, each gaining a bit of understanding. Hulina sat at the back, observing her classmates as they chatted and laughed in small groups, seemingly isolating her. However, she was entirely unconcerned. The seductive girl thought to herself, I have received compensation of 90,000 years' worth of soul bones. Do you have that? You do not. Rather than feeling wronged, she was elated. Xiaowu, Zhuqing. How powerful do you think Teacher Gu is? Compared to my grandfather, the sword master, who is stronger? Ning Rongrong leaned over her desk, discussing with Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing whether Guxinga was mightier than her grandfather, the sword master. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, uncertain and unwilling to judge. However, she leaned towards Guxinga, recalling how the Haoyang Douluo had killed 5 Title Douluo with a single strike. Of course it's Teacher Gu. He once defeated numerous evil beast kings with just one move. Xiaowu exclaimed without hesitation, her eyes filled with admiration and yearning. As the image of the magnificent figure that stood like a sun god before her and her mother flashed in her mind. But I still think my grandfather is stronger. His soul power has reached level 96, making him the world's foremost attack spirit master. Teacher Gu is merely a newly appointed Title Douluo. He cannot possibly compare to my grandfather. Despite her words, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of uncertainty. While her grandfather was indeed formidable, he lacked the record of slaying 5 Title Douluo with a single move, and moreover, he did not possess the striking presence of Teacher Gu. I propose a contest between Teacher Gu and the Sword Douluo. Whoever wins is the stronger. Suddenly, Yilingling interjected with a suggestion. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. And the others nodded in agreement. It was an excellent idea. Mere discussions proved ineffective. A direct duel would reveal who was superior. Ning Rongrong then turned to Xiaowu, curiosity evident on her face as she asked, By the way, Xiaowu, what is this evil beast king you mentioned? I have never heard of it. The evil beast king is indeed the evil beast king. Unlike spirit beasts, it is a creature of unparalleled wickedness, a minion of the Rakshasa god, and a common enemy to both spirit masters and spirit beasts. Xiaowu earnestly explained to Ning Rongrong what an evil beast was, asserting that the evil beast king represented the most powerful existence among them, each equivalent to 100,000-year spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and her friends felt something was amiss. They had never heard of evil beasts on the continent, nor of the Rakshasa god, making it seem as if they were listening to a tale. Noticing their disbelief, Xiaowu refrained from further elaboration, acknowledging that evil beasts had indeed been eradicated from the continent 2,000 years prior. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, prompting Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger to sit up straight, eagerly awaiting Guxinga's arrival. After a brief moment, Guxinga appeared unexpectedly at the podium, capturing the girl's attention. He surveyed the assembled students and spoke warmly, commencing today's lesson. Before we begin, I have a question for you all. Can anyone answer me regarding the limitations on the years of soul rings that spirit masters can absorb? The limitations on the years of soul rings? Upon hearing this question, the girls exchanged glances. It was not a difficult question, and aside from Xiaowu, they were all somewhat knowledgeable. Shui Binger was the first to raise her hand, and Guxinga gestured for her to stand and respond. Teacher, according to the 10 core competitive strengths of spirit rings, the upper limit for the first soul ring a spirit master can absorb is 423 years, the second soul ring is 764 years, the third is 1,760 years, the fourth is 5,000 years, and the fifth is 12,000 years. The so-called 10 core competitive strengths of spirit rings refer to the theoretical textbook authored by Yu Shaojiang, published by the Wuhun Palace and credited to the master himself. Even Guxinga had studied this theoretical framework during his time at the Lambo Academy. Unfortunately, the theories therein held little relevance for him, although they were somewhat useful for ordinary spirit masters. After listening to Shui Binger's explanation, Guxinga nodded, allowing her to sit down as he commenced his teaching. Indeed, Binger, your recounting of the limitations on the years of soul rings aligns perfectly with the textbook. It seems you have diligently studied the theory. However, theory remains merely theory. While it holds some truth, its practical application may differ entirely. To illustrate the disparity between theory and practice, 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, rose from beneath Guxinga's feet. The girls' gazes converged upon the soul rings, mesmerized by the splendor of purple, the profundity of black, and the allure of red. The intertwining hues illuminated his flawless figure, and an overwhelming aura of formidable soul power briefly enveloped the space, yet it did not impose excessive pressure on them. Have you all seen the teacher's first soul ring? Guxinga pointed to her first spirit ring, and the students displayed expressions of astonishment. It was indeed a millennium spirit ring. According to the textbooks, a Millennium Spirit Ring could only be obtained upon reaching the rank of Spirit Elder. Yet their teacher had acquired it while still a Spirit Master. This was utterly contrary to common sense. Teacher, why is your first Spirit Ring a Millennium Spirit Ring? Unable to contain her curiosity, Ning Rongrong was the first to raise her hand and inquire. Shui Bing'er, Hu Laina, and the others also perked up their ears to listen. For they had never witnessed anyone obtaining a Millennium Spirit Ring as a Spirit Master, nor had they ever heard of such a thing. The so-called absorption years of Spirit Rings are merely a vague limitation. Do you know who authored the 10 core competencies of martial spirits you were studying? The young ladies shook their heads in response. They only knew it was written by someone referred to as the Master. But they were unaware of who this Master truly was. Shui Wei promptly raised her hand to respond, sharing her insight. Teacher, the 10 core competencies of martial spirits was authored by someone known as the Master. I recall there were some introductions about him, claiming he is theory invincible, and he must be a Title Douluo expert like you. The phrase theory invincible immediately evoked a sense of greatness. Yi Lingling, Hu Laina, and the others nodded in agreement with Shui Yuer's analysis. However, Guxinga shook her head, looking at the group of girls below who were misled by the nickname, and began to unveil the truth about this so-called Master. Yuer, let me impart a lesson. Do not be deceived by mere nicknames. The so-called theory invincible Master actually possesses only the spirit power of level 29. Regarding the demon spirit sect, it is not merely an arbitrary creation. There are foreshadowings to be gradually uncovered. Characters from the Sun and Moon continent will appear later, though they are not from the Peerless Tank sect, and their ties are related to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 69, Plagiarist Yu Xiaojang. The so-called theory invincible Master possesses only the spirit power of level 29. So do not be misled by his nickname. Gu Xinga gestured for Shui Yuer to take a seat and revealed the true nature of the so-called Master, which elicited a wave of astonishment among the young ladies in the class, their expressions marked by disbelief. Teacher, you can't be serious. That Master is only at level 29? Yuheru exclaimed, incredulous. Despite the impressive moniker and formidable theoretical prowess, the fact that he was merely level 29, weaker than herself, was hard to fathom. Shui Bing'er and the others were equally taken aback. How could a theoretical textbook authored by a mere level 29 Soul Master circulate among the numerous Soul Master Academies across the continent? What dark secrets lay hidden in this revelation? Observing their astonished expressions, Gu Xinga chuckled softly. It was worth noting that he had a considerable entanglement with Yu Xiaojang, not due to Bibi Dong, but rather because of Lu Erlong. Ning Rongrong raised her hand once again, inquiring, Teacher, if that Master only possesses level 29 soul power, how could his martial soul's top 10 core competencies pass the scrutiny of the Martial Soul Hall and circulate among the Soul Master Academies on the continent? Is there something extraordinary about his identity? She was genuinely curious about the Master, having heard of him during her time at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where her father held him in high esteem. The young ladies collectively turned their gazes toward Gu Xinga, eager to learn more about the Master's background. As a teacher, he was naturally inclined to satisfy his students' curiosity. The Master's original name was Yu Xiaojang. He was the second son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, yet the son of a mouse can only dig holes. Born into the world's foremost beast martial soul family, he possessed merely half a level of innate soul power. And his martial soul was not the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, but a peculiar entity resembling a pig or a dog, regarded as a disgrace to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Many within the clan even questioned whether Yu Xiaojang was truly the leader's son. Gu Xinga spoke slowly, while the young girls listened intently. Compared to the drudgery of theoretical knowledge, they preferred the allure of gossip. Teacher, is it true that Yu Xiaojang is not the biological son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's leader? Ning Rongrong raised her hand. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about Yu Xiaojang's true parentage. She harbored a disdain for the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, having once visited them with her father and witnessed their haughty demeanor, each one looking down their noses as if they were the very pinnacle of existence. If Yu Xiaojang were not related to Yu Yuanjin, it would indeed provoke quite the stir, revealing how the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would hold its head high in the presence of outsiders. While others might fear the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and remain silent, Ning Rongrong was confident that Gu Xinga would not. However, she merely shook her head. As for whether Yu Xiaojang is indeed Yu Yuanjin's son, I am not entirely certain. You would need to ask Yu Yuanjin's wife. Upon hearing the teacher's uncertainty, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of disappointment, for Yu Yuanjin's wife had passed away too, or 3 decades prior, how could one possibly inquire? Teacher, what happened to Yu Xiaojiang afterward? Shuiwu raised her hand with genuine curiosity about how Yu Xiaojiang became a master. Well, subsequently, due to his inferior martial soul aptitude and the fact that he awakened a non-blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, he endured scorn and humiliation from both his peers and elders within the clan. In an effort to resolve his martial soul issues, he began to seek knowledge on various martial soul theories. Unfortunately, relying solely on theory proved insufficient for his own circumstances. Now, nearly 50 years old, Yu Xiaojiang's cultivation remains at a mere 29 levels. As Gu Xingge finished speaking, Shui Wei eagerly raised her hand to share her understanding. I comprehend, teacher. You wish to convey to us that we should not solely rely on the theories found in books, for personal practice is of utmost importance. Several young ladies nodded in agreement with Shui Wei, echoing her sentiments. Observing the enthusiastic dolphin girl, Gu Xingge smiled gently and encouraged her to take her seat. What Wei has mentioned is merely a fragment. Whether in theory or practice, we must grasp both. Theory emerges from the practices of those before us, and our own practice becomes the theory for future generations. However, the teacher does not wish for you to adopt erroneous theories blindly, nor to overly depend on the wisdom of predecessors. Instead, you should engage in extensive personal practice. Do you understand? We understand, they chorused. Upon learning that the author of the 10 core competencies of martial souls was merely a level 29 soul master, they began to regard this theory with disdain. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the more powerful one is, the more credible and profound their words become, and vice versa. The 10 core competencies of martial souls you have studied were not precisely authored by Yu Xiaojiang. He is but a mere transporter, merely consolidating the various theories he learned from the martial soul hall. Otherwise, how could a level 29 soul master know the absorption limits for the 9 soul rings? Gu Xingge's remarks were not intended to tarnish Yu Xiaojiang's reputation. They were grounded in truth. During his extended stay at the martial soul hall, aside from his flirtation with Bibi Dong, he spent his time immersed in the library, absorbing various theoretical knowledge to avoid appearing empty-headed in class. Much of the content in Yu Xiaojiang's compilation of the 10 core competencies of martial souls is available in the library, albeit somewhat scattered. Organizing it would require a bit of time and effort. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Yu Xiaojiang's theories are 2 decades old. The library's theories have since undergone no less than 5 updates. However, numerous soul master factions in the martial soul hall have obscured much of this theoretical knowledge. Unless a soul master academy is backed by significant power, other academies' theoretical knowledge lags behind by several versions. As Shui Bing'er and Zhu Shiqing contemplated this, they found the teacher's words to hold merit. Yu Xiaojiang, being a mere level 29 soul master with only 2 rings, could hardly know the absorption limits for the subsequent 7 rings. Aside from transporting ideas, they could conceive no other explanation. Regarding the theories of mutated martial souls and the compatibility of martial souls with soul rings, they surmised these too were likely derived from other books, amalgamated into what is now known as the 10 core competencies of martial souls. In light of these realizations, the young ladies felt a surge of indignation. Yi Lingling raised her hand, her voice tinged with anger. Teacher, if that is the case, then the so-called masters are nothing more than plagiarists, claiming the theories born from the efforts of others as their own, shamelessly presenting them to garner fame and embellish their own images. Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful. The hard work of predecessors is misappropriated as their own. It is quite revolting. Absolutely, what a lack of shame. Observing the animated expressions of disapproval directed at Yu Xiaojiang, Gu Xingge urged them to calm down and refrain from becoming overly agitated. He too found Yu Xiaojiang's actions rather questionable, especially considering that the theories learned from the martial soul hall led to the destruction of the hall by his own disciples in the original narrative. This is a classic case of someone filling their own plate, only to upend the pot afterward. Looking at the girls, who were vehemently denouncing Yu Xiaojiang's lack of integrity, Gu Xingge requested silence. Remember, dismiss remarks regarding masters and experts as mere jokes. Do not take them to heart. Allow me to share another jest about a master with you. He once proclaimed a self-encouraging phrase, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters," at first glance. This statement appears somewhat valid, yet upon closer examination, it is fundamentally flawed. Upon hearing this jest, Shui Bing'er and the others fell into contemplation. Initially, it seemed to hold some truth, but upon deeper reflection, it revealed itself to be exceedingly unreasonable. Are there truly no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? Is he referring to himself? Shui Wei inquired with curiosity. Gu Xingge nodded in affirmation. Yu Xiaojiang intended to use this phrase to assert that he is not a waste. Yet he neglected a crucial point: innate soul power. Once innate soul power was mentioned, the young ladies grasped where the inconsistency lay. Yu Xiaojiang only spoke of martial souls, neglecting the aspect of innate soul power. Noticing their expressions of realization, Gu Xingge understood they had made the connection. It appears you have all deduced it correctly. Indeed. Innate soul power determines a soul master's potential for future growth. A soul master may possess the most exceptional martial soul. Yet if their innate soul power is exceedingly low or non-existent, barring extraordinary fortune, they will struggle to progress along the path of a soul master. Conversely, even if one possesses the most rudimentary martial soul but boasts full innate soul power, they could potentially achieve the rank of a Title Douluo. Regrettably, however, Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul is neither pig nor dog, and with an innate soul power of merely half a level, he is destined to remain an inconsequential soul master. Thus, while the assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, holds some truth, it is not entirely accurate. To encapsulate this sentiment succinctly, it fundamentally depends on the individual. This phrase applies to someone with full innate soul power and a martial soul that resembles a pig. Yet, it fails to resonate with someone whose martial soul is akin to a pig and possesses low or non-existent innate soul power. After having spoken at length, Gu Xingge felt a parchness in his throat and casually reached for a cup on the podium, lifting the tea lid to take a sip. He paused momentarily. Gazing at the cup in confusion, he could not recall having brought it. Whose preparation is this? The taste was rather pleasant, a blend of sweetness and slight bitterness. Soothing to the throat, he observed the few white flowers steeping within the cup, honeysuckle. Gu Xingge shifted his gaze towards the students below, his eyes landing on Yi Lingling, who was slightly tilting her head, exuding an air that seemed to invite praise. This girl, he thought, evoking a smile from him. Teacher, does this mean that as long as one possesses a high innate soul power, the nature of their martial spirit matters little, and their future achievements will be promising? Ning Rongrong inquired, raising her hand. Gu Xingge set down his teacup and nodded. The accomplishments of a soul master do not hinge on their martial spirit, but rather on their innate soul power. However, this is not an absolute. Even those with low innate soul power can traverse far along the path of a soul master if fortune smiles upon them, and they encounter rare treasures that enhance their aptitude. Upon hearing about the treasures that could elevate one's qualifications, the girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do such things truly exist? Teacher, where can one find these treasures that enhance aptitude? Qiu Ruoshui eagerly raised her hand to ask. In the Tianshui Academy's girl group, aside from Shui Binger and Shui Wu, the other 5 girls possessed only above-average qualifications. If they were not already the Academy seed candidates, they would not have qualified for the elite class. Hence, they too yearned to improve their abilities and not hinder the elite class's progress. Gu Xingge shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty, which elicited expressions of disappointment among the young ladies. Now, let us conclude our digression and return to the main topic, the limitations regarding the absorption of soul rings. With the gossip behind us, it is time to focus on the lesson. The absorption of soul rings by soul masters is not solely constrained by their age. The primary factor lies within the soul masters themselves. Gu Xingge turned and inscribed 3 phrases on the blackboard: physical quality, soul strength, and martial spirit quality. As the girls gazed at these words, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. They were only familiar with the notion of how many years of soul rings should be absorbed at each level and had never encountered such intricate considerations before. The absorption of soul rings by a soul master hinges upon these 3 criteria, provided one possesses sufficient physical quality, a robust soul, and a top-tier martial spirit. Even a 10th-level soul master could potentially assimilate a soul ring of 10,000 years. Of course, this is merely a hypothetical scenario. Nevertheless, the teacher stands as a living testament. At the 10th level, the first soul ring they absorbed had an age of over 1,300 years, exceeding the maximum age of the first soul ring by 3-fold. Following that, all subsequent soul rings were absorbed beyond the usual thresholds. The absorption of diverse soul rings not only grants various soul skills but also induces distinct transformations within the martial spirit itself. Gu Xingge pointed to her 9 soul rings, using herself as an example to elaborate in detail. The young girls listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with astonishment, occasionally gasping in surprise. Before long, the morning theory class came to an end. As the bell rang, Zhu Zhiqing and Shui Binger turned around, gazing at the blackboard filled with notes on soul ring absorption theory and their meticulously taken notes, experiencing a profound sense of clarity. They realized that there were so many intricacies involved in the absorption of soul rings. Shui Binger and the others felt a twinge of regret, pondering how much stronger they could have been had Teacher Gu instructed them at the moment of their soul awakening. Thus concluded the morning's lessons. There would be no classes in the afternoon, as they were to gather outside the teacher's dormitory. Yu Lingling was to come to my office. Upon hearing the school bell signal the end of class, Gu Xingge announced the meeting place for the afternoon, which was the open space outside the small Western-style building. Very well, teacher. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingling's face lit up with joy, and she promptly rose to her feet, carrying her teacup, and followed Gu Xingge out of the classroom. Xiao Wu, noticing that Gu Xingge only called for Yu Lingling and not her, pouted slightly, feeling a bit displeased. In the hall of worship in Wuhun City, Tian Douluo gazed at the letter in his hand, which had crossed the ocean through a formation condensed by soul power. His brow furrowed, and a deep apprehension flickered in his eyes. Why had the Emperor clan suddenly decided to send someone to the Douluo continent? What were their intentions? Although both the Qian clan and the Emperor clan were descendants of the angel god, the Qian clan had resisted the Emperor clan's presence on the Douluo continent since the time of Tian Douluo's grandfather. The reason was simple. The Emperor clan was far too powerful. A millennium ago, there were no fewer than 10 demigod-level experts among them, and now, after 1,000 years, their unique martial souls would only have grown stronger. Had it not been for the restrictions imposed by the angel god and the accords established with their clan, granting permission for the Emperor clan to arrive on the Douluo continent, they would have long since descended and conquered it. After much contemplation, Tian Douluo chose to decline the Emperor clan's overture. Regardless of their purpose, now is not the right time, at least. He would wait until the Wuhun Hall had unified the Douluo continent before proceeding. In an independent office, Gu Xingge looked at the charming and beautiful girl, Haoyang, with a gentle gaze, inquiring softly about Yi Yuxi's recent developments. He had given her 2 small creation pills and a millennium-old soul bone, which, once consumed and fused, would be sufficient for the enchanting matron to reach level 80. Having not seen her at the academy in recent days, he felt curious about whether she had made the breakthrough. Yu Lingling placed her teacup on Gu Xingge's desk and recounted her mother's status. Mother broke through to level 80 the day before yesterday and is currently contacting friends to prepare for her journey to the Star Dough Forest to acquire her 8th spirit ring. Gu Xingge advised, "Tell your mother to wait. There is no need to rush for the 8th spirit ring." Gu Xingge instructed Yu Lingling to convey to Yi Yuxi that there was no need to hasten the acquisition of the 8th soul ring, as he would personally assist her in the hunt thereafter. Yi Lingling obediently nodded, promising to speak with her mother upon returning home tonight. With Gu Xingge, a Title Douluo, at the helm, their endeavors were far more reliable than those of the soul emperors or soul saints. "This tea is delightful. Thank you," he remarked, gesturing towards the honeysuckle tea prepared by the girl from Haoyang, offering her praise and gratitude. A hint of embarrassment graced Yi Lingling's delicate features. "This was prepared by my mother for you, teacher. She mentioned that you would undoubtedly feel parched during your lectures, so she asked me to bring a cup. Since you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you daily." Though she could have addressed Gu Xingge in a more intimate manner, she opted for teacher in the school setting, as it conveyed greater respect. "You are most considerate. I shall rely on you for this in the future." Gu Xingge nodded in acceptance of Yu Lingling's kind gesture, while the young girl of the begonia shook her head, insisting it was no trouble, expressing that as long as he was pleased, that was sufficient. "Well, do take a good rest, rejuvenate your spirits, and remember to assemble punctually in the afternoon. Goodbye, teacher." Yi Lingling responded obediently with a nod, assuring him she would not be late, and playfully stuck out her tongue, looking utterly adorable, entirely unlike her aloof demeanor during her time at the Tiando Royal Academy. Before turning to exit the office, as he watched the begonia girl depart, Gu Xingge smiled faintly before lowering his head to prepare his lesson. He meticulously transcribed the 9-grade body refinement technique, the cold ice true chi, and the Taiyin spirit refinement technique, organizing them collectively under the title Haoyang Treasure Record. The compilation was divided into 3 sections: the body chapter, the internal power chapter, and the spirit refinement chapter. With the speed that had once compelled Bibi Dong to plead for mercy, he completed this task in a mere half-hour. However, upon gazing at the neatly arranged Haoyang Treasure Record, he felt an odd dissonance. Despite its title implying the sun, the 2 sections within were contradictory and misaligned, imparting a sense of incongruity to Gu Xingge. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to revise the title. Taiyin Treasure Record. Yes, this now resonated correctly. Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction, storing the Taiyin Baolu in the system space for use in her afternoon class. May I inquire the way to teacher Guxinga's office? On the academy's playground, Haoyang, clad in a simple blue garment, yet unable to conceal her delicate beauty, was currently holding a stack of food containers. Stopping a student to ask for directions to Guxinga's office. Coincidentally, the student she halted was Shui, having been stopped by Guxinga for directions previously. She was now once again approached by Haoyang for the same purpose. The dolphin girl certainly possessed an innate talent for guiding others. May I ask what business you have with Teacher Gu? Shui questioned, gazing at the delicate beauty before her, who was holding the food containers. Haoyang revealed her identity as Guxinga's maid, indicating the food containers in her hands, explaining that she was delivering lunch to Guxinga. The teacher's maid? Then please follow me. After carefully assessing Haoyang and sensing no deceit in her demeanor, Shui nodded and led her to Guxinga's office. The students in the elite class were well aware of its location. Moments later, while Guxinga was planning the teaching schedule, she heard a knock at the door and called out without raising her head, "Come in." At the sound, Shui and Haoyang entered the office. The dolphin girl softly announced, "Teacher, your maid has brought your lunch." Upon hearing that her lunch had arrived, Guxinga lifted her gaze to regard the delicate and beautiful maid behind Shui, her golden eyes revealing a hint of surprise. "Thank you, Yue. Please take a rest now and don't be late this afternoon." He expressed his gratitude to Shui for guiding Haoyang and advised her to rest. "Of course, teacher," Shui replied, nodding as she departed. Haoyang approached the desk where Guxinga sat, carrying the food containers, her voice soft and gentle. "Sir, I noticed you hadn't returned for lunch, so I thought to pack a meal for you. I wasn't certain of your preferences, hence the dishes are rather mild in flavor. You are most thoughtful." Observing the delicate maid as she placed the stack of food containers before him, he noted the offerings: stir-fried shrimp, Crucian carp, tofu soup, sautéed vegetables, steamed base, and a box of rice. Given that Tianshui Academy was located near the Tianan River, the ingredients were primarily fresh river produce. However, under Haoyang's skilled preparation, not only did the dishes boast appealing colors and flavors, but her presence as a beautiful maid also made the meal enticing. "Have you eaten?" Guxinga did not immediately pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he inquired whether Haoyang had already partaken of her lunch. She shook her head. Observing the ample meal before him, Guxinga retrieved the exquisite food box prepared by the academy from his drawer, along with utensils, and invited Haoyang to dine together. "Let us share a meal." The notion of a master dining alongside a servant is a fundamental principle. Even the former Haoyang had never shared a meal with the White Tiger Duke. Guxinga's gesture left her somewhat bewildered. However, before she could decline, he portioned a small amount of rice from his box into the academy's container and then handed the food box to Haoyang while he himself took the academy's box. "Let us eat. The servant does not dine with the master, that is the rule." Haoyang timidly voiced her concern, yet Guxinga shook his head, assuring her that she need not worry. In his presence, his word constituted the rule. Faced with her master's assertive demeanor, the delicate maid, though still somewhat preoccupied with the rigid etiquette, ultimately acquiesced to his command and shared the meal. "This shrimp is delightful, albeit a touch bland. In the future, do add more chili, preferably pickled chili. I relish the sour and spicy flavor." After tasting the stir-fried shrimp, which was delicious and subtly sweet, Guxinga expressed his preference for spicier dishes, and Haoyang nodded in agreement. "Yes," noticing her taking small bites and neglecting the vegetables. Guxinga used a spoon from the tofu soup to scoop several shrimp into Haoyang's food box, adding a few pieces of succulent fish belly as well, urging her to eat more. "You must eat more. You are too thin. It feels as though you have hardly any flesh. I prefer a fuller figure." Haoyang stared at the dishes in her box, momentarily taken aback, and upon hearing Guxinga's remark about preferring a fuller figure, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. She understood. After lunch, Haoyang tidied the now empty food boxes, accompanying Guxinga back to the small villa. Before they even entered, Guxinga noticed the changes around the villa. The surrounding flora had been meticulously pruned, with excessive branches trimmed away, and the soil was freshly aerated, soft and moist, suggesting it had been watered. The flowers bloomed towards the sun, vibrant and resplendent. The climbing vines that had clung to the building's surface were cleared away, and the dust and dirt on the walls had been washed, giving the entire villa a rejuvenated aesthetic. "You have worked hard." Guxinga turned to the gentle and delicate maid, Haoyang, and spoke softly, conveying her appreciation. The frail beauty shook her head, indicating that it was merely her duty. Upon entering the room, Guxinga noticed a significant transformation. Previously, She had lived alone without much concern for decor. But now Haoyang had made various alterations to the furnishings, enhancing the luminosity of the small villa. She had also arranged an array of potted plants in different corners of the living room, ensuring a steady circulation of air and dispelling any lingering mustiness. Observant as ever, she had noticed Gushunga meditating by the window, bathed in moonlight, and thus had adjusted the curtains so that when the moon rose, the influx of moonlight would be even more abundant. Gushunga was quite pleased with the changes in the room. Although he had wasted a summoning card and had not called forth a powerful subordinate, the all-purpose maid was quite satisfactory. He noticed that Haoyang was still wearing the same blue cloth dress from the previous day, which caused him to furrow his brow. This startled Haoyang, making her wonder if her modifications to the small Western-style building had displeased her master. She quickly inquired in a hushed tone, "Master, is there something that you find unsatisfactory?" "No, I am very pleased," he replied, "but you are still dressed in the garments that I summoned you with. That is my oversight." Gushunga shook his head, acknowledging that his oversight in not providing Haoyang with a change of clothes was regrettable. He then retrieved a golden soul card from his system space, handing it to the delicate and beautiful maid, instructing her, "This card contains 100,000 golden soul coins. Please take a trip to Wuhun City later to purchase a few sets of clothing and see if there is anything else we need so that you can bring some back." Haoyang accepted the golden soul card with a sigh of relief, grateful that he was not dissatisfied with her arrangements, and respectfully replied, "Understood, sir." An hour later, the sun blazed fiercely in the afternoon, and the air was quite stifling. Fortunately, the open space in front of the small villa was adorned with numerous trees, casting ample shade. The gathered young ladies sat in meditation beneath the trees, seeking refuge from the scorching sun. Shui Binger and her companions, all water attribute soul masters, could maintain a cool state regardless of the heat by circulating their soul power. However, Ning Rongrong, despite being a soul master, was not as fortunate. Although she was sheltered by the shade, she felt her fair skin was on the verge of being tanned. Fanning herself, Ning Rongrong grew increasingly irritable, internally lamenting, "Isn't it better to attend class in the classroom? Why must we endure this blazing sun? It's unbearable. I long for ice cream and chilled fruit juice." In contrast, Zhu Qing, the petite cat-like girl, bore the brunt of the heat the most. Clad in a form-fitting black and purple leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, she felt the oppressive warmth intensify as the black fabric absorbed the heat, leaving her perspiring and her hair slightly damp. Her delicate lips parted, revealing a hint of blush across her cheeks. Noticing Zhu Qing's discomfort, Shui Bingo promptly stood up, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emanating from her. She released her ice attribute soul power, conjuring several large ice blocks nearly half a meter tall and placing them among the girls. As the ice blocks materialized, the chilling aura they exuded significantly lowered the temperature of the surrounding air. Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and the others felt an immediate sense of relief, as if they were in an air-conditioned room. Zhu Qing reveled in the refreshing cold that dispelled her oppressive heat. Her cattail perked up in delight, and her face appeared less flushed. She gazed at Shui Binger with gratitude, exclaiming, "How delightful." However, Ning Rongrong, wishing to cling to the ice block, then turned to Shui Binger with complaints. "Why didn't you create this sooner? We've been suffering in the heat for so long." Upon hearing her grievances, Shui Binger's expression shifted slightly, feeling somewhat wronged as if she were being blamed. Shui Yuer, unable to bear it any longer, shot Ning Rongrong a disapproving glare. "Do you even know how to speak? What kind of nonsense is that? How can you accuse my sister of making you suffer in the heat for so long? Have you lost your sense of reason?" Reason? Ning Rongrong, spoiled and willful, had no understanding of the concept. To her, the fault always lay with others. In response to Shui Yuer's admonition, she remained oblivious to her own errors and retorted, "What? Did I say something wrong? If she had made the ice block sooner, would we have endured this heat for so long?" As she spoke, she touched her delicate face, which had lost its usual dewy smoothness due to the sweltering weather, further aggravating her displeasure. The words of the 7-treasure little princess drew frowns from the surrounding girls, who found her behavior quite excessive. Shui Bingo had gone out of her way to create the ice blocks to alleviate their discomfort. Yet Ning Rongrong not only failed to express gratitude but chose instead to complain about the timing of their arrival. This was truly irksome. The girls who shared a close bond with Shui Binger, including Shui Wu and Shui Yuer, felt a growing aversion towards Ning Rongrong. Did she really think that being the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school entitled her to special treatment? How naive. In the elite class, all were equal. Besides, there was even a disciple of the Pope present, who, in terms of status, surpassed her slightly. "Don't be too arrogant. Do you think your status as the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school makes you so impressive? Without the 7-treasure glazed tile school, what are you? Shui Yuer was not inclined to indulge Ning Rongrong, directly confronting her. Ning Rongrong's expression darkened at this retort, and she erupted in anger. Humph! You, a mere soul master, dare to speak to me in such a tone? Do you think you are someone of importance? I am the most gifted individual in the 7-treasure glazed tile school for centuries. And your paltry dolphin martial soul is hardly worthy of comparison to my 7-treasure glazed tower. What a joke. Humph. While my dolphin martial soul may not rival your 7-treasure glazed tower, my sister possesses the Ice Phoenix with innate soul power at level 9. And she will not stop at the Soul Sage level. In the face of Ning Rongrong's martial soul bragging, Shui Yuer knew she could not compete with her but took solace in the fact that her sister would surpass the Soul Sage level. This felt akin to a sharp blade piercing Ning Rongrong's heart. The 7-treasure glazed tile soul masters were restricted by their martial souls. Unable to breach the 8th ring for their entire lives, even the strongest among them, the schoolmaster, was bound by this limitation. Hearing Shui Yuer provoke her with this, Ning Rongrong's anger flared, her youthful features twisting in fury. She glared at the dolphin girl, shouting vehemently, I will not be limited to the Soul Sage level. I am the only one in the 7-treasure glazed tile school in centuries with the potential to evolve the 7-treasure glazed tower into the 8-treasure glazed tower. My sister will break through to the Title Douluo level. My 7-treasure glazed tile school has 2 Title Douluo masters, ranking among the top 3 sects. Even the Emperor of Tiando must treat us with respect. My sister will break through to the Title Douluo level. Shut up. Do you believe I will have Sword Douluo eliminate you? No matter what Ning Rongrong said, Shui Yuer always countered with the phrase my sister will break through to the Soul Douluo level, repeatedly stabbing at the sore point of the 7-treasure glazed tile soul master's inability to advance beyond the 8th ring. This provoked Ning Rongrong to utter expletives, vowing to have Sword Douluo deal with Shui Yuer. Yet, Shui Yuer feigned fear, responding weakly, Oh, I'm so scared, but my sister will break through to the Soul Douluo level. The surrounding girls erupted in laughter at this remark. Even the usually icy Zhu Zhuqing managed a rare smile, though she internally worried for Shui Yuer. Wouldn't this provoke the 7-treasure glazed tile school to hold a grudge against her? However, Zhu Zhuqing soon wore a self-deprecating expression. She was already struggling to protect herself amidst the overwhelming pressure from the Zhu family, a monumental obstacle blocking her path to the future. How could she concern herself with others? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's fury intensified, her delicate face flushed with anger, her neck reddening, her breaths quickening as if she might burst from the rage directed at Shui Yuer. Observing her distress, Shui Bingou urged Shui Yuer to cease teasing her, reminding them that they were classmates and should not sour their relationships. Xiao Wu promptly stepped forward to comfort the infuriated Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, calm down. Yuer didn't mean it. Just breathe. Getting angry will only give you wrinkles. No, I am deliberately provoking her. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed formidable, boasting the title of Douluo, yet they can only cultivate to the Soul Sage. However, Shui Yuer once again spoke out, directly revealing her intention to infuriate Ning Rongrong. The Dolphin Maiden, having grown up without a father's affection or a mother's love, was raised by Lan Qingyan, and it was her sister, Shui Bing'er, who had always accompanied and cared for her. She would never allow anyone to bully Shui Bing'er, not even her biological parents. Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling were taken aback by Shui Yuer's audacity, as this would undoubtedly provoke Ning Rongrong gravely. Shui Bing'er's delicate face shifted in color, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of anxiety. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she hurriedly stepped in front of Shui Yuer, shielding her just as she did in their childhood, the sister protecting the younger sibling. Very well, Shui Yuer, you shall be held accountable for your words. The 7-treasure glazed tile school has duly noted your statement. Just wait. Ning Rongrong glared at Shui Yuer, dismissing Xiao Wu's attempts at consolation, gritting her teeth as she growled, further declaring that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would remember what Shui Yuer had said. This caused Shui Bing'er's heart to tighten. She understood that Shui Yuer was standing up for her, yet she never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is one of the top 3 sects, the most elite soul master force on the continent, far surpassing the capabilities of Tianshui Academy. Just then, Guxingge approached with Haoyang, having observed the commotion among the young ladies. He was keenly watching how they would react to one another. Upon seeing their teacher arrive, the girls hastily rose from the ground. Guxingge approached them, observing Ning Rongrong, whose face was flushed with anger as she fiercely glared at Shui Binger and Shui Yue. Her indignant demeanor resembled that of a little squirrel, leaving Guxinga feeling quite helpless. She reached out to gently pat the head of the seven-treasure princess, hoping to soothe her temper. All right, do not be upset. For the sake of your teacher, let us not dwell on the grievances with Yue. After all, you are classmates, and it is natural for there to be some friction among peers. No, she is too bullying. Yet, despite Guxinga's intervention, Ning Rongrong remained unwilling to relent towards Shui Yue, exclaiming, "Her words are truly oppressive. What do you mean I am bullying you? It was you who first acted unreasonably." Shui Yue retorted defiantly, insisting that she had not bullied anyone, merely stating the truth. Witnessing the clash between the two fiery young women, Guxinga, though having anticipated such a confrontation, found herself at a loss. Unlike the original works Flander, who would belittle Ning Rongrong in a manner akin to emotional manipulation, Guxinga preferred a more nurturing approach, offering a gentle reprimand followed by a sweet incentive. Seeing that neither was willing to yield, Guxinga turned her attention to Ning Rongrong. Speaking softly, Rongrong, why not apologize to Binger and Yue first? In return, I shall reveal to you the method for evolving the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile. What do you say? The 7-treasure glazed tile can evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Is it true? Upon hearing the possibility of such an evolution, Ning Rongrong, who had been seething with indignation, was instantly overtaken by surprise, quickly turning to inquire about its authenticity. If she could indeed transform the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile with her innate talent, she could become the first Title Douluo in the history of the 7-treasure sect. Who would dare to say she could not break through to the rank of Solar Douluo? Guxinga nodded in assurance. Indeed, however, you must first apologize to Shui Yue and Shui Binger. After all, Binger kindly attempted to cool you down, yet you attributed blame to her, which is quite hurtful to a fellow classmate. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong glanced at Shui Binger and Shui Yue, hesitating for a moment. Although somewhat reluctant, she decided to extend an apology, considering the significance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I am sorry, and thank you for the ice. Upon hearing her apology in gratitude, Shui Binger felt a sense of relief and nodded in response. Subsequently, Guxinga turned her gaze towards Shui Yue, prompting her to apologize to Ning Rongrong. Yue, you should also apologize to Rongrong. As classmates, we ought to support each other, and it is quite impolite to highlight one another's shortcomings. Fairness dictates that both parties share the blame and should apologize. I am sorry. Shui Yue stepped out from behind Shui Binger and offered her apology to Ning Rongrong. The 7-treasure princess huffed but begrudgingly accepted it. Well, this is as it should be. Observing the girls exchanging apologies, Guxinga nodded in satisfaction before shifting the conversation. And what about the class monitor? You are to run 100 laps around Qinglan Lake without utilizing your soul power. What? Why must I run? Hulaina, who had been watching the spectacle, wore a face of incredulity. Why was this her concern? Why must she be the one to run? Hulaina, this is targeted. Outright targeting. What have I done to deserve this? Chapter 74. Scolding Hulaina sitting at the back. Hulaina, who had been a mere spectator, could scarcely believe that the punishment fell upon her. Her enchanting face was filled with astonishment, and her beautiful eyes expressed disbelief. This is not right. It was clearly Ning Rongrong and Shui Yue who quarreled. Why am I being punished? She had said not a word, only quietly observed the drama unfold from the back, indulging in the spectacle. Was there an error in simply watching? If there were indeed a mistake, shouldn't everyone be penalized? Why was it only her? This was profoundly unfair. Hulaina internally screamed about the injustice, feeling it was an overt targeting. Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Lingling were also taken aback, puzzled by Guxinga's decision. They exchanged bewildered glances with Hulaina. The class monitor had said nothing throughout. Why was it she who faced the repercussions? Ning Rongrong and Shui Yue were equally perplexed. It was they who had caused the commotion, so why was the class monitor being punished? Seeing Hulaina's face display such shock, Guxinga recognized her confusion. Her usually gentle demeanor turned stern, prompting the group of girls to sense something amiss, heightening their astonishment. Could it be that the class monitor had committed a transgression more severe than that of Ning Rongrong and Shui Yue? Otherwise, why would the teacher's expression be so grave? Guxinga coldly inquired, Hulaina, what is your position in the elite class? Sensing the shift in Elder Haoyang's tone, Hulaina felt a pang of anxiety, foreseeing an impending storm, and could only brace herself to respond. I am the class leader of the elite class. Upon hearing her claim to leadership, Guxinga's gaze sharpened. her tone laced with reprimand as she vehemently chastised Hu Laina. Humph. You are aware that you hold the title of class leader. As the leader, it is your duty to assist the teacher and manage the class in their absence, fostering harmony among your peers. When Rongrong and Yue quarreled, instead of intervening to mediate, you chose to sit idly by, merely observing the spectacle. Is this the conduct befitting a class leader? Do you possess no sense of responsibility whatsoever? This was the first instance the girls witnessed their teacher's fury, leaving them startled and aware of Guxinga's genuine anger, causing them to lower their heads in shame. Hu Laina gradually came to realize that as the class leader, she had failed to fulfill her responsibilities when conflicts arose among her classmates. She opted to be a passive observer rather than stepping forward to resolve the issues. Yet, in the face of Guxinga's rebuke, Hu Laina felt no remorse, but rather a burgeoning resentment. It was not her choice to assume the role of class leader. It was thrust upon her, and the entire class viewed her as a benchmark to surpass, each of them eager to outdo her. Now, she was expected to mediate the conflicts among her classmates. How could she possibly do that? At the cost of her own life? Guxinga surveyed the group of young ladies. Her brow furrowed as she continued to reprimand Hu Laina. Furthermore, when I instructed you to assemble in front of my residence this afternoon, do you truly comprehend what assemble entails? Yet here you are, lounging about in a most undisciplined manner. As the class leader, is it too much to expect you to organize your peers? If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, how can I envision you as the future pope of the Spirit Hall? Earlier that day, Guxinga had clearly stated the gathering point, and as the leader, Hu Laina should have taken the initiative to rally the students, rather than allowing them to scatter aimlessly, devoid of any sense of order. Guxinga found it difficult to fathom how Hu Laina could possibly govern the Spirit Hall in the future if she could not even fulfill her responsibilities as a class leader. Hu Laina, you hold the title of class leader, second only to me in authority within this class. You must acknowledge the multitude of responsibilities that accompany your position. It is not merely a title to be worn without action. What purpose does your role serve if you are to remain idle? Since you occupy the position of class leader, you must embrace the corresponding duties. Taking into account that this is your first offense, I shall impose a penalty of running 100 laps around Qinglan Lake without the use of soul power. With that, Guxinga turned her gaze toward the other young ladies. They, feeling the weight of their instructor's stare, lowered their heads, fully aware that they were about to face a reprimand. Guxinga gazed sternly at the elite class girls, whom she had only known for 2 days, and admonished them resolutely. Remember, you are a collective. Should any discord akin to today's occur again, and should you merely spectate or even incite trouble, regardless of who it may be, I shall expel you from the elite class without hesitation. Not even the Pope could intervene. Do you understand? Understood. Xiao was the first to nod, followed closely by the other girls, all eager to comply. Terrified that a moment's delay might lead to their expulsion from the elite class, Guxinga finally reined in his anger, revealing a look of satisfaction. Indeed, this is how it should be. After a moment of silence, Hu Laina did not voice any objections to Guxinga and accepted her punishment. Although resentment lingered in her heart, Guxinga was not entirely wrong. As the class monitor, it was irresponsible to ignore conflicts among classmates and choose to remain uninvolved. Merely spectating, Hu Laina was willing to accept the consequences. She turned to run towards Qinglan Lake campus, intending to complete 100 laps without using her soul power. With her near-soul king physique, it would take her a considerable amount of time, making it impossible to attend her afternoon classes. Teacher, I request to run with the class monitor. Suddenly, Shui Binghe stepped forward, asking Guxinga to allow her to run alongside Hu Laina. Ultimately, the conflict had originated from her. Had she not created ice blocks to cool down her classmates, none of this would have transpired. Hu Laina looked at Shui Binghe in surprise, puzzled as to why she suddenly wanted to run with her. And I too. I am at fault for arguing with Ning Rongrong and hurting our classmates' feelings. I deserve punishment as well. Shui Yue also stepped forward. Upon seeing her sisters requesting to run with Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of guilt, realizing that she had instigated this situation. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she was indeed willful and headstrong, yet she possessed her own pride, was capable of admitting her mistakes, and never resorted to deceit, facing challenges without fear. I too share the blame in this matter, and I should be punished. Observing the 3 girls voluntarily stepping forward to accept their penalties, Guxinga remained silent, merely watching them, waiting for something. Teacher, add me to the list. You mentioned that we are a collective. The conflict between Rongrong and Yue wasn't merely the class monitor's fault, we too bear responsibility. As classmates, we should have intervened to mediate rather than merely observe. The previously silent Xiao Yamao also spoke up. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was cold as she articulated what Gu Shengge had been waiting to hear. Zhu Zhuqing's words awakened the other girls, and they began to express their willingness to share the punishment with Gu Shengge, asserting that the class monitor should not bear the consequences alone. As the class monitor, Hulayina had the responsibility to mediate conflicts among classmates, but they, as fellow students and members of this collective, were equally at fault for choosing to stand by idly. They felt they deserved to face the consequences more than the class monitor. We too were willing to share the punishment with the class monitor. Xiaowu, Yilingling, Shuewu, and Yu Heru all chimed in, as one by one, the girls of the elite class voiced their agreement. They looked at Gu Shengge with resolute expressions, their exquisite faces filled with determination and expectation. Since the teacher had declared them a collective, how could they allow the class monitor to face punishment alone? Moreover, they too held responsibility. They should have intervened during the conflict instead of merely watching idly. Hulayina's beautiful eyes reflected a complex array of emotions as she gazed at her classmates who volunteered to share her punishment. She had anticipated their delight in her misfortune, believing they would revel in her punishment since she was their rival and target. Yet, contrary to her expectations, they were speaking up on her behalf, requesting Elder Haoyang to punish them as well. This left Hulayina with mixed feelings, realizing her own narrow-mindedness. Gu Shengge observed the young ladies who requested to share the punishment alongside Hulayina, and a glimmer of satisfaction shone in her golden eyes. Indeed, this is how it should be. As a collective, there ought to be a sense of shared honor and disgrace. One must care for each companion within the group, facing adversity together and enjoying blessings as one. This is fundamental. As the class leader of the Soul sect, her physical prowess far surpassed that of the others. Even without the use of soul power, completing 100 laps would be a formidable challenge for the great soul masters and soul venerables among them. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to endure even half of that distance. Should they all be subjected to the same punishment? The clear wave lake was vast, spanning at least 5 or 6 football fields, with each lap measuring no less than a kilometer. Even if Hulayina utilized her soul power to complete the task, she would undoubtedly be left utterly exhausted. Upon hearing this, the young ladies felt a flicker of uncertainty rise within them. 100 laps was indeed daunting. Even they, as great soul masters and soul venerables, would struggle to finish without relying on their soul power. Little Wu, with her pink eyes sparkling with inspiration, recalled Gu Shengge's earlier emphasis on their unity as a collective. An idea flashed in her mind. She promptly raised her hand and spoke up, capturing the attention of her peers and Gu Shengge. Teacher, did you not say that we are a collective? Since you have assigned the class leader to run 100 laps, how about we assist her by sharing part of the burden? Would that be acceptable? The other young ladies' eyes brightened at this proposal. It seemed a viable solution, though they were uncertain whether the teacher would acquiesce. Gu Shengge cast a glance at Xiaowu, who appeared quite lively. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded in agreement. Very well. Yay! Xiaowu exclaimed, raising her delicate fists in triumph. Yilingling and Zhu Shiqing also exhaled in relief. They realized that completing 100 laps together, even without the use of soul power, would not pose a significant challenge. Simultaneously, they suspected that their teacher's intentions were not punitive. Rather, he aimed to foster unity among them, instilling the understanding that they were a collective rather than solitary wolves. In times of adversity, they would stand together, share in the consequences of their actions, face hardships as one, and enjoy the blessings collectively. With the emphasis firmly placed on the group, even if they were to find themselves at odds with Hulayina in the future, they remained, for the time being, classmates in the elite class, with Hulayina still serving as their leader. Gu Shengge spoke calmly. You have 5 minutes to discuss. We shall commence in 5 minutes. The group of young ladies quickly gathered together to deliberate. There were 12 of them, and with 100 laps to share, each person could manage a maximum of 9 laps. Hulayina, touched by the willingness of her classmates to share the burden of punishment, spoke in a low voice, apologizing for her previous narrow-mindedness. I am sorry for involving you all in this. The class leader does not need to apologize. Rather, it is we who have burdened you. I shall run 20 laps. Shui Wei promptly shook her head, asserting that it was they who had caused the discord, and thus it should be them who apologize. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at Shui Wei, a competitive spirit ignited within her, and she declared, Indeed, I am not the sort to shift blame onto others. I shall also run 20 laps. No, Rongrong. You are a support-type soul master, and your physique is relatively weaker than ours. Moreover, you are prohibited from using soul power. You should only run 10 laps. Hulaina immediately shook her head, refusing Ning Rongrong's insistence to run 20 laps. Among the elite class, Ning Rongrong was the weakest in terms of cultivation. And as a support-type soul master, her physical constitution was inferior to that of ordinary soul masters. 20 laps would be too much for her to bear. I refuse. I want to run 20 laps. Ning Rongrong's stubbornness flared. She did not wish to be overshadowed by Shui Yuer and insisted on running 20 laps. Confronted by the now petulant princess of the 7 treasures, Hulaina adopted a serious demeanor, asserting her authority as the class leader. In a deep voice, she commanded, I am the class leader. I hold the highest authority beneath the teachers. You must all heed my words. I shall run 40 laps, Shui Yuer 10 laps. Ning Rongrong 10 laps, and the rest of you will each run 5 laps. Understood, class leader. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat reluctant to comply with Hulaina's authoritative stance, she had no choice but to acquiesce. The other young ladies expressed no dissent, agreeing with Hulaina's distribution of laps. Teacher, we have finalized our arrangements. The charming girl turned and approached Guxinga, informing her of the laps they had allocated. Guxinga had no doubts, yet she established a time limit. I shall grant you 1 hour. Complete the task within this time frame, and everyone is to gather here afterward. Remember, it is everyone. Yes. The group of young ladies chorused in unison, nodding in agreement. Under Guxinga's watchful gaze, their skirts fluttered as they gracefully sprinted towards the Qinglan Lake campus, their smooth, fair legs gliding effortlessly. Huayuno observed this scene silently from the side, content with fulfilling the duties expected of a maid. Yuner, please assist me in preparing. Guxinga instructed Huayuner to prepare some items needed for the students. The delicate and graceful maid bowed slightly in acknowledgement before turning to gather the necessary supplies. The Qinglan Lake campus, situated in the eastern region of Tianshui Academy, is a simulated training area nourished by the waters of the Tianlan River. Sprawling over an expanse equivalent to 5 or 6 football fields, Qinglan Lake glimmers like a sapphire embedded in the earth. Its surface shimmering with gentle waves and enveloped in mist, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the sun's refracted light. In the afternoon, students at Tianshui Academy conduct their training sessions around Qinglan Lake. Some students with aquatic martial spirits even immerse themselves in its waters to engage in simulated cultivation. Look, it's Shui Binger and her companions. A girl practicing by the lakeside spotted the elite class students approaching in an orderly manner, exclaiming in surprise. Many students ceased their training, their gazes converging on Shui Binger and Hulaina, their expressions tinged with envy. The elite class is one that receives instruction from Title Douluo, a coveted opportunity not only for Tianshui Academy students but even for those from other institutions. Regrettably, with their current cultivation levels and innate talents, they were not qualified to join. Meanwhile, some senior students looked at Yuharu and Chiu Ruashui with expressions of regret and jealousy. If only they had exerted a bit more effort back then, passing the Academy's assessments and becoming competitors in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. They too could have joined the elite class. The Qinglan Lake campus was shrouded in a light mist, students sitting in organized rows at designated spots for meditation and cultivation. The air humid and the temperature slightly cool. Sunlight danced upon the sapphire surface of the lake, casting a dreamlike glow. Many students' eyes were fixated on the elite class girls. Their emotions a complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, and regret. However, they were puzzled as to why the elite class, presumably with its own independent training area, was also present at Qinglan Lake, and where was their instructor? Under Hulaina's guidance, the elite girls positioned themselves at a spot on the eastern side of Qinglan Lake, preparing for their laps. Remember, no soul power allowed. Just as the girls were about to begin, Guxinga's warning echoed in their ears, prompting them to nod in acknowledgement. With Hulaina leading the way, the youthful and radiant girls began to run, their fair and flawless legs moving gracefully, their bodies swaying under the sunlight, enveloped in mist, their luminous skin dazzling and captivating, drawing the astonished gazes of other students. As the elite class students circled the lake, those in other classes were left bewildered. Why were they suddenly not in class? Was this a training exercise or a punishment for misbehavior? The former seemed reasonable for physical conditioning. However, if it were the latter, some students' thoughts began to race. If a student were to be punished, they would prefer the offender to be expelled from the elite class, thereby creating an opportunity for themselves. The presence of the elite class students disrupted the focus of those still engaged in their training, drawing their attention away. Hulaina, as the class leader, ran at the front, her silky golden hair flowing in the breeze, her enchanting visage radiant in the sunlight. Even while running, her innate charm imbued every movement with allure. Her shapely form captivating, evoking admiration from fellow female students. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Hulaina. Her icy demeanor complemented by a curvaceous figure accentuated by her dark purple attire. As she ran, her form swayed enticingly, the tail of her outfit fluttering behind her, evoking a desire to grasp it. The girls, bathed in sunlight and caressed by a gentle breeze, ran with skirts billowing, exuding a youthful essence and a unique fragrance that filled the air. What was happening? The sight of the elite class running around Qinglan Lake reached the ears of the beautiful and stern director Lan Qingyin, her brows furrowing in discontent. Qinglan Lake, serving as a simulated training area for Tianshui Academy, was not intended for physical training. If they wished to enhance their stamina, they could easily head to the playground. Running around Qinglan Lake disrupted the cultivation of other students. Setting aside the documents in her hands, Lan Qingyin rose from her chair, intending to inquire about Gu Xingge's arrangements. While the physical training of elite students was important, it should not come at the expense of others' cultivation. Just as she opened the office door, she saw Gu Xingge raising his hand to knock, a look of surprise crossing her beautiful face. It was as if she had summoned him into her presence. "Teacher Gu." "Just in time. I was about to seek you out," she remarked. Gu Xingge, puzzled, wondered what she needed. "Is something wrong, Director Lan?" "Nothing major. I merely wished to ask if the elite class was engaged in physical training today. Why are they running around Qinglan Lake?" This significantly disrupts the students' cultivation in the vicinity. After posing her question, Lan Qingyin felt a twinge of anxiety, considering she was questioning a Title Douluo and implying criticism. If Gu Xingge took offense, the consequences could be dire. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Through them, one can glimpse the heart within. Through the azure depths of Lan Qingyin's eyes, Gu Xingge discerned the flicker of unease within her heart. A faint smile graced his lips, a subtle and imperceptible expression of amusement. Just moments ago, she had been adamant in warning him that as long as she remained, she would not allow him to act recklessly. Yet now, she approached him with a palpable trepidation. A remarkable transformation indeed. Were it a leisurely moment, he would not hesitate to tease this serious and elegant woman, but alas, other matters demanded his attention. He also perceived the hint of reproach in Lan Qingyin's words. The elite class students had been running around Qinglan Lake, inadvertently disturbing the cultivation of other students. It was indeed a lapse in his consideration. After all, he was not an omniscient being, incapable of foreseeing every circumstance. "My apologies, Director Lan, it was my oversight." He conveyed to the elegant director regarding the disciplinary measures for the elite class. It was never his intention to disrupt the training of others. He simply had not accounted for this aspect, and he hoped Lan Qingyin would understand that it would not happen again. Upon hearing his apology, the flicker of unease within Lan Qingyin settled, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Understanding dawned upon her. She hoped that Teacher Gu would be more mindful in the future. After all, Qinglan Lake was a zone designated for simulated cultivation, not a physical training area. If students were to be disciplined, they could be directed to the physical training zone. "Please do not take it to heart, Teacher Gu. I do not intend to place blame upon you, but rather to ensure that the cultivation of other students remains undisturbed," she emphasized, reaffirming that her intentions were solely for the benefit of the students. Gu Xingge smiled and nodded, saying, "Director Lan, there is no need for extensive explanations. I understand your concern for the students. I indeed overlooked this matter, and I will certainly be more attentive next time. By the way, I would like to ask for your assistance, if that is all right." Lan Qingyin was momentarily taken aback. She wondered what she could possibly do to aid Gu Xingge. "It's not a troublesome matter," Gu Xingge continued. "I would like to request your help in placing a custom order for a batch of items in Lanjing City. Recently, Lang Qishuang went to Tiando City, and the physical resources of the academy are entirely in your hands, so it's best to have you oversee this order, as it is intended for the training of the elite class students. Subsequently, it will be promoted at Tianshui Academy. For the elite class training, I understand. I will prepare everything as soon as possible," the charming director replied with a nod of agreement. Upon seeing her agreement, Gu Xingge retrieved the previously designed blueprints from the system space and handed them to her. "Then I must trouble you, Director Lan." Lan Qingyin accepted the blueprints, perusing them with a serious and mature expression that subtly shifted as she raised her gaze, concern etching her features as she regarded Gu Xingge. "Are you certain you wish to create these items? Will the elite class students be able to endure this?" At the entrance to the Director of Education's office, the voluptuous and strikingly beautiful director regarded the blueprints in her hands, her previously stern and formidable countenance now revealing an expression of astonishment. Her voice laced with disbelief as she inquired of Guxinga. The blueprints illustrated a complete set of iron armor, accompanied by weight specifications. Guxinga required Lan Qingyan to visit the blacksmith shop in Wuhun City to procure and fashion 12 sets of armor weighing 20, 50, and 100 pounds respectively. Guxinga nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is intended for training the elite class students. These iron garments are designed specifically to enhance their physical capabilities." Receiving confirmation once more, Lan Qingyan glanced at the blueprints in her hand, which detailed descriptions and functions. A look of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. She found it somewhat challenging to accept that such equipment would be used for training elite class students, as it exceeded her pedagogical principles. Director Mei, poised to speak yet hesitating, regarded Guxinga with concern. Although crafting such items is not particularly arduous, their use by students could pose risks, should any mishap occur. Their bodies might not withstand the strain. Teacher Gu, while the students are all spirit masters, such training might be excessive. They're young ladies, not the brutish men from the Armor Academy. Guxinga reassured her, "Director Lan, I understand your concerns, but there is no need for undue worry. I shall exercise due caution." Guxinga spoke confidently, maintaining a sense of decorum, yet his tone intentionally revealed a hint of dissatisfaction aimed at intimidating the beautiful, mature headmistress. "Do not forget, the elite class is under my complete jurisdiction. All you need to do is prepare these materials." Sensing the discontent radiating from the striking young man before her, Lan Qingyan felt a surge of alarm, her heart racing, and her once radiant face grew rigid. The voluptuous figure enveloped in a blue gown trembled slightly. It dawned on her that despite her position as the head of education, she was merely a minor soul saint. While she stood before a Title Douluo, capable of extinguishing her existence with the ease of crushing an ant. Nevertheless, Lan Qingyan steeled herself, biting her lip and suppressing her innate fear, her voice lowering to a tone tinged with pleading as she implored Guxinga to reconsider the training method. "Your Highness, while the elite class is indeed your responsibility, these are but young girls. The materials outlined in this document are evidently suited for students of the Armor Academy. I fear they may not withstand such demands. I hope you might adopt a gentler approach in training them. Lan Qingyan, I have shown you ample tolerance and kindness. Yet why do you fail to recognize your own position? Time and again you make demands of me and dictate my actions. Do you wish to be suppressed?" Observing Lan Qingyan's resolute demeanor, Guxinga's temper flared, and his previously gentle voice took on a deeper, more menacing tone, laced with anger and dissatisfaction. His handsome features hardened, and his eyes glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of the eternal ice of the far north, chilling to the bone, like a gentle lion provoked. Even in the absence of overt pressure, his golden gaze emanated an immense psychological force, captivating and intimidating Lan Qingyan's very soul. The beautiful headmistress dared not meet his gaze. Feeling her spirit quaking under his scrutiny, retreating unsteadily until her back collided with the wall, halting her flight. In that moment, Lan Qingyan appeared as a rabbit cornered by a lion, her mature and alluring visage betraying her fear, her voluptuous body quivering helplessly, utterly vulnerable and devoid of escape, left to endure the lion's wrath. Yet, within her heart, there was no trace of regret. Even knowing she would provoke Guxinga's ire, she would still choose to voice her concerns regarding the unreasonable training methods. As the headmistress, she bore the responsibility for every student. Though fear coursed through her, she would never waver. "If you harbor grievances toward me, feel free to unleash them. I am willing to bear it. I only ask that you reconsider the training methods for the elite class. They are merely frail young girls, unable to endure your rigorous regimen." Observing the frightened yet determined headmistress, Guxinga was reminded of a certain type of individual, the advisor. Those stubborn souls, most inclined to bash their heads against walls or pillars, are unyielding in their counsel, even when aware of the potential for harm. Lan Qingyan's concerns were valid. His training methods indeed posed a significant burden for the delicate students of Tianshui Academy, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Since Lan Qingyan expressed such trepidation regarding his training style, why not propose a wager? Faced with her persistent requests, Guxinga understood that for someone like her, only a decisive blow could shift her perspective. Thus, it was better to seek a compromise through a gentler approach. Upon hearing the suggestion of a wager, Lan Qingyan momentarily hesitated, then quickly shook her head. "Your Highness, I cannot wager with the students. Please do not jest about their well-being." Truly, she was impervious to reason. Guxinga gazed at the obstinately beautiful director, feeling a profound sense of exasperation, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. Were it not for the fact that Lan Qingyin was the dear sister of Lang Qishuang, as well as the mother of Shui Binger and the adoptive mother of Shui Yuer, he would have already taken it upon himself to discipline her, ensuring her compliance. After being rebuffed time and again, an inexplicable fury began to simmer within him. He reached out, grasping the director's cheek, drawing her face closer to his. Observing the exquisite visage marred by fear, in a cold tone, he admonished, "Lan Qingyin, do not mistake my patience for weakness. Are you truly unafraid of death?" This obstinate woman incited within him a desire to discipline her soundly, to see her kneel in supplication and admit her errors. Confronted with Gu Xingge's menacing declaration, Lan Qingyin naturally felt a tinge of trepidation. Yet, despite her apprehension, she resolutely nodded. For anything detrimental to her students, she would rather face death than acquiesce. Humph. Do you believe that your disapproval renders me powerless? The elite class is mine to command. I shall proceed as I see fit. This is merely a notification. These training uniforms will still be utilized. What initially appeared to be a trivial matter turned into an unexpected confrontation due to Lan Qingyin's rigid adherence to her principles. Though her intentions were commendable, stemming from a desire to benefit her students, she lacked an understanding of Gu Xingge and his teaching methodology. Nevertheless, despite her stubbornness in the face of threats, she did not waver, indicating that the former president of Tianshui Academy had made a sound choice in appointing her as the director of education. At least in Gu Xingge's eyes, she performed her duties competently, unafraid of authority, albeit somewhat inflexible. If only she could exhibit the adaptability of Lang Qishuang, all would be well. Ultimately, it was a matter of her needing further enlightenment. Gu Xingge contemplated that it was high time to impart a valuable lesson to her. After confronting him once, twice, and repeatedly opposing him, he had refrained from taking offense out of consideration for Lang Qishuang and Shui Binger. But how long could he tolerate such defiance? In Chapter 78, Punishment for Lan Qingyin, outside the office of the Director of Education, Gu Xingge pinned the alluringly mature female director against the wall, lowering his gaze upon Lan Qingyin. His handsome visage bore a hint of frost, and his radiant golden eyes glimmered with a trace of restrained fury. Even his breaths grew slightly heavier. Sensing the anger emanating from the young man before her, Lan Qingyin trembled uncontrollably, her mature and captivating face betraying palpable fear. Her voluptuous figure quivered under his scrutinizing gaze, her beautiful eyes darting away, unable to meet Gu Xingge's gaze. Although Gu Xingge did not deliberately exude the overwhelming pressure of a peerless Douluo, the profound might that emanated from his very being rendered her defenseless and unable to withstand it. It felt as though her chest were crushed under a colossal weight, making it exceedingly difficult to breathe. Had it not been for the wall supporting her from behind, Lan Qingyin would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Gu Xingge leaned closer to the beautiful director, his voice laden with barely contained anger as he spoke. "Director Lan, your actions have greatly irked me." Initially, he had feigned indignation, intending to intimidate Lan Qingyin, yet he was taken aback by her utter lack of tact and her stubborn opposition to him time and again. Even his normally amiable temperament had been provoked, and it was imperative that she faced consequences today. As he drew nearer, the distance between them diminished, and Lan Qingyin found herself confronted by the magnified visage of Gu Xingge, their proximity reduced to mere inches. The palpable aura of youthful vigor and unyielding energy he exuded enveloped the beautiful director, causing a blush to bloom upon her fair visage, overwhelming her senses and rendering her weak-kneed. The sheer delicacy of her skin, encased in matte, translucent stockings, instinctively drew together. She wished to retreat, yet the wall obstructed her escape, leaving her at the mercy of Gu Xingge's relentless advance. Despite her inner turmoil and a flicker of regret at the sight of the wrathful young man, she recalled her responsibilities as the educational director of the academy, and that fleeting regret transformed into unwavering resolve. Even if given another chance, she would adamantly oppose such training methods, regardless of the exceptional talents of the elite class. They were still fragile young girls, ill-equipped to endure such rigorous training. They were not the brutish individuals one might find at a military academy. Gu Xingge reached out, grasping the delicate, fair chin of the enchanting director Mei, tilting her alluring face upwards to compel Lan Qingyin to meet his gaze. Through her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, he perceived the trepidation nestled within her heart, mingled with a trace of resolve. In turn, she discerned the seething fury blazing within Gu Xingge's radiant golden orbs, as if it yearned to burst forth, enveloping her voluptuous form and incinerating her entirely. Realizing the proximity of their bodies and the intimate nature of their interaction, Lan Qingyin felt an unsettling closeness. She could even sense the weighty breaths escaping him. Her lips, tinted with a pale blue hue, parted slightly. Her voice trembling as she urged him, "Lord, under the light of the sun, I implore you to maintain decorum." It would not bode well to be seen in such a manner. At her words, Guxinga let out a derisive snort. "Humph, Lan Qingyin, you, a mere soul saint, have dared to oppose me time and again. Were it not for the grace of Lung Qi Shuang, I would have subdued you long ago. Yet your lack of appreciation compels me to consider a profound punishment." The notion of punishment sent a violent tremor through Lan Qingyin's heart, her eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. She yearned to plead for mercy, but in the next moment, Director May's almond eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Her mind momentarily blank as her initial fear morphed into disbelief. Lan Qingyin felt the warmth of his lips upon hers as Guxinga suddenly leaned down to kiss her. In that instant, she relinquished her resistance, failing to push him away, a sense of confusion blossoming in her foggy mind. Was this his punishment? Yet, she soon realized her error. This was merely the prelude. After savoring a taste of Lan Qingyin's exquisite essence, Guxinga lifted his head, gazing at the incredulous Director May while tenderly caressing her smooth, pale cheek. As Lan Qingyin regained her senses, her complexion deepened in hue. But her gaze was soon drawn to what Guxinga held in his hand, a fresh wave of terror washing over her. That was the true punishment. A dark purple whip materialized in Guxinga's grasp, its entire form exuding a deep hue, resembling bamboo segments, each distinct and interspersed with crackling lightning. The whip exuded an aura of devastation, suffused with an overwhelming surge of soul power. This whip was known as the Thunder Prison Whip, derived from the thunderous yin prison vine, which had existed for over 17 millennia. It was Guxinga's second external soul bone, acquired alongside his fourth soul ring. Guxinga lightly wielded the Thunder Prison Whip, striking the air with a crackling sound. Purple lightning danced, and an acrid scent permeated the atmosphere, causing the voluptuous legs of Director Lan Qingyin to tremble. "Director Lan, are you prepared to receive your punishment? Do not fear. I shall be gentle." Observing the quivering legs of the beautiful, mature director, he revealed a warm smile, forcibly ushering the terrified Lan Qingyin into the office before shutting the door behind them. Guxinga was determined to punish her severely, ensuring that she understood that even the most amiable temperament could become fearsome when provoked, leaving a profound impression on Lan Qingyin. At the Qinglan Lake campus, the elite class of young ladies had completed their laps, except for Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Bing'er. Completing 10 laps without utilizing soul power was still a considerable burden for Ning Rongrong and Shui Wei, leaving them drenched in sweat and their cheeks flushed as they rested in the pavilion. The other girls watched with growing concern as Hu Laina continued running, still facing 22 laps. With only 30 minutes remaining, it seemed feasible for their class leader to finish, but as fatigue set in, her speed would likely diminish, potentially preventing her from completing the task within the allotted time. This worry weighed heavily on their minds, as failure to meet the deadline would surely result in punishment from their instructor. Having regained some strength, Ning Rongrong observed Hu Laina's ongoing struggle and recalled Guxinga's repeated reminders against using soul power while running. Now that she had finished, could she perhaps use her soul power? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Rongrong resolved to give it a try. She approached Yi Lingling and shared her thoughts with the girl from the Haoyang family. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Ning Rongrong's idea. Their conversation caught the attention of the other girls, and Ning Rongrong openly shared her intentions, causing Shui Bing'er and Zhu Xuqing to fall silent. Little Wu supported Ning Rongrong's plan, stating, "I believe this is a viable solution." Shui Bing'er and Zhu Xuqing nodded in agreement, recognizing that Ning Rongrong's approach did not explicitly violate their teacher's rules, which prohibited only those who were not running from using soul power. With their classmates' consent, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling exited the pavilion, summoning their martial spirits to assist Hu Laina. The 7-treasure glazed tile, resembling a sapphire sculpture, radiated a translucent brilliance as it emerged from Ning Rongrong's palm, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight and accentuating her graceful figure. 2 yellow soul rings hovered beneath her, giving her an ethereal, noble appearance. A delicate fragrance enveloped the air, instantly alleviating fatigue for those who inhaled it. Meanwhile, a pale pink begonia flower floated in Yi Lingling's hands, its petals a blend of white and pink, cascading elegantly. Beneath the shimmering aura of her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, Yi Lingling appeared enchanting and poised. As the 7-treasure glazed tile rotated and the 9-heart begonia blossomed, Ning Rongrong's 2nd soul ring and Yi Lingling's 3rd illuminated simultaneously, enabling them to assist Hu Laina. The 30% speed enhancement and the healing energy of the 9-heart begonia enveloped Hu Laina, making her previously heavy body feel significantly lighter, even restoring some of her lost stamina. This unexpected change forced Haoyang to halt, bewildered as she glanced at Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. Upon noticing their gestures, Ning Rongrong called out encouragingly, "Class leader, keep running. We're here to support you." Haoyang felt a mix of anger and gratitude as she sensed the boost from the 7 treasure glazed tile and 9 heart begonia. She was frustrated that they were defying the rules set by their instructor, yet touched that they chose to help her despite the risk of punishment. Such camaraderie was rare in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yi Lingling reassured Haoyang, "Don't worry about it. The teacher said we shouldn't use soul power." This reminder sparked an epiphany in Haoyang. She realized they were exploiting a loophole in the rules, while the instructor forbade them from using soul power while running. Now that Ning Rongrong and her friends had completed their laps, they could indeed use their powers to assist her without technically violating the rules, regardless of the technicalities. The final judgment rested with the instructor. Feeling invigorated by the dual enhancements, Haoyang decided to push forward, accepting the possibility of facing punishment alongside her friends. With Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling's assistance, she completed the remaining 22 laps in just over 20 minutes. The other elite class members marveled at the formidable support capabilities of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, and 9 heart begonia, noting that Haoyang, after running 40 laps, only appeared slightly out of breath, devoid of any significant fatigue. The girls tacitly agreed not to mention the assistance, knowing their instructor would be observing them, waiting for a verdict upon their return to the assembly point. However, they misjudged the situation. Guxinga was far too occupied at that moment, administering a severe punishment to the instructional director with the Thunder Prison Whip. In the dean's office, Guxinga emerged with satisfaction, turning back to issue a warning, "Director Lan, from now on, be obedient and do not provoke my ire." Inside the office, the disheveled Lan Qingyan lay sprawled on the floor, her body racked with pain from the residual lightning coursing through her, a testament to the punishment she had endured. Upon hearing Guxinga's admonition, the beleaguered director nodded weakly, having been thoroughly subdued by the lesson imparted. Consequently, both the dean of Tianshui Academy and the instructional director had become entirely subservient to Guxinga. Meanwhile, in the courtyard before the small building, the elite class girls had assembled neatly in 3 rows, awaiting their instructor's arrival. A brilliant golden light flickered, and Guxinga appeared before them. As he did, Shui Binger noticed a familiar fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of her mother's scent. With keen intuition, Guxinga discerned Shui Binger's subtle reaction and spoke gently, "Director Lan just visited me, expressing concern that your running laps at Qinglan Lake disrupted the training of other students. I will ensure that future physical training for the elite class is conducted in the academy's designated area." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger realized the source of the scent. Her mother had just been with their instructor. Guxinga then turned to Haoyang, demanding, "Now, class leader, explain why there are traces of enhanced soul skills within you." Upon finishing his words, Guxinga's gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, fell upon Haoyang. How could he be oblivious to the traces left by the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda and the 9 heart begonia that aided her? He then turned to Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, devoid of words, yet his eyes conveyed a demand for an explanation. Haoyang was about to raise her hand to halt the proceedings, but unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong was a step ahead. "Teacher, it was I who proposed to assist the class leader. You mentioned that we are not permitted to use soul skills while running after we completed the run. Employing our soul skills does not contravene the rules you established. Moreover, the class leader did not utilize her soul power. We merely assisted her with our soul skills, which surely does not breach the regulations." Rongrong. The sight of Ning Rongrong stepping forward directly caused Haoyang and Shui Binger to tense up, their delicate faces betraying a hint of worry. It was not for them to determine whether they had violated the rules. That authority rested with the teacher. If Ning Rongrong's words displeased him, the repercussions could be more severe than mere punishment, for it would be a challenge to the teacher's authority. In contrast, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, Guxinga was well aware that the girls were exploiting a loophole in the regulations. However, he had anticipated this, pondering whether they would indeed succeed. To navigate the intricacies of rules requires not only cleverness, but also the audacity to take risks. Rather than being angered by Ning Rongrong's actions, Guxinga found himself quite pleased. "You, my dear girl, possess a certain cleverness in identifying loopholes within the rules. Remember, no rule is absolutely perfect. You must be adept at uncovering and utilizing the weaknesses present within them." He offered Ning Rongrong a compliment. which prompted a collective sigh of relief from the girls, realizing that the teacher bore no grudge against their clever maneuvering, but rather encouraged it. Yet, Guxinga swiftly altered his tone, infusing it with a cautionary note, advising the girls. However, not every loophole is to be exploited. Just as I have set these rules, as your teacher, I have the authority to amend them at any moment. For instance, if I were to negate Rongrong's actions, you would once again face punishment. Thus, while it is permissible to exploit loopholes, one must weigh the pros and cons and proceed with caution. Guxinga does not oppose the young ladies of the elite class exploiting loopholes in the rules. Rather, she views it as a commendable skill. The ability to navigate such loopholes demonstrates their adaptability and resourcefulness. However, not every rules gap can be exploited. Ultimately, it is a form of opportunism. When faced with rigid and stubborn individuals, such as Lan Qingyin, such tactics may backfire. In the future, when you encounter any established rules, should you identify any loopholes, refrain from hastily considering how to take advantage of them. Instead, strategize carefully before taking action. Do you understand? Guxinga once again cautioned the young ladies. Hulaina and Shui Bingo among them, who all nodded in agreement, etching his words into their hearts. At that moment, the sound of rolling wheels approached from a distance, resonating behind the elite class students. Out of curiosity, the young ladies turned to glance back, only to behold a large group of faculty members pushing carts laden with 12 imposing wooden barrels, each standing at a height of 1.5 meters. The maid who had previously accompanied their teacher was directing the staff to position the barrels in an open area. Once all the barrels were set in place, Haoyang gently expressed her gratitude to the workers, saying, "Thank you all for your assistance. I appreciate it." The workers smiled and waved their hands, indicating that it was no trouble at all, before departing with their carts. Haoyang returned to Guxinga's side to report, "Sir, the barrels you requested are all prepared." The young ladies gazed at the wooden barrels, their faces alight with curiosity. Shen Liuyu inquired with a hint of confusion, "Teacher, what are those barrels for?" "You shall soon discover the purpose of these barrels," Guxinga replied. "Class monitor, please lead your classmates to each select one barrel." Guxinga pointed to the wooden barrels and instructed Hulaina to lead the elite class students in selecting their own barrels, marking them with their personal symbols. The alluring young girl nodded and, accompanied by Shui Binger and Xiao Wu, approached the stack of large wooden barrels to commence their selection. Each barrel was crafted from the unique aquatic wood of Wuhun City, exhibiting exquisite workmanship and clear grain, exuding the distinct fragrance of the aquatic timber. After a few minutes of deliberation, the girls chose their favored barrels and inscribed their martial soul marks upon them. Observing that the students had completed their selections, Guxinga withdrew his gaze and summoned them back to class. In his hands appeared 12 copies of the Title treasure records, which he instructed Hulaina to distribute among the elite class students. The young girls regarded the Title treasure records with a mixture of curiosity and confusion, pondering what they were. Noticing their bewilderment, Guxinga conjured another copy of the Title treasure records and began to explain gently. The tome you hold is known as the Title treasure records, consisting of 3 sections: the physical body chapter, the internal energy chapter, and the spirit refinement chapter. These 3 techniques were fortuitously acquired by the teacher and compiled together. The physical body chapter is titled the 9-grade body refinement technique, which is divided into 3 realms and 9 grades. The first 3 grades focus on refining skin and flesh, the middle 3 on refining muscles and bones, and the last 3 on refining blood and marrow. Upon achieving the pinnacle of the 9 grades, one's vitality becomes as robust as that of an ox, and one's physical strength can reach 10,000 pounds, impervious to damage, fire, or water, and resistant to all poisons. Upon hearing the introduction to the 9-grade body refinement technique, expressions of astonishment filled the eyes of the elite class students. Is it truly that remarkable? If what the teacher says is accurate, then upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9 grades, one could contend with a soul sage using mere physical strength. They eagerly flipped open the Title treasure records, studying the physical body chapter, which depicted a series of fluid movements, simple yet not overly intricate, vastly different from the body refinement techniques they had previously heard about. While there are indeed body refinement techniques in the Douluo continent, they are typically reserved for the prominent families, passed down exclusively to their direct descendants. Techniques such as the Ba Long body refinement of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the Giant Elephant Mountain Moving technique of the Elephant Armor sect, and the Negative Armor body of the Holy Dragon sect exemplify this exclusivity. The internal energy chapter is called the Cold Ice True Qi. By cultivating this internal energy, the soul power within you transforms into the chilling essence of cold ice. The Spirit Refinement chapter is titled the Tian Spirit Refinement Technique, primarily focusing on the soul, with long-term practice enhancing one's spiritual power and fortifying mental strength. Regarding the internal energy and body refinement chapters, Guxinga refrained from extensive elaboration. He clapped his hands to redirect the girl's attention back to him. From now on, we will study martial soul theory and practice internal energy in the mornings, while the afternoons will be dedicated to body refinement and physical training to enhance our physical condition. In the evenings, we will practice the Tian Spirit Refinement Technique. Thus, the elite class curriculum was formally established. In unison, the girls responded, "Yes, teacher." Now, they focused their attention on the physical body chapter of the Tian Treasure Records, preparing to follow the teacher in their first movement. Prior to the class initiation, Guxinga had already mastered the 9-grade body refinement technique to its zenith. Given his foundational training in the divine and demonic body refining arts, which posed no challenge for him, the 9-grade body refinement technique encompasses 54 distinct movements, categorized into 3 stages: refining skin and flesh, refining muscles and bones, and refining blood and marrow. Each stage contains 18 movements. Although these 18 movements appeared straightforward, executing them proved to be quite challenging, even for soul masters like Haoyang and Zhuqiang. Furthermore, throughout the session, the students occasionally heard Guxinga's guiding voice. "Ningrongrong, is there a brick weighing down your neck? Stop slouching and lift your head. Shui Binger, do not raise your left arm too high. It may injure your muscles and bones. Lower it a bit. Xiaowu, did I instruct you to kick? Bring that leg back. Zhuqiang, do not bend so much at the waist, and do not arch your hips so high. Adjust your feline tendencies. Shui Ware, what are you laughing at? You are performing the worst of them all. Start from the beginning." Under Guxinga's stern admonitions, it took the elite class students over half an hour to barely complete the first stage's 18 movements. Haoyang, Ningrongrong, and the others collapsed onto the ground, drenched in fragrant sweat, their faces flushed, utterly exhausted, feeling as if they had endured a protracted battle, their bodies on the verge of collapse. Observing the girl's spent state after merely attempting the first stage incorrectly, Guxinga felt a wave of disappointment. He had anticipated that, given their foundation as soul masters, they would swiftly master the first stage, but their performance was utterly dismal, reflecting their status as complete novices in body refinement. Moreover, merely completing one round was insufficient. Guxinga required them to truly learn, remember, and internalize the movements to the point of instinct. Looking at Shui Binger, Zhuqiang, and the others, who had failed even after one attempt, he spoke decisively. "You must repeat these 18 movements 10 more times, ingraining them into your muscle memory. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the girls' expressions fell. Having barely managed one round, the thought of 10 more was overwhelming. The elite class students hastily pleaded for mercy. "Teacher, please, have mercy on us. We barely completed one round. 10 more will surely break us. Is there any way to lessen the count? 10 is far too many. We cannot endure it." Chapter 81. Zhuqiang's Resolve. Upon hearing that they were to repeat the first stage of the 9-grade body refinement technique 10 more times, Ningrongrong and Shui Ware began to plead with Guxinga for leniency. In contrast, Haoyang, Zhuqiang, Xiaowu, Shui Binger, and Shuiwu did not complain but instead persevered through the pain, diligently practicing the body refinement movements. This scene contrasted sharply with the complaints of Ningrongrong and her cohorts. Immediately, Guxinga pointed at Zhuqiang and the others, his expression one of disappointment, and chastised Ningrongrong and the others sternly. "Look at your class leader and the others. Do they complain like you? No. If you cannot endure even this modicum of hardship, how do you expect to become strong? Dream on. Today we shall perform the body refinement movements 10 times. Anyone who fails to complete them will be expelled from the elite class. I, Guxinga, do not require students who cannot endure even a little hardship." Startled by his severe reprimand, Ningrongrong, Shui Ware, and the others stood frozen, unable to fathom that the teacher would express such anger. With the threat of expulsion looming over them, a punishment far too severe, Shui Ware, Yuharu, Chiorua-Shui, Shinryu, and Guqingba gritted their teeth, enduring their pain as they began the body refinement movements. This was the first time Yilingling witnessed Guxinga so enraged. She dared not voice her complaints and obediently joined them. Only Ningrongrong appeared wholly unwilling. Throughout her life, she had never endured such hardship, even after a single round. She felt overwhelmed. Ningrongrong would rather withdraw from the elite class than endure 10 more rounds. As she pushed herself up from the ground, Her body felt as if it might collapse, and she opened her mouth to declare her withdrawal. However, upon seeing Shui Yuer diligently performing the body refinement movements, she found herself momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise. After all, she had been the loudest in pleading for mercy just moments ago. But witnessing Shui Yuer's determination, Ning Rongrong's resolve wavered. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, the most gifted genius in centuries. Could she truly fall short of a mere dolphin? As Ning Rongrong contemplated her withdrawal from the elite class due to her inability to endure hardship, the thought of encountering Shui Yuer in the future, undoubtedly subjected to the mockery of that dolphin, drove her into a frenzy. If Shui Yuer could persevere, what right did she have to falter? Ning Rongrong was resolutely determined not to be inferior to anyone. She would never allow the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect to be shamed. After a moment of self-encouragement, fortified by her unwavering belief in her own strength, the little princess of the Seven Treasures gritted her teeth and joined them. Observing Ning Rongrong, who was enduring her pain while performing the body tempering exercises, Guxinga's golden eyes revealed a hint of surprise. As Ning Rongrong rose, her moment of hesitation was already perceived by Guxinga. Should she choose to withdraw from the elite class, Guxinga would not have urged her to stay and would instead have handed the Seven Treasure token, gifted by Ning Fingxi, back to her for her return. However, after casting a glance at Shui Yuer, she chose to persist instead. Indeed, Guxinga had considered the possibility that Ning Rongrong might succumb to the rigors of the elite class training. Yet, it appeared that Shui Yuer's taunts had transformed this little princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect into a rival, igniting her desire to not be outdone. This revelation sparked new thoughts within Guxinga, watching the girls devotedly practicing the 9th grade body tempering technique. Each step elicited a fleeting expression of pain upon their delicate faces. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, even when the agony compelled them to cry out. They refused to yield. Guxinga displayed a look of satisfaction, for he understood that the completion of 10 body refinement exercises was nearly impossible for them. His sole desire was to exhaust the girl's physical strength. When one's energy is utterly depleted, only then can the effects of the body refinement elixir be maximized. Observing the 12 large wooden barrels, Guxinga willed them into the realm of Ming, filling each barrel with a significant amount of water. Subsequently, he entrusted Haoyang with 12 bottles of the body refinement elixir, which he had concocted earlier, instructing her to wait within the realm of Ming. As soon as the elite class students were transported to this realm, she was to strip them bare and immerse them in the barrels, allowing them to receive the nourishment and enhancement of the elixir. Haoyang nodded respectfully and vanished from the open space under the laws of the Ming realm. Time passed gradually, and the first to falter was Ning Rongrong. As a support-type soul master, her physique was inherently weaker than that of her peers. Compounded by her infrequent training and sheltered upbringing, she could not endure even the second round, collapsing to the ground and casting a resentful glance at Shui Yuer, who continued to persevere. She felt humiliated, realizing she was outperformed by a mere dolphin. As anticipated, Guxinga approached Ning Rongrong and urged her to relax and not resist. As he spoke, the laws of the Ming realm surged forth, enveloping the exhausted Ning Rongrong and transporting her away. Shortly thereafter, Yi Lingling succumbed and was similarly taken away by Guxinga. It resembled a chain reaction, with one girl after another unable to withstand the exertion, succumbing to fatigue. Qiu Ruoshui, Shen Luying, Shui Yuer, and Yuhero all faltered by the second round. Fuewu and Shui Bingo managed to endure until the third round, while Xiaowu and Hulaina could not hold out beyond the fifth, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. What astonished Guxinga most was Zhu Qing, who persevered until the very end, only collapsing after the 8th round. Yet, she still yearned to rise and continue, her eyes filled with determination and endurance. Even as dizziness and fatigue overwhelmed her, and her body seemed on the brink of disintegration, akin to carrying a mountain, she refused to give up. This sight moved Guxinga deeply. The little wildcat had made efforts and endured hardships far greater than those of all her elite classmates combined. In her quest for freedom from her family's constraints and her desire to grow stronger, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's determination to rise again, Guxinga approached her, compassion flickering in his eyes. He knelt down and embraced the perspiring, drenched wildcat, softly saying, "Enough. You have already exerted yourself tremendously. Close your eyes and rest well." Upon hearing her teacher's words, Zhu Zhuqing's taut nerves gradually relaxed, and the fatigue that had been suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave. Unable to withstand it any longer, her head lolled to the side as she fainted in Gu Shunga's embrace. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a diligent child." Then, the laws of the Ming realm surged once more, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and transporting her into the realm. In the central area of the Ming realm, Haoyang stood beside the 12 large barrels. Hu Laina, Shui Binger, and the others had already immersed themselves in the body refinement elixir, their previously exhausted bodies gradually revitalizing. Their energy-depleted cells voraciously absorbed the elixir's potency, fortifying every inch of their flesh and skin under its nurturing embrace. They felt as if they were in a warm spring, enveloped in comfort so profound that they almost wanted to vocalize their delight. A golden light flashed, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared before Haoyang. She followed the same procedure, carefully stripping the little wildcat and gently placing her into the barrel, ensuring only Zhu Zhuqing's head remained above the surface, while her neck was submerged in the elixir. Amidst the barrels, the fainted Zhu Zhuqing soaked in the body refinement elixir, yet her memories lingered in the moments before her unconsciousness. The word persevere echoed in her mind, urging her to persist and never give up. She did not wish to withdraw from the elite class. She aspired to grow stronger than anyone else. She refused to become a sacrificial pawn of her family's rules. The elite class was her only opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing vowed she would never submit to anyone, nor be a subordinate to anyone else. She sought to master her own life and destiny. If talent was insufficient, she would compensate with diligence. No matter the hardships she faced, she was willing to endure them, even if it meant risking her life. At the very least, she would have tried. At least she would have fought for her own choice. By the barrels, Haoyang observed the determined cat-eared girl, whose brows were furrowed even in her unconscious state. Listening to her unconscious murmurs, Haoyang felt a stir of surprise and curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing's name was one she had heard throughout her life. The legendary ancestor of the Zhu family, who had ascended to divinity, was also the partner of the divine ancestor of the Dai family. How remarkable it was to encounter her in person. Yet, she appeared somewhat different from the image that had been passed down through the Zhu family. As time elapsed, Hu Laina and Shui Binger, having absorbed the elixir in the water, gradually regained their strength, although they remained seated in the barrels due to their lack of attire. Under the nourishment of the body refinement elixir, the pain and fatigue in the girls' bodies vanished, replaced by a sense of ease. And they felt an inexhaustible energy coursing within them. Not only that, but their soul power had also increased slightly. A golden light flickered, and Gu Xingge appeared beside Haoyang, casting his gaze over the girls submerged in the water. He spoke gently, "How do you feel?" Upon hearing her teacher's inquiry, Shui Wei eagerly expressed her feelings. "Teacher, I feel as if I possess boundless strength now. I could strike down a century-old soul beast with a single punch." The other young ladies nodded in agreement, unexpectedly feeling rejuvenated after merely soaking for over half an hour. Ning Rongrong gazed curiously at the clear water that enveloped her delicate collarbone, pondering the secret ingredient it contained. She could still sense a warm current coursing through her body, meandering through every inch of her flesh and blood. Faintly, she perceived a glimmer of azure light pulsating beneath her fair skin. Clenching her soft, porcelain-like hand into a fist, she noticed an increase in strength. As a sole master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, she was particularly sensitive to enhancements in her attributes. Ning Rongrong felt her power had risen by at least fivefold. Remarkably, a single immersion had augmented her strength by approximately half a level, leaving the Seven Treasures princess in a state of astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that this was likely not merely the result of a simple soaking potion. It must also be intertwined with the 9-rank body refinement technique they were practicing. The body refinement methods of prominent families typically incorporated various herbs, and it seemed her current practice of the 9-rank body refinement technique was no exception. She was astounded by the significant effects observed during her initial training. In Ning Rongrong's understanding, even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's tyrant body refinement could not compare to the 9-rank body refinement technique during its first practice. In fact, it could be said to be vastly inferior. Having experienced the formidable nature of the 9-rank body refinement technique, a sense of relief washed over the Seven Treasures princess. She was grateful she had not given up, for otherwise, she would have missed out on this supreme method of body refinement. Her father had once remarked that, despite the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect's esteemed status as one of the top 3 sects and its reputation for possessing the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, it was still lacking in the domain of body refinement compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haotian sect. Now that she had acquired this top-tier body refinement technique, it would undoubtedly elevate the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to new heights once transmitted back to her sect. However, how could she persuade her teacher to impart this method to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Ning Rongrong fell into deep contemplation. Gu Xingge observed the girls, each displaying a myriad of expressions yet all seemingly content with their transformations. A surge of profound spiritual energy emanated from his brow, enveloping them and permeating their skin, sweeping over their forms to conduct a thorough examination. While the other elite class students felt little from his mental probe, only Xiaowu blushed a rosy hue. Her charming face adorned with shyness, her rabbit ears standing upright, as she sank into a state of bashfulness, unable to raise her gaze. Uncle Dizayan, how vexatious, she thought. Upon completing the assessment of the elite class students' physical conditions, Gu Xingge withdrew his spiritual energy. Although this was merely their initial practice of the 9th grade body refinement technique, the assistance of the body refinement essence had afforded each individual varying degrees of enhancement, though the specific effects would necessitate further testing. As for Zhu Xing, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, requiring additional time to absorb the essence. However, the little wildcat had endured the longest, and upon awakening, her gains would undoubtedly be the most significant. Gazing at the cat-eared girl immersed in the body refinement essence, he noted her youthful yet strikingly beautiful face, marked by an indomitable spirit and remarkable resolve, which deeply resonated with Gu Xingge. He recalled how, in his quest for rapid strength, he had harnessed the sun martial soul to absorb sunlight and convert it into soul power. Except on overcast days, he would subject himself to the scorching sun daily, enduring its relentless rays, even as his skin darkened and peeled, yet he never faltered. Despite possessing innate, full soul power, without diligent cultivation, even being granted innate level 20 soul power would prove futile. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing slowly awakened, her beautiful eyes fluttering open as she beheld herself submerged in a wooden tub, her smooth, jade-like body enveloped in clear water, entirely unclothed, which sparked a glimmer of confusion in her gaze. Where am I? Ah, you are awake. A familiar voice resonated beside the little wildcat's ear. Turning her head, she saw Gu Xingge standing next to her tub, his eyes warm and clear, tinged with approval as he regarded her quietly. The cat-eared girl surveyed her surroundings, realizing that aside from herself and Gu Xingge, there was no one else present. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Teacher, where is this?" "This is the Ming realm," he replied. "What I command is a small dimension. You all had pushed your bodies to their limits while practicing the 9th grade body refinement technique. So I brought you here to the Ming realm, allowing my maid to prepare the body refinement essence in advance for your immersion and absorption. How do you feel?" After Gu Xingge finished her explanation, she inquired about Zhu Zhuqing's physical condition. The little wildcat, upon hearing this, carefully assessed the changes within her body. A delightful expression graced her cold and beautiful face, for not only had all her fatigue and pain vanished, but she also felt a significant enhancement in her strength. Remarkably, her soul power had also advanced, breaking through from level 27 to level 28. This was indeed a tremendous gain for Zhu Zhuqing. The little wildcat quickly expressed her gratitude to Gu Xingge, saying, "Thank you, teacher. I feel wonderful." Initially, Zhu Zhuqing had estimated that it would take her at least 3 months of cultivation to reach level 28, but to her astonishment, a single session of body refinement had accomplished this, filling her with joy. With each increment of her strength, her hope of breaking free from her family's constraints and attaining freedom grew ever closer. In the original work, Zhu Zhuqing was the only character without flaws. Chapter 83, Apprenticeship, Zhu Zhuqing, the master-student function is activated. It seems you have gained quite a lot. Gu Xingge's spiritual power enveloped the little cat, as she meticulously examined Zhu Zhuqing's physique, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Regardless of the elevation of her physical form, the mere fact that her soul power had ascended from the 27th to the 28th level revealed that she was the most accomplished among the elite class. The little cat noticed her teacher's unwavering gaze and, recalling her current state of undress, felt a rush of warmth color her cheeks, a shy expression gracing her features. Yet she hesitated to voice her discomfort. What if her interpretation was misguided? Perhaps the teacher was simply observing her physical progress without ulterior motives. After a moment, Gu Xingge withdrew her gaze from Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form and, noticing the slight flush on her face, surmised her thoughts without further elaboration. "Shaoqing, would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" This unexpected inquiry left the little cat utterly astonished, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. The esteemed Haoyang Douluo wished to accept her as a disciple. although they referred to Guxinga as teacher due to her position as the instructor of the elite class. The notion of mentorship implied a deeper bond, one of a direct lineage. Teacher, am I worthy? However, Zhu Shiqing did not respond immediately after the initial shock. Self-doubt crept in. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Her talent was merely above average in the elite class, surpassing only Shui Yuer and a few others, while several exceptionally gifted classmates still remained ahead of her. Why was she chosen over them? Observing the self-doubting cat-eared girl, Guxinga smiled gently, pondering the depths of her insecurity. With a nod, she softly posed a question to Zhu Shiqing. Xiaoqing, do you know how many times you performed the body refinement exercises? At this, the little cat shook her head, having forgotten. In truth, she had faltered after the fourth round, ultimately relying on her determination to avoid expulsion from the elite class to persist, losing count of her repetitions. You persevered longer than they did, completing 8 rounds. Consider this. Hulaina, a high-ranking soul master, only managed 5 rounds, yet you, a great soul master, achieved 8. In this regard, you have far surpassed them. Upon realizing that she had indeed completed 8 rounds, Zhu Shiqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an accomplishment, especially eclipsing Hulaina. Guxinga continued, highlighting her virtues and elucidating the reasons for wanting to take her as a disciple. Xiaoqing, while your talent and martial soul may not be the most exceptional, you possess an extraordinary tenacity that sets you apart. To become a formidable force, both talent and perseverance are essential. There are myriad ways to enhance one's innate abilities, yet perseverance is solely reliant on oneself. And it is this very quality that I admire in you. Therefore, do you wish to become my apprentice? Although Zhu Shiqing's talent may pale in comparison to that of Hulaina and Shui Binger, her determination far surpasses theirs. A slight deficiency in training talent is of little consequence. If necessary, Guxinga could venture to the Sunset Forest in due time, converse with the poison Douluo to foster camaraderie, and procure a few celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire to aid Zhu Shiqing in her endeavors. Perseverance, indeed. Zhu Shiqing was taken aback to realize that it was her tenacity that had drawn attention, leading her to a gradual understanding. The honor of being a disciple of a Title Douluo filled her with gratitude, and she naturally would not foolishly decline. The cat-eared maiden nodded eagerly in agreement. I am willing to become your disciple. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my first disciple, Guxinga. Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding, the host has received the first disciple. The master-disciple function is now activated. Please check it, host. This sudden notification left Guxinga momentarily stunned. He was aware of the system's master-disciple feature, but he had assumed it would be activated randomly. Not in such an unexpected manner. Rather than immediately accessing the master-disciple function, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Shiqing, his eyes softening with warmth. Please rise from the tub. They are still waiting for us outside. After speaking, he turned away, granting Zhu Shiqing the space to dress. A few minutes later, Guxinga departed from the Ming realm with the little wildcat, now clad in her attire. As the sun set over the Douluo continent, the sky gradually darkened, and one by one, stars illuminated the dimming heavens, encircling a crescent moon. In the living room of the small villa, Hulaina, Shui Binger, and Xiao Wu each held a cup of floral tea, surrounded by an array of delicacies, as they sat together in a circle, chatting and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere. Devoid of the afternoon's previous aloofness, Haoyang stood nearby, refilling the cups of floral tea whenever they ran low, much to the youthful lady's surprise. Although Haoyang was merely a maid to the teacher, the saying goes, in front of a prime minister, even a third-rank official must be respected. They did not dare treat Haoyang as a mere servant. Rather, they held her in high esteem. After all, the body-refining liquid they were soaking in had been prepared by her. Should they offend her, she might not voice her grievances openly. But if she were to reduce the amount of body-refining liquid they received by even a minuscule fraction, it would bring them to tears. Yi Lingling savored the floral tea, her delicate face displaying a hint of astonishment as she found it even more delightful than that brewed by her mother. The aroma was enchanting, undoubtedly enhanced by some unique method that activated the fragrance of the petals. The taste lingered on her lips, and the scent enveloped her senses, intoxicating her. She quickly set down her teacup and inquired of Haoyang, Sister Hua, your floral tea is so fragrant and delicious. Could you teach me how to make it? Of course. Noticing Yi Lingling's eagerness to learn, Haoyang did not refuse, though she cautioned that mastering the art of tea brewing would require considerable time and, most importantly, a keen eye for selecting fresh flowers. I want to learn too, Shui Yuer chimed in, raising her hand as well. Yet Shui Binger shook her head, advising her not to stray from their current focus on diligent study and cultivation, lest they squander their time on frivolous pursuits. Seeing her sister's disapproval, Shui Yuer reluctantly lowered her hand, sticking out her tongue at Shui Binger in acknowledgement. In a burst of golden light, Guxinga and Zhu Qing materialized in the living room. Upon seeing their teacher return, Hulaina and the others promptly set their teacups down and rose to greet him. As the sky darkened, Guxinga noticed that the elite class students were fatigued from the day's exertions. She gently advised them to return home and rest well. You have all worked hard today. Please go back and recuperate. If you find time this evening, remember to practice your body conditioning exercises diligently. Do not wait until class to begin. Is that understood? As for the Tian spirit refinement technique, I shall impart that knowledge tomorrow. She encouraged them to peruse the Tian compendium at home, but cautioned against attempting any practice. Regarding the dissemination of the secret texts, Guxinga felt no concern. Aside from the teacher's edition of the Tian compendium in her possession, the students only had access to the student edition. In essence, the Tian compendium held by Hulaina and her peers lacked reference answers. Without her personal instruction and guidance, any forced practice could lead to mishaps. Guxinga, hee. Did you not anticipate it? I have torn up the answer key for you. Chapter 84. The Reversal of the Master-Disciple Dynamic, Zhu Zhuqing's Choice. Within the small Western-style building, all the elite class students had departed except for Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Guxinga remaining alone with Zhu Zhuqing, Haoyang recognized that there were private matters to discuss between teacher and student, and thus chose not to intrude, instead heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Guxinga spoke gently. Shaoqing, please take a seat for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. The little wildcat nodded obediently, watching her teacher ascend the stairs. Once upstairs, Guxinga opened the system interface and began to delve into the master-apprentice functionality. This feature, distinct from the other three, benefits not only himself but also his disciple. As a teacher, Guxinga has the ability to bestow one of his innate talents upon his apprentice. He can also select one of his disciples' talents to augment his own. Furthermore, he can issue various master-apprentice tasks that require mutual cooperation to accomplish. Upon completion, the system rewards both the master and the apprentice with varying degrees of accolades. In situations where the apprentice encounters insurmountable peril, she can summon either Guxinga's true form or a projection for assistance. Additionally, with every advancement in the apprentice's cultivation, Guxinga receives a portion of cultivation feedback. He can also channel his own cultivation to aid his disciple in ascending to higher realms. Moreover, after fulfilling their apprenticeship tasks, the apprentice may take on their own disciples. And as their cultivation progresses, Guxinga, as the Grandmaster, will also receive a share of their cultivation. This lineage, spanning generations, ensures that Guxinga will continually be endowed with cultivation power. The master-apprentice functionality is truly extraordinary. Guxinga observed that following the master-disciple function, there were 3 additional features: sect, family, and nation. This revelation plunged him into deep contemplation as he began to analyze these 3 significant functions. The sect function appeared to be an advanced version of the master-disciple feature. Given the system's propensity to activate the master-disciple function, it was likely that once he had taken on enough disciples, it would be unlocked. As for the family and nation functions, he could surmise their prerequisites. The family function would presumably require him to marry and sire offspring, thereby establishing a lineage. The nation function might necessitate either founding a country or ascending to the status of a sovereign, which could trigger its activation. The subsequent 3 functions were certainly not trivial. However, Guxinga felt that there was no need to unlock so many system features. A sufficient number would suffice, as an excess would only complicate matters. After closing the system interface, he remained silent for a considerable time before regaining his composure and descending the stairs. In the living room, Zhu Qing, who had been waiting patiently, rose from the sofa upon his arrival, her cold yet striking visage betraying a hint of respect as she slightly bowed and greeted him. Master, have you finished your tasks? Yes, please take a seat. Guxinga nodded, reassuring Zhu Zhuqing that there was no need for such formality. He was indifferent to these mundane customs. He then took a seat opposite her. Upon seeing him settled, Haoyang, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness, poured him a cup of floral tea before gracefully withdrawing. After taking a delicate sip of the tea, Guxinga gently set the cup down, his gaze softening as he regarded the cool, youthful feline before him. Shaoqing, he began slowly. I possess some knowledge regarding the Zhu and Dai families of the Star Luo Empire, and I comprehend your motivations for joining the elite class. It is to cultivate your strength and liberate yourself from the constraints of your lineage, is it not? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise at his words. How could the teacher be aware of her circumstances? Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her mentor was an elder of the Spirit Hall, and such knowledge was not particularly astonishing. She nodded in acknowledgement and then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Teacher, since you are already aware, what do you intend? I may have accepted you as my disciple, but I shall not intervene to suppress the Zhu family on your behalf. Instead, I will guide you and aid you in becoming stronger. Whether it be the Zhu family or the Star Luo Empire, you must confront and overcome them on your own. Gu Xingge spoke with a calm demeanor, asserting that the rules of the Zhu family should be broken by Zhu Zhuqing herself, thereby providing her with a goal. The clever little wildcat, possessing exceptional intelligence, naturally understood the implications of her teacher's words and nodded in acknowledgement. As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. Open your mind and do not resist. Upon hearing her teacher's instructions, Zhu Zhuqing emptied her thoughts. At that moment, Gu Xingge raised his hand, and a glimmer of golden light appeared, gently touching her pure white forehead. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in her mind. Ding, congratulations on becoming Gu Xingge's disciple. The Master-Disciple system has been activated. Please check for further details. The Master-Disciple system? A look of confusion crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face. What could this system entail? After a brief pause, Gu Xingge withdrew his finger, merely engaging in a formality, while another system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting the first disciple. Reward, 1 chance for a yellow level lottery. Noticing the bewildered expression on his disciple's face, Gu Xingge gently offered an explanation. There is no need for surprise. The teacher has simply infused a fragment of his treasured artifact into your being. With it, should you encounter insurmountable danger, I will be alerted instantly. It possesses many other wondrous functions, which you will come to understand in due time. Although Zhu Zhuqing was unfamiliar with the concept of a treasured artifact, she trusted that her teacher would not harm her and refrained from further inquiries. Gu Xingge accessed the master-apprentice interface and gazed at the profile of Zhu Zhuqing. True name, Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, nether spirit cat, innate soul power, level 7, realm, level 28, great soul master, soul rings, yellow. Soul skills. After a thorough examination, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Little Qing, your innate talent for cultivation may not be the most exceptional. Yet I can assist you in your enhancement, albeit with a choice between 2 options. The first option is to elevate your innate level 7 soul power to its maximum capacity. The second option is to induce a mutation in your martial soul. However, this mutation is unpredictable. It could potentially transform your nether spirit cat into a supreme martial soul, or it might result in a worthless martial soul. Pray, choose one. The prospect of enhancing innate soul power. The possibility of facilitating a mutation in her martial soul. These options left Zhu Zhuqing momentarily stunned, contemplating the implications of such a decision. The little wildcat fell silent, deeply pondering which path to embark upon. Gu Xingge remained patient, awaiting her response. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zhuqing reached a decision in her heart. Teacher, I choose the mutation of my martial soul. Although the allure of innate full soul power was undeniable, possessing it would guarantee that, as long as she did not falter, she would ultimately become a Title Douluo. She preferred to take a chance on the mutated martial soul. Despite her spectral spirit cat being a high-level beast martial soul, it was still far from the pinnacle. Should it undergo a mutation and grow stronger, her odds of victory against Zhu Zhuyun in future duels would significantly increase. Moreover, given her teacher's formidable strength, Zhu Zhuqing was confident that there would be opportunities to enhance her innate soul power in the future. But the prospect of martial soul mutation remained uncertain. Gu Xingge initially believed she would opt for an innate full soul power, thereby accelerating her cultivation speed. However, she unexpectedly chose the uncertain path of a martial soul mutation. In light of this, she must be allowed to pursue her choice. Communicating with the system, Gu Xingge bestowed the lunar martial soul upon Zhu Zhuqing. He was quite eager to see what formidable mutated martial soul would emerge from the fusion of the lunar martial soul and the nether cat martial soul. In Chapter 85, Moonshadow Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, with the assistance of the system, the essence of the lunar martial soul melded into Zhu Zhuqing's being. The little wildcat closed her eyes, delicately attuning to the enveloping energy, a mysterious force, profoundly and tender, solitary and cool, intertwining with her nether-cat martial soul. On the surface, she exhibited no abnormalities. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing's soul seemed to dwell within the serene and gentle moonlight, her heart's grievances and weariness soothed, enveloped in tranquility. It felt akin to purification, an exquisite comfort that coaxed forth involuntary sighs, soft and lingering, reverberating through the living room. In contrast, Guxingge, despite having granted his lunar martial soul to Zhu Zhuqing, felt no diminishment. His own lunar martial soul remained intact. The essence he bestowed upon Zhu Zhuqing was supplied by the system, not extracted from his own being, merely serving as a template. Observing the little wildcat's blissful response upon merging with the essence of the lunar martial soul, he couldn't help but question if he had made an error. His vast mental energy radiated outward, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and penetrating her form, meticulously examining the integration process, which showed no signs of rejection. Thus, it seemed that the mutation of the little wildcat's martial soul would proceed positively. However, it appeared that a bit more time was necessary for complete assimilation. Guxingge raised his hand to release his soul power, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and gently placing her on the sofa. He then took a seat across from her and opened the system interface, utilizing the recently acquired yellow level lottery. Ding, the yellow level lottery has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Basic Alchemy Technique. Basic Alchemy Technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Guxingge murmured to himself, the name itself suggesting a wealth of knowledge within. He promptly chose to accept it, and an overwhelming array of information flooded into his mind, encompassing everything from alchemical methods to the mastery of fire control and the identification and selection of herbs, an intricately complex tapestry of knowledge. Even with Guxingge's formidable mental acuity, he found himself momentarily dazed. After a brief period, he regained his composure, his golden eyes sparkling with delight. Although termed Basic Alchemy Technique, the content was anything but rudimentary. Within this foundational knowledge were 10 types of elixirs: Body Refinement Pill, Ice Skin Pill, Copper Bone Pill, Vitality Pill, Soul Dissolution Powder, Exploding Spirit Pill, Spirit Nourishing Pill, Desire Pill, Bone Erosion Pill, and Phoenix Blood Pill. Each elixir had its own merits and demerits, some restorative and others harmful. The most formidable among them was the Phoenix Blood Pill, crafted primarily from the blood of the phoenix, supplemented with various rare herbs. Its effects would not manifest immediately. Rather, it would lie dormant within the body, ready to act in moments of severe injury, swiftly restoring the individual's health. The effect was akin to the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill from Dopa, though not as domineering or powerful, given that Guxingge resided in the Douluo world. The ingredients for these 10 elixirs were correspondingly replaced with those native to this realm, allowing for seamless adaptation should he venture into other worlds in the future. The essence of the technique was one of convenience. Once he had organized the knowledge of Basic Alchemy Technique in his mind, Guxingge turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. As her integration process neared completion, minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing awoke from her fusion. Seeing her rise, Guxingge inquired with a smile, "How do you feel?" In response, Zhu Zhuqing attentively sensed her martial spirit, noting the remarkable transformation following her merging with the essence of the Tian martial spirit. The originally blackish-purple fur of the ghostly spirit cat had metamorphosed into a deep, shadowy black, adorned with silver moon patterns along its back. Wings resembling silver crescent moons sprouted from its sides, and a moonstone was embedded in its forehead, while its once ordinary cat eyes now glimmered with a pale silver hue, radiating a cool lunar glow, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. With the evolution of her martial spirit, it was bestowed a new name, Moonshadow Spirit Cat. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing sensed a significant enhancement in her soul power, leaping 2 levels to reach rank 30. The youthful feline's delicate features radiated an undeniable joy, her excitement causing her tail to sway in a dazzling display. Remarkably, she had ascended 3 ranks in a single day, with the acquisition of a Millennium Soul Ring. She would attain the rank of Soul Sovereign. Guxingge observed the radiant joy on Zhu Zhuqing's face, indicating she had reaped considerable rewards. With a flicker of thought, she accessed the Master-Disciple interface to review the current profile of the spirited little wildcat. Not only had her martial soul undergone a remarkable evolution, but her innate soul power had also been elevated from level 7 to level 9. This accounted for Zhu Zhuqing's own increase in soul power by 2 levels. Upon reflection, this proved to be far more advantageous than merely bestowing her with full innate soul power. "Thank you, teacher, for your assistance." Zhu Zhuqing knelt on one knee, raising her gaze to Guxingge, her lovely face brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for her teacher's intervention in facilitating the evolution of her martial soul, She would have required at least a year or two to break through to level 30. Gu Xingge smiled faintly, urging her to rise and dismissing formalities. Xiaoqing, since your soul power has reached level 30, in 2 days, I shall accompany you to the Stardow Forest to obtain your soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently, ever compliant with her teacher's wishes. Meanwhile, Gu Xingge had his own plans. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing needing her 3rd soul ring, there were also Haoyang, Hulaina, and Yusi, who likewise required their soul rings. He envisioned a joint hunt in the Stardow Forest, a singular effort yielding lasting benefits. Haoyang entered the living room, announcing that dinner was ready. Gu Xingge nodded slightly, observing as Zhu Zhuqing prepared to leave. He promptly invited her to stay for dinner. Naturally, the little wildcat did not dare refuse her teacher's invitation. After the meal, Zhu Zhuqing assisted Haoyang in clearing the dishes, while Gu Xingge ventured next door, intending to engage in some post-dinner exercise with Lan Qingyan. In the small Western-style villa, the enchanting melody of the piano flowed through the living room like a gentle stream, wrapping the entire house in a harmonious embrace, soothing the heart and captivating the soul. In one corner, Lan Qingyan sat at the piano, exquisitely adorned. Her voluptuous form perched gracefully on the piano stool. Her azure hair was elegantly styled into a single spiral bun, with a few loose strands framing her fair visage. A delicate makeup enhanced her almond-shaped eyes, subtly highlighted with pale blue eyeshadow. Clad in a deep indigo gown that accentuated her alluring curves, she exuded an irresistible charm. Her long, delicate fingers dancing across the keys, conjuring a cascade of beautiful notes that enveloped her, calming her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands enveloped Lan Qingyan's lush figure from behind, compelling the beautiful woman to cease her playing. As she turned her head, a strikingly handsome face loomed closer, and a passionate kiss captured her soft lips, ensnaring her in a fervent embrace. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of pure yang enveloped her, asserting dominance and rendering her powerless to resist, leaving her weak and pliable, like a wilted flower in the arms of her captor. After a moment, the previously halted piano melody resumed, albeit in a disordered fashion, lacking the previous elegance. Chapter 86. Bibi Dong's Madness. Lan Qingyan's Regret. In the Pope's Palace in Wuhun City. The night was bright with lights, and an intoxicating fragrance lingered in the air. On the bed, Bibi Dong, clad in a sheer lavender nightgown, tossed and turned. Her delicate brows knit in confusion, her stunningly beautiful face awash with doubt as the words of the demon soul master echoed in her mind. Had Qian Xuanji truly not insulted her? Was her memory not entirely accurate? Yet the more she pondered, the more she found such thoughts implausible, dismissing them with disdain. If that beast had not humiliated her, how then did Qian Rinxue come into existence? After all, she had carried that child for 10 months. Could those memories truly be false? Yet a flicker of hope ignited within her, if this were true, if she had not been sullied by that beast. If her memories were fabricated, it would mean her purity remained intact. This thought descended upon her like a lifeline cast from the heavens, offering an escape from the mire of her dark past, drawing her closer to the light. But she was fearful that this lifeline would snap, plunging her back into the depths of despair. Bibi Dong found herself ensnared in profound hesitation, unable to fully accept the demon soul master's assertions. Were it not for Qian Rinxue, she might have entertained such notions. But the existence of that child continually reminded her of her dark history. That child must perish. She seethed, her once elegant features contorting into a mask of rage as she thought of Qian Rinxue. The very thought of her was a reminder of her shame, a ticking time bomb threatening to expose her deepest secrets. She feared that if Gu Xingge discovered that Qian Rinxue was her daughter, her hidden truths would be laid bare. The most effective way to protect a secret was to eliminate all ties to it. Fueled by memories of her past humiliation, the crimson light in her eyes intensified, her hands gripping the bed tightly, betraying the fury and hatred that coursed through her. Qian Douluo, and that wretched child, you shall all die. Qian Fei, I will eradicate you and your progeny. I will obliterate the angel lineage and sever the divine connection to the angels. Her once exquisite visage morphed into something monstrous, a deep purple aura radiating from her, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the abyss, terrifying in its intensity. Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, the resentment, bitterness, humiliation, and rage within her were nurturing a being equally filled with animosity towards the angel lineage. The following morning, as night receded, the sky donned a deep blue hue, the dawn gradually painting the heavens in shades of red. The sun's rays seeped through the clouds, gracing the earth and awakening all from their slumber, heralding the dawn of a new day. At Tianshui Academy, in the small villa, slender beams of sunlight filtered through the second-floor windows, casting a warm glow upon the bed where a couple lay entwined. As the gentle morning light enveloped him, Guxinga felt a stir within him, rousing him from slumber. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, slightly dazed, his vision clearing as he became aware of the softness in his embrace. Once fully awake, he gazed down at the still sleeping Lan Qingyan, tenderly caressing her smooth, fair face, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he pressed a gentle kiss on her alabaster forehead. Before rising to dress and depart. Upon his exit, Lan Qingyan opened her eyes, yet she remained still, lying on the bed, her almond-shaped eyes filled with remorse and regret. She had not anticipated events unfolding to this extent. Her heart was heavy with regret, had she not been so aggressive in their previous meeting. Perhaps things would have turned out differently. As for resisting Guxinga, that was utterly inconceivable. How could a mere soul sage oppose a Title Douluo? All she could do was submit and accept her fate. Meanwhile, in the elite classroom, the young ladies had gathered early. Ning Rongrong, Shui Yuer, Xiao Wu, and Yu Lingling encircled Zhu Qing, chirping like little birds, eagerly inquiring about her encounter with the teacher. Xiao Qing, what did the teacher want with you last night? Surely he didn't give you special treatment? I suspect that's quite possible. What secrets did he share with you? Zhu Qing was the last standing during yesterday's physical training. You must have received a reward. Hee, Xiao Qing, I sense an aura similar to the teachers around you. Confess, what benefits did you receive? Xiao Wu nestled beside Zhu Qing and inquired with a cheerful smile. While others remained oblivious to Zhu Qing's transformation, Xiao Wu, who had often basked in the radiance of the moonlit martial spirit and absorbed its ethereal essence, was acutely attuned to the lunar aura emanating from the moonshadow spirit cat. In response to her classmates' probing questions, Zhu Qing maintained her customary icy demeanor, refraining from offering any replies. Until she received permission from her teacher, she would not disclose that she had taken Guxinga as her mentor. Observing Zhu Qing's reticence, Yu Lingling and Xiao Wu hesitated to press further. However, the cold demeanor of the little wildcat incited Ning Rongrong's displeasure. What is the big deal? It's merely a few extra repetitions of body-tempering exercises. I could do that too. With that, the Seven Treasures Princess returned to her seat, contemplating how to persuade Guxinga to permit the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to practice the 9th-rank body-tempering technique, and even the Tian treasure record. Ding-ling-ling. As the class bell chimed, the young ladies settled into their seats. On the podium, golden light shimmered as Guxinga appeared before the blackboard, holding a teacup in her left hand and a textbook tucked under her arm. Placing the teacup and textbook on the lectern, her gaze swept across the assembly of students as she spoke in a clear voice. All right, let us commence our lesson. Please turn to the internal energy section of the Tian treasure record, specifically the cold ice true qi. Remember to take notes and avoid daydreaming during class. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing their teacher's instructions, the young ladies promptly opened their Tian treasure records, attentively listening to Guxinga's elucidation on cold ice true qi while diligently taking notes. Guxinga meticulously illustrated a diagram of the meridian system on the blackboard, elucidating to the elite class students the concepts of meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the 12 regular meridians. In fact, the human race within the Douluo universe possesses a complete system of meridians, yet they have not delved into this field of study. In the original narrative, Tang San assisted Tang Hao in unblocking his meridians, enabling him to ascend to the pinnacle of the 97th level, indicating that even a Title Douluo may have obstructed meridians. If one could successfully open the meridians within their body, it would undoubtedly confer unforeseen advantages upon the soul masters. Spoiler alert, Qian Yifei is the name of the angel god, a creation of my own, and the demon soul sect is not a mere whim of invention. Its emergence will be gradually revealed in due course. Moreover, my original creations are not arbitrary. They are intricately woven with various reasons and foreshadowing, such as the little spider replacing Xiao Wu, Ning Chuchu, Zhu Jingjing, and the D-clan, all of which are laden with hints. Chapter 87, Night 9. The demon soul master of the divine body. The human body harbors a comprehensive meridian system, divided into the 12 regular meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the central meridian, collectively referred to as the 12 meridians. These 12 meridians symmetrically distribute along both sides of the body, traversing the inner or outer sides of the upper and lower limbs, with each meridian corresponding to a specific organ or viscera. Thus, the nomenclature of each meridian within the 12 includes components signifying hand or foot, yin or yang, an organ or viscera, The hand meridians flow through the upper limbs, while the foot meridians traverse the lower limbs. The yin meridians run along the inner sides of the limbs, belonging to the organs, whereas the yang meridians extend along the outer sides, associated with the viscera. To cultivate internal energy, one must comprehend the pathways of the meridians to ensure correct circulation of energy and avoid the pitfalls of deviating into madness. In the elite class, Guxinga pointed to the diagram of the human meridians on the blackboard, earnestly explaining to her students while observing their bewildered expressions, shaking her head in resignation. The soul masters of the Douluo world, let alone understanding the meridians, are entirely oblivious to the concept of the Dantian, only knowing to enhance their soul power through meditation, a practice that remained stagnant for the next 40,000 years. This inevitably reminded Guxinga of the renowned Naruto, one of the three major manhwa of her past life, which bore some resemblance to the Douluo universe. One relied on meditation for cultivation, while the other focused on chakra refinement, both adhering to outdated methodologies without exploring new paths of cultivation. Moreover, they shared a common characteristic. The younger one is, the faster the rate of cultivation. Conversely, the older one becomes, the slower the progress. As the young women in the audience listened attentively to the teacher's explanation of the 12 meridians, the term deviating into madness piqued Ning Rongrong's curiosity, especially as she contemplated transmitting the 9-tier body refinement technique back to the 7-treasure glaze tile school. She promptly raised her hand to inquire, "Teacher, what does deviating into madness mean?" Deviating into madness, she explained, is simply the consequence of improper internal cultivation, leading to adverse physical reactions. The mildest effects may result in spitting blood and injury, rendering one's soul power null. The severest outcomes could manifest as mental instability, transforming one into a fool, or even culminating in sudden death. Guxinga wore a serious expression as she solemnly explained to them. Upon hearing the grave dangers of losing oneself to madness, the young women displayed expressions of fear. They certainly did not wish to succumb to such a fate. Now, everyone, please direct your attention to the blackboard. The 12 meridians are interconnected through the yin and yang pathways of the hands and feet, forming a cyclical and boundless system of energy circulation. Qi and blood travel through these meridians, reaching the internal organs while also manifesting externally to the skin, thereby nurturing the entire body. The sequence of this flow begins with the Tian lung meridian, sequentially passing to the Yangming large intestine meridian. To cultivate inner strength, one must comprehend the pathways of the meridians within the body. Guxinga was not in a hurry to impart the essence of the cold ice true qi to her students. Rather, she prioritized solidifying their foundational knowledge before progressing to more advanced teachings. The students listened intently, diligently taking notes to avoid any mistakes, for they could not afford to fall into madness in the future. However, Shui Binger, seated in the front row, appeared somewhat distracted. She caught a whiff of her mother's unique fragrance emanating from the teacher, which seemed even more pronounced than the day before. In the realm of the soul-devouring sect, atop the towering soul-devouring sacred mountain that pierced the heavens like a lance, ominous crimson energy swirled, seemingly eroding all in their vicinity, consuming every tangible and intangible entity, thereby nourishing the mountain itself. The leader of the soul-devouring sect sat in meditation at the summit, surrounded by these eerie blood energies. Suspended in their grasp was an ancient, blood-red orb, into which the swirling energies flowed like fledglings returning to their nest. With each influx, the orb's hue deepened, becoming increasingly archaic and unremarkable in appearance, yet emanating an overwhelming power. "Your presence has been acknowledged, Master. The individuals have been brought forth." A respectful voice reported from behind the leader. They slowly turned to face Tianshui Douluo and the 8 disciples of varying cultivation levels behind him, the highest being a soul king, while the lowest had just recently attained the status of a soul master. The leader was indifferent to their levels of cultivation. Observing the fervent gazes of the 8 disciples, they rotated the blood orb, releasing 8 streams of eerie crimson energy that penetrated their bodies. Instantly, the disciples felt a tremendous surge of energy within, their faces alight with ecstasy as they hastily knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your divine gift." The leader did not spare them a glance, calmly instructing, "Take them away to assimilate this energy." Tianshui Douluo nodded respectfully, escorting the 8 disciples away. After a moment, a mature female voice resonated in the leader's ear. "You have once again squandered the power of the blood divine orb to elevate these worthless souls. It would be wiser to reserve it for your own ascension." The leader turned to regard the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared beside them, replying coolly, "Like your husband, I have also transitioned to a 99% divine body, without a divine position. Relying solely on the blood divine orb will not lead to divinity unless one independently consolidates a divine position. Independently consolidating a divine position? Alas, that is even more challenging. You might as well contemplate how to succeed in the trials of the Azura divine position. The mysterious woman sighed and shook her head before merging into the leader's being. The leader gazed at the blood divine orb in their hand, lamenting. What a pity that the blood god fell 2 millennia ago, shattering even the divine position. Had it not been so, I would have ascended long ago through the blood god status. Although the Azura god is far stronger than the blood god, the trials of the Azura god are exceedingly arduous. Even I cannot guarantee my success. At the Tianshui Academy, after the morning classes concluded, Guxinga once again cautioned the elite class students, urging them not to recklessly practice the cold ice true chi without her guidance, for they would bear the consequences of their actions. Upon understanding the perils of losing oneself to madness, Hulaina and the others nodded in agreement, determined not to exhaust their soul power and become fools. It is good that you understand. Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, then picked up her teacup and teaching materials before leaving the classroom. Observing the teacher's departing figure, Ning Rongrong tidied her notes and hurriedly followed. Teacher, please wait a moment. Hearing Ning Rongrong's call, Guxinga halted her steps and turned to regard the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, her expression tinged with curiosity. What could this girl possibly want? Teacher, I would like to inquire whether the 9-tier body refinement technique can be imparted to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Please state any conditions you may have. We are prepared to meet them with whatever the 7 treasure glazed tile school can offer. Ning Rongrong gazed earnestly at Guxinga, her youthful face brimming with anticipation. Although her initial experience with the formidable 9-tier body refinement technique had been brief, she firmly believed that this method of body cultivation was worth any sacrifice the 7 treasure glazed tile school could make. Guxinga was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the request was for the 9th rank body refinement technique. However, he was not yet inclined to impart this knowledge to others. He shook his head and gently declined the little princess of 7 treasures, stating, "Let us reconsider this matter once you have achieved mastery in the 9th rank." After uttering these words, he turned away, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of astonishment. Upon returning to his office, he found that Haoyang had already prepared lunch, awaiting his enjoyment. After finishing his meal, Guxinga diligently visited the office of the Director of Education, personally feeding Lan Qing in her lunch, while also engaging in some post-meal exercises with the charming female director to aid in digestion. As for the identity of the Demon Soul Master, I shall refrain from revealing too much, as many in the group are already aware. The origins of the Demon Soul sect have been previously mentioned and are closely tied to the protagonist. Chapter 88. The underperformer of the elite class. Ning Rongrong time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period, the curriculum of the elite class proceeded methodically under Guxinga's guidance. Over these 3 days, under the tutelage of Teacher Gu, the students in the elite class diligently memorized and mastered the positions and pathways of the 12 meridians within their bodies. They became increasingly adept at the first 18 movements of the 9th rank body refinement technique. Moreover, the practice of the Tian spirit refinement technique was also progressing smoothly. Unlike the 9th rank body refinement technique, which has clear demarcations of realms, this method is applicable to all living beings for soul refinement. As long as one perseveres in their practice, there will come a day when any being can transform their soul into that of the Tian. It merely depends on the duration of their efforts. Among the young ladies in the elite class, Zhu Xing exhibited the most rapid advancement in the Tian spirit refinement technique. Her moonshadow spirit cat martial soul had an innate affinity for Tian, allowing her to achieve results with half the effort. To gain a clearer understanding of the student's mental strength, Guxinga adopted the mental power classification system from Douluo 3, The Legend of the Dragon King. For precision, he employed the origin of the plane from the Ming realm to create a stone tablet specifically designed for testing mental power. By infusing mental energy into the tablet, it would display an accurate mental power value. The classifications, from weakest to strongest, are as follows: Spiritual Origin Realm, 0, 100, Spiritual Communication Realm, 101 to 500, Spiritual Sea Realm, 501, 5000, Spiritual Abyss Realm, 5,001 to 20,000, and Spiritual Domain Realm, 20,001 to 50,000. Guxinga's mental strength had reached the pinnacle of the spirit domain, boasting an astonishing value exceeding 43,000 points. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing had merely entered the spirit communication realm, achieving a modest 137 points. Huaina possessed the highest mental strength in the class, attaining the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, largely due to the influence of the nine-tailed ice fox skull spirit bone. What perplexed Guxinga the most was that Xiao Wu, despite being a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, exhibited a mental strength inferior to that of Shui Binger, only reaching the peak of the spirit essence realm. In the original narrative, Xiao Wu had employed her charm spirit technique against Zhao Wujia, only to suffer a backlash, which seemed utterly absurd. The soul intensity of a 10,000-year soul beast should not be less than that of a soul sage. In the elite class's classroom, Guxinga stood before the neatly seated young ladies and spoke with authority. Classmates, as Huaina and Zhu Zhuqing have attained the level required to acquire spirit rings. This afternoon, the teacher will accompany them to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, with the expedition lasting 2 days. Upon hearing that Huaina and Zhu Zhuqing had reached the threshold for obtaining spirit rings, Shui Binger and Yu Lingling displayed expressions of astonishment. It was noteworthy that not long ago, one was at level 47 and the other at 27. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, they were even more taken aback by Huaina's progress. After all, she was a soul zone, and the advancement of soul masters became increasingly challenging with time. To ascend 3 levels in 5 days was simply astounding. The young lady speculated whether Huaina had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Given her status as a disciple of the Pope, possessing resources beyond their imagination. At that moment, Xiaowu raised her hand, and Guxinga gestured for her to speak. Teacher, I have also broken through to level 30. Please take me with you to the Star Do Great Forest. Certainly, Guxinga nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy, her mind beginning to contemplate other matters. In contrast, Ning Rongrong felt a jolt of surprise at the breakthroughs of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to level 30. Realizing that she was the only great soul master left in the class, this revelation cast a shadow over the 7 treasure princess, rendering her expression forlorn and somewhat dazed. She, Ning Rongrong, the most gifted individual of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in hundreds of years, had become the last in her class. If this were to spread, the news of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's little master being at the bottom would not only tarnish her reputation but also bring disgrace to the entire sect. With her proud disposition, how could she accept such an outcome? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes shimmered with yearning. Since birth, she had never felt such an intense desire. She yearned to cultivate, to grow stronger. She refused to be the last. She would not allow that dolphin to mock her. I shall grant you all a break for the next 2 days. However, even during this time off, do not become complacent. Ensure to diligently practice your body tempering exercises and the lunar refining divine technique. Do you understand? Guxinga surveyed the room and announced a 2-day holiday for the students, prompting smiles to bloom on the faces of Shui Yuer and Yuhera. Hooray for holidays! After the morning classes concluded, Guxinga instructed Huaina and Zhu Zhuqing to wait for him at the small Western-style building while he paid a visit to the office of the Director of Education. Inside the office, Lan Qingyan, dressed in an icy blue qipao, sat gracefully in a large chair. The fitted garment perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, showcasing the exquisite beauty of her mature femininity. Her long, shapely legs, encased in translucent matte oil stockings, were elegantly crossed, with her ample curves resting on the desk. Undeterred as she reviewed documents, after several days of indulgence, the alluring director radiated youthfulness, with even the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes diminishing. Her complexion glowing with collagen, smooth and ivory like a peeled egg, increasingly enchanting and alluring. As she perused the files in her hands, Lan Qingyan felt a slight headache coming on. They contained profiles of outstanding students from the other 4 elemental academies. Specifically the participant list for the upcoming inter-academy competition a month from now. The 5 elemental academies were in constant rivalry, leading to the establishment of an annual inter-academy exchange competition. Each year, this competition was held at the Sky Do Great Soul Arena, with the royal family invited to observe. This event served not only to showcase the strengths of each academy, but also to gain the royal family's recognition and secure more resources. Recently, Long Qishuang had left the Tianshui Academy to head to Tiando City for the same reason. Tianshui Academy had placed last in the competition for 3 consecutive years. To be frank, Lan Qingyan did not hold high hopes for this year's performance, especially with only a month left for preparation. Given the strength of Shui Binger and her companions, achieving commendable results in the upcoming competition seemed quite challenging. as the strongest competitors from other academies boasted levels of 37 or 38, with Shinfeng Academy even featuring a soul master who had reached the spirit realm. Sighing softly, Lan Xingyan lamented that if she had just half a year more, with the guidance of Douluo Haoyang, the elite class's strength would surely soar, leading to a successful outcome in the inter-academy competition. However, the mere thought of Douluo Haoyang caused a shiver to run through her voluptuous form. Her almond-shaped eyes clouded with a hint of springtime's allure and a trace of shy melancholy surfacing in the depths of her gaze. As the saying goes, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The office door swung open, and Gu Xingge stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Lan Xingyan's fair and exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes glistening with a deeper shade of shyness as she softly inquired, "Why are you here so early today? Aren't you having lunch?" Gu Xingge observed the stern and commanding director of education in front of the students, feeling quite pleased as he appeared almost demure and bashful like a delicate woman before him. With a playful tone laced with mockery, he remarked, "Did I not come here for lunch?" In the director's office, the air was suffused with an overwhelmingly sweet fragrance, intermingled with the faint, pungent scent of heather that lingered persistently. After finishing his lunch, Gu Xingge reclined in the grand chair at the desk, his expression one of joy and satisfaction. He gazed at the alluring figure of Lan Xingyan, who leaned against him, embracing the voluptuous beauty of the mature director. He tenderly played with her slightly damp azure tresses, his eyes revealing unreserved affection as he gently inquired, "Have you surpassed level 80? Lan Xingyan nodded, her voice a touch husky. "I broke through last night." Gu Xingge has never neglected those around him. Lan Xingyan's spiritual power had already reached level 75. In order to assist her in breaking through to level 80, he bestowed upon her 3 small creation pills, along with the dual-armed soul bone of the ice-blue scorpion, which he had acquired over 90,000 years. Upon hearing that Lan Xingyan had successfully made her breakthrough, Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction. "It is good that you have succeeded. This afternoon, accompany me to obtain soul rings. First, we shall venture into the Stardow Forest to assist a friend and 2 students in acquiring their soul rings. And then we will head to the extreme north ice field to help you hunt for your 8th soul ring." "All right, I will follow your lead," the alluring director replied obediently, leaning against Gu Xingge's chest, resembling a delicate woman, understanding and compliant. In the span of just a few days, both her body and heart had been thoroughly conquered by Gu Xingge. Of course, this was not without the aid of the Thunder Prison Whip, the medicinal pills, and the soul bones. It was a matter of striking first and then offering a sweet reward. Such tactics were second nature to Gu Xingge, effortlessly taming the enchanting director. "What is this?" Gu Xingge voiced his confusion as his gaze was drawn to the document regarding the intercollegiate competition resting on the desk. He reached out and grasped it in his hand. Although it was thoroughly soaked, the high temperature of his solar soul power soon dried it. Upon hearing his bewilderment, Lan Xingyan sat up and, in a slightly hoarse voice, began to elucidate the contents of the document. It was a roster for the 5 Elements Academy's exchange competition, containing the names and information of select participants from the other 4 elemental academies. The 5 Elements Academy exchange competition rang a bell. Previously, Gu Xingge had heard it mentioned by Lang Qishuang before her departure, though he had not paid much heed at the time, as his aspirations lay with the elite soul master competition of the entire continent. After perusing the exchange competition document, he recognized the participants from the 4 elemental academies, including familiar names such as Huowu, Huowushuang, Feng Xiaotian, and Yu Tianxin. But who were the representatives from the Tianshui Academy? Were Shui Binger and Shuiwu among them? Gu Xingge closed the document and inquired of Lan Xingyan, for indeed, the most outstanding individuals at Tianshui Academy today were none other than Shui Binger and her companions. The elegant and mature director nodded, acknowledging that the only notable talents Tianshui Academy could present were Shui Binger and Shuiwu. "A new system task has been triggered. Please check. Post." The notification echoed. As expected, upon hearing the system's prompt, Gu Xingge murmured that another system task had arrived. Lan Xingyan, interpreting his words, assumed that he was referring to the same personnel dispatched from Tianshui Academy, hence her agreement with his observation. Gu Xingge set aside the documents and activated the system to review his new task. Task name: The Primacy of the 5 Elements. Task details: The exchange competition of the 5 Elements Academy is imminent, and the Tianshui Academy, where the host resides, has long been at the bottom. Can you endure this? No. Then lead the Tianshui Academy to seize the first place. Task reward: 1 opportunity for a profound level lottery. Upon finishing the task description, Xinge revealed a faint smile. A chance for a profound-level lottery was indeed quite appealing. He turned to Lan Qingyin and spoke gently. You need not worry about the exchange competition. There is still a month left, ample time for me to assist Binger and the others in enhancing their abilities. However, Lan Qingyin still displayed a hint of skepticism. Although Xinge was a Title Douluo, he would not be participating in the competition himself. Water Binger and her companions were still somewhat inferior when compared to Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianxing. Could they truly catch up in merely a month? Noticing the doubt in the beautiful director's eyes, Xinge's expression darkened, and he swiftly turned Lan Qingyin over, compelling her to lie across his lap. He then delivered a firm slap to her ample posterior. The sharp, resonant sound of the slap echoed throughout the office. Feeling the sting, Lan Qingyin's enchanting eyes filled with a blend of shame and indignation. Her fair complexion flushed a vibrant crimson, as if she were about to bleed from embarrassment. Xinge let out a cold snort. Humph. It seems that without a good thrashing for 3 days, you no longer believe in my abilities. It appears I must take it upon myself to teach you a proper lesson today. Just as he prepared to discipline the voluptuous director, compelling her to recall the terror of being under his control, an unexpected event unfolded. The previously locked office door swung open, hearing the sound of the lock turning. Both Xinge and Lan Qingyin were momentarily taken aback. The director's ample figure tensed instantly, trembling, her previously rosy cheeks paling in an instant. Noticing Lan Qingyin's anxiety, Xinge hesitated not for a moment. A brilliant blue triangular pattern appeared on his brow, and the vast sea and sky shield materialized, expanding multiple times in an instant. The blue light flickered, enveloping both him and Lan Qingyin, concealing their forms and presence, leaving no trace of them on the grand chair. At that moment, the office door opened, revealing a figure at the threshold. It was Shui Binger. Upon seeing Shui Binger, Xinge's heart tightened momentarily, only to release a sigh of relief right after. Fortunately, the vast sea and sky shield had been deployed in time. Had she seen them, it would have been quite embarrassing. Lan Qingyin, however, unaware of the shield's function, trembled even more violently at the sight of her daughter. Believing Shui Binger had witnessed her and Xinge in a compromising position. Ashamed, she lowered her head, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Observing the director's heightened tension, Xinge leaned down to whisper reassurance into her ear. Do not worry, Binger cannot see us. Upon hearing this, Lan Qingyin cautiously lifted her gaze and indeed saw Shui Binger peering around at the doorway, seemingly oblivious to her presence with Xinge. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. What is happening? Nevertheless, since Binger was unaware of their presence, all was well. Conversely, Shui Binger had initially intended to inquire about the 5 Elements Academy's exchange competition with her mother. Finding the door locked, she used a spare key to gain entry. As soon as she opened the door, an overwhelmingly sweet fragrance wafted towards her, causing the young girl to momentarily change expression in surprise. Though she thought little of it and shifted her gaze into the office, she assumed her mother had locked the door to take an afternoon nap, but found the room empty, which puzzled her. Why is my mother not here at this time? Yet, with no one present, Shui Binger chose not to enter the office, closing and locking the door behind her as she left. Once her daughter departed, Lan Qingyin's previously anxious heart finally eased, and she exhaled a long breath of relief. Thank goodness I wasn't discovered. I would have been mortified. Although the unexpected appearance of Shui Binger was a minor distraction, it did not deter Xinge from his intent to discipline the voluptuous director. Her lack of faith in him, despite her pleas for mercy, warranted a proper reprimand. Chapter 90. Arrival at the Stardow Forest in a quaint little villa. A gracefully attired woman in a delicate dress savored a cup of floral tea. Moments later, a hint of surprise graced her gentle features as she looked up at the standing Haoyang. Miss Hua, your tea brewing skills are truly exceptional. No wonder my daughter has lost her taste for my brews. Madam Yi, you flatter me. It's merely a few techniques. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to teach you once the soul hunter returns. Haoyang replied with a warm smile. Yi Yusi nodded, agreeing to learn the art of floral tea brewing after the soul hunter's return. Hulaina, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiaowei sat opposite, occasionally glancing at the elegant woman before them, astonished. They had not anticipated that, beyond assisting them in acquiring soul rings, she would also aid a soul saint in obtaining her 8th soul ring, namely their teacher, the Title Douluo. Had it been any other soul master from the Tianshui Academy, they would not have possessed such strength. Yi Yusi regarded the 3 girls with a gentle smile and soft gaze, speaking in a soothing tone. You must be Lingling's classmates. There is no need for formality. Simply call me Aunt Yu. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei cheerfully chimed in, Hello, Aunt Yi. Such a good child. Yusi replied, her smile broadening. Rest assured, with Aunt Yi here, there is no need to worry about injuries in the Stardo Forest. Hearing Xiao Wu's friendly greeting only made Yusi's smile grow warmer. She found herself increasingly fond of Xiao Wu, a truly understanding child. Hu Laiina and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, calling out Aunt Yi as well. They were aware that this noblewoman was the most renowned healing soul master, a figure of considerable repute on the continent. If they could forge a friendship with her, they could seek her healing assistance in the future. Everyone is here. A familiar voice echoed, prompting Yi Yusi and the others to turn and see Gu Xingge standing behind them, accompanied by Lan Qing'en. The voluptuous director had changed into a fitted ice blue long dress, as her previous qipao was no longer suitable. While the dress did not accentuate her alluring curves as the qipao did, it lent her a youthful appearance. Seeing Lan Qing'en's arrival, Yi Yusi expressed her surprise and inquired, Director Lan, have you also reached level 80? Thanks to Teacher Gu, I broke through to level 80 last night, the voluptuous director confirmed, not concealing the reason for her advancement. Even if she had not mentioned who aided her, Yi Yusi could guess, as only Gu Xingge from the vast Tianshui Academy had the capability to assist her in such a manner. Yet, she was curious as to why Gu Xingge had chosen to help Lan Qing'en in her breakthrough. Sensing Yi Yusi's contemplation, Gu Xingge interjected, now that everyone is present, let us set off. We aim to reach the Stardo Forest before nightfall. Hu Laiina and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, while Haoyang had prepared some pastries for their journey to stave off hunger. However, Gu Xingge had no intention of taking the carriage. With a sweeping gesture, he urged the women to abandon their resistance. The laws of the Ming realm surged forth, enveloping them and directly transporting them into the realm itself. The Stardo Forest lay nearly 3,000 kilometers from the Tianshui Academy, and the time wasted by traveling by carriage would be considerable. Thus, he opted for flight instead. The sun god wings unfurled from Gu Xingge's back, their golden feathers resembling exquisite craftsmanship of gold, shimmering with radiance. The intense fire of the sun blazed fiercely, incinerating all in its path and refining all matter, causing the temperature around him to soar dramatically. He soared through the skies like a streak of golden divine light, leaving a shimmering trail as he ascended towards the Stardo Forest. After more than 3 hours, as dusk fell, the sky darkened, and the evening glow resembled a carpet of crimson leaves upon the ground. The Stardo Forest was bathed in a dark purple hue under the slanted sunlight, the twilight seeping like water, gradually obscuring the contours of the earth. Suddenly, a golden divine radiance pierced the heavens, bringing a glimmer of light to the impending darkness. 200 miles beyond the forest lay a humble soul-hunting town, thriving on the resources of the mountains, rivers, and forest. Although the Stardo Forest was fraught with dangers, it also harbored numerous opportunities. The existence of medicinal herbs was not a secret known only to the unscrupulous. Despite the setting sun, the town remained lively, with lanterns illuminating the streets. Soul masters donned in various light or leather armors traversed the pathways, while vendors peddled an array of healing potions and weaponry. Come one, come all. Behold the soul power recovery potion crafted by a level 40 support type soul master, only 50 gold soul coins a bottle. Delight in our exquisitely roasted Yunjin chicken, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within. Come and savor it. Spicy rabbit heads, just 5 copper soul coins each, a tantalizing treat that leaves you craving more. Premium purple soul flowers, whose pollen enhances soul power, are available for 10 gold soul coins each. Though dusk approached, the calls of merchants filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere as soul masters flowed in and out of the town. Outside, a golden divine light descended, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater, the intense heat scorching the surrounding area as if a meteor had fallen. Within the golden glow, Gu Xingge's figure emerged, enveloped in the flames of the sun, highlighting his perfectly proportioned physique. 9 radiant rings floated around his feet, dispelling darkness with their brilliance, as he shone like a deity of the sun descending upon the earth. His arrival stirred considerable commotion, drawing the attention of many townsfolk, while the soul masters stationed in the town hurriedly approached, fearing that a soul beast from the Stardo Forest had ventured forth to disrupt their peace. Gu Xingge did not immediately enter the quaint town, but instead released Yi Yusi and Lan Qing'en from the realm of light. As the maidens stepped out, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the nearby soul hunter town. Had they arrived so soon? At that moment, the town's guard, comprised of soul masters, also arrived. Upon seeing a considerable gathering at the town's entrance, they breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not a horde of soul beasts. However, given the commotion, Did they not fear attracting such beasts? The leader, visibly annoyed, was about to voice his concerns when one of his companions tugged at his sleeve, pointing at Guxinga with a look of sheer horror. Old Shi, do not act impulsively, look over there. Upon hearing this, Old Shi and the other soul masters turned their gazes towards Guxinga. As they beheld the 9 soul rings that encircled him, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation. In unison, they knelt on one knee, addressing him with utmost reverence. We pay our respects, Your Highness. There is no need for such formalities. Guxinga nodded slightly. Accompanied by Yi Yusi, Haoyang, and 4 other young ladies, as they gracefully passed through a throng of guardian soul masters and entered the soul-hunting town. This prompted a collective sigh of relief from Lao Chi and the others, who turned their grateful gazes toward their companion who had alerted them. Old Wang, we owe you one. Had it not been for your reminder, we would have been doomed. Come over to my house later. I'll have your sister-in-law prepare something for you. As they stepped into the bustling soul-hunting town, the streets were lined with an array of shops, creating a small yet vibrant city without walls. Street lamps illuminated the area, casting a warm glow as soul masters traversed the thoroughfares in groups, engaged in light-hearted banter amidst the lively atmosphere. Upon entering the town, Guxinga quickly became the center of attention, not solely due to his handsome features and distinguished demeanor, but rather because of the enchanting presence of the 6 women accompanying him. The allure of Yi Yusi, Haoyang, and the others was impossible to ignore. Each possessed a unique charm. The mature and aloof, Lan Qingyan; the regal and elegant, Yi Yusi; the delicate and ethereal, Haoyang; the captivating and flirtatious, Haoyang; the icy and mesmerizing, Zhu Zhuqing; and the sweetly adorable, Xiaowu. Their exquisite beauty was unparalleled, drawing the gaze of many male soul masters who looked on with unabashed desire, some even swallowing hard at the sight. Their eyes reflected envy and longing, wishing to take Guxinga's place. Feeling the weight of those yearning stares, Lan Qingyan was decidedly uncomfortable. With a disdainful huff, she summoned her 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The formidable aura of an 80th-level pinnacle soul saint surged forth, overwhelming those who dared to covet them. Leaving the onlookers breathless, as if a colossal stone pressed heavily upon their chests, rendering them nearly incapable of inhaling, their expressions betraying their discomfort and a hint of fear. Simultaneously, an ice-blue phoenix materialized behind her, radiating a chilling aura. The ice phoenix spread its wings and let out a cry that echoed through the night, unleashing a torrent of freezing air that engulfed the street. Frost quickly formed on the ground, street lamps, and shop walls, causing those with lesser cold resistance to tremble uncontrollably in the face of such potent chill. Under the imposing pressure of Lan Qingyan's soul saint aura, the soul masters on the street dispersed in a panic, eager to flee, effectively clearing the thoroughfare. After a brief moment, Lan Qingyan finally retracted her martial spirit, allowing the temperature to gradually return to normal. The shopkeepers regarded Guxinga and the 6 ladies with a newfound respect and awe. Let us find an inn to settle in for the night, and we shall venture into the Star Dough forest in the morning. Guxinga spoke softly, and the group of young women nodded, following him to a modest 2-story inn. They checked in for 3 rooms, 1 single and 2 triple rooms. The setting was unremarkable. After all, one could not expect a luxurious 5-star hotel, especially so close to the Star Dough forest, where soul beasts occasionally posed a threat. The establishment was primarily designed for sturdiness and practicality. Yi Yusi, having sampled the pastries prepared by Haoyang in the Ming realm, was not hungry and decided to retire to her room early. Meanwhile, Lan Qingyan accompanied Haoyang to explore the night market. Teacher, will you join us for dinner? Zhu Zhuqing respectfully inquired whether he would dine with them in the hall. Guxinga shook his head, indicating he would pass. He encouraged them to enjoy their meal, as he needed time for cultivation. Although Guxinga had reached the 99th level, he was constrained by the laws of the Douluo plane. Mere cultivation would not allow him to break through to the 100th level. He needed to inherit or independently condense a divine position to advance. However, the Douluo laws restricted his soul master rank, while his body refinement and spirit cultivation were still unbound, leaving room for progress. Halfway up the stairs, Guxinga suddenly halted, turning to Zhu Zhuqing with a command. Xiaoqing, after your meal, come to my room. I have some matters to discuss with you. Understood, teacher, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Just then hearing Xiao Wu's voice urging her to hurry and order. At a small dining table, Haoyang and Xiao Wu were together. After Xiao Wu made her selections, she passed the menu to Zhu Zhuqing. As she browsed through it, The little wildcat chose a fish and began to ponder what her teacher might want to discuss with her later. Could it be regarding the choice of her third soul ring? After placing her order, Xiaowu turned her gaze out the window, staring into the distance at the shadowy outline of the Star Doe forest. Her pink eyes reflected a sense of longing. It had been 6 years since she had left, and she wondered how her mother and the others were faring. Hey, Mom will surely be delighted to know Uncle Di Jiaowei has returned to the Star Doe forest. Sigh. It's so hard to hold this in. Xiaowu's pink and white rabbit ears drooped as memories of Uncle Di Jiaowei's past admonitions surfaced in her mind, leaving her feeling vexed. Why couldn't she share her current whereabouts with him? Suddenly, while lost in thought, Xiaowu sensed an intensely irritating presence. Her drooping rabbit ears perked up, and following the source of the annoyance, she glanced outside the inn. A group of young boys and girls entered, led by a burly middle-aged man, stocky yet only about 5 feet tall. Xiaowu's gaze landed on a girl in a dark green dress, whose striking beauty was undeniable. With long dark green hair and an alluring figure, she was as captivating as Zhu Qing, possessing long, slender legs that dazzled in their whiteness. In that instant, the little rabbit's fur bristled with displeasure, her delicate brows furrowed, and she bit her lip, her eyes betraying deep disdain. Why is that wretched spider here? Xiaowu. Is something wrong? Noticing Xiaowu's unusual expression, Hulaina asked with concern whether she was feeling unwell. Following Xiaowu's gaze, Hulaina looked at the girl in dark green and felt a hint of surprise. Did Xiaowu have a grudge against that girl? Zhu Zhuqing also noticed a boy and a girl among the newcomers, her expression shifting slightly, especially upon seeing the cat-eared girl who bore a resemblance to her, but was notably more alluring. The dark green girl, sensing Xiaowu's disdainful gaze, paused and turned to look at her, surprise evident on her face. She hadn't expected to encounter Xiaowu here. The dark green girl quickly tugged at the boy beside her, dressed in blue athletic gear, pointing at Xiaowu with a sweet voice. Brother, look, it's Xiaowu. Hearing Xiaowu's name, the boy turned to follow her direction, his eyes lighting up with joy. This joy did not go unnoticed by the dark green girl, who felt a wave of displeasure but chose not to express it. Instead, she took the initiative to pull the boy away from the group and walk toward Xiaowu. The dark green girl and the boy were none other than Xiao Zhu and Tang San. Xiao Zhu feigned concern, sweetly inquiring about Xiaowu's recent whereabouts. Xiaowu, where have you been? Didn't we agree to report to Shrek Academy together? Do you know how worried we've been? You shouldn't wander off like that. Though she appeared caring, each word dripped with reproach toward Xiaowu. Seeing the feigned concern on Xiao Zhu's alluring face only deepened Xiaowu's revulsion, and she retorted sharply. None of your business. Upon hearing Xiaowu's impatient tone, Tang San's expression darkened, and he felt compelled to admonish her. Xiaowu, Xiao Zhu is concerned about you. How can you speak to her like that? It's utterly disrespectful. Moreover, where have you been? Why didn't you report to Shrek Academy? I don't owe you an explanation. Xiaowu snapped back. Who do you think you are, Tang San? You think you can order me around? Get lost. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu's fury escalated as she stood up, confronting Tang San with an intensity that mirrored an agitated rabbit, her pink eyes filled with disdain and anger, giving no regard to his authority. Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina were taken aback. They never anticipated that the usually charming and endearing Xiaowu could exhibit such ferocity. Yet, it was clear that Tang San must have been exceedingly intolerable to provoke her to this extent. Hulaina scrutinized Tang San. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of his relationship with Xiaowu. Conversely, Tang San's countenance darkened further under Xiaowu's sharp retort, while Xiao Zhu feigned surprise, secretly reveling in the situation. Why can't I care about you? I'm your brother. Tang San began, but was swiftly interrupted by Xiaowu. Brother, my foot. Don't act all self-important here. I want at Nodding Academy, so you should call me Sister Xiaowu. Alas, Xiaowu. How could you speak to Sangu in such a manner? It was Sangu who showed you deference back then. Otherwise, you would have lost long ago. We do not hold it against you for not wishing to join the Shrek Academy, but how could you so brazenly insult it? This institution was recommended by Sanji's esteemed teacher. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu tirelessly attempted to mediate, casting disparaging remarks towards the Shrek group and Tang San. Observing the distasteful interactions between Tang San and Xiao Zhu, Xiaowu could no longer bear to engage in futile arguments with them and turned to leave, forsaking her meal. However, Tang San was unwilling to let her depart. Seeing her attempt to leave, his previously sullen expression transformed into one of urgency as he hastily reached out to grasp her arm. Unexpectedly, a slender, pink-wrapped leg, akin to a steel whip, sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, retaliating against Tang San. This sudden kick caused Tang San's countenance to shift dramatically. His outstretched hand morphed into a claw-like shape. Internal energy surging as he summoned a gentle force at the center of his palm. Employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to neutralize the leg's attack with ease. Once again, the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Xiao Wu felt a compelling force enveloping her calf, her delicate face growing cold. With a sudden exertion of strength, she unleashed her soul power, her body twisting midair, forcefully breaking free from Tang San's grasp. Fortunately, thanks to her exceptional control over her body and remarkable flexibility, she landed gracefully without embarrassment. Initially disinclined to engage with Tang San, Xiao Wu was thoroughly provoked by his actions. Her gaze shifted from pink to red as she coldly declared, "Tang San, are you deliberately seeking a fight? I shall oblige." With her soft-bone rabbit martial spirit manifesting, 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, swirling in the air. While a fluffy pink-white rabbit tail sprouted from her curvaceous form, and her long, straight pink pants shimmered with a soft glow. Noticing her readiness to fight, Hulayina and Zhu Zhuqing also did not remain idle, summoning their martial spirits like Xiao Wu. 2 yellow and 2 purple rings floated beneath Hulayina. Her enchanting fox spirit significantly amplifying her allure, captivating the hearts of many in the hall, including the 3 men from Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing, embodying the Moonshadow spirit cat, appeared even more poised and graceful, her figure voluptuous and a silver crescent marking gracing her snowy forehead, radiating a cool, ethereal light. Her eyes transformed into silver orbs, sharp and perceptive, while her fingernails elongated into dagger-like points, dangerously sharp. The moon outside seemed to sense the tension, casting a brilliant moonlight that enveloped the lithe figure of the little wildcat, rendering Zhu Zhuqing's presence both elusive and ethereal, her aura nearly imperceptible, transforming her into a lunar assassin. Upon witnessing the emergence of a soul master from the opposing side, the expressions of the Shrek group grew solemn, while Zhao Wujie leaned against the counter, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. Observing Hulayina's youth, appearing no older than 18 or 19, yet already a soul master, he noted her formidable aura, likely no less than level 46 or 47, coupled with a 2 yellow, 2 purple ring configuration, indicating her extraordinary pedigree. The Shrek group had certainly found themselves in a predicament. Among them, Dai Mubai's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld Hulayina's enchanting form, and he bellowed, "Umph. So you are a soul master, huh? Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." Responding to Dai Mubai's command, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others summoned their martial spirits, creating a spectacle of 1 soul sovereign and 6 great soul masters, amidst a flurry of yellow rings with a singular purple one, their presence far eclipsing that of Hulayina and her companions. The commotion startled several diners, sending them fleeing from the hall. Tang San urged Dai Mubai and the others to refrain from immediate conflict, then earnestly implored Xiao Wu, "If you simply acknowledge your misstep and return with me to Shrek Academy, we shall forgive your earlier disrespect." "Tang San, are you out of your mind? What I have to apologize for? Are we even acquainted? Stop feigning concern. You are truly repugnant, and the sight of you makes me want to retch." Xiao Wu's expression was filled with disdain as she regarded Tang San's faux concern, a deep-seated nausea welling within her. She could not fathom why Tang San, who had persistently clung to her at Nodding Academy, pretending to share a close familiarity with her and even claiming to be her brother, was so insufferable. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, regretting ever attending Nodding Academy, which had led to her entanglement with such a lunatic. In a solitary room on the 2nd floor of the hotel, Guxinga sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by shimmering silver light, as if immersed in the Milky Way. He formed the Tian seal, drawing in endless moonlight to cleanse his soul, banishing all impurities, his soul radiating with brilliance akin to that of the resplendent moon. Suddenly, his ears perked up, catching the sound of Xiao Wu's furious rebuke from downstairs. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver flashing across them, as the surrounding moonlight gradually dissipated, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Who has provoked this little rabbit? During his recent interactions with Xiao Wu, Guxinga had dismissed suspicions regarding her being a reincarnator. Although she had not exhibited overly warm feelings towards him, he could sense a peculiar familiarity in her gaze, as if they had known each other for a long time. This was the aspect that perplexed him the most. He was acutely aware that they had never met before, and she was certainly not a reincarnator. The only remaining possibility was that he had encountered her during a time travel event in the past. This hypothesis was plausible, considering he possessed a system, It was conceivable that one day he might win a time-traveling item or spell, allowing him to return to the past. However, if he were to accomplish such a feat, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to prevent the tragedy of Bibi Dong from occurring. Yet, why did Tianrenshua still exist? There were far too many questions lingering in this scenario. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: Xiao was not the character he recognized from the original narrative. Let me see who has dared to provoke my little rabbit. Gu Xingge let out a light laugh, rising from the bed and stepping out of the room, eager to discover which audacious individual dared to disturb his student. In the grand hall on the first floor, Haoyang, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu cast cold glances at the members of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu's gaze towards Tang Sen was filled with disdain. She could not comprehend why this fellow incessantly clung to her, much like a persistent stray dog that one simply could not shake off. Observing the 6 formidable soul masters, a soul sovereign, and an unknown individual of indeterminate strength across from them, Haoyang quietly advised Zhu Qing, should a confrontation arise, you must immediately summon our teacher. Understood. Zhu Shiqing nodded slightly. They were not mindless brutes. Although they possessed a soul sect, they were outnumbered. In the event of a conflict, the outcome was uncertain, especially with a formidable onlooker present. Should they emerge victorious, what if that imposing figure intervened regardless of dignity? It was indeed wiser to call for their teacher. No need to call, for I am here. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated beside Zhu Shiqing and her companions. The 3 women turned in unison towards the staircase. In the next moment, a gust of wind brushed against their cheeks. As if in a blink, a figure clad in a white cloak materialized before them, shielding them protectively. Zhao Wujie, who had been leaning against the counter, was taken aback by Gu Xingge's sudden appearance, his rugged face betraying astonishment. So swift, he thought. Realizing he had sensed no aura, this person's cultivation was undoubtedly superior to his own. Seeing Gu Xingge standing before them, Haoyang and the others expressed their delight. Speaking in unison, "Teacher, you have arrived." What has transpired? Gu Xingge nodded slightly and inquired about Haoyang, her gaze sweeping over the members of Shrek Academy. Upon noticing Xiaozhu, she was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she scrutinized her closely. This scrutiny instilled an unsettling premonition within Xiaozhu, prompting her to hastily conceal herself behind Tang San, attempting to evade the gaze of an unparalleled Douluo. After confirming Xiaozhu's true form, Gu Xingge withdrew her gaze, a contemplative expression flickering in her eyes as she murmured, "Interesting. Could this be the power of world correction?" At that moment, Zhao Wujie approached, positioning himself in front of the Shrek group. He bowed respectfully to Gu Xingge, showing no sign of disdain due to her youthful appearance. "I have encountered your esteemed self before." Gu Xingge responded with a slight nod, not dwelling on Zhao Wujie's presence. Instead, turning her attention to Haoyang as she recounted the events that had transpired. "Teacher, it is as follows." Haoyang conveyed the entire incident without embellishment. After listening to her account, Gu Xingge grasped the situation and turned her gaze towards the Shrek members, speaking with indifference. "Who is Tang San?" "I am." Tang San responded fearlessly, showing no trepidation towards Gu Xingge. He boldly stepped out from behind Zhao Wujie, as if he were the epicenter of the universe. Suddenly, boom. A formidable and overwhelming pressure erupted, as heavy as a mountain, crashing down upon Tang San like a colossal wave, sweeping towards him with relentless force. Caught completely off guard, Tang San had no chance to react or defend himself, collapsing to the ground, his limbs splayed as he knelt like a dog before Gu Xingge, his head striking the floor with a resounding thud. The impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying and spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. "Sengu, Xiao San, Tang San." Upon witnessing Tang San's abrupt submission, Xiaozhu, Daimubai, and the others gasped in astonishment. They rushed forward to assist Tang San, only to be stopped by Zhao Wujie, who cautioned them against acting recklessly. Zhao Wujie hastily stepped in front of Tang San, sensing the terrifying aura with shock. He quickly bent low in respect, pleading on Tang San's behalf. "Esteemed elder, if Tang San has offended you in any way, I, as his teacher, am willing to bear the consequences. Please, show mercy and let him go. I assure you, Tang San will not disturb your students in the future." In his view, the fact that the other party exerted their might solely upon Tang San and not the others indicated a reasonable disposition, merely angered by Tang San's interference with his students. Zhao Wujie lowered his stance, hoping Gu Xingge would spare Tang San, willing to take the blame himself. After all, Tang San's lineage was extraordinary. His father was the Haotian Douluo, who might very well be watching from the shadows. If he stood idly by while his son faced humiliation, the repercussions would be dire. Gu Xingge cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Wuji, remaining silent, yet acutely aware of a fleeting aura of malevolence lurking in the shadows. Is it Tang Hao? He mused, directing his gaze toward Tang San, who was kneeling on the ground, still struggling to free himself from the oppressive force. This elicited a scornful smile from Gu Xingge. Even a mere fraction of his overwhelming pressure was beyond the capacity of an ordinary Grand Soul Master to withstand. With this thought, he intensified his pressure yet again, firmly bearing down on Tang San, who subsequently ceased all resistance. This was merely a lesson. Should he dare to entangle himself with my student again, I would not hesitate to annihilate him. Gu Xingge coldly warned Tang San, then retracted his oppressive aura, leaving Tang San sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, as if he had been utterly crushed. Upon hearing that the other party would spare Tang San, Zhao Wuji sighed in relief and promptly instructed Dai Mubai to help Tang San up for an examination. It turned out that he had merely suffered a head injury and had fallen unconscious. Although his limbs bore some fractures, there was no cause for grave concern. Thank you. Esteemed elder, Zhao Wuji once again bowed respectfully to Gu Xingge, hurriedly leading his group of students away from the hotel. However, before departing, Xiao Zhu cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Wu. Yet, when she noticed Gu Xingge regarding her with a playful glint in his eyes, she quickly turned away, hastening her steps until she vanished from sight. Gu Xingge gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the little spider, murmuring to herself, after 100,000 years, the soul-devouring spider emperor has taken form. It seems that Zhu Qing's 9th soul ring is within reach. Chapter 94. Is Tang San perhaps possessed by a time traveler? Speak up, Xiao Wu. What is the nature of your relationship with that Tang San? After driving away the members of Shrek, Gu Xingge urged Xiao Wu to confess openly, warning that resistance would result in harsher consequences, and demanded an honest account of her connection with Tang San and the reasons behind his persistent pursuit of her. Xiao Wu, unable to conceal the truth, candidly recounted her experiences at Haoyang Academy to Gu Xingge. With Hu Laina and Zhu Zhiqing present and amidst a crowd, she refrained from revealing her secret of having transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. During her time at Haoyang Academy, Xiao Wu did not attend classes under the guise of a work-study student as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she paid tuition like any ordinary student and did not reside in the work-study dormitory. Initially, she had no interactions with Tang San upon her enrollment, but 2 months later, he suddenly approached her, questioning why she had not entered as a work-study student. This left her at a loss for words. After all, she had the means to pay for her education. Why would she need to adopt the status of a work-study student? Tang San was quite taken aback by Xiao Wu's non-work-study status and proceeded to utter a series of nonsensical remarks, expressing his bewilderment over how things differed from what he had previously known, questioning why events had deviated from the original storyline. What exactly did Tang San say? Upon hearing the phrase deviating from the original text, Gu Xingge was struck with astonishment, her gaze sharpening as she instructed Xiao Wu to wait a moment longer and requested her to repeat the words Tang San had spoken upon first encountering her. Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback, complied and recounted Tang San's remarks. He questioned why he was not a working student and expressed his confusion over the discrepancies with the original narrative. After absorbing this information, Gu Xingge was left in a state of bewilderment. How could Tang San possibly be aware that Xiao Wu's status as a working student was a plot point from the original story? Could it be that he had been possessed by a time traveler? Upon further reflection, this possibility seemed exceedingly plausible, and if such were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. The time-traveling Tang San, one couldn't help but wonder whether he possessed a system or perhaps some artifacts such as pearls, towers, or mirrors as enhancements. Unlike a system, Gu Xingge found herself far more captivated by those chaotic pearls, the time-space tower, and the Kunlun mirror, especially since she already possessed a system of her own. Gu Xingge inquired further, and then what happened? The individual in question challenged me to a contest. If he emerged victorious, I was to be his sister. However, I employed the 8 technique to teach him a lesson, leaving him incapacitated for over 3 months. Xiao Wu, rubbing her nose with pride, remarked that he dared to ask her to be his sister. Such audacity. She had always been the elder sister. There was no way she would assume the role of a younger sibling. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu had decisively bested Tang San with the 8, Gu Xingge couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Tang San, who had managed to survive such an encounter. And what of that little spider? At the mention of the little spider, a deep disdain crossed Xiao Wu's delicate features as she retorted, "That individual is quite similar to me." Except she secured her place at Haoyang Academy through a work-study opportunity and is recognized as Tang San's sister, much like her mother, a true green tea bitch. Green tea bitch? Where had Xiaowu learned such terminology? And what about that little spider's mother? Was she also a formidable 10,000-year soul-eating spider queen? Nonetheless, Yu Xingge couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaowu's transformation was largely influenced by him. Haoyang, upon hearing that the little spider was also acknowledged as Tang San's sister, couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Why does Tang San have such an affinity for claiming sisters? He must be suffering from some serious affliction. Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, firmly believing there was indeed something amiss. Otherwise, why would he be so indiscriminate in recognizing sisters? During my time at Haoyang Academy, he would incessantly cling to me, proclaiming I was his sister. In all my years, I have never encountered such shamelessness. He is utterly beneath contempt. Xiaowu spared no effort in critiquing Tang San, perpetually donning an air of self-importance. How dare he harass her and presume to dictate that she accompany him to some place called Shrek Academy? Such unmitigated audacity. Well, it seems even the term beneath contempt has emerged now. What on earth have I taught her? Gu Xingge felt a surge of frustration, his earlier hypothesis now more firmly entrenched in his mind. As he observed dish after dish being served at the table, he instructed the others to commence their meal. The teacher, seemingly understanding, suggested they eat first, advising them to rest early after their meal, as they would set off for the Star Douluo forest at dawn. He added that Zhu Zhuqing should remember to visit his room after finishing her meal. With that, he rose and departed. Meanwhile, Xiaowu barely touched her food, having only sampled a few bites. The mere presence of Tang San, that insipid boy, left her feeling nauseated, extinguishing any appetite she might have had. Instead, her gaze drifted out the window as her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Half an hour later, a knock echoed on the door of Gu Xingge's room. "Come in," he called. Standing by the window and gazing out towards the Star Douluo forest, the petite figure of Zhu Zhuqing entered gracefully, her steps cat-like. Bowing respectfully to her teacher, she inquired with deference, "Teacher, what is it that you require of me?" Gu Xingge turned around, gesturing for Zhu Zhuqing to take a seat, indicating that there was no need for formality. "Xiaoqing, tomorrow we shall venture into the Star Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. Given your current physical prowess, a soul beast of around 2,000 years should pose no challenge. I have two options for you, and would like to hear your thoughts. Please, teacher, go on." The first option is to choose a soul beast such as the ghost tiger or the wind shadow leopard, which would resonate harmoniously with your attributes, ensuring that the abilities you gain will be exceptionally compatible. The second option is a unique human-faced demon spider. Although this soul beast is vastly different from your martial soul and thus not ideally suited, it has the potential to grant you an external soul bone. Indeed, Yu Xingge intended to seize Tang San's 8 spider lances, yet the decision ultimately rested with Zhu Zhuqing. Opting for the 8 spider lances would signify that her third soul ring would be exceedingly incompatible with her abilities. After all, to absorb an external soul bone, one must also absorb the soul ring from the same soul beast that provides it. Simultaneously, he sent the edited first Master Apprentice task to Zhu Zhuqing. A notification chimed in the little cat's mind. "Didn't you have a new Master Apprentice task? Please check it." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, her beautiful eyes turning towards her teacher. Gu Xingge nodded, encouraging her to review it. She opened the Master Apprentice interface and glanced at the task displayed. Task name, choice, task content, suitable soul ring or external soul bone. Please make your choice. Task reward, to be determined based on the final outcome. As she contemplated the task, Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep thought. She understood that her teacher was certainly not speaking without merit. As a Title Douluo, if he claimed that a human-faced demon spider could provide an external soul bone, it must indeed be true. However, the prospect of sacrificing her third soul ring slot to acquire an external soul bone left the little cat feeling somewhat hesitant. Gu Xingge remained patient, quietly awaiting her decision. After a considerable time, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at a conclusion. After all, it was merely a soul ring position, one she could easily part with. As the saying goes, one must relinquish to gain. Moreover, exchanging a third soul ring position for an exceptionally rare external soul bone is likely a trade even a Title Douluo would gladly accept. "Teacher, I choose the second option, though this decision would waste a third soul ring position." Acquiring an external soul bone that countless soul masters yearn for was not a loss for Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, it was a remarkable gain. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge nodded. As a competent teacher, he would not allow his student to be constrained by the disparity of soul rings. "Xiaoqing, the prerequisite for absorbing an external soul bone is that you must absorb a soul ring from the same soul beast, although it occupies one of your soul ring positions. If you are willing to endure the pain of soul ring separation, once your body becomes sufficiently strong and you encounter a suitable soul ring, there will be a way to replace it. In the original narrative, Tang San chose to endure pain and separate his soul rings to revive Xiaowu, eventually replenishing his soul rings, each of which boasted a quality of up to 50,000 years. However, the method of soul ring separation is excruciatingly painful and tests a person's willpower and mental strength. It is a daunting challenge even for a Title Douluo. Furthermore, the separation of soul rings can harm the core of the soul master, making recovery impossible. If Tang San had not possessed the support of the sea goddess Light and a sufficiently strong body, accompanied by 6 soul bones to protect him, he would have been unable to regain his soul rings after their separation, rendering his blue-silver emperor martial spirit useless. Although Gu Xingge lacked the sea goddess Light, he commanded a dimension, even if it was merely a nascent one. Relying on the laws of this dimension, he could, even if not with the efficacy of the sea goddess Light, shield Zhu Zhuqing and assist her in becoming immune to the side effects of soul ring separation. Upon hearing that she could eventually replace her soul rings, a glimmer of delight appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's icy countenance. If that were indeed the case, her last lingering doubts would dissipate. Pain is but a necessary trial on the path to becoming a formidable being. As he gazed at his only apprentice, Gu Xingge suddenly realized that since her apprenticeship began, he had never presented her with a formal gift. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to gift her a soul bone, for the system space was abundant with such treasures. Initially, Gu Xingge had hunted numerous 10,000-year soul beasts to test his luck in obtaining soul bones, resulting in over 20 soul bones of that age in his system space. The lead boxes merely for storing these soul bones had cost him a substantial amount of gold soul coins. With a thought, he selected one from the system space, and a lead box materialized in his hand. Upon seeing the lead box appear in her teacher's hand, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Xiaoqing, having been your teacher for so long, I have yet to present you with a gift. Thus, I bestow upon you this hurricane green pung soul bone. As Gu Xingge cautiously opened the lead box, the formidable soul power emanating from the hurricane Qingpeng soul bone had yet to manifest, yet he forcibly subdued it. Upon fully unveiling the box, a mesmerizing azure golden right leg soul bone emerged before Zhu Zhuqing, causing her breath to hitch as she fixated upon the hurricane Qingpeng soul bone. This right leg soul bone radiated a splendid and resplendent azure light, exuding a powerful aura of wind, with intricate hurricane patterns adorning its surface. Drawing upon the elemental energies of the heavens and the earth, azure whirlwinds encircled it, bestowing an air of the extraordinary. This hurricane Qingpeng soul bone, dating back an astonishing 87,000 years, was a rarity beyond compare. The soul bone originated from the hurricane Qingpeng, a subordinate of the three-legged golden crow, which Gu Xingge had vanquished during his pursuit of the golden crow. Thank you, master. I shall not refuse the generous gift. Zhu Zhuqing's icy yet enchanting visage broke into a joyful smile as she eagerly accepted the hurricane Qingpeng soul bone with both hands. However, she opted not to fuse with it immediately, choosing instead to wait until she attained her third soul ring and ascended to the soul sovereign level, at which point she could harness the latent soul power within the bone to elevate her cultivation further. Gu Xingge discerned the intentions of the little wildcat and instructed her to secure the soul bone. Indeed, we must venture to the Stardow forest tomorrow, so you should retire early. You too, master, should rest well, Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently, nodding as she stored the soul bone within her spatial soul guide. As a direct descendant of the Zhu family, she was well equipped with such a device. After watching the little wildcat depart, Gu Xingge closed the door with a wave and reopened the task interface, observing the newly assigned mission, his brow furrowing and his expression darkening. Task name: 1,000 miles of pursuit. Task content: the higher-ups of the Soul Demon sect are incensed by the death of the Ice Meteor Sovereign and have dispatched a new sovereign to hunt down the host. The host is advised to respond adeptly to the approaching Soul Demon sect sovereign. Task reward: 1 chance at an Xian level lottery. Humph. A relentless bunch of specters. Gu Xingge scoffed at the sudden new task, his tone dripping with disdain. It was one thing for them to send a sovereign to meet their demise previously, but now they were sending another? Truly, they were tenacious spirits. Were it not for the inability to locate the lair of the Soul Demon sect, he would not be idly waiting here. He would have already infiltrated their stronghold. Gu Xingge gazed at the task interface, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. Why had the system suddenly issued this task? He abruptly turned his head to look out the window. Could it be that the members of the demon soul cult were within this soul hunter town? It was certainly a possibility. It seemed that the esteemed figure of the demon soul cult had appeared in the vicinity, prompting the system to detect it and consequently release this mission. Guxinga, unfaltering, unleashed his vast spiritual power, radiating outward to envelop a 10-mile radius centered around himself. He was determined to uncover the hiding places of the magic soul sex minions. Meanwhile, in another hotel within Soul Hunting Town, Shrek's group had taken refuge. Teacher Zhao, why should we fear that fellow? You are a soul sage, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Seated at the dining table, shoveling food into his mouth while complaining to Zhao Wujie. That guy is so young. Could he possibly be stronger than you? Unexpectedly, Zhao Wujie raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Ma Hongjun's head, causing his plump face to collide with the table, rattling the dishes. The other diners turned their heads, astonished by the commotion, while Dai Mubai and Oscar were equally taken aback by Zhao Wujie's sudden outburst. After a moment, Ma Hongjun lifted his head, his expression one of grievance, his face slightly dinted, his nose askew and blood trickling down, a testament to Zhao Wujie's force. Zhao Wujie glared at the bleeding Ma Hongjun and spoke irritably. You know nothing. You little brats may be oblivious, but I distinctly felt the pressure he emanated. His strength is undoubtedly superior to mine. He could very well be a Soul Douluo. Don't be deceived by his youthful appearance. He might be older than I am. As he spoke, a hint of trepidation crept into Zhao Wujie's demeanor. Had a confrontation ensued, unless the Haotian Douluo intervened, while he might survive, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others would surely perish. It was fortunate that he had chosen to back down quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. On the second floor, Tang San, who had been unconscious, gradually began to awaken. In the room, Tang San lay on the bed, after being treated by the healing soul master of Soul Hunting Town. His injuries had mostly healed, though traces of blood still lingered on his forehead, the wound now closed. Minutes later, he slowly regained consciousness. A flicker of confusion in his eyes, followed by a flood of memories from before his fainting spell. The residual pain in his body served as a stark reminder of reality. He sprang upright, hand pressed against his forehead, feeling the dried blood. And his expression darkened in an instant, a flame of fury igniting within him. He pounded his fist against the bed, the resounding noise echoing his pent-up anger. Yet, the more he thought, the more suffocating and indignant he felt. Tang San's visage twisted into a grimace, resembling a vengeful spirit. Teeth clenched, he growled in rage, filled with humiliation and resentment. How dare he? I am the protagonist of this world. I am destined to become the sea god and the god of Shura. I am the king of the divine circle. How dare he? He was the protagonist, the fated child of this world, the future enforcer of the divine realm, the chairman of the divine circle's divine realm committee. Yet, he had been forced to kneel, groveling like a dog at that person's feet. How could Tang San accept such a disgrace? As the protagonist, was he not supposed to sail smoothly through life? Should he not be surrounded by beauties? Victorious in every battle, unmatched by anyone? Was the memory of that transmigrator merely a fabrication? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There had to be an error somewhere. Could it be the butterfly effect? Tang San forced himself to calm down and ponder where things had gone awry. He remained Tang San, not the vessel of the transmigrator as Guxinga had assumed. However, during Tang San's gestation, the transmigrator did indeed seize control, leading to a struggle between their souls. Over time, they gradually merged into a new, unified consciousness. Due to Tang San's resilient spirit, his original consciousness prevailed, retaining more of his essence. Now, Tang San possessed both the memories of his previous life in the Tang sect and those of the transmigrator. Coincidentally, the transmigrator was an ardent fan of the Tang sect, having read all of San Shao's novels, deeply etching them into his memory. Thus, Tang San realized he was the protagonist in the story, the fated child of the Douluo world, where everything revolved around him, leading to a burgeoning arrogance. However, Guxinga's actions today had left him utterly bewildered, unable to believe that someone dared to humiliate him so brazenly. Moreover, this humiliation was not even part of the original plot when he ventured into the Stardow forest. After much contemplation, he attributed everything to the butterfly effect mentioned in the transmigrator's memories. Damn it. Just wait. Once I ascend to the sea goddess throne, I shall repay today as humiliation 100-fold. The thought of having groveled like a dog at that person's feet ignited an uncontrollable rage within Tang San. How dare a mere supporting character dare to humiliate him, the protagonist? Such insolence was tantamount to courting death. Once he became the sea god, the first thing he would do is obliterate him. However, the immediate priority was to win over Xiao Wu. Although he already had Xiao Zhu as a sister, Xiao Wu was of paramount importance. Without her, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape would not trust him or offer their sacrifices. He would miss out on 2 invaluable soul rings and bones, and could not inherit the Shura god position. Moreover, Tang Wudong and Tang Wulin would never be born, and he would lose his loyal son-in-law, Hui Yuhao, while the god of destruction would seal him in the forbidden land of gods, leaving him trapped. If he failed to secure Xiao Wu, his future would be severely compromised, and he would undoubtedly fall short of the accomplishments depicted in the original text. No. He must devise a plan to make Xiao Wu his sister. Tang San cast aside thoughts of Gu Xingge and began to strategize on how to win Xiao Wu's affection. Meanwhile, Gu Xingge continued his mental search throughout Soul Hunting Town, yet he found no trace of the magic soul sect. This left him bewildered. With his peak spiritual power, he should not have failed to locate them. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Perhaps the magic soul sect was not in Soul Hunting Town after all? After several fruitless searches, Gu Xingge withdrew his spiritual force and abandoned the pursuit. Unless the enigmatic leader of the magic soul sect intervened. He regarded the vice leader and elders as inconsequential. However, Gu Xingge's gaze turned towards the hotel where Shrek was residing, his expression somewhat peculiar. Through his spiritual perception, he could clearly hear Tang San's frustrated howls, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, that fellow Tang San had been usurped by a transmigrator. Moreover, the intellect of the transmigrator possessing Tang San seemed rather lacking, believing himself to be the protagonist, the fated child of the Douluo world. He even fantasized about repaying his enemies 100-fold once he ascended to the sea god position. To this, Gu Xingge could only conclude that Tang San was deluding himself. With the vast power of the oceanic universe at his disposal, did he truly believe he could become the sea god? Dream on. Ding, a new system task has been triggered. Please pay attention to collect it. Another new task. Hearing the notification from the system in his mind, Gu Xingge paused momentarily, surprised at how quickly a new task had arisen. He opened the task interface. Task name, Seize Destiny. Task content. The host has incurred the enmity of Tang San, resulting in an unending cycle of vengeance. Either the host perishes or Tang San does. As the fated child, Tang San is protected by the world, enjoying its blessings and possessing immense fortune. Thus, the host must not recklessly kill him, as it may provoke a backlash from the world. The host is to seize Tang San's fated fortune and subsequently eliminate him. The fortune has been seized. 0. Task rewards. 1 celestial level lottery draw, a random first-tier divine position, and a fragment of the world's essence. How bountiful indeed. Gazing at the rewards of the new task. Setting aside the celestial level lottery for a moment, the prospect of acquiring a first-tier divine position alone was enough to stir Gu Xingge's heart. Although he aspired to ascend the path of divinity through the worship of the sea god and angelic god, self-consolidating a divine position, who would ever refuse such an opportunity? If he had no use for it himself, could it not be bestowed upon those around him? Gu Xingge cast another glance at the hotel where Shrek resided, his golden eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Tang San, O Tang San, allow me to witness whether you, the destined child, possess greater prowess than I, the otherworldly demon. A smile of amusement played upon his lips. Unlike the previous tasks he had undertaken, which had posed little challenge, this one instilled in him a palpable sense of pressure. While he remained uncertain about how to seize Tang San's fortune, the prospect of confronting an entire world ignited a fervor within him. Perhaps he could advance even further. After vanquishing Tang San, he could encompass the entirety of the Douluo world within his grasp, devouring it with the realm of light. Meanwhile, Tang San remained blissfully unaware of the gaze upon him, preoccupied with devising strategies to woo Xiao Wu. The following morning, as the sun ascended, a delicate hue of dawn painted the horizon, casting light across the earth and dispelling the remnants of night. Inside the room, feeling the warmth of sunlight, Gu Xingge slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold and silver flashing within. The sun and moon symbols on his back faded into obscurity. Turning his gaze toward the sky, he beheld the nascent sun, partially veiled by clouds, and murmured, "Daybreak has arrived so swiftly." After merely a brief period of cultivation, dawn had broken. Indeed, the practice of cultivation proved to be an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Half an hour later, after breakfast, the group vacated their hotel. Upon exiting the hunting soul town, Gu Xingge paused, eliciting curiosity among the women. He raised his hand and, with a subtle wave, summoned the laws of the realm, forcibly opening a dimensional portal. As the realm of light grew more complete, the laws governing it became increasingly potent, enabling an array of remarkable feats. Once the dimensional portal stabilized, a long and elegant white dragon emerged, soaring through the opening. The dragon, over 20 meters in length, possessed a pristine, jade-like body, meticulously sculpted as if from the finest mutton fat jade. Its alabaster horn radiated a resplendent glow, and under the light of dawn, the dragon's scales refracted a spectrum of colors, resembling a magnificent rainbow serpent soaring through the heavens. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the white dragon, Yusi, Lan Qingyin, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. For it surpassed any soul beast they had ever encountered. Its cultivation undoubtedly exceeded 50,000 years. After refining 5 strands of millennium-old ice marrow, the white dragon's cultivation reached an impressive 99,999 years, mere tribulation away from becoming a genuine 100,000-year soul beast. After soaring gracefully in the sky for a brief moment, the white dragon descended before Gushenge, obediently bowing its head. Through the connection of the beast diagram, it respectfully inquired, "Master, what are your commands?" Gushenge extended her hand to caress the white serpent and then turned to the group of women, saying, "Please, do take your seats." Upon hearing her invitation, the women were momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing that Gushenge had already seated herself upon the white serpent, they followed suit without further inquiry. "Rein in your aura and soar towards the starry forest," Gushenge commanded by Yujie, who promptly restrained her own aura and soared through the skies with the group towards the starry forest. The advantage of a mount was evident, unlike some who had to rely on their own legs. Minutes later, Yujie ascended to the outer expanse of the starry forest. As they gazed down from the heavens, the vastness of the starry forest became even more palpable. An endless sea of verdant trees stretched into the horizon, a sight of unparalleled magnificence. The fresh air surged upward, infused with the intoxicating fragrance of the flora, and as everyone inhaled deeply, they felt a profound sense of rejuvenation enveloping their entire beings. Gushenge urged by Yujie to delve deeper, while his peak spiritual power in the spirit domain radiated outward from his center, encompassing a radius of 100 miles in his mental exploration. This was not his utmost limit, yet it sufficed. Among the group of women, the soul beasts that needed to be hunted varied greatly. Gushenge chose to assist Hulaina in hunting for a soul ring. As Yujie soared over the periphery and gradually delved deeper into the heart of the forest, Gushenge's spiritual perception detected an increasing number of soul beasts, among which were several 10,000-year-old entities. The Stardo Forest, known as one of the 3 great habitats for wild soul beasts, is, in fact, not as abundant in quantity and quality when compared to the extreme northern lands and the ocean. As for the so-called 10 ferocious beasts, such a ranking does not exist in this era. The most formidable soul beast is not Emperor Tian, but rather the deep-sea demon whale king. Even if one were to look back 30,000 years, Emperor Tian would not rank as the most powerful soul beast. The title of the strongest has always belonged to the sea soul beasts. The notion of Emperor Tian being the second strongest for 10,000 years has been firmly established.